In the Jurassic Era, the esteemed Master Yue gazed intently at Dugu Qiu Ba, his countenance fluctuating between despair and determination. Moments later, with a thunderous roar reverberating through the air, Master Yue cast aside his hesitation, his body launching forth, vanishing from sight. Special task. Perform a striptease for the dim-witted bear, one of the 8 titans of the Jurassic. Task requirements, completely unclothed. Trigger condition. The first target upon the dim-witted bear's arrival. Gender unspecified given its intelligence. Gender holds little significance. Task reward. Increased favor from the dim-witted bear with a chance to win its heart. Failure penalty. Spend a night in close proximity to the dim-witted bear, no more than 10 centimeters apart. I'm truly sorry. Brother Dugu, a dead comrade is better than a living one, so I shall bestow this opportunity upon you. In the distance, Master Yue listened to a desperate cry, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes, as he thought, how can I bear this? After Ling Chen's demise, he inherited the system of the main deity, and from that moment forth, he led his reincarnators, unleashing a tempest of chaos across the myriad realms. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window into the dimly lit room, where a young man slowly opened his eyes. The subdued light made the sunlight appear somewhat harsh at that moment. The youth furrowed his brow, squinting against the discomfort in his eyes, and exerted a slight force with his hands to prop himself up. However, perhaps due to the bed's excessive wear, the sudden motion caused it to collapse, leaving the boy nestled in the center of the wreckage. What on earth is happening? The boy's name was Ling Chun, an inconspicuous figure at a little-known university in the Xia Kingdom. Though unremarkable, Ling Chun possessed a rare and singular vocation, was an extraordinary individual with supernatural abilities. While the title sounded grand, his power was far from the earth-shattering feats depicted in novels and films. He could merely alter his own weight. Yet it was precisely this ability that allowed him to gain admission to a university that did not even require him to fill out college entrance exam applications. The Nameless University. It was not that it bore the name Nameless, but rather that it had no name at all. The sole structure was a teaching building that also served as a dormitory. This edifice had no distinguishing features, save for the fact that amidst the almost ubiquitous modern architectural style of reinforced concrete, its materials were composed of a dull yellow clay. It was said that the campus boasted a legacy of several centuries, and if one were to count its age, it could be deemed the grandfather of the nationally renowned Qingqing University. However, Ling Chun scoffed at this notion. What a joke! With such materials, how could it possibly have a history spanning hundreds of years? If it lasts a decade without collapsing, that would be remarkable. Nevertheless, no matter how pitiful this university and this earthen building may be, Ling Chun still felt compelled to attend, for although this institution did not issue diplomas, it would directly arrange employment for its graduates. In a society where employment issues were becoming increasingly severe, Ling Chen's anticipation for such a benefit was immense, leading him to make the most significant and final decision of his life: to enroll in school. Upon entering, Ling Chun immediately regretted his choice, as he discovered that the entire university contained only 3 individuals, and the other 2 were burly men reeking of alcohol, their faces marred with blemishes. They bore no resemblance to students. Instead, they looked like middle-aged ruffians one might encounter in the streets. For a boy like Ling Chun, who had yearned for a passionate romance since middle school, the situation was utterly devastating for his tender heart. In the throes of his intense agitation, he inadvertently activated his supernatural ability. To his surprise, rather than altering his own gravitational weight as anticipated, Ling Chun felt his body sink before he lost consciousness. At that moment, the university, which had endured for centuries, finally brought an end to his life. Am I not dead? Ling Chun stared blankly at the collapsed bed, feeling the sunlight pouring in from outside, and took a deep breath, exhaling vigorously. Fortunately, I, the young master, am blessed with great fortune. My frequent good deeds, like helping elderly ladies cross the street, have accumulated immeasurable merit, allowing me to escape disaster. However, the service environment of this hospital is utterly appalling. It rivals that of my teaching building. Straining to stand, Ling Chun gazed at the broken wooden bed, feeling utterly speechless. Detecting that the host has awakened, commencing formal authorization. Authorization successful. Congratulations, Master. You have become the new generation of the main deity across the myriad realms. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Ling Chen's ears, its tone tinged with excitement. Yet, surveying the empty surroundings filled him with a sense of unease, prompting him to shout, "Who's there?" The voice resounded once more, though it seemed to have calmed, as Ling Chun strained to listen, realizing the sound appeared to emanate from all directions, eluding pinpointing. Master, I am the spirit of the main deity system, tasked with guiding you on your journey to become an exceptional deity. Upon hearing this, the archetypical modern otaku immediately associated it with the term golden finger. It sounded like a top-tier system of the golden finger variety. Ling Chen's spirits lifted as he eagerly inquired. Well then, what are the capabilities of this system? A main deity, does that mean one who can erase existence at will? Shouldn't you be a massive glowing orb? Is this my first mission? Is this some horror film? Resident Evil? But the architecture doesn't seem to fit. Perhaps taken aback by Ling Chen's insightful comments, the voice fell silent for a while before responding slowly. Master, I am not the main deity, you are the main deity. My role is to nurture you into a true, supreme deity. No one can erase you. This is indeed no longer your world, for you have perished there. However, this is not a realm of horror. It is the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, which is not frightening at all. Furthermore, Master, if you wish to express something, simply think it in your mind. There is no need to shout it out loud, as it may lead others to perceive you as foolish. Ling Chen felt speechless, then exhilarated, realizing he had become the master of life and death. This unexpected happiness left him somewhat dizzy. The master must seek reincarnators, and by completing tasks through them, you will earn points which can be exchanged for. Exchanging for anything. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen became even more animated, exclaiming, "Can I get the Sharingan? A trivial matter. What about the Mangeki? A trivial matter. The Eternal One? A trivial matter. Can I even acquire the Rinnegan? Anything is possible as long as you have points. Nothing is unattainable." Ling Chen smacked his lips, a droplet of saliva slowly trickling down. "Well then tell me, who is the reincarnator? I shall go find them." The voice seemed to pulse with impatience. "Simply will it, however, the initial selection is limited to individuals within the world you inhabit. Cross-world binding is not permitted." How convenient. I thought I'd have to ask if they were weary of life. Master, please choose the point-sharing ratio with your reincarnator. What? It refers to the percentage of points extracted from the reincarnator. It is recommended to opt for a 9,010 split to prevent the reincarnator from rebelling. Huh? Rebellion? Aren't I the main deity? Shouldn't I just erase any rebellion? Erasing requires points. The stronger the reincarnator, the more points are needed for erasure. Insufficient points will render erasure impossible. Is that so? Very well. Then I shall choose a 9,010 split. They'll take the meat, and they can have the soup. For the first reincarnator, it is advisable not to select someone too powerful, lest you lose control. The first reincarnator slot is free, but subsequent slots will require 1,000 points each. Master, you have one opportunity for a free draw. Will you use it? Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen suppressed his excitement and began to contemplate who the first reincarnator should be. As a typical otaku, he was also a fervent admirer of Jin Yong's works, and he recalled the plot of the smiling, proud wanderer quite vividly. In the midst of pondering whom to choose as the first reincarnator, inspiration struck him suddenly, and he had already identified the most suitable candidate in his mind. But for now, it would be best to draw the lottery first. Silently invoking the draw, before he comprehended what had transpired, 10 identical jade pendants appeared in his hand, all matching in size, shape, and color. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Main deity's privileged pendant, no rank, capable of withstanding a fatal attack once, after which its status is fully restored. Note: suicide cannot be immunized against. Please adjust your mindset and cherish life. Chapter 2. The excited elder Yu on Mount Hua. A middle-aged man stood in a daze, staring blankly at his sword. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. Master, your disciple is inept. Ever since the sword-chi conflict, our Hua mountain has been in a steady decline, and now we are on the brink of becoming the least among the 5 mountains. The glory of yesteryears has all but vanished. It is gone, gone indeed. 10 years ago, Dongfang Bubi seized the position of the leader from Renwushing. It seems I shall never avenge that sword-related grudge. Relying solely on the few remnants of techniques passed down, how can I compete with Zhuo Lingchan for the position of the leader of the 5 Mountains Alliance? This man was Yu Buchuan, the head of the Hua Mountain School, yet at this moment, he could only mutter to himself while gazing at the sword, exuding an indescribable sense of despondency. Binding successful, your reincarnation number is 0. Congratulations, you have become a reincarnator. Strive to fulfill the tasks of the Master God. From now on, your success is no longer a dream. The words were crafted by Ling Chun, yet when spoken by the system, they evoked an inexplicable sense of strangeness in him. The emotionless, lifeless, and cold tone delivering such fervent words felt bizarre. However, Ling Chun was evidently more concerned about Yu Buchuan's reaction. Who? Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Yu Buchuan immediately stood up. Yet, the surroundings were empty, clearly no one would respond to him. After a moment of silence, Yu Buchuan realized that the voice did not seem to enter through his ears but rather directly conveyed to his heart. Transmission into the depths of the heart? Yu Buchuan was startled, and his tone immediately turned respectful as he bowed towards the door, saying, I wonder which esteemed senior is present. If you could reveal yourself, Yu, would be most honored to host you properly. Ling Chun chose to ignore the foolish old Yu and focused his thoughts, formulating a task. Ding, task generated. Successfully completing the initial task grants an additional opportunity for a lottery draw. Task 1. Within 1 day, strike Ning Zhong's behind 10 times. Successful completion rewards 100 points. Failure results in a deduction of 100 points. Insufficient points will lead to annihilation. Task 2. Within 3 days, perform a striptease sword dance on the thought-over cliff. Successful completion rewards 200 points. Failure results in a deduction of 200 points. Insufficient points will lead to annihilation. Your current points. 0. Ling Chun did not explain the significance of the points to Yu Buchuan, as he deemed it unnecessary. After all, the elder's perspective on life and death was profoundly formidable. A mere mention of annihilation held more weight than any words. Indeed, upon hearing the content of the voice, Yu Buchuan's expression shifted to a shade of purple and green, his inner fury igniting, but it took him a moment to regain his composure as he respectfully inquired, Is the esteemed senior toying with you? Those with insufficient points will face annihilation. Your current points. 0. The voice was chilling, causing Yu Buchuan to involuntarily shudder, especially at the mention of annihilation, which instilled a deep sense of fear within him. Suppressing his displeasure, Yu Buchuan walked towards his room with a grim expression. It seemed he had no choice. Damn it! To think a powerful being capable of transmitting into the depths of the heart would compel me to undertake such tasks, especially the second one. If word got out, how could our Hua Mountain School maintain its standing in the martial world? But what exactly are points? Surely they are not martial arts manuals. Yet since the other party stated that my points are 0, failure would lead to annihilation. Taking a deep breath, Yu Buchuan forcefully pushed open the door and stepped inside with great difficulty. Oh, senior brother, has something happened? Your face appears rather grim. Upon entering, Yu Buchuan noticed that Ning Zhongze had put down the needle and thread. And upon standing, he realized that his husband's expression seemed rather unwell. As a seasoned performer, Yu Buchuan adjusted his facial expression in less than a second, revealing a look of disappointment mixed with frustration as he said, It's all because of Chong'er. He has once again driven away the esteemed teacher I painstakingly invited. This child, so reckless and impetuous, as the eldest disciple of the Huashan sect, how can he lack a shred of composure? How am I to pass on the burdens of Huashan to him in the future? Chong'er is still young. After all, you and I are not old yet. Let him have his little temper for now. As Ning Zhongze spoke of Ling Huchong, a hint of maternal affection surfaced in her demeanor. A doting mother often spoils her child. Yu Buchuan shook his head, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief as he seized the opportunity to give Ning Zhongze a playful slap on the backside. The swiftness of his action left Ling Chen speechless. Such speed, old Yu is impressive. It far surpassed the limits typically attained by a solitary man. The first task completed, a reward of 100 points was granted, with an additional lottery draw due to it being a maiden task. Though Yu Buchuan maintained a composed exterior, internally he was astounded. He had just closed the door, yet could that esteemed elder truly perceive things from afar? Furthermore, the voice was devoid of gender and did not resemble that of a human being. Human voices do not possess such a cold and unfeeling quality. Senior brother, when did you become so unrestrained as to strike someone there? Ning Zhongze blushed, taken aback by her usually serious husband's unexpected behavior. All right, junior sister, you should step outside for a moment. I feel my inner strength becoming somewhat scattered. I need to meditate and recuperate. So do not disturb me. Go check on Chong'er at the thought reflection cliff. If he realizes his mistake, allow him to come down. Yu Buchuan felt compelled to investigate that strange voice and, recalling the second task, instructed Ling Huchong to descend from the thought reflection cliff. Ning Zhongze sensed something was off about her husband today, but did not dwell on it. When she heard him ask for Chong'er to come down, her heart lifted with joy, and she tidied away the needle and thread into the cabinet before retreating. Take care in your meditation. I shall go see Chong'er down. With a creaking sound, as the door closed, Yu Buchuan immediately sprang up from the ground and whispered, Is the esteemed elder present? I am not an elder. Please refer to me as the Master God. Very well, Master God. Could you enlighten me on the purpose of these points? Is it possible to open the exchange panel? Open it. Upon uttering these words, a translucent panel materialized before Yu Buchuan, displaying a neatly arranged list of items. Minor Recovery Pill increases internal strength for 1 year, 10 points. Major Recovery Pill increases internal strength for 10 years, 100 points. Bone Washing Pill, used to enhance aptitude, 200 points. Innate Pill, for use at the pinnacle of acquired stage, allows direct breakthrough to innate. 500 points for the Transformation Pill, which can elevate 1's level when utilized with a golden pill, costs 1,000 points. The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, a unique skill of the Beggar's Sect, is valued at 800 points. The 9 Manual, created by Huang Chong, is a Taoist classic that can enhance 1's cultivation aptitude, priced at 1,000 points. The 9 Yang Manual, crafted by an unnamed monk, is a Buddhist scripture that can increase 1's comprehension, also costing 1,000 points. The Northern Darkness Divine Skill, an exclusive technique of the Xiaoyao sect, allows one to absorb the power of others for personal use, featuring absorption, storage, and transformation, priced at 1,500 points. The Dugu 9 Swords, created by the sword demon Dugu Qiu Ba, offers a chance to comprehend sword intent, valued at 1,500 points. The Celestial Being from Beyond, designed by the sword immortal Yi Guqing, also presents an opportunity to grasp sword intent, similarly priced at 1,500 points. Yu Buchuan beheld the martial arts he recognized, and those he did not on the exchange board. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He pinched himself sharply, feeling the sting, and instead of panicking, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Heaven blesses me, and the ancestors of our lineage look favorably upon us. Our Huashan is finally poised for greatness. Chapter 3. The peerless swordsman Yi Guqing Yu Buchuan struggled to contain his inner excitement, his face flushed crimson, provoking laughter from Ling Qian. Master, I wonder if you possess the star-absorbing skill and the sunflower manual? No sooner had Yu Buchuan finished speaking than the panel before him suddenly shifted, revealing new content in an instant. The star-absorbing skill, a fragment of the Northern Darkness Divine Skill, allows one to absorb the power of others, but later stages may result in a backlash of internal energy. 200 points. The improved version of the star-absorbing skill eliminates the backlash issue, costing 800 points. The Evil Repelling Sword Technique, a fragment of the Sunflower Manual, requires self-castration to practice this skill. 500 points. The complete Sunflower Manual upon cultivation grants a speed akin to that of a specter, but requires self-castration beforehand. 1,000 points. Note: women practicing the Sunflower Manual do not require self-castration, but there is a certain probability it may alter their personality. After reading, Yu Buchuan was profoundly shaken, realizing that the legendary skills passed down through generations necessitated self-castration for cultivation. However, even more astonishing was the affordability of the star-absorbing skill. Yet, upon seeing the note regarding its drawbacks, Yu Buchuan decided against pursuing this technique. On one hand, the potential hazards were too great. On the other, the act of absorbing others' power was exceedingly cruel, especially considering that Huashan was a respected sect. Master, how can points be acquired? Is it solely through completing tasks you assign? Yu Buchuan inquired cautiously. Primarily through task completion, although you may also gain points by uploading martial arts manuals and rare treasures. And how does one upload? Simply mentally affirm the items you wish to upload. However, rare treasures require physical contact. Yu Buchuan quickly thought of the Zixia Divine Skill and the Huashan Sword Technique. Zixia Divine Skill, 500 points. Huashan Fragmented Sword Technique, 100 points. Upon hearing the Master's response, Yu Buchuan was indignant and exclaimed, "Fragmented Sword Technique? How can that possibly be a fragmented sword technique? Would you like to upload?" The voice remained icy, causing Yu Buchuan to shiver. He hastily disregarded the matter of whether the sword technique was fragmented or not, and replied urgently, "Upload, upload, upload successful. Your current points total 700, and you have one chance to draw a prize." Draw a prize? Should I use a chance for the draw? Yes, go ahead. As soon as these words left Yu Buchuan's lips, the exchange panel before him vanished, replaced by a grand circular roulette with a large pointer at its center. Upon closer inspection, Yu Buchuan discerned the items displayed. 10 years of internal power, shimmering fruit, somnolent powder, fully automatic diamond-embedded mechanical watch. Yi Guqing's inheritance card, supreme skill of the 8 desolations, chakra refinement technique, Zanpakudo, Senbin Zakura, ecstasy pills, and explosive pills, Fire Lion Ratty. Most of these items were beyond Yu Buchuan's comprehension, yet he understood that among them lay both treasures and curses. Let the draw commence. After uttering this, the pointer began to spin at an unfathomable speed, gradually slowing down. Yu Buchuan fixed his gaze on the pointer, which whirled too rapidly to be discerned clearly. Ultimately, it decelerated to a pace visible to the naked eye. Yet Yu Buchuan's heart raced with anxiety. Damn it, which of these items is a good one? The pointer slowly passed 10 years of internal power, then glided over shimmering fruit. At this juncture, the pointer's speed nearly came to a standstill, as if exerting every ounce of strength. It then traversed somnolent powder, swiftly passed the mechanical watch, but halted precisely between the inheritance card and the watch. Thus, he obtained the fully automatic diamond-embedded mechanical watch and the Yi Guqing inheritance card. The voice remained cold, yet Yu Buchuan felt no chill. Instead, he was nearly leaping with excitement. Although he was uncertain of the watch's significance, he recognized Yi Guqing as a legendary figure who had crafted a sword technique valued at 1,500 points. Meanwhile, Ling Qian observed this scene in stunned silence, pondering when Yu Buchuan had begun to enjoy the privileges of a protagonist. Gazing at the radiant mechanical watch and the card bearing the ethereal silhouette, Yu Buchuan placed the watch on the bed and inquired, "How do I use the card?" "Simply think of using it." Without hesitation, Yu Buchuan whispered the incantation, and in an instant, his consciousness seemed to be transported to another realm. The yellow river flows beyond the white clouds, a solitary city amidst towering mountains. Why should the Chang flute lament the willows? The spring breeze does not pass through the Jade Gate. From Faxian Island to the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, from the last young master to the lord of Baiyun City, from wandering aimlessly to secluding oneself from the world, Yu Buchuan felt as though he had lived the life of this swordsman. The swords, the moves, the profound solitude of invincibility, and the ultimate thrill of defeat at the hands of Shimin Chueshua's blade. Though vanquished, the sword remains. Thus, my sword becomes your sword, unconfined by heaven and earth, that unparalleled swordsman. On the night of the full moon, atop the Forbidden City, a sword descends from the west, an immortal soaring from beyond. After a prolonged moment, Yu Buchuan slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar light gleaming within them. After a brief silence, he murmured, "Perhaps our Qi sect was truly mistaken." Having witnessed Yi Guqing's life, Yu Buchuan realized that even without internal power, he would struggle to withstand a single strike from him, even if that strike was not the immortal descent from the heavens. Nevertheless, the inheritance card was indeed wondrous. It felt as though he had lived another life through Yi Guqing's identity. Your current score stands at 700, and there remains one task yet to be accomplished. Please attend to it with haste. The cold voice shattered Yu Buchuan's train of thought. Contemplating the second task, Yu Buchuan took a deep breath. Never mind, I shall proceed. After all, there is no one atop the cliff of reflection, and Chong'er should have descended by now. Master, may I upload Tianwei Faxian? Yu Buchuan suddenly thought. No, all items obtained from the master cannot be uploaded. Furthermore, only the initial upload may include martial arts techniques. Subsequent uploads will not accept such services. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yu Buchuan's mouth twitched in frustration. Curse it, had I known, I would have uploaded it later. Grasping the watch on the bed, he was about to inquire when the master promptly provided a manual. After perusing it, the esteemed leader clumsily donned it on his wrist and gently patted it, revealing a smile. This contraption is rather convenient. He then exited the room, employing lightness skills to soar towards the cliff of reflection. In stark contrast to Yu Buchuan's excitement, Ling Chen wore a sorrowful expression, drawing circles in the void. Where are my points? Wasn't it stated that upon completing the task, I would receive points? Why have I not received any? You must be bugged, master. Such casual tasks do not yield points. Only standard tasks will suffice. Hearing this response, Ling Chen immediately became agitated, exclaiming, "Are you saying my task is not standard? It is perfectly normal. Then pray tell, what constitutes a standard task? This requires you, the master, to ponder personally. My duty is to assist you in becoming an exceptional master, and the ability to assign appropriate tasks is an innate trait of a distinguished master, hence you must contemplate this yourself. Then tell me, what is your purpose?" "My task is to aid the master in becoming an exemplary deity." Ling Chun, feeling increasingly exasperated, articulated each word distinctly. "I am inquiring about your function, your capabilities." The voice abruptly fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, it replied with a hint of uncertainty. "Being adorable?" Ling Chun chose to disregard this fool, stepping out to visit several nearby households. After a simple meal, he relied on the kindness of strangers to procure some travel funds and set off alone towards Mount Hua. This scene deeply resonated within him, evoking a sense of ancient simplicity. Along the way, Ling Qian was astonished to discover that the communication barrier that had accompanied him for 18 years had vanished. Chapter 4. The gentle breeze over Yang atop the cliff of reflection. A gentle breeze rustled through the verdant grass. A few birds lazily preened their feathers. Everything felt so fresh, natural, and beautiful, except for the conflicted expression on Yu's face. At that moment, after an extensive search, Yu finally confirmed that there was no one on the cliff of reflection. Thus, after much internal struggle, he began to shed his garments one by one, akin to a serpent shedding its skin. Before long, he stood completely unclothed. The eagle proudly lifted its head in the gentle breeze, and upon witnessing this scene, the esteemed leader's face flushed with rare embarrassment. With a surge of encouragement coursing through his heart, he grasped his sword and began to perform the celestial swordplay known as the Tianwai Feishin Jianfa. Feng Qingyang, having transcended the innate realm, soon noticed Yu Buchuan upon the arrival of the latter at the Sigua cliff. He observed Yu's anxious demeanor as he searched restlessly around, as if in pursuit of something elusive. Could it be that his whereabouts had been compromised? A sense of foreboding washed over Feng Qingyang. Yet he remained perplexed as to how Yu Buchuan had discerned his hiding place. Was it possible that he had been discovered during his previous observation of the punished young lad? That seemed implausible. If someone as feeble as Yu Buchuan could uncover his presence, then his own reputation as a master of the innate realm would be rendered meaningless. After a considerable time had passed, Feng Qingyang noted that Yu Buchuan had ceased his search, his expression transforming from one of disappointment to one of unexpected delight. Could it be that he feared losing his position as the sect leader upon discovering Feng Qingyang? Before he could ponder further, he was struck by the sight of Yu Buchuan's face contorting into an expression of conflict. Though his utter dismay, Yu Buchuan began to shed his garments. What an audacious move! Did this lad intend to disgust me? As he beheld Yu Buchuan's movements with the sword, Feng Qingyang realized he had misjudged the situation. His own whereabouts had not been revealed, and Yu Buchuan's presence at the Sigua cliff was, in fact, driven by another purpose. With this clarity, Feng Qingyang began to observe Yu Buchuan's swordplay with the gaze of a spectator witnessing an extraordinary performance. The more he watched, the more entranced he became. Such exquisite swordsmanship! This technique could not possibly belong to Mount Hua. Its sophistication rivaled that of his own Dugu 9 swords. As Yu Buchuan continued to dance with the sword, Feng Qingyang's astonishment deepened, prompting him to instinctively mimic the sword moves with his hands. However, he soon discovered that even when employing the Dugu 9 sword's breaking sword style, certain techniques were beyond his grasp. How could this be? Ever since inheriting the legacy of the venerable Dugu, Feng Qingyang had believed that the Dugu 9 swords were the preeminent sword techniques of the age, and that the breaking sword style could dismantle any sword move. Who would have thought that there truly existed sword techniques that remained impervious to the Dugu 9 swords? Such brilliance! No wonder, for the Dugu 9 swords are without form or technique, and only the mastery of Dugu Qiu Ba could lay claim to the title of the true Dugu 9 swords. Subsequent practitioners, even if they learned the forms, could not attain the profound understanding of swordplay that Dugu Qiu Ba possessed. Relying solely on the principle of no move surpasses a move would not suffice for genuine comprehension of the Dugu 9 swords. A half-hearted understanding would undoubtedly falter against the techniques of Yu Guqing. Although this was Yu Buchuan's inaugural attempt at executing the Tianwai Feishin Jianfa with his own body, he was grounded in decades of memory, augmented by Yu Guqing's profound insights into swordsmanship. The only element lacking was the physical mastery of the swordplay. Once he fully liberated his body, Yu Buchuan would embody the true essence of Yu Guqing. In fact, he might even surpass him, for the Yu Guqing of that realm did not possess the profound inner strength of the esteemed sect leader Yu Ding. Task completed, earning 200 points. Time taken, 2 days and 2 hours. The next task will take place in another world, set for the 2nd of next month. The world task carries a significant mortality risk. All reincarnators are advised to prepare accordingly. This world task was meticulously considered by Ling Chun, as it was evident that this world lacked chaos, strength, and abundant resources. Thus, issuing tasks here primarily served as a means to burden the reincarnators, compelling Ling Chun to exchange the sole 1,000 points he had been granted at the outset for the rights to a novice world. Upon hearing the voice of the Lord God, Yu Buchuan hastily donned his attire and glanced at his mechanical watch, realizing that today was indeed the 2nd. However, as he heard a rustle behind him, a chill of dread coursed through him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Who was there? Suddenly, he detected a disturbance in the leaves, prompting him to swiftly flick a stone with his sword towards the direction of the noise. This strike was imbued with the essence of sword energy. Whoosh! With a resounding noise, the tree behind the leaves was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole. You scoundrel, do you intend to betray your master and annihilate your ancestors? Feng Qingyang, who had been lost in the intricacies of swordplay moments before, would have surely suffered grave injury had it not been for his acute sense of danger following his entry into the innate realm. Are you Master Feng? Master Feng, I never expected you to still be alive. Yu Buchuan exclaimed in surprise, quickly performing a respectful bow befitting a junior, his heart brimming with joy. The decline of Mount Hua was largely due to the demise of over 30 esteemed predecessors during the contest of sword energy. Had it not been for that contest, perhaps the other 4 mountains would have united to challenge Mount Hua, and we would have faced them without a hint of fear. In days gone by, Mount Hua was indeed a formidable sect capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Sun and Moon divine cult. The realization that Master Feng had not perished ignited a profound excitement within him. With Master Feng by their side, Mount Hua would undoubtedly emerge as the leader in the next 5 Mountains Alliance. That fellow's Wulingchan would not even be worthy of carrying Master Feng's shoes. In that moment, the tension of the world's task was temporarily alleviated. How dare you speak in such a manner? Are you disappointed that I am not dead? Do you wish to represent the Qi sect in eradicating our sword sect entirely? Feng Qingyang's muscles twitched upon hearing Yu Buchuan's words. No, Master Feng. Our predecessors from Mount Hua were indeed in the wrong during the contest of sword energy. The art of the sword possesses its own profundities, and the cultivation of inner strength has its own virtues. The two complement one another, and together they embody what Mount Hua truly is. I, Yu Buchuan, the leader of the Mount Hua sect, extend my sincerest apologies to the departed predecessors of the sword sect and my fellow disciples. After speaking, Yu Buchuan first bowed deeply to Feng Qingyang, then prostrated himself 3 times to the heavens. Rising, he found his forehead already reddened. Ling Qian, witnessing this scene, cursed under his breath, exclaiming, "Damn, truly a master of performance." In truth, at this moment, Yu Buchuan, having become a reincarnator and experienced the life of Yi Guqing, had indeed shed the narrow-mindedness of the irreconcilability of sword energy. His character and perspective had evolved significantly. Upon realizing the ease with which he could restore Mount Hua, the burden he carried lightened, and he found himself considerably more cheerful than before. Feng Qingyang, observing Yu Buchuan's actions, let out a heavy sigh. If only those people back then could have seen as clearly as you do. Yu Buchuan paused for a moment, then, with utmost seriousness, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Feng Qingyang. I humbly invite Master Feng to come out of seclusion. I, Yu, would gladly relinquish the position of leader. Feng Qingyang had anticipated this response upon his emergence, so he was not surprised. Waving his hand, he addressed Yu Buchuan. I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure, detached from worldly affairs. However, in light of your sincere attitude, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will refrain from using my inner strength. Let us compare our swordsmanship. Should you emerge victorious, I shall descend the mountain with you. However, I do not aspire to be the leader. Simply assign me a position of your choosing, and I shall content myself with instructing the disciples of our Huashan sect on a daily basis. Were this in the past, Yu Buchuan would undoubtedly have cursed inwardly, thinking, what an old scoundrel. You expect a disciple of the Qi sect to duel with one from the sword sect. How is that even conceivable? Yet, after you, the esteemed leader, acquired the legacy of Yi Guqing, he felt no trepidation in the face of his formidable senior uncle. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. With both hands gripping his sword, he respectfully addressed Feng Qingyang. Uncle Master, please. Chapter 5. The duel. With that, Yu Buchuan unsheathed his long sword and launched a swift thrust aimed at Feng Qingyang's brow. However, Feng Qingyang, with a slight angle of his sword, deftly deflected the attack and countered with a direct strike towards Yu Buchuan's chest. Having diligently honed the Huashan swordsmanship over the years, Yu had cultivated a profound understanding of the art. Further enriched by his insights drawn from Yi Guqing's life, as the duel progressed, Yu's mastery of the Huashan style began to overshadow Feng Qingyang's technique. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Qingyang's eyes. He had not anticipated that the leader of the Qi sect would wield the Huashan swordsmanship with such finesse, proving to be an equal match. Originally, Feng Qingyang had merely sought to experience the exquisite swordplay previously displayed by Yu Buchuan. Yet he found himself confronted with an unexpected challenge. Observing that Yu was subtly gaining the upper hand, Feng Qingyang hesitated no longer, altering his technique to unleash the Dugu 9 swords breaking sword form. Transforming the dynamics of the battle, Yu Buchuan soon realized that each of his sword strikes was being countered by Feng Qingyang with unexpected angles, as if he anticipated Yu's every move. Under the relentless pressure of the breaking sword form, Yu relinquished his attempts at the Huashan swordplay and instead invoked the Baiyun sword technique. Thus, as the two engaged in their contest, they remained locked in a stalemate for the better part of the day. With dusk approaching, as the magpies returned to their nests and the sun dipped low, Both Feng Qingyang and Yu Buchuan were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Were it not for the continuous replenishment of their inner strength, they would have long since collapsed from the exertion of such high-intensity combat without rest. The tips of their swords met, then swiftly rebounded, leading to yet another clash, though neither inflicted any substantial harm upon the other. "Uncle Master, my next move shall be my strongest. If you are able to withstand it, then I shall concede defeat," Yu Buchuan proclaimed to his senior uncle. "Ha! You have truly impressed me. I never expected a disciple of the Qi sect to master swordplay to such an extraordinary degree. With someone of your caliber in Huashan, I feel reassured. Come forth and let me witness your most formidable sword technique." Feng Qingyang replied, his demeanor shifting to one of earnest respect. With a graceful flick of his sword, Yu Buchuan's gaze sharpened, and he launched a strike that was as swift as the wind and as forceful as a tempest. Feng Qingyang, now displaying a serious expression, tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to counter with the breaking sword form. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and leaves danced in the air as Yu Buchuan's sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, becoming ethereal and enigmatic. Before Feng Qingyang could fully discern the technique, the blade was upon him, targeting his brow. Sword intent? How could this be possible? Feng Qingyang let out a thunderous shout, momentarily disregarding his earlier proclamation that internal energy was forbidden in their duel. He hastily directed his essence to his dantian, channeling true qi throughout his body, creating an external barrier of energy. This strike was as if it transcended the mortal realm, so exquisite, so flawless, and entirely harmonious, devoid of any imperfection. Its beauty reached an apex, resembling a dance of swords, so elusive that one could scarcely discern its forms, infused with a formidable and unstoppable momentum. How could a sword without flaws be countered? Perhaps only the legendary Dugu 9 swords could shatter it, yet Feng Qingyang's swordsmanship paled in comparison to that of Dugu Qiu Ba, rendering this move unsolvable. Under the incredulous gaze of Feng Qingyang, the sword indeed pierced through the protective barrier, aiming for his brow. Am I to perish? In that moment, Feng Qingyang felt an overwhelming sense of impending death, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It had been many years since he had experienced such a sensation. Ever since mastering the Dugu 9 swords and stepping into the innate realm, even the venerable monks of Lingzhou Temple and the mountain's protective array had never instilled such a feeling within him. Nevertheless, the emergence of such a prodigious talent in Huashan was truly a blessing, and he mused that he could die without regret. Yu Buchuan paid no heed to Feng Qingyang's musings. Observing his master uncle's loss of resistance, he promptly sheathed his sword and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." The overwhelming pressure exerted by that formidable strike vanished in an instant, revealing Yu Buchuan's profound understanding of the sword, which was evidently beyond what Feng Qingyang could aspire to. With a complex expression, Feng Qingyang gazed at Yu Buchuan, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Splendid! Who would have thought that I would fall to the blade of my own junior? In that case, I am not a man of empty words. I shall accompany you down the mountain. However, I must tidy up first. Conveniently, there exists a secret cave within the thought-reflecting cliff. Do take a look." With that, without waiting for Yu Buchuan to inquire further, he strode towards the cave. Upon Yu Buchuan's entry, he indeed discovered a large opening in the stone wall on one side, likely created by Master Feng moments prior. Without hesitation, he proceeded directly inside. Within the thought-reflecting cliff cave, as he watched Yu Buchuan enter that opening, Feng Qingyang stroked his beard and murmured, "Let us see what further surprises you have in store for me." Inside the cave lay numerous corpses, eerily still as if carved from stone. The ground was strewn with weapons of the Wu sect, and upon a stone tablet, words were inscribed, "Wu sword sect, base and despicable I in defeat, resorting to treachery." Yu Buchuan's heart trembled violently. He had vaguely heard his master mention a past duel between the Blackwood Cliff and the Wu sword sect, but never did he imagine the battleground was on his own Huashan. Zhang Qingyun, Zhang Changfeng utterly shattering Huashan's swordplay? Despicable, absurd. The artistry of Huashan's swordsmanship was so intricate that even Ren Wuxing would not dare claim it could be wholly defeated. Yu Buchuan cursed in outrage, astonished at the malice of the demonic sect. In their defeat, they not only inscribed slanderous words but also uttered boastful claims. However, upon seeing the sword techniques beside the inscription, Yu Buchuan's eyes widened, and after a long moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The techniques inscribed alongside were indeed Huashan's swordplay, and some were even unknown to Yu Buchuan himself. In a wonder, the master of the realm previously remarked that the swordplay was incomplete when it was uploaded. Among the lost techniques of the Huashan swordsmanship, there exist numerous exquisite forms. Although they do not rival the Baiyun sword style, they can still be considered as among the finest in the contemporary world. Yet, all these techniques have been rendered ineffective. Yu Buchuan's eyes gradually lost their luster, and upon noticing the stone walls nearby, he hastened over. There, he discovered the broken stances of the North Yuhangshan. He drew a deep breath and examined 3 more stone walls. Without a doubt, the inscriptions recorded the sword techniques and counter techniques of the 5 Mountains sword sect. Yu Buchuan stared blankly at the sword in his hand, pondering whether the swordsmanship of the Huashan sect was truly so inadequate. This thought lingered in his mind like a haunting specter. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his vacant eyes. He sat down on the ground as if he had grasped some profound insight. "Mother, I haven't seen father for 3 days. Where has he gone? Furthermore, you have been sleeping in my room for the past few days. Could it be that you and father had a quarrel, and he cast you out? He wouldn't dare. You, my dear girl, are always lost in your fanciful thoughts. Your father has merely encountered a slight setback in his martial training and is currently in seclusion within his chamber, undisturbed. Hence, I refrained from mentioning it, lest your curiosity compel you to intrude upon him. However, this bout of seclusion has indeed lasted 3 days, which is somewhat prolonged." Ning Zhongzi's tone bore a heavy concern, yet the woman, illuminated by the moonlight, displayed a glimmer of cunning in her eyes upon hearing this. "Shaner, you must not scare off the teacher we have invited this time. Otherwise, not only would your father not forgive you, but I too would not spare you. The teacher is here to impart knowledge and wisdom. You must not behave as you did previously." "All right, mother, I understand. Let us sleep." The night was tranquil, yet Ning Zhongzi's heart remained restless, recalling the day her senior brother had struck her, causing her to blush uncontrollably. "Senior brother, you must be well." Chapter 6. Buchuan Qingyang in the blink of an eye. Another 20 days had passed. At this moment, Ling Chen finally arrived at the foot of Huashan. Observing the clouds that lingered among the mountains, one could not help but feel a sense of ethereal beauty. During these days, Ling Chen had not checked on Yu Buchuan's condition, as Yu Buchuan remained in seclusion within the cave that had once encircled the Sun and Moon sect, rendering it rather uneventful. He had previously seen that cave, albeit through the medium of television. Initially, Ling Chen had arrived at Huashan 2 days prior, but the Grandmaster Yu displayed no signs of awakening. Had it not been for the system's lack of notification regarding the reincarnator's demise, Ling Chen would have presumed him dead. Finally, today he has awakened, and the spark in his eyes suggests he must have gained significantly. For Ling Chen, entering Huashan was exceedingly effortless. Now standing at the foot of the mountain, he bellowed, "Huashan, I have arrived." However, an old man descended from the mountain, gazing at him as though he were a fool. Upon meeting Ling Chen's gaze, the old man hurriedly scampered away. This elder possessed remarkable vitality, moving swiftly with great agility, indeed impressive. Ling Chen silently scoffed and then proceeded up the mountain. Unsurprisingly, that old man was the one who had encountered Yu Buchuan and Feng Qingyang. Moments ago, Yu Buchuan had emerged from the cave of reflection, inhaling deeply the fresh air, and then breaking into a smile, from a distance, gazing upon Yu Buchuan. It seems as though he is seamlessly integrated with his surroundings, exuding an invisible yet formidable aura, all while appearing so naturally harmonious. "Haha, it appears you have made quite the impressive gains. Thank you, esteemed master. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity bestowed by you, I fear I would still be confined to mere techniques, lacking the understanding of adaptability. Techniques reside within the individual. While the moves themselves may be static, the practitioner is undeniably alive. Mastering the art of adaptability can lead to achieving a state where one can surpass techniques without employing any at all. That must be the swordsmanship you previously demonstrated, correct? Haha, indeed, you possess discerning insight. The swordplay I employed is known as the Dugu 9 swords, crafted by a predecessor renowned as Dugu Qiu Ba, who lived an entire life without a single defeat. Thus, this technique is solely offensive, disregarding defense. Yu Buchuan was astonished, realizing that the swordplay utilized by his master was none other than Dugu 9 swords, which stands alongside the celestial swordplay in prestige. It is worth noting that both sword techniques are valued at 1,500 points in the eyes of the main deity. The reason for my earlier defeat, on one hand, stemmed from the absence of inner strength, and on the other, from a lack of comprehension of the sword's essence. After all, my understanding of the sword cannot possibly rival that of the sword immortal Yi Guqing. If you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you. However, Your swordplay is exquisitely refined and rivals the Dugu 9 swords, and I fear you may find it beneath your notice. Observing Yu Buchuan in a state of astonishment, Feng Qingyang chuckled and remarked, "How could that be? The esteemed name of old predecessor Duga has reached my ears. I would never dare entertain any thoughts of disrespect. Nevertheless, master, let us descend the mountain. I wish to host a grand feast in your honor." Yu Buchuan, taken aback, suddenly realized his hunger. Raising his hand to check, he discovered that today was already the 22nd. He had unknowingly spent 20 days in seclusion. The deadline for the next world reincarnation mission was also drawing near. Recalling the main deity's warning about the high mortality rate of world missions, Yu Buchuan could not help but break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang, seemingly oblivious to Yu Buchuan's pallor, laughed heartily and retrieved a basket from the cave, which was filled with wild fruits. "You have been in seclusion for so long. Even though your profound inner strength has kept you in good health, your stomach must be quite empty. These wild fruits are what I specially gathered for you. Have some to tide you over." Yu Buchuan gazed at the basket before him, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes, and then he clasped his hands in respect towards Feng Qingyang, saying, "Thank you, Master Feng." Without further ado, he began to eat. Truly sweet. How have I not discovered how delectable wild fruits are before? After finishing, Yu Buchuan shamelessly licked his lips and accompanied Master Feng down the mountain. Both of them possessed exceptional lightness of foot, and soon they arrived at the main hall of Mount Hua. At the same time, a familiar voice reached their ears. Master, the child is being thoughtless. Please do not hold it against them. If you wish, I could add some silver. I assure you they will not dare to offend again." The speaker was Ning Zhongzi, and upon hearing his words, the master appeared somewhat swayed. However, recalling how that lad named Ling Huchong had the audacity to tug at his beard, leaving him with noticeably fewer whiskers, he resolved not to hesitate any longer. Uttering, "A decayed wood cannot be carved," he turned and strode towards the exit, seemingly intent on descending the mountain directly. Upon exiting, he spotted Yu Buchuan and Feng Qingyang. With a long sigh, he quickened his pace to leave. It seemed that the person in charge had arrived. If he lingered any longer, he might find himself unable to depart. Yu Buchuan surmised that this individual was likely yet another newly appointed master. As for the reason for descending the mountain, he could discern it clearly even with his eyes closed. However, noticing the master's determined intent to leave, Yu Buchuan refrained from attempting to dissuade him. Thus unfolded the scene witnessed at the foot of Lingshan Mountain. "Junior sister, that must be yet another master who has been driven away," Yu Buchuan remarked upon entering the room, addressing Ning Zhongzi. "Brother, you have finally emerged. You cannot fathom how worried I have been these past few days, yet I dared not intrude for fear of disturbing you." And who might this be? Master Feng, Ning Zhongzi, having surveyed her husband, turned her gaze to the elderly gentleman beside him. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the old man appeared somewhat familiar. Disciple pays respects to Master Feng. Feng Qingyang waved a hand dismissively at Ning Zhongzi and said, "No need for such formalities. But do not fret about your husband. He is quite robust. Just the other day, he was practicing swordplay bare-chested at the Cliff of Reflection." Yu Buchuan cleared his throat, then deftly began to elaborate. "I was merely inspired, which led me to visit the Cliff of Reflection. Master Feng, mind your demeanor. I was, in fact, clad while practicing swordsmanship. How could you jest at my expense?" Observing the fluid grace of Yu Buchuan, Feng Qingyang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, this lad truly knows how to put on an act. Ning Zhongzi, unfazed by such details, was simply delighted to learn that her master was still alive. She immediately thought to prepare a meal to properly host her master, only to be declined by the two men. "Let us first check on Chong'er. In my absence, HMPF. They seem to be thriving." Indeed, with that, they made their way toward the training ground, followed by the curious Feng Qingyang and the worried Ning Zhongzi. "Oh no, senior brother, father is coming out." Hearing Yu Lingchan's anxious words caused Hu Chong to promptly spit out the twig he had been chewing. "Master is here. Everyone, take your positions." He then picked up the sword resting on the ground and began to demonstrate the Huashan swordplay. The other disciples quickly concealed their belongings and began to practice the Huashan techniques as well. Upon entering, Yu Buchuan observed the disciples diligently practicing the Huashan swordplay, and his anger subsided slightly. Yet, who was Yu Buchuan? A master of performance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that most of them were merely going through the motions, feigning earnestness. The ire of old Yu flared anew. "Dao de Nor, bring some sticks here." Unlike in the original narrative, Yu Lingchan had anticipated the impending punishment and had thus prepared cushions in advance. This time, Yu Buchuan's emergence from seclusion was remarkably well-timed, and it was evident that Yu Lingshan had not anticipated her father's sudden arrival. "Father, I was wrong. Please spare us this once, just this last time, I beg you." Yu Lingshan pleaded with her big, watery eyes fixed upon Yu Buchuan. "What, do you still wish for another chance? Look at your foolish demeanor. Do you still possess the bearing of a Huashan disciple?" Yu Buchuan admonished, exasperated at their folly. Beside them, Feng Qingyang coughed lightly and remarked, "Image." At this moment, Yu Lingshan also noticed Feng Qingyang beside Yu Buchuan. Observing her mother's profound respect for him, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, prompting her to rush over and grasp Feng Qingyang's hand, pleading, "Grandpa, we promise we won't do it again next time. Could you please intercede with Father for us?" Witnessing this scene, Ling Chun couldn't help but smirk. After all, she was the biological daughter of the esteemed Master Yue. Their family genes were certainly impressive. He then strode forward and addressed the disciples guarding the mountain, declaring, "I wish to join Huashan." Chapter 7. Ling Chun ascends the mountain. "This young master, it is not the time for us at Huashan to recruit disciples. Kindly return." One of the guarding disciples responded to Ling Chen's assertion with a hint of incredulity. Everyone surrounding Huashan was well aware that recruits were typically notified in advance, and this year's recruitment had already concluded. Yet, here stood someone with a serious demeanor, claiming he wished to join Huashan. He must either be dreaming or quite unwell. "Brother, do not press me further. Should you continue, I might just summon your master to personally recruit me." Ling Chen unabashedly addressed the guarding disciple as brother. The disciple, at a loss for words, realized that communicating with this individual was a Herculean task. "Do not call me brother. Who is your brother? And you actually expect me to have my master descend to recruit you? Have you lost your mind? While the sun is still shining, I suggest you descend the mountain quickly. If night falls, I cannot guarantee you a place to stay." Upon hearing this, Ling Chun stood still for a moment, and just as the guarding disciple thought he might finally relent, he declared, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Brother, I believe my master will arrange the finest accommodations for me." The guarding disciple opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. He shot Ling Chen a glare before squinting his eyes and promptly falling asleep, choosing to ignore this delusional individual. At the training ground, upon witnessing his junior sister's antics, Ling Huchong immediately rushed over, seizing Feng Qingyang's other arm and shaking it. "Grandpa, please help us plead for mercy." Initially enjoying the attention, Feng Qingyang was instantly covered in goosebumps. His body trembling, with a surge of internal energy, he effortlessly flung Ling Huchong away. Then, turning to Yu Buchuan, he spoke, "Buchuan, I see they are still young. It would be unwise to impose harsh penalties. Let it go. Let it go." Although hearing his uncle's words, Yu Buchuan remained resolute in his intention to teach these unruly disciples a stern lesson. He shot a fierce glare at Ling Huchong before addressing Feng Qingyang. "Uncle, you are unaware that these wayward students have always been reckless and lacking in decorum. Over the past few years, my sister and I have invited dozens of tutors, yet none have lasted a full month. If we do not teach them a lesson today, who knows what further chaos they may cause in the future." Yu Lingshan gazed at her father's unyielding resolve, the impending punishment causing her to instinctively feel a pang of discomfort. In a moment of desperation, she quickly lifted her head, looking at Feng Qingyang with innocent, pleading eyes, as if on the verge of tears. The elderly man, whose lineage was so esteemed that even his father referred to him as Shirshu, should surely wield some influence given his elevated status. However, as Ling Huchong's mind whirled, he deliberately adopted a scornful expression directed at Feng Qingyang, insinuating that despite his high rank, my master remains indifferent to your counsel, truly ineffectual. Initially, witnessing the almost tearful countenance of Yu Lingshan stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Yet upon observing the disdain in Ling Huchong's eyes, Feng Qingyang's face flushed with a flicker of displeasure towards this disciple, whom he had met only once before. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own dignity, he asserted, "Ling Huchong, have you disregarded my words? Do you not acknowledge your Shirshu? Allow me to suggest that if you wish to teach them a lesson, there is no need to strike each one. A single blow to the leader will suffice as a slight reprimand. As the sect leader, do you not grasp the principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys?" After uttering these words, he cast a nonchalant glance at Ling Huchong, his eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. "Let us see you be so arrogant now." Ling Huchong, taken aback by Feng Qingyang's pointed reference to him, felt as though an overwhelming torrent of divine beasts surged within him. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan found himself at a loss for words. Having been addressed as Shirji, he realized that any further dissent might result in a direct assault from his superior. Just as he contemplated speaking, A familiar voice resonated in his ears, and an uncontrollable spark of joy flickered in his eyes. Disciple under your tutelage has encountered the protagonist of this world's fate. Reward, 1,000 points. Opportunity tasks, Task 1. Secure the protagonist of fate as a disciple. Successful completion yields 100 points. Failure results in the forfeiture of all points gained from interaction with the protagonist. Task 2. Bestow upon the protagonist the position of junior sect leader. Successful completion yields 200 points. Failure results in the forfeiture of all points gained from interaction with the protagonist. Task 3. Within 1 month, elevate his cultivation to at least a first-rate level of acquired realm. Successful completion yields 500 points. Failure results in the forfeiture of all points gained from interaction with the protagonist. Task 4. Optional. The protagonist is an orphan, thus harboring a profound yearning for love. Within 1 month, promise Yu Ling Shan to the protagonist. Successful completion yields 1,000 points. Failure incurs no penalty. Task 5. Provide preferential treatment, the utmost in hospitality, to the protagonist, requiring genuine satisfaction from the protagonist. Successful completion yields 500 points. Failure results in the forfeiture of all points gained from interaction with the protagonist. Note: any failure in tasks other than the optional one will be deemed a total failure of the opportunity task, resulting in the forfeiture of all points gained from interaction with the protagonist. Note: there are still 10 days remaining before the world task commences. Upon reading Task 4, Yu Buqian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the peculiar connection between being an orphan and the pursuit of love. Fortunately, it was an optional task. Otherwise, regardless of the protagonist's significance, he would have to forego it. Master Deity, what exactly is the protagonist of fate? The protagonist of fate is a conglomerate of the world's destiny, the very essence of its narrative, surrounded by an abundance of opportunities and sheltered by the primordial forces of the world. The sect that the protagonist joins will similarly gain corresponding opportunities and divine protection. Could it be that another sect has dispatched him as an undercover agent? His background appeared exceptionally pristine, and his current points totaled 1,700. Upon hearing this, Yu Buqian felt a surge of excitement. Such a treasure trove, even without points, must be welcomed into the sect. In that moment, he resolved to bring this fated child of destiny into the fold. Once Yu, the esteemed leader, made up his mind to accomplish something, he would stop at nothing to see it through. Without further ado, he executed his lightness skill and soared down the mountain, leaving behind a group of stunned disciples and a relieved Ling Huchong. Ling Qian, already aware that Yu Buqian had descended from the mountain, glanced at the still slumbering guard and recalled their previous engaging conversation, letting out a deep sigh. Alas! The guard merely furrowed his brow, continuing to ignore him. During their brief acquaintance, he had come to understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. Senior brother, someone has come to take me away. I must depart, but fear not. I shall miss you dearly. Do not forget me. No sooner had he spoken than the illustrious figure of Yu Buqian made a striking entrance. Casting a glance at the half-asleep guard, he frowned and bellowed, "You are here to guard the mountain, not to slumber. If other sect disciples were to see you in such a state, what would become of the strict rules of Huashan?" Startled by the familiar voice, the guard jolted awake and quickly knelt, apologizing. "I beg your pardon, master. Please punish me enough. Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it slide this time. You need not guard the gate. Hurry back up the mountain." The guard, upon hearing this, quickly bowed in respect, shot a curious glance at Ling Chun, and swiftly made his way back up the mountain. "What brings you to Huashan, young master?" Yu Buqian inquired directly, without preamble. "I have heard tales of Huashan's decline in recent years. I am here to revive it," Ling Chen proclaimed, his expression earnest and righteous. Yu Buqian's face twitched slightly at the forthrightness of the statement. "Have you practiced martial arts?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen replied, "No." Yu Buqian's facial muscles twitched even more violently. "Then how do you intend to rejuvenate Huashan?" Ling Chen promptly responded, "Through martial prowess." Yu Buqian found communication with this youth increasingly perplexing. "But did you not just say you lack martial skills?" Ling Chen looked at Yu Buqian as if he were daft. "That is precisely why I have come to Huashan to seek a master." A sense of embarrassment washed over Yu Buqian. "Did you not come to revive Huashan? Are you foolish? Should I master martial arts, I shall undoubtedly become a great adept, and thus, Huashan will flourish alongside me. You present a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words." Chapter 8. A vow of 10,000 years. Yu Buqian, accompanied by the successfully audacious Ling Chun, arrived at the training grounds, where indeed, the crowd had not yet dispersed. However, the punishment with sticks was thwarted by his own junior sister and uncle. With a sigh, he instructed Ling Huchong, You and Lu Hoer shall descend the mountain to procure supplies." Upon hearing these words, both Hu Cheng and Lu Hoer exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of delight. However, Master Yue remained oblivious to their expressions. Had he noticed, he would surely have forbidden them from attending. "Father, I wish to go as well." Upon realizing that she had not secured a spot, Yu Lingshan immediately protested, decisively abandoning Feng Qingyang and playfully pouting towards Yu Buchuan. "Nonsense. If I were to allow you and Chong'er to go together, how could that be considered a proper expedition? With the two of you, one charging headlong, the other barreling straight ahead. Who knows what trouble you would conjure up? Daddy, I really want to go. I've been cooped up on the mountain all day. I feel I am nearly suffocating." "Absolutely not." Master Yue remained resolute, casting a stern glare at the still-seated Hu Cheng. He admonished, "Why are the two of you still here? Depart at once." Thus, the pair could only reluctantly withdraw. Once outside, Hu Cheng wore a glum expression. Observing this, Lu Hoer hurried to console him. "Senior brother, in truth, there are advantages to not bringing along our junior sister. This way, we can explore places we could not venture to with her." Yet Hu Cheng remained despondent, chewing on a blade of grass, lackluster in spirit. He harbored a peculiar sensation, as though this opportunity to travel without their junior sister might never arise again. "Shall we go to Shuiyuan Yanhua, indulge in fine wines, and behold enchanting maidens? Wouldn't that be delightful?" Without waiting for Hu Cheng's response, he seized him and dashed off, leaving behind a solitary shoulder pole. "All right, everyone, rise. Must you all be such a source of worry for me?" He turned to Lingshan, "And do not be disheartened. Next month on the 15th, you shall accompany me to Master Lu's grand ceremony of washing his hands of the past." "Really? You mustn't deceive me. When have I ever misled you? Now, I have several announcements to make. First, allow me to introduce you to my master and your ancestral teacher, Feng Qingyang. Master Feng possesses profound martial prowess. I dare say even I would not stand a chance against him. Henceforth, Master Feng will be responsible for imparting swordsmanship to you all. You must show him utmost respect and diligence. Moreover, Master Feng will serve as the esteemed elder of our Huashan sect. His commands hold the same weight as mine. Do you understand?" "Yes. We have met Master Feng." The disciples responded in unison at the training ground, save for Lao Da, whose eyes flickered with uncertainty, as though pondering something deeply. "The second announcement pertains to a disciple I have personally recruited, Ling Chun. Please introduce yourself." Yu Buchuan thought it beneficial for Ling Chen to articulate his grand aspirations of revitalizing Huashan, which might inspire these unaccomplished disciples. Ling Chun cleared his throat, then stepped forward, preparing to deliver his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon." Unable to contain herself, Yu Lingshan erupted in laughter. The other disciples stared in astonishment, except for the mountain guardian they had previously encountered, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, reflecting, "I never imagined he would truly join our Huashan." Ling Chun cleared his throat once more, then continued, "My name is Ling Chun, an orphan. I am an individual of deep emotions, yet lacking in eloquence. Thus I am not adept at expressing myself. My life's aspiration is to seek my soulmate amidst the vast sea of humanity. I have long anticipated that profound love, and in pursuit of it, I have journeyed to Mount Hua." Yu Lingshan felt a flush of embarrassment, wondering if he could be referring to her, "For I am the sole female disciple of Mount Hua." Yu Bukun, however, darkened with displeasure, pondering, "What happened to your talk of revitalizing Mount Hua when you were at the foot of the mountain? Why does the tone change so dramatically upon ascending?" Ling Chen, unfazed by their reactions, continued his oration. "I am 17 this year. The lengthy wait of 17 years has fortified my unwavering heart towards love. Having traversed countless miles, I have finally arrived at the place where my aspirations may be fulfilled." Ling Chen feared not the arduous journey, for the myriad mountains and rivers were but trifles to him. The 5 ridges undulate, stirring delicate waves. The Wuming mountains rise majestically, their mud flowing like a torrent. The golden sands kiss the warm cliffs, and the Dadu River's iron chains chill the air. Yet, I rejoice at the sight of the 1,000 miles of snow on Mount Hua upon my arrival. I finally smile. Forgive my ignorance, but does Mount Hua truly boast 1,000 miles of snow? At this moment, the training ground fell silent, a pin drop audible, as everyone stood in astonishment, including the former disciples guarding the mountain. Ning Zhong's expression was one of sheer disbelief, while Feng Qingyang tugged thoughtfully at his beard, and Yu Bukun struggled to maintain his composure. As for Yu Lingshan, her face was so flushed she could barely lift her head in embarrassment. Ling Qian smiled to himself, thinking, how amusing. The modern approach to courting utterly bewilders these ancient souls. and I have yet to unveil my grand gesture. Furthermore, Yu Lingshan's fleeting affection stemmed solely from her solitary companionship with Ling Huchong on the mountain, a sentiment exceedingly unstable. Otherwise, the original tale would not have seen her whisked away by Lin Pingji midway. Satisfied, Ling Chen resumed his recitation. Senior sister, have you heard of fate? Do you believe in love at first sight? Are you aware of destiny? If you doubt, I shall personally validate it for you. Thus, you must grant me the opportunity to pursue you. Should you believe, you must still afford me the chance to court you. For our love is preordained by destiny. I once searched desperately for this love among the masses, and now that I have found it, I shall not let go. The greatest happiness in life is to encounter true love. If heaven were to grant me but one opportunity, I would utter 3 words. I love you. If this love must bear a deadline, I would wish for it to last 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingshan's face reddened to the point of near embarrassment, and she hurriedly covered her face and ran away. Ning Zhong, witnessing his daughter's reaction, could no longer ponder the implications of Ling Chen's words and swiftly chased after Yu Lingshan. Yu De Zhongmin coughed heavily, pondering the situation, utterly off topic. Observing his disciples, he noted their eyes sparkling with admiration for Ling Chun, while Yu Bukun found himself at a loss for words. As for the disciples, it seemed they were eager to learn Ling Chun's methods of courting. Yet, what of the elder? What business did he have with such youthful enthusiasm? Nonetheless, it was fortuitous, as it facilitated my task. Very well, Ling Chun, you may withdraw. Your self-introduction was commendable. Henceforth, I declare you a disciple of Mount Hua, and you must adhere to our rules, understood? Yes, master. Allow me to assign a junior leader to practice a bit. After all, you will eventually inherit my responsibilities. Now, Denua, isn't there an empty room next to Shanare's quarters? Take your junior apprentice and the young leader over there to have a look, and then familiarize him with the rules and environment of our Huashan sect. Yes, master. Though surprised, I must obey the command. Let us go, Uncle Master. I shall show you to your lodgings. As the 4 departed, they left behind a group of astonished disciples in the training ground, grappling with the numerous events of the day, struggling to comprehend it all. The most bewildered among them was the mountain-guarding disciple. How could it be that he, who had been a scoundrel at the foot of Huashan just moments ago, had suddenly become the young leader? His world was crumbling. Chapter 9. The letter from Yu Guanzhu in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed unnoticed. During this time, Ling Chun successfully integrated with the Huashan disciples. Under the influence of contemporary theories, he reveled in a celebrity treatment he had never experienced in his previous life. Surrounded by admiration like a moon encircled by stars. Moreover, Ling Chun obtained his first points through a conversion from Yu Bukun to I. In truth, the price displayed on the exchange panel for reincarnators is double the actual cost. Thus the surplus points naturally accrued to Ling Chen's benefit a full 1,000 points, which would grant him access to a primary world. However, Ling Chen chose to retain them, as a mere 1,000 points could hardly procure anything of substantial value. Master Yue, having exhausted his 2,000 points, seemed to be intimidated by the high mortality rate of the world task. He exchanged his points for a primordial pill and the Moonshadow Dance. The Moonshadow Dance was classified by the system as an absolute skill of the Xiaoyao sect, renowned alongside the Lingbo Weibu as the 2 paramount life-preserving techniques in Jin Yang's universe. Safety first, indeed. Previously, during his seclusion, Master Yue had reached the threshold of enlightenment, and this time, with the consumption of the primordial pill, he seamlessly broke through to the innate stage without encountering any obstacles. Furthermore, his Zixia divine skill had also seen a breakthrough, astonishingly achieving the consummate realm of Ziki Donglai. Ling Chun was left utterly dumbfounded. Had Master Yue successfully awakened the halo of a protagonist? Coupled with the previous lottery, he was indeed enjoying the privileges of a main character. Moreover, he possessed an exceedingly rare artifact among protagonists, the art of verbal escape. This was a formidable technique that could silence pain and confuse Sasuke in the world of Naruto. However, it would be of no use against creatures that did not comprehend human speech. Heh. In the realm of martial arts, the hierarchy is divided into 2 principal stages, acquired and innate. The acquired stage encompasses third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate martial artists, along with the superlative first-rate known as half-innate masters. The innate stage, in turn, divides into ordinary innate grandmasters, and the exalted great grandmasters of the innate golden core realm. If we disregard the enigmatic figure who seemingly surpassed all in the television series, the highest combat power merely reaches the level of an ordinary innate master. Master Yue has now directly ascended to the pinnacle. Coupled with his extraordinary prowess, he is likely the foremost figure in the contemporary martial arts world. Yet, This is indeed favorable. The stronger he becomes, the greater the benefits for me. As for escaping control, that is a fanciful thought. Besides, I shall soon venture into the next world, and the reincarnators in a low martial arts realm will truly be no match for me then, at the very least. This was the thought occupying Ling Chen's mind at that moment. Meanwhile, the esteemed Master Yue was gazing at a letter with a mocking expression, undoubtedly aware that the plot was on the verge of reaching the climactic moment of the Lin family's annihilation. With disdain, he perused the complaint letter from the leader of the Qingqing sect, Yu Guanzhu, dismissing it entirely. Having attained the innate stage, even an ordinary individual could contend with his disciples. Why would he concern himself with a mere sect like Qingqing? How dare they demand an apology from my disciple? To hell with that. With a swift flick of his sword, the envelope was instantly reduced to mere dust. At this juncture, the instigator of it all, Ling Huchong, returned leisurely alongside Lu Hoer, having set down the burdens he carried. With utmost respect, he addressed Yu Buchuan. Master, I have returned. I have acquired everything you requested. With a bright disposition, what a splendid child he was. Acquired everything? You've also attracted trouble for me. Master Yu's expression darkened as he continued. Yu Guanzhu has sent a raven to accuse you of injuring his disciple, and now he demands an explanation from me. Pray tell, what am I to do? Faced with Master Yu's fury, both individuals fell silent, hesitant to speak. After a prolonged pause, Ling Huchong timidly ventured, Master, they were the ones who forcefully abducted a maiden first. As a thespian of unparalleled skill, Yu Buchuan's anger only intensified, feigning an outrage that seemed all too genuine as he retorted coldly. What? Which official's jurisdiction do you claim, dear Huchong? Since you have achieved such success, why not enlighten your master? Ling Huchong's cheeks flushed crimson as he indignantly replied. Isn't the path of chivalry what you imparted to me? Master Yue chuckled, clearly amused. Well, how audacious of you to retort. Truly, one cannot fathom why flowers bloom so vividly. I have no desire to hear your drivel. Since you have erred, you must accept the consequences. Go to the reflective cliff and ponder your mistakes thoroughly. If you fail to comprehend, do not return. With a thunderous roar, Master Yue departed, sweeping his robes aside without a trace of lingering cloud. His eldest disciple possessed commendable talent, yet his temperament was far too reckless, too prone to igniting conflicts. One could only hope he would come to realize this, for it was clear that Master Yue could not shield him for eternity. In the ensuing days, Master Yue commenced imparting the Zixia divine skill, Huashan swordplay, and the celestial sword technique to Ling Qian. Master Yue's astonishment, this newly acquired disciple exhibited extraordinary aptitude. Everything he taught was grasped with remarkable swiftness, leaving Master Yue to secretly lament. No wonder he is the protagonist of destiny. In truth, Ling Qian was simply responding affirmatively to the prompt, Master, you have obtained the complete heart formula of the Zixia divine skill. Will you cultivate it? I shall cultivate it, came the reply, and I have already reached the perfected realm of purple qi from the east. Indeed, the situation was as straightforward as that. Ling Qian understood that Master Yue's eager and unreserved transmission of knowledge stemmed from his lack of confidence in navigating this world mission. Ling Qian himself harbored uncertainties regarding the old master. Even if he broke through to the innate stage and obtained Yi Guqing's legacy, the world they faced was one he had meticulously chosen, devoid of deceit and trickery. A realm for the formidable Deity was also the safest world for acquiring vast points in a short time, albeit with the highest mortality rate. Compared to other realms, where death was almost certain, this world at least offered a glimmer of hope, did it not? To seek sudden wealth, one must undoubtedly bear commensurate risks. Time slips away like a white horse galloping through a narrow gap. In the blink of an eye, tomorrow marks the time for the world mission. Today, Yu Buchuan chose not to continue his training, instead opting to spend the day in the company of Ning Zhongzi. While Yu Lingshan indulged in a leisurely day, to be frank, even Ling Qian remarked on the significant change in Yu Buchuan's character. During this time, Ning Zhongzi sensed that her senior brother might be harboring some concerns. Yet, mindful of Shauner's presence, she refrained from inquiring further. Moreover, in recent days, Ling Chun seemed to seek out Shauner daily, the nature of their conversations a mystery, as he would only depart from her chamber under the moonlight. It was evident that her daughter was deliberately distancing herself from Chonger. Remarkably, during this period, she had not accompanied him even once to the thought-reflecting cliff that in the past, she would have rushed there daily. In the eyes of the valiant Ning, she still held a preference for Ling Huchong, who had joined the Huashan sect at a young age. Truth be told, Ning regarded Ling Huchong much like her own son. Similar to how she viewed Shauner. Shauner, too, had always harbored fond feelings for Ling Huchong. Who could have predicted the unexpected emergence of Ling Qian? However, reports from her senior brother indicated that Ling Qian possessed astonishing martial arts talent, likely destined to shoulder the burdens of Huashan in the future. Coupled with his initial charming words to Shaner, it was difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards him. Such deep affection must surely indicate a profound love for Shaner. Alas, let the concerns of youth be theirs to navigate. Chapter 10. Onward. To the Jurassic. At Qingqing Sect, Master Yue stared at the homing pigeon before him, a storm brewing in his expression. After sending 3 messages to Yubuchuan, this hypocrite finally deigned to respond. Hastily, he removed the letter from the pigeon and began to read. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Disregarding the dignity befitting a sect leader, he sat on the ground, commencing his internal cultivation. The surrounding disciples, upon witnessing this, dared not disturb him. It was not until a considerable time later that Yu Songhai slowly rose to his feet. What a remarkable man Yubuchuan is! What a gentleman's sword! The words of praise, though spoken through gritted teeth, betrayed the depth of his animosity. Father, could it be that Yubuchuan, that old fox, is deliberately provoking you with his words? Yu Renyin exclaimed, startled by his father's injury, and swiftly inquired why Yu Guanzhou did not respond, instead addressing Yu Renyin. In the coming days, keep a close watch on the Lin family. We must expedite our plans. Yes, father. Yu Renyin immediately replied. Though perplexed by the contents of the letter, he chose not to press further, observing his father's reluctance to discuss why Yu Guanzhou narrowed his eyes, channeling his internal energy to reduce the letter to dust. That old fox Yubuchuan, after 10 years of absence, had elevated his martial prowess to such heights. Merely a letter was enough to disrupt his internal energy, nearly leading him to the brink of madness. Just wait, once I obtain the evil-repelling sword manual, I shall avenge today's humiliation. In truth, Ling Qian had anticipated such a scenario, for similar occurrences had transpired in Demigods and Semi-Devils, where the audience at the Western Xia matchmaking event, captivated by Li Qiushui's profound martial arts, nearly succumbed to madness. The reasons were twofold: insufficient internal strength and the residual power of the white rainbow palm left by Li Qiushui. Although Yu Dezhongmin's letter contained no martial arts techniques, it was undoubtedly imbued with a hint of sword intent. For someone like Yu Guanzhou, lacking both profound internal power and comprehension of sword intent, to avoid falling into madness was indeed a stroke of ancestral fortune. The esteemed Master Yu concocted an excuse to inform his junior sister that he had matters to attend to, subsequently feigning his descent from the mountain. He arrived at a hidden cavern beneath the waterfall at the Cliff of Reflection. This secret chamber, meticulously excavated by Yubuchuan in recent days, lacked any remarkable features but was commendably concealed. In a flash of white light, Yubuchuan vanished within the cave. Ding! Transmission to the designated world successful. The temporal setting of this world is 190 million years prior to your current existence. Time: Jurassic Era. Location: Blood Red Jungle. Reincarnator: Yubuchuan. Main quest: survive for 1 week, 7 days, in the Jurassic. Successful completion rewards 1,000 points, while failure incurs no penalties. Subquest 1. Steal the Blood Orchid. Task details. The central Blood Orchid Lake of the Blood Red Jungle is adorned with wondrous flora, possessing remarkable properties. Go forth and pilfer a specimen. Each submission to the Master Deity yields 1,000 points. Subquest 2. Hunt dinosaurs. Task details. In the Jurassic, 190 million years ago, humanity did not yet roam the earth. Dinosaurs reigned supreme. As a nascent ruler of the future world, showcase the greatness of humankind. Points awarded for hunting dinosaurs range from 100 to 10,000, depending on the species. World quest: the glorious egg thief. Task details. Steal a dinosaur egg. Successful completion nets 1,000 points, and this task can be exceeded. For each additional egg submitted to the Master Deity, 1,000 points will be awarded. Young man, your opportunity has arrived. Go forth and amass your fortune. Note: the world quest exists in a parallel universe and will not affect the historical development of your current world. Yubuchuan's lips twitched as he beheld the phrase young man on the panel before him, clearly taken aback by the usually stoic Master Deity's jest. However, after perusing the information 5 times, a wry smile crept upon his face, particularly upon seeing the main quest stipulation of no penalties for failure, which left him both amused and exasperated. To fail the main quest would simply mean failing to survive for 7 days. Essentially, it would imply death, and one cannot be punished further for being dead. Though the world tasks appeared relatively simple, Yubuchuan, possessing an innate sense of danger, recalled the Master Deity's prior warnings about the exceedingly high mortality rate, which instilled within him a profound sense of peril. It was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. After all, the Master Deity would not have transported him from his original world merely for amusement. He decided to ponder no further. The Master Deity had indicated that the current time was 190 million years prior to his era, a rather unexpected revelation, considering his knowledge of recorded history spanned merely a millennium. Moreover, this so-called Jurassic Era, devoid of humanity, was dominated by magnificent creatures known as dinosaurs. Yet, why had he never encountered any mention of such beings in later generations? Never mind. He would see for himself. This world, meticulously chosen by Ling Chun, was deemed a high-level world. However, due to the absence of a stable intelligent species, it was classified as a primary world. Nevertheless, it boasted resources exceeding those of typical high-level worlds. Interestingly, despite its designation as the Jurassic, this realm contains species that should not have existed in that era. The existence of diamond-like creatures is undeniable, yet the fabled Skull Island remains elusive. The blood orchid thrives, but the lush jungles of Borneo are nowhere to be found. Guarding the blood orchid are formidable giant pythons, albeit rather oversized. As a stroke of fortune, Ling Chun expended 1,000 points to unlock the map feature. Otherwise, it is likely that Yu Buqian would take a year to reach the heart of the jungle, where the blood orchid lake resides. Damn it! This sentiment encapsulates the innermost thoughts of Yu Buqian at present. Gazing upon the fearsome beast, clad as if in armor, Yu Buqian appeared utterly dumbfounded. Its terrifying appearance was one thing. The fact that its 4 legs nearly matched his height and its body length exceeded his own by 3 to 4 times was another. The herbivorous dinosaur known as the Ankylosaurus could be slain for a reward of 500 points. Observing the information displayed on the panel, the esteemed leader, Yu, gradually exhaled in relief. The creature, oblivious to his presence, munched on leaves, suggesting that it should be relatively easy to hunt. Even if the hunt proved futile, it was improbable that a creature of this kind would pose a threat to him. Thus, with a flash of his sword, Yu Buqian struck, creating a gash upon its neck, from which blood erupted forth. This strike was imbued with both purple mist true chi and the essence of sword intent, wielding tremendous power. The Ankylosaurus let out a pained cry, casting a gaze of hatred and disbelief upon Yu Buqian, clearly unaware that such a diminutive creature could pose a threat. With its last vestiges of strength, it attempted to throw him aside before collapsing to the ground. Though it did not perish immediately, death was imminent. However, Yu Buqian had not anticipated the creature's final desperate struggle would create such a commotion. Despite having taken precautions and channeling his inner strength to safeguard his chest, he was still struck by the immense force, which shattered his protective barrier and left him grievously injured. Had it not been for the barrier absorbing a significant portion of the impact, and his timely internal defense protecting vital areas, this blow could have resulted in his untimely demise at the hands of the Ankylosaurus. One must never underestimate the ferocity of an animal's death throes. The power spurred by the instinct to survive can far surpass its usual strength. Ling Chun was truly anxious for Yu Buqian, having staked all his points on him. Congratulations! You have slain an Ankylosaurus, earning 500 points. This was the voice that reached Yu Buqian's ears. Congratulations! The Reincarnator has slain an Ankylosaurus, and you have gained 5,000 points. This announcement resonated with Ling Chun. At last, the world had yielded returns. Venturing into a high-difficulty initial world is undeniably perilous, yet the rewards are far beyond those of an ordinary beginner's realm. Chapter 11. Born assassin in the blink of an eye, night had fallen. After a half-day of recuperation, Yu Buqian managed to stabilize his injuries. However, the depletion of his internal energy left him famished. Surveying the surrounding darkness with a tinge of regret, he lamented not bringing along some firestones. With his internal energy exhausted and his physical condition compromised, the gnawing hunger became unbearable. Looking at the immense Ankylosaurus before him, Yu Buqian let out a bitter laugh, pondering the absurdity of having to resort to raw consumption. In this dire predicament, he finally thought of the omnipotent Master God. Master God, may I exchange for food? After a considerable duration, silence reigned, and Yu Buqian could not help but reveal a trace of bitterness. Was he truly destined to perish from hunger? In truth, there was food available for exchange, yet the food category could only be redeemed within the Master God space. However, at present, Ling Chen's points were insufficient to afford such a grand privilege. Moreover, in theory, during the world mission, no category of exchange was permitted. Nevertheless, Ling Chun recalled the unreserved care Yu Buqian had shown him over the past few days. Although he had already recouped his losses, such trivial benefits seemed rather inadequate in light of the mental effort expended on meticulously planning the tasks. Thus, for the sake of Dementia, For the sake of the intellectual fruits of this master god, he resolved to bend the rules just this once. Ling Qian continually sought excuses to persuade himself. The primary reason remained a mystery to all, yet at the very least, he could not bear to see someone who had treated him well over these past days meet a humiliating demise. After all, he was his master. Even if he were to be slain, Ling Qian would accept it, for at least it would be a death with dignity. How could a congenital expert succumb to starvation? If necessary, he could simply deduct a few points from him. The lighter, useful for kindling fire, cost 100 points. Having almost given up hope and prepared to consume the armored dragon meat raw, the elder Yue instantly felt a surge of joy upon hearing that familiar voice. For the first time, Yue, the Grandmaster, discovered that this cold voice was surprisingly melodious. He promptly requested the exchange, and a green lighter materialized in his hand. Originally priced at 1 point each, this lighter was an endless source of fuel, a marvel of black technology. For the first time in his life, Yue realized he possessed a talent for cooking. However, the sword, which had accompanied Yu Buchuan for many years, did not share the same sentiment. Now serving with honor as a grilling rack, pieces of neatly sliced armored dragon meat were skewered on the blade, exuding a certain barbecue charm. After grilling, he consumed the meat directly. Perhaps due to the scarcity of fire in the Jurassic, the flames he ignited conveyed a perilous signal to nearby dinosaurs. Though a few curious creatures gathered, none dared approach, even with the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Yu Buchuan devoured every morsel of the grilled meat, discovering not only a complete restoration of his internal energy, but also a notable enhancement. It was worth noting that he had only recently broken through to the congenital level. Gazing at the entire armored dragon carcass before him, Yu Buchuan appeared as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth, utterly devoid of the demeanor befitting the leader of the Huashan sect. Paying no heed to his already overfull stomach, he hastily sliced more meat, grilled it, and fed it to himself, then refined, continued slicing, grilling, and refining in a repetitive cycle. It was not until the Grandmaster felt on the verge of vomiting, his belly distended, that he clambered up a massive tree while burping incessantly. He paid no mind to the astonishing size of the trees here. Any curiosity had long been exhausted during his daytime wanderings. As he continuously belched and began to close his eyes to recuperate his fatigued spirit, the campfire he had ignited beneath the tree finally extinguished. A group of dinosaurs soon arrived, banding together to consume the remaining portions of the armored dragon carcass. On the following day, before dawn, Yu Buchuan opened his eyes. After a night of meditation, he had returned to his peak condition, and having refined the dinosaur meat from the previous night, his strength had surpassed that of the day before. However, this time, Yu Buchuan dared not be reckless. A mere herbivorous dinosaur had nearly brought him to his demise. If a carnivorous dinosaur were to appear, he would surely meet his end without hesitation. During his meditative state last night, the esteemed leader conceived a plan for a world mission that, while fraught with risk, was the safest course of action available. Yu Buchuan executed the Moonshadow dance, gliding gracefully among the trees. Having forsaken the path on the ground and lacking the ability to fly, he had opted for this compromise, which offered a considerable degree of safety. After half a day, he was compelled to return to solid ground, as ahead lay a low shrubland, devoid of the towering ancient trees he had previously traversed. Barely had his feet touched the earth when an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Casting his gaze around, he finally spotted a pair of eyes lurking behind a thicket, dark and merciless. The moment he beheld those eyes, it felt as though a natural-born killer had fixed its gaze upon him. Merely the sight was enough to send an unsettling chill through his entire being. Indeed, they were predators, born assassins of the jungle, the velociraptor, a carnivorous dinosaur. Velociraptor. Note: this dinosaur is astonishingly swift and tends to appear in pairs. As he focused on the piercing eyes, a sudden rustle erupted from behind him. With no time to think, Yu Buchuan swiftly turned and unleashed a strike, his sword slicing through the air, cleaving the creature in two. Yet, as he spun to deliver his blow, another velociraptor lunged at him. However, upon witnessing its companion being dispatched in an instant, it halted in its tracks and fled in terror. This creature, it seemed, possessed an understanding of cooperation. Observing the nearly flawless hunt he had just executed, Yu Buchuan furrowed his brow. The small size of these dinosaurs rendered them defenseless. Their only advantage, their speed, was eclipsed by his own Moonshadow dance. He had utterly dominated them. Had it been anyone else or another dinosaur, they would likely have succumbed to death at this moment. Had the first velociraptor managed to detain him for even half a second, his life would have been in grave peril. With the death of the velociraptor, He earned 1,000 points, a natural-born assassin. Alas, it is merely unfortunate for you that you encountered me. Gazing in the direction of the fleeing velociraptor, a glint of cold determination flickered in Ubuchuan's eyes. He concealed his presence completely, carefully trailing behind the creature. Since entering the innate realm, his body had grown increasingly attuned to nature, greatly enhancing his ability to remain undetected. As dusk approached, Ubuchuan finally beheld his destination. The lair of the velociraptors. Around this modest den, for pairs of velociraptors stood vigilantly on guard, scanning their surroundings without movement, their forms well hidden among the dense underbrush. Ubuchuan cautiously perched atop a nearby colossal tree, resembling a hawk that had spotted its prey, poised to deliver a decisive strike. As he waited, the sun dipped below the horizon, twilight fading into obscurity. At long last, the long-awaited night descended as expected. In the depths of Ubuchuan's eyes, an astonishing chill erupted, as his sword was drawn with the grace of a predator, revealing its lethal claws in the frigid night. The hunt had commenced. Chapter 12. Severed arm. Ubuchuan desperately executed the moon shadow dance, his breath nearly undetectable, daring not to make the slightest sound. After an entire afternoon of lurking, he calculated that there were 37 dinosaurs inhabiting this locale, 8 of which were stationed as sentinels on the periphery of the gathering, while the remaining 29 resided at the heart of this sanctuary. He refrained from eliminating the 4 sentinels first, for their presence could diminish the vigilance of the velociraptors in the center. Moreover, as the Grandmaster, he possessed but a singular chance to strike. Following that, he must withdraw immediately, for should he be besieged by a horde of naturally cooperative assassins, his chances of survival would be pitifully slim. This time, Ubuchuan did not aspire to annihilate the entire nest of velociraptors in one fell swoop. Rather, he was prepared for a protracted engagement in a battle of wits. The first strike, he knew, must not falter. If he failed to instill significant dread in the velociraptors, leaving no room for hesitation, then he would be destined for the ground. This strike was a gamble. A miscalculation would render him irretrievable. Ubuchuan summoned his dantian, his vital energy coursing through his body. The sword intent coalesced as he executed the moon shadow dance, directly unleashing the final move of the celestial sword technique, Heavenly Ascendance. Only this ultimate and most potent strike bore the title of Heavenly Ascendance. Every movement flowed seamlessly as his speed astonished, bolstered by an unwavering internal force and the formidable might of his sword intent. This strike obliterated 5 velociraptors instantaneously, while 3 others nearby were left gravely wounded, their fates hanging by a thread. The sword, imbued with internal energy and sword intent, discharged with tremendous ferocity, its power beyond reckoning. With the demise of 5 velociraptors, he garnered 5,000 points. However, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. He harbored no thoughts of delivering a finishing blow to the 3 severely injured velociraptors. Instead, he swiftly employed the moon shadow dance, leaping onto a nearby colossal tree. The gamble had paid off. They indeed hesitated. Yet, after a brief moment of indecision, their fury ignited, the velociraptors incessantly crashing against the tree, attempting to bring it down. However, their strength paled in comparison to that of larger dinosaurs, even falling short against the ankylosaurus he had encountered previously. Although they were full of zeal, their efforts proved utterly futile. Ignoring the tremors below and the peculiar calls of the velociraptors, the Grandmaster sheathed his sword, cradled his head in his hands, and leisurely closed his eyes. Although he had unleashed a single stroke, it had drained much of his mental fortitude, necessitating a period of calm to recuperate. On the 3rd day, the sun rose as expected. The Grandmaster stretched luxuriously, nearly dislodging his sword in the process, which startled him awake. Glancing down at the tree, he noted that the 3 injured velociraptors still lingered beneath, while the others had vanished without a trace. Suddenly recalling something, Ubuchuan swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the 8 sentinel velociraptors remained concealed in the vicinity. The Grandmaster gracefully dispatched the 3 dinosaurs beneath the tree with a deft stroke, before collecting the dinosaur eggs scattered on the ground. The world task was initially intended to be completed on the final day, yet unexpectedly, a monumental oversight was discovered. It seems that the impostor must be driven to madness by now. Indeed, upon observing the actions of the esteemed Master Yue, the 8 lurking raptors could no longer conceal themselves. They abandoned their concealment, emerging from the underbrush to encircle Master Yue with deliberate slowness. Unfortunately, their numbers were too few. Ubuchuan smirked disdainfully and, in a flash, lunged forward with his sword, swift as the wind and forceful as thunder, effortlessly dispatching his foes in an instant. With the demise of 2 raptors, he accrued 2,000 points, as expected. The remaining 6 raptors hesitated, yet Master Yue showed no such indecision. He swiftly darted towards the other 3, witnessing this scene. The 6 raptors, without a moment's thought, turned tail and fled, emitting peculiar cries. Could it be that these creatures possess some form of communication? Contemplating this, Yu Buqian could no longer restrain himself. Channeling his inner strength, he quickened his pace to pursue the 6 dinosaurs. After considerable time, he ultimately eliminated 5 of them, due to their scattered escape. One managed to evade capture, slipping away into obscurity. With 5 raptors slain, he gained an additional 5,000 points. If the earlier speculation that the raptors could indeed communicate was correct, a larger contingent would likely be returning soon. To safeguard against this possibility, Yu Buqian submitted all the dinosaur eggs to the main deity, refraining from immediate exchange. He then sought refuge in a highly concealed giant tree, swiftly blending into the foliage. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a cautious and timid raptor approached, peering around with extreme vigilance. However, upon noticing that all the eggs had vanished from the nest, the creature's alertness dissipated, replaced by a seething fury. A strange, rage-laden cry erupted, and swiftly, a horde of raptors materialized, closing in with alarming speed. Upon seeing the missing eggs, they unleashed a cacophony of wrathful shrieks, the sound grating to the ears. 22 raptors, in a frantic frenzy, began to crash into the surrounding trees, heedless of the brutal injuries they inflicted upon themselves, a sight too grotesque to behold. They must have surmised that Yu Buqian was concealed within one of the trees. A fleeting flicker of compassion crossed Yu's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously. You were the ones who provoked me. Had I been an ordinary person, I would have long since become your meal. The world of dinosaurs knows no mercy, for they have never understood compassion. It has always been a realm governed by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. A glimmer of resolve shone in Yu's eyes. After a relentless day and night of carnage, culminating in the slaying of 38 raptors, including the initial 2 encountered, Yu Buqian began to kindle a fire, preparing to roast the meat in the fierce counterattack of the raptors. Master Yue lost an arm, his clothing nearly shredded by their claws. Perhaps it was a flicker of empathy, but Yu Buqian chose not to wait for the opportune moment to finish them off. Instead, he opted for direct confrontation, a gesture of respect for these natural-born assassins. Despite the velociraptor sustaining numerous injuries from colliding with a tree, the ensuing confrontation was of a mutually destructive nature. Although Yu Buqian ultimately claimed victory, the cost was exceedingly dire. His injuries were several times more severe than those from the previous encounter. The loss of one hand proved to be a significant inconvenience, rendering the process of roasting meat considerably slower than before. The right hand, which Yu Buqian typically wielded his sword with, was now gone, drastically diminishing his combat prowess in a bid to expedite his recovery. Yu Buqian consumed copious amounts of food, by the 4th day. While he had regained approximately 70 to 80% of his strength, he had irrevocably lost the use of his arm. However, as the saying goes, misfortune may lead to fortune. Spurred by adversity and nourished by the high-energy dinosaur meat, Yu Buqian successfully advanced to the realm of innate mastery. Yet, he felt no joy, for the loss of his hand had greatly impaired his control and balance, not to mention his primary offensive technique, the swordplay. Nevertheless, due to the mission at hand, Yu Buqian was compelled to proceed to Blood Orchid Lake. To his astonishment, he noticed that as he approached the lake, dinosaurs became increasingly scarce, eventually vanishing entirely from sight. Yu Buqian keenly discerned that something was amiss with this lake. Chapter 13. Blood Blue and Return. The shores of the lake were enveloped by unknown towering red trees, and the banks were adorned with blossoms of a vivid, blood-like hue, casting a crimson reflection upon the water that resembled a lake of coagulated blood. Yu Buqian had not quenched his thirst for 3 consecutive days and was parched. Thus he reluctantly drew closer to the somewhat ominous lake. With only one hand at his disposal, he could hold but a meager amount of water, and it took quite some time to drink even a little. Fortunately, the water was colorless and transparent, not the sanguine shade one might expect. Suddenly, an indescribable chill washed over him, prompting an instinctive desire to draw his sword. It was then that he beheld a pair of eyes, confused, pained, and tinged with a hint of vigilance and murderous intent. It belonged to a small snake, blood red in color, which, despite its diminutive size, exuded an air of nobility. Its eyes sparkled like 2 exquisite gemstones, clear and resplendent. Though its entire body was crimson, its eyes resembled sapphires, creating a striking contrast. Measuring just over a meter in length, it was evidently a small serpent, or so Yu Buchuan assumed. Perhaps he believed that the snake's small stature rendered it incapable of posing a threat, for he displayed no hostility. After a moment of astonishment, he dismissed it from his mind and began roasting the remaining dinosaur meat. With blood orchids blooming all around, Yu Buchuan painstakingly searched for a patch of land nearby devoid of these flowers. Each blood orchid was worth 1,000 points, and he dared not squander such a precious resource. After considerable effort, he finally managed to roast a skewer of dinosaur meat, which released an enticing aroma. Unbeknownst to Yu Buchuan, just beneath the nearby cluster of blood orchids, a small snake shimmering with an unusual glow fixated its gaze upon the roasted meat on his sword as Yu Buchuan devoured the majority of it. A profound look of anguish flickered in its eyes. Setting down the skewer, Yu Buchuan procured a broad leaf from the surroundings and approached Blood Orchid Lake to fetch some water. With one hand severely limited, he struggled greatly yet finally managed to drink a meager amount. Once her thirst began to wane, Yu Buchuan set aside the leaves in her hand and turned back to continue feasting on the roasted dinosaur meat. It must be said that within just a few days, she had developed a fondness for the flavor of this delectable dish. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the meat exuded a pure and unadulterated aroma, far surpassing anything available in her own world. Alas, where is my meat? Observing the empty sword, Yu Buchuan was taken aback, not from the absence of her own meal, but from the astonishment that a creature had consumed her food without her noticing. One must understand that after entering the innate realm, even the slightest disturbance would usually catch her attention. Vigilantly scanning her surroundings, she eventually spotted a pair of familiar sapphire eyes beneath a cluster of crimson flowers. Upon seeing Yu Buchuan, the creature displayed a hint of shyness and embarrassment, reminiscent of the time when Shaner had caused trouble and was caught by her. This thought brought a soft warmth to Yu Buchuan's heart. With no other option, she prepared to roast another sword. Though it cost her considerable time, she finally relished the familiar taste of roasted meat once more. It is undeniable that Master Yue was evolving into a true gourmand. At that moment, a small snake approached her with a face full of yearning, nudging her leg with its head. This made Ling Qian twitch in disbelief. Could it not exhibit a hint of regality or queenly demeanor? It was quite astonishing to witness a creature, typically accustomed to raw fare, suddenly embrace cooked food. The impact was comparable to Ling Qian's own heartfelt confession from days prior. You wish to partake as well? Master Yue clearly recognized the little snake inching closer to her. The snake rubbed against her leg once more, prompting a smile from Yu Buchuan. How endearing! She promptly offered half of her roasted meat, only to find that the little snake devoured it even faster than she could. Old Yu was indignant. How could she possibly be outpaced in eating by a mere snake? Thus, she continued to roast, to share, to roast, and to share again. Ultimately, Old Yu realized that despite their leisurely feast, she had never actually consumed the snake. Together, the human and the snake spent the day in tranquil companionship. Thanks to the divine aura from the main god, all learning came effortlessly, so Ling Qian dedicated most of his time to recounting the tales of 1001 Nights to Yu Ling Shan, or indulging her in games on the exchanged gaming console, an infinite power one, playing Super Mario together. The bond between the two deepened considerably. In stark contrast to Master Yue's Jurassic adventures, Ling Qian's days were remarkably serene. However, while he needn't worry about his martial prowess, he knew that inner strength must be cultivated gradually. Even though his Zixia divine skill had reached the same pinnacle as Old Yu's purple qi coming from the east, possessing formidable inner strength did not equate to having profound depth. Ling Qian was acutely aware that his inner power fell far short of Old Yu's. Consequently, he embarked on a path of no return. Lingbo Weibu, Taiji Secret Classic, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Little Wuxiang Skill, Biming Divine Skill, and Qinglian Sword Song. With a shameless flair, Ling Qian expended a mere 10,000 points. The most expensive among these were Qinglian Sword Song and Taiji Secret Classic, each priced at 5,000 points. Together, these two tomes consumed his entire budget, while the remaining texts were mere trifles that were, of course, waived. Over these past few days, Ling Qian also bestowed a name upon the weapon spirit, Xiang. This delighted it for several days, as it would have been rather troublesome otherwise. Regardless, after integrating these martial arts, Ling Qian successfully elevated his combat prowess significantly. Moreover, in the event of a depletion of inner strength, one can always seek assistance from others. However, Ling Qian chose to take a shortcut, exchanging 10,000 points for a millennium's worth of inner energy within the system. Ling Qian has now transformed into a wealthy individual, and such a trivial amount of points is hardly a concern. Yet, What tugs at Ling Qin's heartstrings is the fact that he spent 300,000 points to redeem 2 benefits for reincarnators and a martial art that transcends the world of martial arts: healing, the opening of the Lord Goddess space, and the carefree journey. On the 5th day of the Jurassic Era, after a day of camaraderie, Yu Buchuan and the little snake were thoroughly enjoying themselves, ultimately gifting the Grandmaster Yu 10 blood orchid flowers. With a flash of white light, they were temporarily placed in the Lord Goddess possession, after which he gently patted the little snake's head. Yu Buchuan named the little snake Xuelon, aptly reflecting its two-toned appearance, which the Grandmaster Yu even took the time to inscribe on the ground. The little snake, Xuelon, was evidently delighted, clinging to Yu Buchuan without letting go. At this moment, Yu Buchuan had abandoned any thought of stealing or snatching the blood orchids. Even the 10 flowers gifted to him by Xuelon seemed a significant sacrifice, indicating their immense importance to her. Additionally, Xuelon held a rather extraordinary status at Blood Orchid Lake, where no other creatures dared to intrude. In such a serene environment, time seemed to slip away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Only an hour remained to complete his main quest. After submitting a dinosaur egg to fulfill the world task, Yu Buchuan expressed his intention to depart to Xuelon. Through their days together, Yu Buchuan had come to realize that Xuelon could comprehend his sentiments, as her emotional perception was remarkably acute. Sensing the heavy reluctance in Yu Buchuan's tone, Xuelon swiftly flicked her tongue and circled around him, indicating her desire for him not to leave. Yu Buchuan revealed a bittersweet expression. He too wished to stay longer with this extraordinary friend, but was it possible? The Lord God would not grant any favors. Over the past few days, Yu Buchuan had taught the little snake the Baiyun sword technique and the Tianchi Feishan sword technique, and the little snake had practiced them with remarkable flair. Hesitating for a moment, regardless of whether the little snake could understand, he solemnly drew the cultivation paths of the Zixia divine art and the Yueying dance on the ground, bowing as he said, "Xuelon, take care." Then, in a flash of white light, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind the anxious little snake, which eventually shed a few tears. Gazing at the drawn paths on the ground, a hint of confusion appeared in the little snake's eyes. It then swept away the markings with its tail, traversing through the cluster of blood orchids, and returned to the lake. It was akin to their first encounter. Yet the coldness of the past had been replaced with a profound sense of nostalgia. Chapter 14. Heaven and Hell. With the completion of the main quest, Yu Buchuan received 1,000 points. As this was his first treatment, it was complimentary. To Yu Buchuan's astonishment, he found his injuries completely healed, and his arm had regrown. Seeing his flawless arm, he couldn't help but display a joyous expression. Since the loss of his arm, he had been persistently communicating with the Lord God, hoping for its restoration, yet had received no response. Yu Buchuan had lost hope, so it was beyond his wildest dreams to return and receive such a treatment for free. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Where was this? The esteemed leader, Yu Dazhangman, has only just begun to notice the peculiarities of his surroundings, which now feel distinctly different from his earlier journey. He finds himself enveloped in a vast expanse of starry skies, chaotic and pitch black, yet paradoxically capable of discerning his environment. Within this realm, Yu Buchuan perceives an intangible restraint that completely isolates his senses. The sole area untouched by darkness is occupied by a large orb at the center, emanating an enigmatic glow that, despite its brilliance, fails to illuminate the immediate vicinity. This orb exudes an aura of primal mystery and allure. The evaluation of the current world mission is deemed ordinary, granting an additional reward of 1,000 points, bringing his total to 50,400 points. As for the progress on the side missions, Side Mission 1 remains unfulfilled. However, Side Mission 2, which involved the elimination of 1 armored dragon, 500 points, 38 swift dragons, 38,000 points, and 1 unique dinosaur, the fierce dragon, 9,000 points, yields a cumulative total of 47,500 points. The evaluation for the side mission is exceptional, resulting in an additional reward of 10,000 points, raising his total to 60,400 points. Moreover, he has attained the title of Junior Dinosaur Hunter, for slaying 10 dinosaurs, granting him an additional reward of 1,000 points, bringing his total to 61,400 points. He has also acquired special items, 10 blood orchid flowers and 12 swift dragon eggs. It has been detected that the blood orchid flowers can be utilized to complete side mission 1, while the swift dragon eggs can enhance the evaluation of the world mission. Should he submit them? No. Yu Buchuan's sixth sense tells him that the value of this flower surely exceeds 1,000 points, and he aspires to personally hatch the swift dragon eggs, rather, to assist in their hatching. The primary reason for this inclination is that he currently does not find himself in need of points. This mission has yielded an impressive total of 61,500 points, despite having spent 100 points in the Jurassic period. Clearly, Yubuqian believes he need not worry about points in the near term. Ling Chun, feeling a twinge of annoyance, reflects on having amassed 615,000 points, yet still finds it insufficient. In contrast, Yuda's hangman appears content with merely a fraction of that. How disappointing. Is there no motivation left for progress? Thus, the miraculous ginseng fruit, which blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000 years, and requires an additional 10,000 years to ripen before it can be consumed. After enduring 10 millennia, it yields a meager 30 fruits, each resembling a child yet to reach maturity, complete with limbs and features. Should a fortunate individual encounter this fruit and merely inhale its fragrance, they would gain 360 years of life. Consuming one would grant them 47,000 years. For 2 million points, one could acquire the elixir of immortality, which, upon consumption, bestows eternal life in a chosen world. For 10 million points, the 9,000-year peach offers similar benefits while enhancing one's cultivation by 1,000 years, with diminishing returns upon each use. For 20 million points, the 10,000-year peach grants eternal life and an augmentation of cultivation by 10,000 years, again, with diminishing effects. The staggering figures nearly overwhelm Yubuqian as he gazes upon the paltry sum of points at his disposal, tears streaming down his face. Before he can regain his composure, the interface shifts, revealing new content. The Zhuxian sword, a divine weapon forged from the essence of a blood jade, birthed from the demise of an ancient demonic god and painstakingly crafted by an unnamed celestial being over a century, emerges as an unparalleled artifact. When the sword is forged, day and night are reversed, and the wails of spirits resonate through the earth without end. The malevolent aura emanating from the sword pierces the heavens, provoking the wrath of divine thunder, possessing the power to slay gods and vanquish immortals. 100 million points. The extermination of a mortal sword formation is composed of the 4 extermination swords: extermination sword, slaughtering a mortal sword, trapping a mortal sword, and absolute immortal sword, combined with the extermination formation diagram. It is said to be the foremost killing formation since the dawn of chaos, ruling over the path of heavenly slaughter with unparalleled supremacy. It is the treasured formation of the Celestial Interception sect, a protective array for their faith. Should a sage set up this formation, it would require the combined might of 4 sages to dismantle it. The intricacies and transformations within the sword formation are profound and elusive, with limitless killing intent and perilous dangers. Non-saint beings of the heavenly path, even those of the great Luo golden immortal tier, would be reduced to ashes the moment they enter this array. 1 billion value points. After witnessing this, Yubuqian spat out a mouthful of blood, reigniting his fighting spirit. Ultimately, Yubuqian spent 1,500 value points to hatch a velociraptor. He then invested another 1,500 value points to enhance the creature, and in the end, Ling Chen graciously gifted him a master servant contract. Although Ling Chun was covetous of the blood orchid in Yubuqian's possession, he could not force a trade, which was indeed regrettable, as the blood orchid was one of the main ingredients for crafting that pill. After redeeming the benefits of the main god space and healing, Ling Chun opened his exclusive main god exchange list to see what practical items were available. After all, he still had 295,000 points left. Reincarnator seeds, 1,000 points. Designated reincarnator seeds, 10,000 points. Cross-dimensional designated reincarnator seeds, 100,000 points. Creation function, 10,000 points. Team function, 100,000 points. Task navigation function, 100,000 points. Basic world usage rights, 1,000 points. Intermediate world usage rights, 10,000 points. Advanced world usage rights, 100,000 points. Source world usage rights, 1 million points. Basic world ownership, 100,000 points. After reviewing this, Ling Chun smiled wryly. His points were still too few. It appeared necessary to expand the scale of reincarnators. In recent days, Yubuqian's 3D perilous experiences had prompted Ling Chun to contemplate deeply. After all, he was a human, not a true main god, and human nature prevented him from completely disregarding life. However, this very sentiment could easily lead to the reincarnators slipping from his control. Thus, Ling Chun devised a solution that might ultimately transform the entire multiverse: cultivation and nurturing. The first cultivation involves seeking out suitable, appealing talents across the myriad worlds. Most may not be the protagonists, so during this process, he would bestow upon them golden opportunities, nurturing them while simultaneously disrupting the fortune allocation of their worlds, thereby accruing substantial points for himself. The second cultivation pertains to ambitious and potential yet unsuitable, unappealing talents. In this case, he would grant them dreams, compelling them to strive relentlessly to complete their tasks, thus earning an abundance of points to further his own cultivation. After much contemplation, Lingchen deemed the plan feasible, and thus began to discuss the division of responsibilities with Shiyang. Lingchen would oversee the first team, while Shiyang would manage the second. Should any situation arise that threatened to spiral out of control, Lingchen vowed to personally eliminate any destabilizing elements from the first team. For the second team, he proposed a team battle among its members to indirectly eradicate the unstable factors, thereby conserving points. Shiyang, upon hearing this, felt a sense of incredulity, yet, recognizing that it was the master's own concoction, refrained from voicing any objections. Consequently, this plan was established, and Lingchen took it upon himself to name it the Heaven and Hell Plan. This initiative became the inaugural step on Lingchen's path to becoming an exceptional master deity. However, this step would later deviate from its intended course. Chapter 15. The 3 Ultimate S-Class Plot Missions. S-Class Plot Mission. The Great Cataclysm Mission 1. Investigate the causes of dinosaur extinction. Generated mission items. Independent Jurassic World X3 automatically disappears upon task completion. All reincarnators entering this world shall possess infinite lifespan. Energy Converter, limited to this mission's world. Mission Participant Limit. 1 Mission Attempt Limit. 3 Mission Success Reward. Master Deity's Scepter X1 failure incurs no penalties. S-Class Plot Mission. Divine Mandate Mission 1. The Mystery of Human Origins. Generated items. Scene 1. The Creation of Humanity by Yue. Scene 2. The Evolution of Primates. Scene Participant Limit. Special Activation Mission Attempt Limit. Special Activation Mission Success Reward. Blessing of the Human Race failure incurs no penalties. S-Class Plot Mission. The Enigma of the Primordial Chaos Mission 1. Explore the secrets of Pangu's death. Generated items. Pangu's first-person perspective. Mission Participant Limit. 1 Mission Attempt Limit. 1 Designated Individual. Master Deity Mission Success Reward. Chaos Divine Demon. Physique. Subsequent missions. Unlocked failure incurs no penalties. Listening to the incessant chimes, Lingchen's expression darkened, for the content of the tasks was utterly grotesque. Shiyang, what is the meaning of this? Lingchen inhaled deeply, silently pondering. You may interpret it as a novice task. Shiyang reflected for a moment before settling on an appropriate term. Lingchen clenched his fists, exclaiming, your so-called novice tasks are nightmare level from the outset. Shiyang, feeling somewhat aggrieved, countered, isn't the first task among the 3 ultimate missions a novice task? Lingchen found himself at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, Shiyang finally spoke. Master, in truth, these tasks are quite simple. Just find a powerful individual from the myriad realms, designate them as a reincarnator, and cast them into the fray. It's that straightforward. Lingchen pondered this and conceded that it was indeed feasible, as it did not require him to personally engage in battle. He inwardly cursed the system before reluctantly purchasing a cross-realm designated reincarnator seed. Yet, a troubling thought struck him. Wait, if they are too powerful and unruly, wouldn't that mean they'd break free from my control? My meager points would be insufficient to deal with such a formidable force. Lingchen suddenly realized the gravity of this issue. Fear not, my master. He dares not disobey, for failure to complete the task would condemn him to remain in that realm forever. Should the mission falter, that world shall descend into an era of desolation, and inevitably, he would perish within its confines. Upon hearing this, Lingchen finally felt a sense of relief. He then fervently racked his brain, seeking a protagonist capable of traversing worlds, one who possessed knowledge of dinosaurs, intellect, and formidable strength. Ultimately, he settled upon Xiao Yan, not the nearly desireless Xiao Yan from the Great Ruler, but the Xiao Yan on the verge of entering the Tuashi Ancient Emperor's cave in battle through the heavens. In the depths of the earth, upon entering the magma, Xiao Yan swiftly propelled himself into the depths. The surrounding magma, upon nearing his body within a half-zhang radius, would automatically evaporate in the face of the purifying power of the pure lotus demon fire, rendering it utterly incapable of hindering his progress. Now, Xiao Yan's speed had multiplied manifold compared to his past. In less than 10 minutes, he had delved deeper into the magma. Meanwhile, his form had noticeably slowed. As he calmly observed the surrounding magma, sensing numerous concealed auras rapidly converging towards him. Could they be magma creatures? A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he suddenly stamped his foot lightly. Instantly, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged forth from his brow, causing the surrounding magma to erupt violently, revealing figures hidden within, who let out piercing screams. With the emergence of these cries, the surrounding magma surged with violent fluctuations. Soon, Xiao Yan beheld a multitude of crimson figures rushing from all directions, encircling him completely. However, in the next moment, Those crimson figures displayed looks of astonishment, for the individual they had surrounded had inexplicably vanished. As they lost sight of their target, the crimson figures swiftly dispersed in all directions, the shattered magma resolidifying, restoring tranquility as if nothing had transpired. You have been designated as a reincarnator. Your reincarnator ID is 10101. S-rank plot mission. Great Annihilation and Infinite Calamity Mission 1. Investigate the cause of the dinosaurs' extinction. Character introduction. As a traveler, you should be no stranger to dinosaurs. You have attained considerable strength. It is time to showcase your true abilities. Go forth and unravel the mysteries that once eluded the scientists of your past life. Mission success reward. An elevation in your cultivation level by 1 tier upon returning to the original world. No penalties for failure. Note: upon completion of the mission, your return to the original world will occur 30 seconds after departure. Strive forth, young one. You shall become one of the greatest scientists, damn it. Xiaoyan finally uttered words he had not spoken in years. Although the earthly vernacular felt oddly familiar, he could not help but exclaim, "What in the world is this nonsense about returning to the original realm being the reward for success? Does this not imply that should I fail to deduce how the dinosaurs perished, I would be condemned to remain here for eternity? Divine Master. Curse you. Sun Air, wait for me. I shall return." As he gazed at the fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex charging towards him, Xiaoyan delivered a powerful kick to cast it aside. Note: the reincarnator must remain calm. Otherwise, it may disrupt the world's progression, leading to mission failure. Xiaoyan, due to your previous thoughts, the system will undergo an update shortly. What thoughts? Although Ling Chun was somewhat curious about the content of the update, he had no means of extracting information from Xiyang. However, it was indeed time for him to descend the mountain. Thus, he hastily left a letter and embarked on his solitary journey down the mountain. The plot had already been unfolding for quite some time. He ought to go out, flirt with some girls, and indulge in trivial matters. Mount Hua. After leaving the realm of the main deity, Yu Buchuan made his way towards the council hall. On the way, he encountered the anxious Yu Lingshan. Shaner, what troubles you? Why is a young lady so flustered? The stern paternal instincts of Yu Buchuan kicked in once more. Upon seeing Yu Buchuan, Yu Lingshan's face lit up with joy, though the urgency in her eyes remained undiminished. Father, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much. Father, please look. Brother Qin has gone down the mountain all by himself. He has only practiced martial arts for a few days. Could he encounter any danger? Hearing Yu Lingshan refer to Ling Chun brought a twitch to Yu Buchuan's face, which quickly morphed into concern. Quick, bring it to me. Let me see. Ling Chin's letter read, Dear Master, Mistress, and Senior Sister, I am aware that you are attending the Golden Pong Hand-Washing Conference. Your disciple can no longer contain his eagerness, so I have set off ahead. The verdant mountains and flowing waters remain unchanged. We shall meet again. Shaner, we shall reunite in Hengyang. Moi Yu Buchuan. Opportunity Task 3 has been exceeded, and the fortuitous protagonist currently possesses the cultivation of an innate Grandmaster. You have earned double rewards. 1,000 points, Yu Buchuan. What the hell? I have spent decades in cultivation, alongside the opportunities granted by the main deity in trials of life and death, to barely break through to innate Grandmaster. Yet, this brat, after just 7 days, has jumped from complete ignorance to the realm of innate golden elixir. Where is the justice in this? Puzzle explanation. On the first day of your world mission, your disciple Ling Chun accidentally tripped over a stone, only to discover it was dust from the ancient goddess Nuwa's repairs to the heavens. Upon contact, it directly merged into Ling Chen's body, allowing his cultivation to break through to innate Grandmaster. Chapter 16. Ling Chen descends the mountain on the second day. Ling Chen inadvertently fell into a pit, where he acquired the Biming divine skill of the Xiaoyao sect. Along with the skills of Lian Bo Weibu and Xiaoyao Yu on the third day, he accidentally pricked himself on a red plant and, in a fit of indignation, consumed its fruit, advancing his cultivation to innate golden elixir. Note: the fruit is named Zhugua. On the fourth day, he encountered the bandit skeleton gang, and to prevent chaos, he drained all their inner strength, gaining insight into the purple qi emerging from the east through the suction of the Biming divine skill. On the fifth day, while practicing the white cloud sword technique, he unexpectedly comprehended the essence of sword intent. On the sixth day, stop, do not continue, do not say another word. At this moment, the Grandmaster Yu's eyes were already red from tears. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Yu, with but a mere stone in hand, ascended directly to the realm of the innate Grandmaster, while I, having devoted every ounce of my being to battle those ferocious raptors, ultimately sacrificed an arm just to break through to the master stage. Why? I ask. Suddenly, I feel as though my life holds no promise. What a dismal world this is. Father, why are your eyes red? Do not weep. Brother Chen possesses a destiny that ensures his survival. He will surely not perish. Yu Lingshan hurriedly consoled her father. Yu Buchuan exclaimed, damn it, I've come to understand. In this world, I would believe anyone's death. But the protagonist's fate cannot be so easily extinguished. Who knows where he has gone to acquire yet another secret manual or elixir? Shaner, inform your mother to prepare. We shall depart this afternoon. Yu Lingshan grew anxious, for she still needed to seek him out, but Brother Chen. Yu Buchuan suddenly felt overwhelming fatigue. Hurry. Understood, father. Yu Buchuan swiftly returned to his chamber, changed his attire, procured a breakthrough pill, and with 1,000 years of inner strength, sat in meditation, resolutely commencing his breakthrough. It would be absurd for a master to be surpassed by his own disciple. Even if you absorb the entire inner strength of some skeleton gang, I possess the main god. I can directly exchange for 1,000 years of inner strength. Let us see how long it takes you to amass that much. After enduring a painful blow to his pride and expending 11,000 points, the beleaguered Master Yue finally achieved the innate golden elixir stage. Where is Ling Chan now? Naturally, he is outside Hengyang City, having reached his destination in mere half a day, thanks to his innate golden elixir cultivation and the divine skill of carefree wandering. As for why he did not enter the city, it is because Ling Qian must await Tian Buoguang and Yilin before the Buddha statue. With Ling Huchong still on the cliff of thought, unable to rescue his junior sister Yilin as in the original tale, he could not simply stand by and watch such a precious gem fall prey to a swine. This cannot be allowed. Thus, Ling Chun prepared to utter that timeless command. Let go of that junior sister, let me come. Through perseverance, after a lengthy wait, the little nun Yilin finally arrived before the statue and began carving as depicted in the original text. However, time seemed awry. Yilin was nearing completion, yet the scoundrel Tian Buoguang had yet to appear. Must it truly fall upon me? Very well, then I shall take action. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Indeed, Yilin, as in the original tale, fell, and just as Ling Chun intended to rise, he beheld Tian Buoguang soaring through the air. Damn it, fine, you may come. Must I be the last to appear? As Yilin fell, she was genuinely startled, but upon realizing she was caught mid-air, her cheeks flushed. Tian Buoguang smiled gently and said to Yilin, Are you unhurt, my lady? Thank you for your rescue, Yilin replied, her face crimson yet serious. Onlookers might assume the purity of their interaction. In truth, there is no need for such formality, was an entirely ordinary response. Yilin wished to depart but still expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Yet, the next words were, My lady, having saved your life, you intend to leave so soon? Well, it has taken a rather unexpected turn. The true nature of the big bad wolf has been laid bare. Upon hearing the question posed to her, Yilin found herself at a loss for words. However, Mr. Tian had already devised a plan for her. My dear, with such beauty, why would you choose a life of solitude? Would it not be better to marry me? His tone was that of a statement. What nonsense are you spouting? The innocent Yilin immediately became incensed. Tian Buoguang let out a hearty laugh and declared, I, Tian Buoguang, am a man of my word. If I wish for you to marry me, then you shall. You are shameless, Yilin retorted, turning to leave. Yet, Tian Buoguang would not allow her to depart so easily. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arm around her neck and hoisted her onto his shoulder, surveying the surroundings before employing his lightness skill to abscond. Release me. Let me go. Ha ha, fear not. We are merely heading to the bridal chamber. Observing the fluid grace of Tian Buoguang, Ling Chun silently applauded and cautiously followed behind. Yilin, do not be afraid. I am coming. Under the dark moon and gusty winds, within a modest courtyard of a small village nestled in the mountains, Mr. Tian was hosting a wedding, adorned with plentiful feasting tables and vibrant red lanterns, radiating an atmosphere of joy. Mr. Tian generously invited nearly the entire village to partake in the celebration. As he kept a watchful eye on Tian Buoguang, he was taken aback when someone boldly took a seat directly across from him, presumably the disguised Dongfang Booby. I wish to enter the bridal chamber. May I proceed? Mr. Tian, unable to contain his excitement, was clearly affected by the presence of such a delicate young lady waiting for him in the room. Any man in his position would find it hard to resist, not shout. How about this? This guest has traveled from afar. Answer him a question, and if you succeed, I shall grant you access to the bridal chamber. The matchmaker addressed Tian Buoguang. Mr. Tian, unfazed, calmly replied, Very well, ask away. Regardless of whether I can answer, I shall enter the chamber. Seeing that the old woman was placing the burden on him, Dongfang Bubi was momentarily taken aback. However, noticing the groom's urgent expression, he did not wish to delay the auspicious occasion, and thus, he recited the simplest of verses. In spring, one sleeps without awareness of dawn. Immediately, Mr. Tian was left in a state of confusion. I do not know poetry, Tian Buoguan exclaimed. Dongfang Bubi replied, while Ling Chen, recognizing Tian Buoguan's playful nature, remarked, though I anticipated his antics, I did not expect him to be this foolish. Witnessing it firsthand leaves me at a loss for words. It is truly endearing. Ling Chen continued, how about this? Since the groom cannot answer, I shall respond on his behalf. Tan Buoguan eagerly agreed. Yes, yes. Clearing his throat, Ling Chen began to showcase his talent. In spring, one sleeps without awareness of dawn. Everywhere mosquitoes bite. 18 night. The great bear prowls. No one can escape. As soon as he finished, Tian Buoguan exclaimed, well done. Truly remarkable. Dongfang Bubi responded, while Ling Chen added, you honor me. Now, I shall proceed to the bridal chamber. Consequently, Dongfang Bubi, Tian Buoguan, and the old woman were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 17. The tragedy of Tian Buoguan, astonished, inquired, brother, what did you say? Ling Chen replied calmly, entering the bridal chamber. Tian Buoguan exploded. What the hell, brother? Are you messing with me? Ling Chen responded, I apologize. You're overthinking it. Even if I were to play, it wouldn't involve you. Dongfang Bubi, perplexed by the mention of himself, thought, how did I get dragged into this? Tian Buoguan retorted, you little brat, you're asking for trouble. He then drew a short dagger from his pant leg. Ling Chen chuckled, approached Tian Buoguan, patted him on the shoulder, and regarded him as one would a fool. Brother, are you joking? In this martial world, even Dongfang Bubi is no match for my sword. Do you really think you can play house with that dagger? Hurry and get out of the way. I have a bridal chamber to attend to. Dongfang Bubi, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotion, realizing he had a fan. Just as he was about to intervene, Tian Buoguan shouted, you can insult anyone, but not my blade. Do you have any idea how many years it has accompanied me? Its hardness, its unwavering presence, is my true idol. Tian Buoguan caressed his dagger as tenderly as one would a woman's skin. Finally unable to bear the sight, Ling Chen felt nauseated. Channeling his internal energy, he directed it through his fingers and unleashed a strike with the Zhongchong sword. Tian Buoguan spat a mouthful of fresh blood as his body was violently propelled against the wall several meters away. Unsatisfied, Ling Chen launched another strike aimed at Tian Buoguan's dagger, which shattered upon impact. Blood poured from Tian Buoguan as he broke into a cold sweat. Old Tian, we're both in this martial world. Why don't you trust my words? I held back. Otherwise, that first blow would have left you in tatters. Ling Chen tossed his hair back and said nonchalantly, yes, my mistake, big brother. The bridal chamber, Dongfang, is yours? Please, go ahead, Tian Buoguan stammered, eager to escape. Ling Chen, dissatisfied with his response, boasted, so, what do you think? I'm indeed superior to Dongfang Bubi, right? I'm a very honest person, and as for Dongfang Bubi, he isn't mine just yet. I haven't even met her, but you're right. It's only a matter of time before she is mine. Indeed, well said. Tian Buoguan immediately nodded and bowed, seizing the opportunity to make a hasty exit, though Ling Chen paid him no mind. Ling Chen was intent on entering the bridal chamber. How shall I address you, my good fellow? Inquired Dongfang Bubi Renwashing. What's the matter, are you afraid? Ling Chen displayed an expression of invincibility. Renwashing, unable to contend with Dongfang Bubi, asserted, I'm serious. What's your name? Which sect do you belong to? Truth be told, Dongfang Bubi had been intimidated by Ling Chen's previous display of the Six Meridians divine sword. Ling Chen, adopting a tone that suggested he could not be concealed, spoke to Dongfang Bubi. All right, since you insist on asking, I shall reveal it to you. Dongfang Bubi perked up his ears in anticipation. In the martial world, I am undefeated. It is I am the current leader of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. Dongfang Bubi, Dongfang Bubi. Ling Chen patted his shoulder and said, rest assured, I shall not take your life. Enough of this, I must now attend to my bridal chamber. Dongfang Bubi thought to himself, is it truly acceptable to snatch away another's spouse in such a manner? I am Dongfang Bai. Since you are so resolute in your silence, I shall refrain from further inquiries. The mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again in the future. With that, he prepared to depart. Ling Chen, however, was unwilling to let him go, exclaiming, I still wish to share the same bed. Thus, he added, Brother Dong, do take care. Should you seek me, I am the young deputy leader of the Huashan sect, Ling Chen. Please, Brother Dong, do not harbor any prejudice against me. Tian Buoguang is nothing but a flower thief. And he has also taken away the little junior sister from the Hongshan sect. I, of course, am not infatuated with beauty. It is merely due to the special status of this junior sister that I am inclined to you understand. Dongfang Bubi was at a loss for words. What do you mean by that? Moreover, even if the bride had indeed been taken away by Tian Buoguang, what concern is it of mine? Nevertheless, Dongfang Bubi found himself intrigued by Ling Qin's mention of her special status. Oh, I wonder what unique status this Hongshan disciple possesses. Ling Qin, do enlighten me. Haha, you are unaware of this. This Hongshan disciple is none other than the long-lost sister of the leader of the demon cult, Dongfang Bubi. Previously, Tian Buoguang declared that Dongfang belongs to me. Thus, as I cannot meet her sister, I shall have to use her as collateral. What, my sister? Is she truly my sister within? And who exactly is this Ling Chun? How does he know I am female? Furthermore, how does he know I have a sister? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Dongfang Bubi's tone took on a hint of murderous intent. Oh, the world knows that the famed Dongfang Bubi of the holy cult is a man. How could Ling Chun presume otherwise? Pray, do not jest. Very well, if you choose not to believe, then so be it. Regardless, my words ring true. Believe it or not, I must now attend to my bridal chamber. Ling Chun smirked. At this point, you still attempt to deny it. Alas, I shall go tease little Yilin instead. Is she a junior sister of the Hongshan sect? I am Ling Chun, the young deputy leader of Huashan. Come to rescue you, Dongfang Bubi. Ling Chun paid no heed to Dongfang Bubi, who had entered alongside him. Well, since you are here, let it be. A shared bed is quite fortuitous, of course. This was said in jest. However, the portrayal of Dongfang Bubi in the new smiling, proud wanderer is indeed tear-jerking, for she sacrificed everything for love, relinquishing her ambitions for power. Such a woman truly deserves to be cherished. Ahem, it is about forging connections. After a while, little junior sister Yilin remained silently seated on the bed, motionless. Why do you not speak? Have you considered ending your own life? With this thought, Ling Chun lifted Yilin's red veil. Dongfang Bubi could no longer bear to watch, exclaiming, "What manner of person is so crude?" Thus, he interjected, "She must have been acupointed." Upon hearing this, Ling Chun slightly raised his head and replied nonchalantly, "I am aware. I am granting you an opportunity to demonstrate." Dongfang Bubi. Suddenly, I feel that living is quite exhausting. Is this fellow truly human? After a considerable period, Dongfang Bubi fixed his gaze upon the unmoving Ling Chun and could not help but exclaim, "Quickly, release the pressure points." Ling Chun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of despair, lamenting to himself, "I have never learned the art of pressure point manipulation." Although he had purchased a book titled Kue Hua Dianxue Shou, he soon discovered that the techniques within were far too advanced, lacking any basic methods for unblocking pressure points. Alas, it is all because of Tian Buoguang's woefully inadequate martial arts. Even the simplest pressure point techniques are performed with such rudimentary skills. Well, you see, the techniques I have mastered are far too sophisticated. I have never learned such elementary methods, Ling Chen asserted with unyielding confidence. Dongfang Bubi retorted, "Is that the reason you have remained silent for so long? Why didn't you speak up sooner? And if you cannot perform it, simply admit it without boasting." With this thought, Dongfang Bubi pushed Ling Chen aside and proceeded to free Lin from her constraints. Chapter 18. An unexpected encounter. Thank you both for your timely rescue, Lin expressed gratefully. Dongfang Bubi scrutinized the figure before him, clad in yellow, and silently pondered, could she truly be my sister? I ought to express gratitude to him. He was the one who drove Tian Buoguang away. Ling Chun, silently applauding Dongfang Bubi, seized the opportunity to interject, Indeed. You should thank me as well." Dongfang Bubi noted Lin's lingering resentment towards him for not unblocking her pressure points. Yet, acknowledging her savior, she reluctantly uttered, "Thank you, senior brother Ling Qian." In truth, Lin could be regarded as an exquisite beauty, her features striking and captivating, enhanced by a delicate voice and sorrowful, doe-like eyes that beckoned others to draw near and cherish her. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen forcefully suppressed the flutter of emotions within him. While playful teasing was permissible, genuine feelings could lead to complications, especially with his little junior sister in the picture. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of inadequacy that plagued him. After a moment of silence, he addressed Lin, "Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave now. In this desolate wilderness, it would not bode well for me should you and your sister decide to forcefully detain me. Until we meet again in Hengyang." With that, disregarding the astonished Dongfang Bubi, he boldly took hold of her chest before swiftly executing a technique akin to the carefree escape, vanishing at an astonishing speed. Such remarkable lightness of foot. Dongfang Bubi seethed inwardly, Ling Chun. You shall pay for this. Haha, my dear leader. I shall not intrude upon the delicate moments between you sisters. Consider that last act merely as interest on the intelligence I gathered. The voice resonated from all directions, elusive in its source, yet unmistakably the hallmark of the carefree sex communication techniques. Ling Chun and Dongfang Bubi exchanged a knowing glance, both captivated by Yi Lin. Just as Ling Chun was about to speak, I almost forgot to provide my commentary. The tactile sensation was rather delightful. Get lost. On the following day, Ling Chun arrived at the grandest tavern in Hengyang City, eager to indulge in a feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures, relishing the joys of life. Waiter, bring forth the menu, Ling Chun called out as he entered. Certainly, esteemed guest. What would you like to order? The waiter, noticing Ling Chun's distinguished appearance and remarkable demeanor, promptly approached with a beaming smile. Ling Chun adjusted the hem of his garment, poised to speak, when he suddenly noticed a woman in the corner. Her face concealed by a white veil. Her figure was slender and curvaceous. Though her features were hidden, one could surmise that she must be a stunning beauty. Could it be her? Ling Chun discreetly pushed past the waiter and made his way toward the mysterious lady. The waiter, upon noticing, revealed a knowing smile and hurriedly followed up with a query. Esteemed guest, what would you like to order? Ling Chun cleared his throat lightly and replied nonchalantly, What delicacies do you offer here? Phoenix tail shark fin, red plum pearl fragrance, kung pao wild rabbit, auspicious dragon flying together, stir-fried field frog, spicy young pigeon, golden silk crispy sparrow, wishful rolls, hanging oven mountain chicken, freshly roasted roe deer, served with lotus leaf rolls, scallions, and sweet bean sauce. The waiter enumerated some signature dishes. Ling Chun appeared to ponder seriously for a moment before stating, Of the dishes you just mentioned, I would like the phoenix tail shark fin, red plum pearl fragrance, kung pao wild rabbit, auspicious dragon flying together, stir-fried field frog, spicy young pigeon, golden silk crispy sparrow, wishful rolls, hanging oven mountain chicken, freshly roasted roe deer, served with lotus leaf rolls, and sweet bean sauce. The waiter's smile broadened. Indeed, this young master was a person of considerable wealth. Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly. Ling Chun, displeased, interjected, Do not interrupt while I am speaking. I have not finished yet. The waiter chuckled. Yes, esteemed guest. What else would you like to order? We also have. Ling Chun furrowed his brows. Let me finish, of course. The waiter immediately fell silent. Satisfied, Ling Chun nodded and resumed. Of the dishes you just mentioned, I would like the phoenix tail shark fin, red plum pearl fragrance, kung pao wild rabbit, auspicious dragon flying together, stir-fried field frog, spicy young pigeon, golden silk crispy sparrow, wishful rolls, hanging oven mountain chicken, freshly roasted roe deer, served with lotus leaf rolls, and sweet bean sauce. Ling Chun paused for a moment. The waiter thought to himself, Are these not the same dishes as before? If not these, then serve me the rest. Ling Chun, content, uttered this timeless phrase, reflecting, pretending to be grand is truly exhausting. At that moment, the veiled woman let out a soft laugh, while the waiter's heart shattered at the absurdity. Ignoring the dumbfounded waiter, Ling Chun began to flirt. The bill for this lady's meal shall be on my account. Ling Chun called out to the waiter. The waiter, now devoid of the energy to retort, thought to himself, The lady merely ordered a bowl of hot water. What is there to bill for? However, he dared not voice such thoughts, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Chun before withdrawing with a resigned expression. Hurry up with the dishes, Ling Chun urged. When the waiter had vanished from sight, Ling Chun turned his attention back to the woman. May I ask how to address you, fair maiden? After a moment's hesitation, the veiled woman replied, You may call me Pipa, wife. Ling Chun immediately exclaimed. Upon hearing Ling Chun's address, Reincarnation frowned, pondering the meaning of wife. However, she considered it might simply be a term of endearment, or perhaps a dialect from his hometown. She chose not to dwell on it and shifted the conversation, asking, Where do you hail from, young master? I am Ling Chun, the young master of the Huashan sect. Indeed, Ling Chun is merely a name used by outsiders. My dear wife, you are certainly different, and you may refer to me as husband, Ling Chun stated with utmost seriousness. Reincarnation, intrigued, responded, Husband? That title sounds rather peculiar. How does it relate to you calling me wife? There is indeed a connection. It is a term of endearment between us, Ling Chun replied, maintaining his solemn demeanor. Reincarnation sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Observing Ling Chun's earnest and expectant expression, she reluctantly uttered, Husband? Yes. Very good. Ling Chun's lascivious nature was immediately revealed. Noticing his lapse in decorum, he cleared his throat and deftly shifted the conversation. My dear, where do you hail from? Reincarnation felt a twinge of confusion. pondering how this man could be so effortlessly familiar. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated, drawing her gaze towards the source, where her eyes widened in recognition. It's him? Ling Qian, you little wretch, at last, I have found you. The speaker was, of course, Dongfang Bubi. Ling Qian instinctively glanced behind her, noting the absence of Yilin, surmising that she had been sent back after their engagement. Given his association with the underworld, it was likely she wished to shield her sister from such perilous waters. Ling Qian inwardly cursed his misfortune, casting a reluctant glance at Reincarnation. What a pity, we haven't even begun to express our feelings, my dear. I am being pursued. Although I am loath to leave you, I must depart to spare you from any entanglement. He gazed at Reincarnation with profound affection. Moved, she recognized that the pursuer was none other than her uncle, Dongfang, and she marveled at his concern for her, fearing the repercussions of his actions. However, in the next moment, Ling Qian removed her veil, gently caressing her delicate face before kissing her cherry lips. Lost in the moment of their passionate embrace, Reincarnation found herself forgetting to resist. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Qian released her, leaving her breathless and flushed, and tossed a playful kiss before casting a disdainful glance at Dongfang Bubi as he gracefully departed in that instant. The world fell silent. Chapter 19. A farewell to Hengyang. As Ling Qian journeyed halfway, he realized he had forgotten to utter the famous farewell speech. Thus, he turned back with haste. Meanwhile, in the inn, Reincarnation traced her lips, unable to quell her tears, her heart still entranced by the kiss they had shared. What kind of feeling was this? Dongfang Bubi, observing Reincarnation with tear-filled eyes, felt a pang of sympathy and silently cursed Ling Qian. Just as he prepared to offer her some comforting words, the haunting sound from the previous night echoed around them once more. I must have departed too hastily. Surely, everyone is reluctant to see me go. To this, I can only extend my apologies, for countless maidens and the world await my rescue. Thus, I must depart with a heavy heart. However, even to the ends of the earth, remember this. My heart shall always be with you. Now, allow me to recite a poem for everyone. Gently I departed, just as I had arrived. I waved softly, bidding farewell to the clouds of the western sky. The golden willows by the riverbank stand as brides in the setting sun. The enchanting reflections in the rippling water stir within my heart. The green algae upon the soft mud sways gracefully beneath the surface. In your gentle waves, I willingly become a strand of aquatic grass. The pool beneath the elm's shade is not a clear spring, but rather a rainbow from the heavens. Fragmented among the floating algae, it harbors dreams akin to a spectrum. Seeking dreams, I wield a long pole. Drifting towards the greener grasses, laden with a boat full of starlight, I sing amidst the dazzling brilliance. Yet I cannot sing, for silence is the flute of parting. The summer insects too remain mute for me. Silence is today's measure of sorrow. Quietly I departed, just as I quietly came. I waved my sleeve, taking not a single cloud away. After reciting, Ling Qian left with a contented step, savoring the moment this instant. The entire audience was entranced by the exquisite ambience of the poem, unable to extricate themselves. Dongfang Bubi cast a wry smile at the entranced Reincarnation before turning to leave. Yet Reincarnation mused, such profound internal strength, such extraordinary literary talent. With his assistance, surely I could rescue my father. Does my heart resonate with him? Halt! Ling Qian fell silent, wondering how she managed to appear wherever he went. Miss Dongfang, do you not fear that following me so closely might tarnish your reputation and jeopardize your prospects for marriage? In response, Dongfang Bubi haughtily retorted, what man in this world is worthy of marrying me? Ling Qian scoffed, those who struggle to find a suitor often proclaim such things. After all, what man desires a tomboy? Dongfang Bubi was incensed. Ling Qian, do not presume that your supposed favor grants you the right to speak to me so disrespectfully. With a chuckle, Ling Qian walked away without a glance back. Furious, she thought, who in the martial world dares to disregard me? Why are you silent? Ling Qian, feeling helpless, replied, you just said I was riding on you. I must show you some courtesy. Dongfang Bubi flushed, recalling her earlier words were indeed rather abrupt, realizing she had been outsmarted by this shameless fellow. You are shameless, Ling Qian, touching his nose, gratefully replied, thank you. Dongfang Bubi's temper flared once more. After a moment, Ling Qian halted, gazing intently at the hunchbacked man before him, who appeared resolute in the face of death. Without a doubt, this must be that Lin Pingji fellow. His delicate features suggest he possesses the potential to be a pretty boy. However, Lin Pingji has yet to fully succumb to darkness, as he has not yet experienced true despair. Though you know him? Behind him, Dongfang Bubi expressed surprise at Ling Qin's sudden pause. There is no one in this world I do not know. It is merely that most do not recognize me, Ling Chun casually replied. Yet upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi's heart trembled, and recalling last night's events, she found the man before her to be both mysterious and perilous. Could he potentially become an obstacle and a hidden danger in his quest for supremacy in the martial world? Moreover, has he unwittingly left his back exposed, prompting the question of whether one should seize the opportunity to eliminate him? After a considerable time, Dongfang Bubi finally set down the embroidery needle that had been pinched between her fingers, gazing at Ling Chun, and let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Ling Chen also sensed the unusual demeanor of Dongfang, and a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. A rather cheeky grin as for Lin Pingji, the initial resolve he had exhibited began to waver, undoubtedly out of fear that upon his demise, no one would seek justice for his parents or avenge Yu Songhai. Ha ha, little hunchback, I've finally caught you. Allow me to lead you to the old hunchback. With each utterance, Ling Chun realized that the voice belonged to Heifeng Zhai's leader, who was likely searching for the old hunchback, Mu Gaofeng, to settle a score. Unable to bear witness to the dark path that Lin Pingji was about to embark upon, he reached out to grasp Dongfang Bubi's delicate hand, gently uttering, "Shall we depart?" He then guided the blushing Dongfang towards Lu's residence. Behind them, Dongfang Bubi gasped, pondering, "What is happening to me? We've only met a handful of times, and our interactions have been minimal. Why, when he holds my hand, do I feel no resistance, but rather a flicker of joy? Yumiang, is this what you refer to as love?" Ling Chun led Dongfang Bubi, deliberately avoiding the main thoroughfare, opting instead to traverse along walls and eaves, taking a considerable detour before finally arriving at Lu Zhengfeng's abode at this point. Although there were still 4 days remaining until the promised 15th day for the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony, most of the Five Mountain Sword sect had already gathered, with the exception of Songshan. Hongshan sect was also en route to Lu's residence. Surprisingly, Lingzhou Temple, which had not been present in the original narrative of the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony, had sent a representative, albeit just one, which left Ling Chun somewhat astonished. He had not provoked Shaolin, so why was there a butterfly effect at play? As for the Huashan sect, the aura of Yu Buchuan suddenly intensified, suggesting that he had sensed the arrival of the Tude. The powerful aura of the Golden Core stage silently pressed down upon Dongfang Bubi, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Ling Chun quickly grasped Dongfang Bubi's slender hand once more, alleviating the pressure she felt at that moment. Dongfang Bubi was taken aback. How could it be possible? When did Yu Buchuan of the Huashan sect become this formidable? The mere presence of his aura rendered me immobile. I trust you will take good care of my disciple, young lady, he stated politely, exuding an air of gentlemanly composure. However, Dongfang Bubi chose not to ponder further. Was this the legendary art of secret communication? Casting a glance at Ling Qian beside her, her brow furrowed. When did Huashan rise to such prominence? Chapter 20. What is love in this world? At this moment, Dai Shirtai, accompanied by her disciples, was advancing with great fervor towards the direction of the Huashan sect. Yu Zhangmin, I have heard that you have taken on a new disciple. Is this true? The old nun, Dai, spoke with a somewhat unfriendly tone, first emitting a huff towards the esteemed Yu, followed by indignantly addressing him. Indeed, this child, Ling Chun, possesses exceptional talents and remarkable aptitude, which is why I personally took him under my wing. However, judging by your tone, has my wayward disciple offended you in some manner? If indeed it is my disciple who has erred, I shall certainly compel him to apologize to you in person. Yu Buchuan, exuding an air of ethereal grace, spoke with a calm demeanor. Now that Huashan has gained strength, he spoke with confidence, no longer needing to humble himself before the various sects or compromise his principles. To speak from one's true intentions is the hallmark of a true gentleman. Hemph, today I encountered that lecher, Tian Boguan. Can you guess what he uttered? The elder Nundingi did not anticipate Yu Buchuan's nonchalance, and her heart simmered with anger. Yet, upon seeing the celestial demeanor of the esteemed leader, she found herself momentarily entranced, her cheeks flushing, and thus she intentionally curtailed her words, wishing to create suspense. Unfortunately, Yu Buchuan was not swayed. Chuckling lightly and seamlessly shifting the topic, no matter, master, let us first participate in Brother Lu's grand ceremony of cleansing hands. We shall discuss this matter further later. The elder Nundingi was momentarily taken aback, pondering when this old fox, who typically valued the reputation of his sect, had grown so resolute. Yu Buchuan, since you wish to know, I shall reveal it to you. Your disciple, Ling Chun, has audaciously coerced our sect's disciple, Yilin, into a private chamber. You must provide me with an explanation for this transgression. This is impossible. Before Yu Buchuan could respond, Yu Lingshan sprang forth like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Brother Qin would never engage in such behavior. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan was momentarily speechless, causing Hu Chong to feel a pang of heartache. Ning Zhong, too, felt a surge of indignation, thinking that this dingy master, a reputed figure in the righteous sect of the Jianghu, would believe the words of a flower-picking rogue. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan, fully aware of what kind of person his young disciple was, took Dingy's words to heart and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Since that is the case, indeed an explanation is warranted. How about I propose to your sect Yilin on behalf of my wayward disciple? Yu Lingshan exclaimed. Father Dingy, in exasperation, felt an urge to strike Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan, do not play the fool with me. I demand you bring your disciple before me so I may stab him a few times, or else, the matter between the Hengshan sect and your Huashan sect will not end here. Yu Buchuan chuckled derisively, offering no explanation and silently mused. Alas, Dingy, you think too highly of yourself. Very well then, I shall have my wayward disciple publicly apologize to you. You may stab him as you wish, but I cannot guarantee he will not retaliate. Observing Yu Buchuan's disdainful expression, Dingy's ire flared. When did Huashan dare to challenge Hengshan? With a haughty snort, she retorted. That would be best. I shall allow him a few moves. To prevent any claims of me bullying the younger generation, Yu Lingshan, alarmed, cried out. Father, how can you do this? Are you not sending Brother Chen to his doom? The Huashan disciples echoed. Yes, Master, we cannot stand by and watch our junior, the young leader, perish. Hu Chong. Yu Buchuan, filled with righteous indignation, chastised his disciples. There are debts to be settled and grievances to be addressed. If what the Master has said is true, then Chan shall bear the corresponding consequences. This matter requires no further discussion, and that is final. The elderly nun, Ding Yi, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Lao Yu is a true master of acting. Dongfang Bubi and Ling Chen exchanged a glance, both thinking in unison. However, Dongfang Bubi's gaze was fixed on Yu Lingshan, as her womanly intuition hinted at an unusual connection between this lady and the man beside her. The look she cast was involuntarily laced with scrutiny and a hint of malice. Ling Chen was taken aback and hurriedly pulled Dongfang Bubi away, showering her with sweet words to divert her attention, managing to redirect her gaze, albeit with difficulty. Yet, at this moment, it was still not time for the grand event of washing hands in the golden basin, which indeed lacked any intrigue. Although it was known that Lin Pingji would soon make trouble, it still felt rather dull. Lao Yu would not, after all, recruit Lin Pingji as a disciple for the purpose of the evil-repelling sword manual. Thus Lin Pingji would have to follow Mu Gaofeng henceforth. However, Mu Gaofeng was hardly a commendable character. Following him would likely lead to a life worse than death. Naturally, Ling Chen paid no heed to his fate, grasping Dongfang Bubi's hand and employing the art of carefree travel. Before long, they had exited Hengyang City. Dongfang Bubi finally grasped the instantaneous speed akin to teleportation that Ling Chen possessed. Had she not reached the innate stage, she would have struggled to keep up with such swift movement in the days that followed. Ling Chen did not return to Hengyang City, but instead roamed the mountains and waters with Miss Dongfang, indulging in the pleasures of life. The sounds of insects chirping and birds singing filled the air, and the fragrance of flowers wafted about. On the third day, Ling Chen and Miss Dongfang arrived at a quaint town named Sisui, which was already quite distant from Hengyang City. Yet neither Ling Chen nor Dongfang Bai seemed to mind. Ling Chen held Dongfang Bai's hand as they strolled through this seemingly small yet remarkably prosperous ancient town. In recent days, Dongfang Bai felt somewhat lost, unsure of herself. Ling Chen, like an uninhibited child, acted without restraint, yet deep within him seemed to lie hidden complexities, employing these whimsical and discomforting antics as a means to conceal his own sorrow. Having personally endured the hardships of hiding within the Sun Moon holy cult for over a decade, Dongfang Bubi understood this pain, leading her to a degree of indulgent acceptance of Ling Chen's behavior. Nevertheless, she still harbored some resistance towards him. As a conservative woman, like most women of the world, she naturally wished for her future husband to love only her. She could easily possess power and dominion, and she had no need for her husband to be an extraordinary hero. All she desired was for him to treat her well, not to abandon her in times of peril, and to stand by her through thick and thin. That would suffice. Perhaps they could have a son or a daughter, then seek solace in the mountains and waters, retreating from the world. Though Ling Chen was somewhat outstanding, stirring her emotions, she realized that, given his actions upon their first meeting, it was nearly impossible for him to remain devoted solely to her heart for the decades to come. Contemplating this, Dongfang Bai looked at Ling Chen, who was holding her hand, a bittersweet expression creeping onto her face. Ling Chun, clearly noticing the change in her demeanor, understood the reasons behind her shifting expressions, yet how could he possibly explain such matters to her? What she contemplated was indeed insightful. However, elucidating the facts, no matter how vividly articulated, ultimately serves merely as a pretext. In recent days, it has been the first time that Ling Qian has experienced such joy in this world, and also the first instance of genuine emotional stirring. He cannot help but feel a twinge of regret for his previous frivolous actions. Nevertheless, having acted as he did, he finds it utterly unfathomable to abandon Yu Ling Shan. Establishing himself as a heartless scoundrel, Ling Chun is beginning to understand why Liamo Cho from the Divine Condor was driven to madness by her tortured love. It is indeed unfortunate that the first person he encountered was not you. With a sigh in his heart, Ling Chun quietly released his grip on Dongfang's hand. Dongfang trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 21. The choice big brother, big sister, would you like to buy some candied hawthorn? They are so sweet. A child's innocent voice jolted the two from their reverie. Dongfang remained silent, her expression somewhat numb as she accepted the candied hawthorn from the little girl. Ling Chun also took a skewer but, upon checking his pockets, realized he had no money. Fortunately, he had not ordered much at that establishment earlier. Otherwise, he would have been forced to dine and dash. With an awkward smile, he prepared to return the candied hawthorn. Allow me, Dongfang softly interjected, reaching for her waist. However, her money pouch was conspicuously absent, and she suddenly recalled that when she had changed into women's attire, her old clothes, along with her purse, had been left behind in that shop. Cursing herself for her carelessness, she felt a flush of embarrassment as she glanced at the little girl, her cheeks burning. No worries, consider it a treat from Yaya, she said. The little girl beamed with a pure, innocent smile, which lightened the hearts of both adults considerably. Yet, at that moment, the system was undergoing an update, rendering the exchange function inoperative, leaving him at a loss on how to address the predicament. The girl named Yaya bounced away, still smiling, but after a certain distance, she turned back with a grin that momentarily entranced the two. My mother once told me that finding someone to share your life with is not easy. Once you are together, you must be happy and not allow future regrets to fester. Her voice, though youthful, carried a wisdom beyond her years, striking a chord deep within the soul. Ling Chun instinctively glanced at Dongfang Bubai, but regrettably, she did not lift her gaze. Yaya had evidently noticed the traces of tears on the older sister's face, and her tender heart felt a pang of sadness at the sight, prompting her to share her mother's words from long ago. She hoped that this big brother and big sister could once again wear smiles upon their faces. Earlier that afternoon, Ling Chun had pawned his Huashan identity jade pendant, exchanging it for a few pieces of silver, which would barely suffice for their expenses. Dongfang, touched by this gesture, remained silent due to her inherent disposition. In her eyes, without the identity token, upon returning to Huashan, she would surely face reprimands from the elders and may even risk losing her position as the young master. Yet, for something that could significantly impact their future, he had acted without a second thought. All for her sake, Dongfang found herself momentarily lost in thought. Yet, in the depths of our hearts, we, Ling Chun, did not ponder deeply when we donned the jade pendant. Observing Miss Dongfang still issuing certificates, we assumed she was lost in thoughts of the morning, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat subdued. Ling Chun found himself reminiscing about the days spent in the mountains, drinking the morning dew, foraging for wild fruits, and hunting and roasting in the wilderness. However, at this moment, both individuals were preoccupied, clearly lacking the spirited disposition of previous days. They sat in silence at the table, having ordered 2 bowls of hot water, and began to contemplate, words unspoken, maintaining this stillness until the sun dipped below the horizon. Esteemed guests, we are about to close. Will you be requiring lodging? The sharp voice of the innkeeper shattered the tranquility. Ling Qin regained his focus, glanced at the innkeeper, and handed him a few pieces of silver. Please prepare 2 upper rooms and arrange 2 tables of food and drink, the innkeeper, wearing a frown, complained. Sir, your funds are only sufficient for 1 upper room, 1 lower room, 2 small dishes, and a pot of wine. Ling Chun fell silent but responded without contemplation. Then proceed as you suggest. The upper room shall be for this young lady, and let all provisions be placed therein, the innkeeper, perplexed, inquired. But sir, what will you eat? Ling Chen smiled at him. I am not hungry. Dongfang's delicate form trembled slightly as she lifted her head, her eyes filled with determination. Wait a moment. The innkeeper, about to step away, paused in surprise. 1 lower room then, and we shall forego the wine. but please bring additional dishes." "Very well," the innkeeper responded and swiftly departed. These two guests are indeed peculiar. They sat motionless for an entire afternoon, only to engage in a dispute over such matters. They must be a quarreling couple. Youth is truly wonderful. It seems I too must hasten to gather funds for a marriage soon. Moments later, the innkeeper led them to a modest room, and after placing the dishes, he took his leave. The room was quite simple, featuring a dilapidated wooden bed, narrow and adorned with but a single blanket. It bore a curtain with several coarse patches that rendered it somewhat unsightly. The oil lamp flickered dimly, swaying precariously in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, the two paid no heed to these details, sitting blankly at the round table, gazing at one another. Suddenly, Ling Chun was the first to divert his gaze, feeling a twinge of unease and lacking confidence. Dongfang smiled softly. "What is this? My esteemed Ling Dapeng has turned bashful. Akin to a woman?" Ling Chun remained silent, meeting Dongfang's gaze once more. There was tenderness, there was resolve. This was also the reason he had shifted his gaze moments ago. He feared the intensity of the emotion. For he, a man prone to sentimentality, could scarcely bear it. "Though be honest, Ling Chun, do you know what my first impression of you was?" Dongfang spoke gently, her smile akin to a flower quietly blooming, her voice warm and soothing. Ling Chun felt increasingly uncomfortable, remaining silent. Dongfang, undeterred, continued, "When you recited poetry, I thought to myself, your carefree and unrestrained demeanor could either stem from a noble lineage or from the life of a rogue. Later, when you intruded upon Tian Buoguan's wedding chamber, I realized you were indeed a rogue. Yet, your words before entering the chamber revealed to me that you had no intention of consummating the marriage. You merely recognized my identity, acting out of kindness or perhaps to amuse yourself. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful to you for guiding me to my dear younger sister. However, upon your departure, you treated me with frivolity." Hearing these words, Ling Chun offered an awkward smile. Had it been another woman, such a kindness would indeed merit a pledge of devotion. Yet, I am no ordinary woman. Although I have never contemplated such a vow, I uphold my virtue with the utmost sanctity. Your lightheartedness towards me compels me to seek an explanation. Moreover, despite your benevolence, I cannot simply strike you down. You must understand the significance of purity to a woman. First and foremost, I am a woman, and only secondarily the leader of the Sun and Moon sect. Regrettably, on that day, you were once again frivolous with me. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to pierce you and her simultaneously. As she spoke, tears welled in Dongfang's eyes, and she murmured, "Yet I cannot bring myself to do so. On one hand, you have shown me kindness, and I cannot repay kindness with vengeance. On the other, in this life, I can either remain unmarried or wed you. I have no other choice." Finally, she whispered, "It is all Yunyang's fault." Indeed, it is Yunyang's fault. Were it not for her, I would never have developed such yearnings and hopes for love. Ling Chen approached to wipe away her tears, uncertain of what to say, for at that moment, perhaps no words would suffice. Just as he contemplated retreating, she implored, "Embrace me." Ling Chen froze, unable to move. "Embrace me, or let me go. I cannot choose, so it must be you who decides." Memories of joyous days spent together and the little girl's words flooded his mind. He did not wish to live with regret, so he hesitated no longer, extending his arms to hold her tightly. As time passed and the night deepened, their meal grew cold, yet they remained still, the scene suspended in a seemingly eternal moment. Chapter 22. United at last. "All right, my body has gone numb. Let me go," she murmured softly. Ling Chun snapped back to reality and released his hold on her arm. "Indeed, it has become somewhat numb. Let us eat." Ling Chun felt somewhat at a loss. Although usually carefree, stripped of his protective facade, he was merely an inexperienced, pure-hearted youth who had never known love. Lacking experience and encounters, he sat dumbly at the table, staring vacantly at the person before him. Dongfang, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, playfully remarked, "What of your poetry? You can effortlessly compose verses for others, yet here you sit like a fool." Though her tone was teasing, it carried a hint of sweetness. "Indeed, I am truly different," she mused. Ling Chen chuckled softly, remaining silent. He genuinely had no words to offer. His thoughts felt as if they had short-circuited. Watching her every smile and movement felt as though he possessed the entire world. It was no wonder that people often claimed the intelligence of those in love diminishes significantly. This assertion rang true. Consequently, Dongfang took small bites of her meal, finishing it while Ling Chun remained motionless, his chopsticks untouched. Ultimately, in exasperation, Miss Dongfang leaned over to feed him herself. Open your mouth, Ling Chen complied. All right, close it now. Why do you resemble a child? Dongfang looked helplessly at the foolish Ling Chen, playfully pouting as she gently wiped his mouth. Silly girl, Dongfang said, raising an eyebrow and pinching Ling Chen's cheek, her tone mockingly fierce. Who are you talking about? Ling Chen smiled nonchalantly, feeling a surge of affection for the playful Dongfang. This meal stretched on for an exceptionally long time, perhaps the longest in their 2 lifetimes, and it was also the most delightful. Though it lacked exotic delicacies, it was enriched by the tenderness of a love that had never existed in their past lives. Ling Chen gazed at the bed, his spirits lifted, feeling emboldened enough to jest. Well, as long as I can sleep, why crave for more? It's certainly better than sleeping on the streets. He unfolded the bedding, which had been neatly prepared, and waved at Dongfang, who stood beside the wooden bed like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Suddenly, he felt a wave of intense guilt wash over him. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Dongfang covered his mouth, a smile gracing her lips as she shook her head in silence. You should rest. I'll keep watch. Ling Chen, taken aback, mumbled distractedly in response. Dongfang chuckled softly, raising her hand and saying, This isn't the wilderness. There's no need for a night watch. Besides, with our martial arts skills, who could possibly ambush us? Ling Chen felt increasingly awkward, his gaze evasive. After a long pause, he finally said, Then I'll sleep on the floor. Dongfang playfully poked his chest, resting her forehead against her hand and speaking gently. Why sleep on the floor when there's a bed available? Ling Chen was taken aback. Huh? Dongfang had already seated herself at the edge of the bed, her face flushed, and she fell silent. The courage it took to utter those words had been monumental, and now it was impossible to repeat. Realizing this, Ling Chen chuckled awkwardly, casting aside his past reservations, and sat stiffly beside Dongfang. With summer's heat enveloping them, it was unavoidable that they wouldn't be fully clothed while sleeping. Yet, both felt a profound sense of embarrassment, and the atmosphere grew heavy as they sat in silence before the bed, motionless. Ling Chen suddenly recalled tales from his past life, of beasts far worse than beasts. Glancing at Dongfang, who was nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, he clenched his slightly damp fists, summoning a surge of courage to push her onto the bed. However, the intricacies of a woman's attire, particularly that of ancient women, proved perplexing. Despite exhausting all his courage, he found himself unable to remove Dongfang's garments. They exchanged bashful glances, both at a loss for words. Frustrated, Ling Chen felt Dongfang stifling a laugh. Overcome by the intoxicating fragrance wafting around them, Ling Chen felt his blood rush, igniting a heat within him. Without considering whether they were still clothed, he leaned in and kissed her, his mind a blank slate, devoid of thought or hesitation. Thus, on that sweltering summer night, in a dilapidated wooden bed with patched linens, they embarked on an innocent exploration of desires. As dawn approached, Ling Chen awoke from his slumber, feeling the warmth of a weight in his arms. A gentle warmth spread through his heart as he lowered his head to kiss the forehead of the person nestled in his embrace, only to find that she had already awoken. Ling Chen, Dongfang murmured softly, her grip on his chest tightening significantly. Ling Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting her to be awake as well. Upon hearing the soft whispers, she inquired with a hint of confusion, Will you betray me? Ling Chen replied with unwavering conviction, If you do not forsake me, I shall never abandon you. Through the azure skies and the depths of the netherworld, our lives are intertwined. From the heights of the blue heavens to the depths of the yellow springs, we shall not be separated across countless lifetimes. This is both a vow and a pact. Dongfang, feeling a mixture of sweetness and unease, turned slightly in his embrace and remarked, You merely speak sweet nothings to win a woman's heart. How can I trust you? Ling Chen tightened his hold on her, saying, Silly girl, with your enchanting presence, how could I ever bear to part with you? Rest assured, as long as you do not cast me away, I shall remain steadfast. Dongfang looked up and said, But I am a person of the demonic sect. If you marry me, you will be scorned and reviled by the world. Would you still take me as your wife? Ling Chen replied resolutely, I would, without a doubt. Even if marrying you means becoming an enemy of the world, I will certainly take you as my bride. Though uncertain of the truth behind his words, Dongfang felt a surge of happiness, even if they were mere fabrications. After a pause, she asked, Will you marry anyone else? Ling Chen was taken aback. The once joyful Dongfang now revealed a trace of bitterness, aware of the accelerated heartbeat against her chest. She already knew the answer, at least for the next few years before I retreat from the world. Please do not take another, all right? All right. Ling Chen contemplated whether he should mention the existence of Yu Ling Shan. However, just at that moment, a rooster crowed outside, heralding the dawn. Thus, Ling Chen refrained from uttering the words he intended to say. 4 days swiftly passed. Following that night, Miss Dongfang shed her previous reserve and wildness, nestling her head gently against Ling Chen's shoulder. Had the members of the demonic sect witnessed this, they would likely be left astounded, wondering if this delicate, feminine side of Dongfang Bu Bai truly belonged to their leader. Meanwhile, Ling Chen languidly played with the locks of hair by Dongfang's shoulder, inhaling the fragrant scent that wafted from her. Over the course of 4 days, which felt neither long nor short, Ling Chen had not anticipated that the Dongfang Bu Bai he had accepted would become so tender. She was neither fierce nor boisterous, obediently following his every word, indifferent to right or wrong, solely to bring him joy. The atmosphere had inexplicably transformed into something peculiar. Ling Chen felt increasingly guilty and hesitated to mention the matter of Yu Ling Shan. It was only today that he comprehended why it was said that being an emperor was a difficult task. With a fleeting thought, he produced a jade pendant and solemnly said to Dongfang Bu Bai, "Silly girl, take this jade pendant and keep it close. It shall guard you in my absence. A person of your commanding presence may never conceive the idea of purchasing adornments. If you do not buy it, I shall procure it for you. Consider this jade pendant as my advance betrothal gift." Perhaps due to the formidable nature of Dongfang's name, Ling Chen had explicitly told her that he did not favor it. Thus, after confirming their romantic relationship, he continued to affectionately refer to her as silly girl. However, unexpectedly, a thoughtless act was etched into the heart of Dongfang Bu Bai, who secretly pondered whether it might be wise to adopt a new name upon returning. With parents who had treated him poorly, even abandoning him, he felt no lingering affection for the surname Dongfang. After handing the jade pendant to Dongfang Bu Bai, Ling Chen suddenly recalled something and hastily added, "Never mind. Let this be our token of love. Although this jade pendant is precious, it is rather mundane as a betrothal gift. Future offerings must consist of a plethora of rare treasures." Ling Chen seemed quite serious, gesturing emphatically, which elicited a fit of laughter from Dongfang Bu Bai. Nonetheless, he solemnly accepted the pendant, carefully fastening it to his waist, his eyes reflecting an enduring sweetness. "Master, I have found my happiness. Will you bless me?" Chapter 23. The washing of hands after bestowing the jade pendant. Ling Chen recalled the matter at hand. Today marked the day of Master Lu's grand washing of hands ceremony. A brief mention was enough for Dongfang Bu Bai to realize that he would soon part ways with Ling Chen. Though reluctant, he buried his feelings deep within, choosing not to express them outwardly. In that moment, he cherished every fleeting second before their separation, gripping Ling Chen's hand with a gentle firmness, unwilling to release it. "Silly girl, I am only leaving for a few days, not for eternity. If you miss me, you can come to Mount Hua. It just so happens that the route from Blackwood Cliff to Mount Hua passes by Hongshan, where you can also pay a visit to your sister." Ling Chen placed a tender kiss upon Dongfang Bu Bai's delicate forehead and spoke softly to him. The enchanting maiden murmured, lazily narrowing her eyes. Naturally, Ling Chen could not take Dongfang Bu Bai to the hand-washing ceremony, for otherwise the prominent sects would likely launch a direct assault on Mount Hua. Although we need not fear, the ensuing complications would be troublesome, would they not? Truth be told, he feared that Dongfang might grow jealous upon learning of Ling Shan, causing a rift akin to a fire in the harem. Such matters would best be addressed once the harem was more stable. He resolved to find an opportunity to mention Ling Shan to Lady Dongfang, give himself a reprimanding, and dismiss the issue before they could meet again. Until then, they would have to nurture their clandestine romance. Thus, they journeyed to the Lu residence, where numerous heroes had gathered. Ling Chen quietly lingered atop the roof where he had previously stood, observing the mingling monks and Taoists below, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. That moment, the sun blazed overhead, illuminating a sky devoid of clouds, a brilliant blue that invigorated the spirit. Yet, it was evident that the individuals below did not share this sentiment. Despite engaging in light-hearted banter, a palpable tension hung in the air among the various sections. Particularly, Brother Lu, while conversing, wore a distracted smile, clearly preoccupied with concerns about the forthcoming hand-washing ceremony. He must have anticipated numerous unforeseen developments arising from this gathering. Down below, Lu Zhangfeng addressed the assembled heroes with a respectful bow, earnestly proclaiming, "Esteemed seniors, dear friends, and young companions, your presence from afar brings me immense honor, and I am profoundly grateful. Today, my brother Lu Zhangfeng renounces his involvement in the affairs of the world, declaring henceforth his departure from the martial realm. From this moment on, I, Lu Zhangfeng, shall withdraw from the martial arts community, no longer traversing the rivers and lakes of our kind."
Should any of my disciples wish to seek allegiance with other sects, they are free to do so, and I shall not impede their choice. I have summoned all esteemed heroes here today to bear witness to this solemn vow. In the future, if any of you visit Hongshan City, you shall remain my esteemed friends. However, I shall no longer concern myself with the myriad grievances and disputes of the martial world. As many of you may know, I recently secured a modest bureaucratic position within the court. Yet, the realm of governance differs vastly from that of martial arts. It is rooted in loyalty, and loyalty and righteousness have never coexisted harmoniously. Now that I have resolved to serve in the capacity of an official, I must relinquish the entanglements of the martial world, thus cleansing myself of its distractions and stepping away from its tumultuous currents. Before all of you, the illustrious heroes and champions, I, Lu Zhangfeng, take a solemn oath that I shall never wield my martial skills for the pursuit of official rank or advancement. Should I violate this oath, let this sword bear witness. With that, Lu Zhangfeng unsheathed the sword at his waist and proceeded to demonstrate a bare-handed shattering of the blade. The assembly gasped at the display of such profound inner strength. Alas, the righteous path would soon lose yet another formidable practitioner. At that moment, the faces of the representatives from various sects were marked by a peculiar expression. Although they were reluctant to see Lu Zhangfeng depart from the martial world, his declaration left them at a loss for words. They found themselves rendered speechless, unable to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Zhangfeng's disciples brought forth a basin filled with water. Rolling up his sleeves, Lu Zhangfeng approached to immerse his hands. But fate had other plans. Suddenly, a fierce voice echoed from outside, and Lu Zhangfeng realized that disciples from the Songshan sect had arrived. Instead of pausing, he hastened his hand's movement toward the water. Just as he was about to touch the surface, a sword whizzed in from outside, forcing Lu Zhangfeng to retreat a few steps. Lu Shixiang, did you not hear me when I asked you to wait? A figure clad in red entered, brandishing a tricolored flag in hand, exuding an air of authority. Ling Qian, visibly displeased, questioned, Fei Shidi, what is the meaning of this? Lu Zhangfeng felt a surge of irritation but restrained himself, mindful of the cleansing ritual he intended to complete. What do you mean, Lu Shixiang? You commenced this momentous ceremony without waiting for the Songshan sect to arrive. You believe that Nanyuehangshan is not part of the Five Mountain Sword sect? Furthermore, you cannot simply withdraw from the martial world like this. The Songshan sect will not acquiesce to such a decision. I come bearing the order of the Left Alliance leader of the Five Mountains Sword sect. Thus, I am here to inform you that your cleansing ceremony is to be postponed for the time being, to be discussed at a later date. A sense of unease gripped Lu Zhangfeng as his fears materialized. However, to ensure he could continue to share the melodies of Xiao Aojiang, who with his confidant in the days to come, he replied, Fei Shidi, I find myself perplexed. My invitation to the cleansing ceremony was respectfully delivered to your esteemed sect long ago, accompanied by a lengthy missive addressed to the Left Alliance leader. If you truly harbor good intentions, why did you not intervene beforehand? It is only at this moment that the flag of obstruction is raised. Does this not openly demand that Lu, in front of all the heroes of the realm, act in contradiction to his own words, inviting the gallant men of the martial world to ridicule me? With these words, he stepped forward, preparing to wash his hands of the matter forcefully. Upon witnessing this, the stone bench of Songshan rushed forward, drawing his sword to intervene. However, although Lu Zhangfeng was resolute in withdrawing from the martial world, his martial prowess far surpassed that of a mere junior from the Songshan sect. In a matter of exchanges, he struck Lu Zhangfeng, causing him to sustain grave injuries, spitting a mouthful of blood and staggering backward. Lu Zhangfeng, do you wish to rebel? Fei Bin, seeing his junior brother wounded, finally realized that this individual before him was of equal standing to his own master, and his martial skills were not something they could contend with. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. With a wave of his hand, a group of disciples clad in red Songshan attire emerged, holding swords and escorting a woman and two men, Lu Zhangfeng's wife and biological son, along with his own second disciple, Mi Wei. You, Lu Shixiang, the Left Alliance leader, anticipated that you would not comply willingly, hence he specifically instructed the disciples of Songshan to take good care of your family, Fei Bin said, a hint of smugness in his voice, pointing at Lu Zhangfeng. What a detestable act, Ling Chun thought silently, witnessing this scene. Members from various sects felt a pang of sympathy. Yu Lingshan even adorably scrunched her little nose. What difference is there between your actions and those of the demonic sect? Lu Zhangfeng gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Indeed, said Master Dingy. What you are doing at Songshan is rather excessive. Yu Buchuan added. Disaster should not befall one's family, a senior from Tianmin remarked. To threaten a defenseless woman is not an act befitting a righteous sect. Ling Chun observed Fei Bin, who was seething with embarrassment and anger. How dare these individuals question the methods of the Songhan sect? However, fearing the wrath of the crowd, he declared, what collusion exists between Lu Shixiang and the leader of the demonic sect, Dongfang Bubi? What schemes have been set to target our Wuyue sword sect and the righteous factions of the martial world? The various sects exchanged tense glances, and Ling Qin's eyes bore a heavy intent to kill. Lu Zhengfeng, in a state of panic, retorted, You are speaking nonsense. I have never even met that Dongfang Bubi of the demonic sect. How could there be any collusion? Are you all aware that Lu Zhengfeng has had close dealings with the bright right envoy of the demonic sect, Chu Yang? At this, Fabian dropped the honorific and referred to him directly as Lu Zhengfeng. Ding Mian also interjected, Lu Zhengfeng. I ask you, do you know the bright right envoy Chu Yang of the demonic sect? Lu Zhengfeng hesitated for a moment, recalling the joyful times spent together a decade ago, his expression shifting from uncertainty to resolve. Indeed. Brother Chu is my dearest friend, my only confidant. The members of the various sects could hardly accept this revelation. If you wish to withdraw, then withdraw, but why involve the demonic sect? Master Dingy protested, Lu Shidi. How can you be entangled with those of the demonic sect? Yu Songhai sneered, Humph. Engaging with those of the demonic sect is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. It will not end well, Lu Shidi. It would be prudent for you to sever ties with the members of the demonic sect at your earliest convenience. Yu Buchuan. Chapter 24, That Blooming Green Lotus. Lu Zhengfeng, upon hearing the murmurs from various sects, felt a surge of anxiety and bowed respectfully to the crowd, stating, I have found a kindred spirit in Brother Chu at our first encounter. I take pleasure in playing the qin, while Brother Chu excels in the flute. Our camaraderie is rooted in the harmony of music. Although Brother Chu hails from the demonic sect, I discern his noble character through the melodies he plays. I, Lu Zhengfeng, not only hold him in high esteem but also harbor a deep admiration for him. Despite being merely a martial artist, I would never bring harm to a friend. Ding Mian, lurking nearby, ominously remarked, What you think is known to no one. Thus, Lu Shidi, the Left Alliance leader, is aware that you have been ensnared by the demonic sect's deceit, and hence has granted you an opportunity for redemption. The Left Alliance leader has stated that Lu Zhengfeng is a rare talent among the Hengshan sect, who, having momentarily strayed into the paths of evil, is given a chance to repent. After all, who among us has not erred? The Left Alliance leader instructed me to convey to you, Lu Shixiang, that should you wish to amend your ways, you must within a month slay the demonic elder Chu Yang and present his head. Thereafter, all past grievances shall be forgiven, and we may continue as good friends and brothers. What say you? Lu Zhengfeng, with a grave expression, responded, Am I, Lu Zhengfeng, the sort to betray a friend? Fabian glanced at Yu Buchuan. Do you have any insights? Master Yue, internally exclaiming in dismay, reluctantly rose and addressed Lu Zhengfeng. Lu Xianbei, if you truly consider him a friend, then it is only right to stand by him in times of peril. However, the connection you share with the demonic Chu Yang clearly harbors treachery and ill intent. To label such a person as a friend is to diminish the very essence of friendship itself. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in silent agreement, their hearts resonating with deep disapproval of associating with those from the demonic sect. Lu Zhengfeng wore a bitter expression, fully aware that Master Yue's words held no fault. Alas, it is unfortunate that none can comprehend the unique bond one share with Brother Chu. You all fail to understand. With a gentle sigh, Lu Zhengfeng declared, If that is the case, I, Lu Zhengfeng, shall withdraw from the martial world, retreating to an overseas sanctuary, and in my lifetime, I shall never set foot in the Central Plains again. I shall sever all ties with the entanglements of the martial realm, and let it be as though I, Lu Zhengfeng, never existed. How does that sound? The venerable Dai Shirtai, already displeased with the actions of the Songhan sect in abducting his family, seized the opportunity to affirm, that would be splendid indeed. Yet, at that moment, Ding Mian interjected. The Left Alliance leader also stated that should you, Lu Shidi, have truly wandered too deep into the demonic path and be unable to extricate yourself, we, as leaders of the Five Mountain Sword sect, must uphold justice and eradicate familial ties to fulfill our duty. Pausing for effect, he cast a sinister glance at Lu Zhengfeng's family, adding with a smile, Naturally, we must eliminate any roots of future troubles. Lu Zhengfeng's fury ignited. Dare you lay a finger on them, and I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces, Fabian scoffed, drawing his sword and lunging toward the second disciple, Mi Wei. Lu Zhengfeng bellowed, Wei! His wife echoed in alarm, Wei! At this moment, Yu Lingshan grasped the hem of Yu Buchuan's garment, her brow furrowed in silence. Ling Qian, witnessing this scene, touched his nose, realizing it was time for him to make his entrance. The river flows endlessly, And the stars in the sky align with the northern dipper. Hee, the northern dipper. A bowl of wine shared by sworn brothers. If you say go, then we shall depart. You have, I have, we all have. Hee, we all have. In water or fire, we never turn back. When seeing injustice, let out a roar. When it's time to act, act decisively. With fervor, he charged into the 9 provinces, showcasing his soul-searching skills and singing the hero's song. Ling Chen descended from the rooftop in an instant, startling a flock of gulls. Meanwhile, disciples of the Song's Han sect, without exception, spewed blood and were sent flying backward. One disciple, Ling Chen, greeted his master, admitting he had been preoccupied with chivalrous deeds these past few days, hence his tardiness. Brother Chen, how I have missed you. Without regard for the crowd, Yu Lingshan abruptly leaped into Ling Chen's embrace. Ling Chen shuddered, forcing a smile as he gently caressed her silky hair. This sight made Hu Chong grit his teeth and clench his fists in anger. Seeing the two unreserved individuals, Yu Buchuan's face darkened as he admonished. What nonsense is this? In broad daylight, such behavior is utterly inappropriate. Chunner, Shanner, you two should quickly separate. Only then did Yu Lingshan remember the many onlookers, her face flushing as she hurriedly returned to Yu Buchuan's side. Looking like a startled rabbit, Ling Chen smiled faintly at her bashful demeanor. Shifting his gaze, he winked at the young Yilin, who blushed fiercely and hurriedly covered her face with her hands. Who are you? And why do you meddle in the affairs of the Five Mountains Sword Sect? Fei Bin glared at Ling Chen with malice, though his tone was cautious, evidently wary after witnessing the earlier spectacle. Uncle Fei, you just let out a silent fart. Impressive, indeed. Ling Chen quipped that I am a disciple of the Huashan sect, under the tutelage of Yu Buchuan. Can it be that the matters of the Five Mountain Sword Sect do not concern Huashan? The crowd erupted in laughter at Ling Chen's peculiar remarks, while Fei Bin's face turned crimson with rage. The old nun Dingy stifled a laugh, remembering Yilin's predicament, but Yilin herself could not contain her amusement. You, this is simply impossible. Your martial prowess far surpasses that of Yu Buchuan. How could you possibly be his disciple? Fei Bin shouted, his voice filled with anguish and disbelief. Yu Buchuan let out a light snort as he was sent flying backward. Ling Chen's gaze turned icy. He had found Fei Bin displeasing for some time now. How dare he insult his master, Dong Feng? This was the perfect opportunity to erase him. Therefore, he declared fiercely, to insult my master is to seek death. He then executed the carefree steps, appearing before the flung Ding Mian as if teleporting, unleashing his inner strength as he silently performed the Qinglian sword technique. A colossal blue lotus materialized, followed by a surge of nearly tangible sword energy that enveloped the entire Lu residence. Yet, all the sword energy was directed solely at Ding Mian, creating a scene reminiscent of 1,000 swords returning to their origin. Before long, a large crater appeared on the ground where Ding Mian had stood. As for Ding Mian, he must have turned to ashes. Witnessing this scene, akin to a divine miracle, left everyone astonished. Could such formidable martial prowess even be classified as mere martial arts? This could very well be deemed a celestial technique. In that moment, the onlookers regarded Ling Chen with an air of peculiarity and trepidation. Those who have never witnessed the innate powers of the preternatural realm can never fathom the exquisite wonders it entails. The once lethargic elder monk of Lingzhou Temple widened his eyes, his gaze flickering uncertainly, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Huashan sect, though equally taken aback, soon erupted with excitement, for Ling Chen was indeed one of their own. Particularly, Yu Lingshan's eyes sparkled as if they were ablaze with stars. Though Yu Buchuan was startled, he remained unfazed. After all, should he unleash the final move of the celestial flight technique with his inner strength, a similarly astonishing phenomenon could manifest. So he merely assumed Ling Chen had stumbled upon an extraordinary sword technique. Little did he know, this was merely the first form of the Qinglian sword technique. Of course, among the Huashan sect, there were two who felt out of place. Lao Denua and Ling Huchong. They stood there, dazed and incredulous, gazing at the unfolding spectacle, muttering, This cannot be real. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Ling Chen, elegantly tossed his hair and shifted his gaze toward Fei Bin. Ding Mian, barely managing to keep himself upright, knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Spare me, I beg you. Spare me. I do not wish to die. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen displayed a hint of surprise and embarrassment. Xiao Ding, what are you doing? Please rise. I have no intention of killing you. The various sects of the Five Mountains share a bond akin to family. I could never commit such an impolite act, the other sect members observed, with Yu Buchuan thinking to himself, indeed. This is the case. What a gem he is! At that moment, Ding Mian was drenched in cold sweat. Pondering, to you, is killing merely a matter of etiquette? I have made up my mind. Upon returning to Songshan, I shall follow Brother Lu's example and wash my hands of this world, retiring from the martial realm. Chapter 25 concludes. Lu Zhengfeng gazed at the defeated disciples of the Songshan sect strewn about, momentarily lost in thought. Just moments ago, it seemed certain that his family would face ruin. How could the tide have turned so swiftly? Yet, he did not linger in hesitation, promptly advancing to bow in gratitude to Ling Chun, saying, "Thank you, young hero Ling, for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you, I fear my Lu family would have already become a tomb." At this juncture, Lu Zhengfeng's wife also stepped forward, softly expressing her gratitude to Ling Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Chen resolved to attribute the credit to his master. "Uncle Lu, what are you doing? The Five Mountain Sword Sect is united as one. How could Huashan stand idly by while its own is bullied by outsiders? In truth, I had arrived at Lu's residence earlier, but on my master's orders, I refrained from revealing myself immediately and my master instructed me to remain hidden, and should the situation take a turn for the worse, I would emerge to lend my meager assistance. This is all my master's directive. How could I accept a bow from you?" Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the expressions of the various sect members grew peculiar, yet they refrained from further commentary, instead praising Yu Buchuan, exclaiming, "Indeed, Master Yu is truly astute. It seems the martial world shall require your keen attention in the days to come." Although Yu Buchuan inwardly cursed the insincerity of those around him, he still greeted them with a smile. "You heroes are too kind to me, you. What I possess are merely trifling wits, hardly worth mentioning." At this moment, Lu Zhengfeng also bowed to Yu Buchuan, saying, "I am grateful for your assistance, dear brother. There is no need for such formalities between us, brother." "What need is there for thanks?" Yu Buchuan replied, "As noon approaches, you should hasten to complete the golden basin washing hands ceremony, and afterward, we can truly enjoy the hospitality of the host." Upon hearing Yu Buchuan's words, Lu Zhengfeng recalled the pressing matter at hand, to conclude this perilous ceremony that had almost led to his family's ruin. He instructed his second disciple, Mi Wei, to arrange the golden basin once more, filling it with water. With a trembling hand, Lu Zhengfeng dipped into the basin, lingering for a moment before withdrawing his hand. At long last, the golden basin washing hands ceremony was completed. "Brother Chu, we can finally join forces once more to play that song of carefree wandering in the martial world." The remaining time was filled with Lu Zhengfeng hosting a grand banquet. Although the food and wine were delightful, Ling Chun found little appetite, as it seemed that Yi Lin harbored some animosity toward him. To Ling Chen's surprise, the old nun Ding Yi did not trouble him, though she frequently cast her gaze upon him, frowning deeply, which sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, members from various sects approached to toast him, leaving Ling Chen with no choice but to endure the tasteless wine that resembled mere water. For someone accustomed to modern spirits, drinking ancient wine felt like an invisible torment. "Ha ha, brother Yu, how fortunate we are to have such talented disciples among the Hua Mountain sect. It truly inspires our envy." The flattery made the corners of old Yu's mouth lift, clearly delighted. "Brother Chen, how is it that in just a few days of absence, you have grown so formidable? Surely your martial skills have surpassed our father's." Yu Ling Shan inquired curiously, leaning against Ling Chen. "It is merely a matter of unexpected encounters. Once we return to Hua Mountain, I shall pass on these skills to you, if you wish," Ling Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling Shan said nothing but nestled her head firmly against Ling Chen's embrace. The banquet concluded swiftly, and after bidding farewell to the various sect members, Ling Chun returned to Hua Mountain with Yu Buchuan. Surrounded by the familiar mountains and waters of Hua Mountain, Ling Chun felt a sense of homecoming, a sentiment he had never experienced in his past life. He fabricated a casual excuse to placate Yu Buchuan and subsequently transmitted the techniques of the carefree steps and the Qinglian sword song to him. Ling Chun then imparted all his martial skills to Yu Ling Shan. To his dismay, this young girl chose to enter seclusion immediately after learning the skills, a decision that felt like striking oneself with a stone. However, it was for the best. Matters of the heart required contemplation and careful handling. Thus, the days on Hua Mountain passed leisurely, and at long last, on the 16th day after returning, the system completed its update. Among a few inconspicuous willows by the lake at the back mountain, Ling Chun fashioned a simple rocking chair from willow branches and reclined comfortably, silently conversing with the setting sun in his heart. Sunset, how often does the system update? In general, the system does not undergo updates. It only alters the original mainline process when specific intentions of the master influence it. Everything revolves around the master's thoughts, the heaven and hell plan. Indeed, your ambitious scheme significantly diverges from the system's originally established mainline process. Therefore, in order to cultivate you into a magnificent supreme deity, the system will adopt your planned objectives as the mainline process, and this update serves to replace the original mainline progression. Very well. You have worked hard, and I feel somewhat embarrassed. Lingchen seems to be a bit shy upon hearing this. What has been updated this time? After a moment of contemplation, Xiang's soft voice echoed once more. 1. The points exchange for the supreme deity has been cancelled, and permission functions have been enabled, rendering all items in the item mall free within the permissions. 2.in the exclusive mall for the supreme deity. Points have been replaced by Fortune. 3. A new currency, Fortune, has been introduced. Fortune can be obtained by completing tasks assigned by the system or through personal plunder, the latter of which requires the master to devise strategies independently. For each reincarnator under the supreme deity must complete at least one daily task each month. 5. Each reincarnator under the supreme deity must undertake at least one special task annually, involving acts of slaughter. 6. The supreme deity may indiscriminately erase reincarnators within their permissions. 7. Points, after deducting the costs of the update, have automatically converted into reincarnator seeds. 8. One must complete the world task of their current realm in order to depart from it. The master currently possesses first-level permissions, with a fortune of 6,000 points, the 6,000 being acquired through personal plunder in this plane. Lingchen, upon hearing this, fell into a daze for a considerable time, unable to discern whether this update was beneficial or detrimental to him. After murmuring the term item mall, Lingchen discovered that the section for 1,000 points was illuminated, while the rest remained dimmed. He sighed slightly in his heart. At least for the time being, it was not a fortunate situation. In the days to come, he would further solidify this notion. World tasks for the current realm, exclusive to the supreme deity. Task 1. Achieve fame throughout the realm, resounding across the 9 provinces. Successful completion rewards 3,000 fortune. Task 2. Attain the position of leader of the martial arts world at Huashan. Successful completion rewards 1,000 fortune. Task 3. Defeat Dugu Qiu Ba. Successful completion rewards 5,000 fortune. Permission tasks, exclusive to the supreme deity. Task 1. A reincarnator under the supreme deity must complete one world task. Completed. Task 2. A reincarnator under the supreme deity must establish at least one team. Not completed. Note: the team of reincarnators established by the assistant, Xiang, disregards seed limitations, allowing personnel to be freely selected from the myriad of realms outside the main world. Prior to team battles, the supreme deity is prohibited from seeking any intelligence related to the second team from the assistant Xiang. Scheming is strictly forbidden. Permission 1. One large-scale world task may be conducted every 10 years. One primary narrative task may be undertaken each year. The item mall opens up first-level items and allows the forced erasure of reincarnators whose combat power is below 1,000. The current combat power of the reincarnator Yubuchuan stands at 15,000 points, rendering erasure impossible. With a considerable likelihood of exceeding control, it is recommended to either exile him during the world task or to erase him independently. The reincarnator Xiaoyan currently possesses a formidable battle power of 9 million points, rendering him indelible and likely to surpass control. It is recommended to banish him from this world. Chapter 26, Emergent Supreme Deity. Ling Chun Battle Power, 18,000 points. Number of reincarnators, 2 authority level, 1 activated functions, deity space, automatic navigation, map function, healing, team features, courtesy of the system, reincarnator seeds, 10 designated reincarnator seeds, points conversion, 2 cross-border designated reincarnator seeds, update compensation, activated original worlds, Jurassic Era, Qin Shi Mingyu Dimension, update compensation, Naruto Dimension, update compensation, Mission World, Jurassic Era, system-generated dimension, not an original dimension, reincarnator seeds, 100 luck points designated reincarnator seeds, 1,000 luck points cross-border designated reincarnator seeds, 10,000 luck points usage rights for primary worlds, 100 luck points usage rights for intermediate worlds, 1,000 luck points usage rights for advanced worlds, 10,000 luck points world ownership multiplies the usage rights tenfold. The volume of information was rather overwhelming. It took Ling Chun quite some time to peruse it all. With a sigh, he realized that his workload would indeed be substantial moving forward. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept his fate. It was time to complete his world mission. To his astonishment, Task 1 was already marked as complete. This left Ling Chun both amused and perplexed. Had he truly gained renown in the martial world merely for vanquishing a prominent figure at the Golden Basin Washing Hands Conference? Unbeknownst to him, The legend of the Qinglian he had conjured had spread throughout the realm, with whispers of his reincarnation as an immortal echoing through the streets. Choosing not to dwell on it, Ling Chun quietly began formulating plans for Task 3. After a while, the system designated Dugu Qiu Ba as a reincarnator, Qinling. Revered as the dragon vein of Huaxia civilization, the main peak, Mount Taibai, rises to a height of 37,712 meters, surpassing Mount Huashan by over 1,000 meters. The summit of Taibai boasts a breathtaking geological landscape, featuring glacial mountains, pristine springs, verdant forests, celestial phenomena, and exotic flora, creating a stunning tableau of nature. Deep within the snowy forest stood a small wooden cabin, appearing ethereal and pure due to the accumulated snow. The door was tightly shut, and the thick layer of snow in front suggested it had remained unopened for quite some time. Inside, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a tranquil monk in meditation, utterly motionless. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled a deep sigh. Another failure. Is it truly only possible to reach the innate golden elixir realm in this world? My time is running out. Alas, I, Dugu Qiu Ba, who once traversed the world undefeated, cannot escape the shackles of this existence. It seems my fate is to perish in this desolate wilderness. Congratulations. You have been selected as a reincarnator. Your reincarnator ID is 1. Your current battle power stands at 15,000 points, and you have received 1,000 points. The shop list has been activated. Please review it at your convenience. For many years, Dugu Qiu Ba had reached the pinnacle of his prowess, naturally doubting that anyone could elude his perceptive grasp and convey messages to him in secrecy. Yet, this cold and enigmatic voice undeniably resonated within his mind, perhaps signaling a breakthrough opportunity for him. Dugu Qiu Ba whispered, "Who are you?" "I am the Lord God." Lord God? A deity? Dugu Qiu Ba's heart trembled, and he could no longer maintain his composure. He hastily knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing several times. "O Lord God, please accept me as your disciple." Upon witnessing this, Ling Chun could not suppress a chuckle. "I do not take disciples. By fulfilling the tasks I assign, you shall obtain everything you desire without needing me. I am devoid of emotions. Your current points total 1,000. Do you wish to open the shopping mall list?" Dugu Qiu Ba felt somewhat disheartened, yet upon hearing the Lord God repeat the terms points and shopping mall twice, he surmised they must hold significant importance. Points are the currency of survival. Sensing his thoughts, Ling Chun was disinclined to entertain further inquiries. In the shopping mall, Dugu Qiu Ba was indeed like a curious child. "Do you wish to open the shopping mall list?" "Yes." Renxinghua, which blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000 years, and requires an additional 10,000 years to ripen. After enduring 10,000 years, it yields merely 30 fruits, resembling infants not yet a year old, complete with limbs and features. Should one with fate encounter this fruit and merely inhale its fragrance, they may live for 360 years, consuming one grants a lifespan of 47,000 years. Cost, 2 million points. Elixir of Immortality, upon ingestion, grants eternal life in a chosen world. Cost, 10 million points. 9,000-year peach, upon consumption, grants eternal life in a chosen world and increases one's cultivation by 1,000 years. Effects diminish with each use. Cost, 20 million points. 10,000-year peach, upon consumption, grants eternal life in a chosen world and increases one's cultivation by 10,000 years. Effects diminish with each use. Cost, 50 million points. Zhuxian Sword. The Zhuxian Divine Sword, forged from the essence of a blood jade that materialized from the death of an ancient demon god, painstakingly refined by an unnamed celestial with true fire over a century, is an unparalleled divine weapon. When the sword was completed, day turned into night, and the cries of ghosts echoed ceaselessly. The sword's malevolent aura surged into the heavens, attracting divine retribution. It possesses the power to slay gods and vanquish immortals. Cost, 100 million points. Zhuxian Sword Array. Formed by the 4 Zhuxian swords, Zhuxian Sword, Luxian Sword, Xianxian Sword, Juexian Sword, combined with the Zhuxian Array diagram. It is said to be the first killing formation since the dawn of chaos, ruling over the path of divine retribution, a supreme formation, a treasure of the Tongtian sect, and a protective array for the faith. A single sage may establish it, yet it cannot be broken without the combined effort of 4 sages. Within the sword array lies profound and perilous transformations, with boundless killing intent. Not even a saint of the heavenly path, nor a Deluo golden immortal, can survive within this array without instantly turning to dust. Cost, 10 billion points. Ling Chun directly presented the exchange list that had previously ignited Yu Buchuan's fighting spirit. And indeed, Dugu Qiu Ba's eyes gleamed with envy. I want the 10,000-year peach and the Juxian sword array. Dugu Qiu Ba shouted with all his might. The required points total 100 billion and 10 million points. Your current points are 1,000. Exchange failed, Dugu Qiu Ba. After a long while, Dugu Qiu Ba finally regained his composure and pondered internally. How can one acquire points? By fulfilling the tasks assigned by the Master God. Ding! Task generated. Task 1. Join the Huashan sect within a month. Successfully achieving this will grant 1,000 points, while failure will result in a deduction of 1,000 points. Should one's points fall below 0, obliteration awaits. Such a casually uttered word as obliteration sent a chill of sweat down Dugu Qiu Ba's spine. Task 2. Duel with the Master and the Young Master of the Huashan sect. 1,000 points will be awarded for each victory, with no penalties for defeat. This can be undertaken simultaneously. Realizing that the deadline was 1 month away, Dugu Qiu Ba could no longer concern himself with maintaining an image of a master. He forcefully shattered the wooden door and rushed outside with his sword in hand. Alas! Had he known earlier, he would not have left Brother Jiao in the sword tomb. Now he had to hurry along his path. Oh, it seemed he had once taken on a disciple beneath the Blackwood Cliff. What was her name again? Chapter 27. The Arrival of the Sword Demon. Huashan, the Cliff of Reflection. Since the last system update, Ling Qian had retreated to the cave on the back mountain of the Cliff of Reflection, and now over half a month had passed. To his disappointment, the system's automatic learning feature had vanished with this update, leaving him to rely solely on mechanical self-study. This was quite disheartening for Ling Qian, who was accustomed to high efficiency. However, self-study had its own merits, allowing for gradual accumulation that fostered a deeper understanding of martial arts. It also fulfilled his subconscious desire to cultivate without depending on the system for every little thing. Over the past half-month, Ling Qian had finally improved the Taiji swordplay of Wudong by integrating the secrets of Taiji, significantly enhancing its power. Although it could not rival the flamboyance of the celestial sword or the versatility of Dugu Jujian, the Taiji swordplay possessed unique characteristics absent in those two styles. Using force against force and leveraging momentum to increase strength, it had the ability to turn defeat into victory, to overcome rigidity with flexibility, and to triumph over the strong with the weak. This characteristic was unattainable by other sword techniques. Ling Qian finally understood why the legendary Master Zhang Sanfeng was able to establish the Wudong sect in such a short time, contending with the eminent Shaolin sect in the martial world. The reason was simple. Although the disciples were generally weaker than those of Shaolin, the Taiji Quan and Taiji swordplay provided them with a fighting chance in seemingly hopeless situations. Time was passing, and Shainer should be emerging from her seclusion by now. He recalled her proudly stating that she had never meditated for more than 3 days. Shaking his head, Ling Qian indulged in a simple hot spring bath before departing from the Cliff of Reflection. At the Huashan sect's main hall, Yu Buchuan gazed intently at the black-clad man before him, a solemn expression crossing his face, as his instincts suggested that this individual was likely of the same caliber as himself. Uncertain of whether he was friend or foe, this man was none other than Dugu Qiu Ba, who had arrived at a breakneck speed. At this moment, Dugu Qiu Ba was equally astonished, having not anticipated that the leader of the Huashan sect had also reached the realm of innate golden core, which piqued his interest. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt a long dormant itch to draw it after years of abstinence. What brings you to Huashan, sir? Yu Buqian spoke with a demeanor that was neither humble nor arrogant. Since becoming a reincarnator, his disposition had brightened considerably, and he had come to regard the once cherished pursuits of fame and fortune with utter indifference. Over time, this attitude had cultivated a certain nonchalance reminiscent of a master who gazes serenely upon the clouds. This transformation was, of course, not without the influence of Yi Guqing's character, which had a profound effect on his temperament. However, at present, this influence was decidedly positive. I am Dugu Qiu Ba, and I have long heard of the gentlemanly demeanor of Master Yue from the Huashan sect. As my time draws near, I seek a tranquil place to spend my twilight years. Hence, I have come to pay my respects to Master Yue. Hoping to join Huashan, I am immensely grateful for your consideration. Dugu Qiu Ba humbly lowered his status, not for lack of pride, but because he recognized that the man before him was a peer capable of competing with him. Yu Buqian was genuinely taken aback by this revelation, yet he harbored no fear of Dugu Qiu Ba being a spy from another sect. For if such an exceptional figure had belonged to any sect, that sect would have long since unified the martial world. Nor did he worry whether this was truly Dugu Qiu Ba himself, as reaching the innate golden elixir realm is not an achievement attainable by just anyone. He was merely slightly astonished that Dugu Qiu Ba had lived for so long. After all, tales of his undefeated legend had circulated in the martial world for hundreds of years. Haha, it is indeed an honor for Huashan to welcome the esteemed Dugu. I have also studied your Dugu 9 swords. And should you choose to join Huashan, I would gladly honor you as my disciple. Dugu Qiu Ba waved his hand dismissively. Master Yue, you are being overly courteous. There is no hierarchy in the way of the Tao. The accomplished are our teachers, we both stand at the pinnacle of this realm, so there is no need for such distinctions between senior and junior. I have merely lived a few more years than you. Let us regard each other as equals. As for the personal encounters that shaped the Dugu 9 swords, if you treat me as a teacher, I would truly feel unworthy. What a jest! Given the countless martial arts he had studied over the centuries, if he were to pay tribute as a disciple for each one, he would have an infinite number of masters. Seeing Dugu Qiu Ba's humility, Yu Buqian felt an increased fondness for him. I perceive that Master Yue is also a swordsman. Shall we engage in a discussion about swordsmanship? Dugu Qiu Ba emphasized the term swordsman, rather than merely someone who practices swordplay. Only those who have grasped the essence of the sword merit the title of swordsman. Throughout history, countless individuals have practiced swordplay, yet only a precious few truly deserve the name of swordsman. Yu Buqian felt a surge of excitement. Since entering the Golden Elixir realm, his Wind Master uncle had become no match for him. And although Ling Chun was also at the Golden Elixir level, he was but a disciple. What if, hypothetically speaking, he were to lose? That would indeed be a great embarrassment. Thus, upon hearing Dugu Qiu Ba's request, Yu Buqian found himself unable to contain his eagerness. Having inherited Yi Guqing's lifelong legacy, he believed his understanding of the sword was not inferior to Dugu Qiu Ba's. I share your sentiment, Brother Dugu. Please, Dugu Qiu Ba cupped his fists. Brother Yu, please, and so, the two unparalleled swordsmen, having reached the pinnacle of their realm, began the long-awaited Huashan sword debate, a momentous occasion following the Song dynasty, after many years apart. As two brilliant beams of sword light soared into the heavens, the entire Huashan community erupted in excitement. I saw it. Just now, one of those lights belonged to my master. I saw it too. I saw it too. Another light surely cannot be our Wind Master ancestor. No, that individual appears quite youthful. Could it be the junior martial brother? Ling Chun. Who is speaking of me? The disciples. Junior martial brother? Have you emerged from seclusion? The one speaking is Lu Hoer. Ling Chun smiled at him and nodded. Yes, I have just come out. Raising his gaze to the two figures entangled in a clash of swords, Ling Chun revealed a smile, his hand gently lifting as his sword was drawn from its sheath. Ning Zhongzi, noticing this, hurriedly inquired. Chun'er, what do you intend to do? Ling Chen discerned the affection in Ning Zhongzi's tone. His heart warmed slightly as he replied softly. Rest assured, Master, I merely wish to join in the fun. It will not cause any trouble, Wind Master uncle. You rascal, I cannot intervene in their battle, and yet you wish to frolic about? Ning Zhongzi intended to say more, but Ling Chun had already executed the carefree steps, leaving only a trail of sword light behind. With a helpless sigh, he muttered, This child. Feng Qingyang exclaimed in disbelief. How is it possible? He has only practiced martial arts for a few days, yet he has comprehended the essence of the sword. What a prodigy of the sword path. Ning Zhongzi, though unaware of the meaning of sword essence, recognized Ling Chen's extraordinary lightness of foot. Recalling the azure lotus he had seen during the Golden Basin washing hands conference, his heart eased slightly, and he chided with a smile. At this age, still acting like a child at a tea this moment, Yu Buqian and Dugu Qiu Ba evidently also noticed Ling Chun, who approached with sword in hand. Observing the soaring sword aura around him, their expressions grew solemn. Chun'er, what brings you here? Yu Buqian could neither scold nor lay a heavy hand on this fated protagonist. After all, the protagonist's mission was yet to be completed. However, for reasons unknown, Ling Chun held an importance in his heart that rivaled that of Chun'er. He had long regarded him as a son, a notion he had never anticipated. Master, my hands are itching, and so I have come to join the fray. However, a three-way brawl seems rather lackluster. How about this? You two join forces and see if you can defeat me. Ling Chun flashed a middle finger at Yu Buqian and Dugu Qiu Ba. Although Yu Buqian did not comprehend the meaning of the gesture, he surmised it was not a positive sign. Due to the influence of the main deity, Yu Buqian felt the overwhelming power of the protagonist's aura and, without pretense, drew his sword, calling out, Brother Dugu, you engage directly while I will handle the sneak attack, Dugu Qiu Ba. If you are to sneak attack, what is the meaning of your swift advance? Chapter 28. The Battle of Wudong with the Cascading Shadows of Swords. Ling Chen proactively advanced to confront Dugu Qiu Ba. Dugu Qiu Ba, a true genius of the sword path, coupled with centuries of refinement, wielded a sword technique that was unfathomable. As their exchanges deepened, Ling Chun came to a profound realization of the terrifying nature of the Dugu Nine Swords, especially when wielded by Dugu Qiu Ba himself. Coupled with his profound understanding of the sword path, Ling Chen's every move was effortlessly countered. Asu Buchuan intermittently coordinated with Dugu Qiu Ba to launch a series of surprise attacks from behind. It became increasingly apparent that Ling Chun was gradually falling behind. Dugu Qiu Ba, recognizing the formidable nature of Ling Chun, noted that despite their combined efforts, they had only managed to gain a slight upper hand. Ling Chen's mastery of swordsmanship likely surpassed his own by a considerable margin, and Yu Buchuan's sword techniques were extraordinary, exquisite in speed and elegance, forcing him to exert every ounce of his strength to counter them. The duo of master and disciple were certainly not to be underestimated. As for Yu Buchuan, the mere thought of the protagonist's aura made him feel that the pressure he faced was trivial. A slight superiority in swordsmanship was inconsequential, for it did not exceed his capabilities by a significant degree. However, should that so-called protagonist's aura shine forth, there would be no contest at all. Perhaps in the midst of their duel, the other party would ascend to the innate golden core realm and enter a new level altogether. Senior brother, why is it so lively here? A woman adorned with a yellow veil inquired softly of Lu Hoer. Lu Hoer initially felt a tightening in her chest, realizing that the woman was not from their Huashan sect. Yet she soon relaxed, concluding that this was likely a senior from another sect who had sensed the soaring sword intent of Huashan and come to pay a visit. With a sense of pride, Lu Hoer responded, "My master and junior brother are engaged in a sword discussion with a mysterious individual." "Junior brother? You mean our young master, Ling Chun, right? Ever since the Golden Basin Washing Hands conference. The news must have spread in the martial world, haven't you heard?" Lu Hoer asked in slight astonishment. Upon hearing Ling Chen's name, the veiled woman fell into silence, her expression a mix of joy and confusion as she gazed toward the trio. As time slipped away, Ling Chun found himself struggling against the relentless onslaught of the two assailants. At last, Yu Buchuan seized an opportunity to unleash a technique known as Heavenly Flying Immortal. Instantly, ethereal sounds reverberated as a spectral figure, exuding an otherworldly presence reminiscent of a celestial being, advanced toward Ling Chun, executing an incomprehensible sword technique. Seeing this, Ling Chen's heart raced, and he attempted to evade with a leap of the carefree step. However, to his surprise, Yu Buchuan, also employing the carefree step, matched his speed, their combined momentum surpassing that of Ling Chun. With no other option, Ling Chun resorted to his newly refined Tai Chi swordplay. Dugu Qiu Ba stood transfixed, captivated by the enchanting swordplay, flawless in its execution. An epitome of perfection with no discernible flaws. He realized clearly that he could not break through this strike. Yet, he possessed his own trump card. Being unable to counter did not equate to being unable to defend. Nevertheless, he was profoundly astonished. Witnessing this swordplay transported him back to his youthful days, stirring the embers of passion within him. With a resounding cheer, Dugu Qiu Ba charged forward. Observing this scene, the onlookers recognized that their junior brother was likely on the verge of defeat. Ling Chen's sword emanated a rich, deep purple HUAT that moment. He fully harnessed the power of the Biming divine art and the purple chi from the east. The Biming true energy and the true energy of the purple mist intertwined with the Tai Chi secret manual, attracting and merging into a magnificent purple Tai Chi diagram. As the sword moved in harmony, a sudden chaos enveloped the surrounding spiritual energies. The ethereal figure, too, began to subtly distort under the pull of the Tai Chi diagram. Finally, Ling Chen's sword clashed with Yu Buchuan's, and the sword of the spectral figure pierced through the Tai Chi illusion like a celestial guide, aiming directly at Ling Chun. Caught off guard, Ling Chun felt his breath falter, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, the shadow that was drawn into a part of the Taiji unexpectedly reflected back. Yu Buchuan, while executing the celestial flight, was so absorbed in his attack that he neglected his defense, and was likewise injured, a mouthful of fresh blood bursting forth. All present were astounded, unable to fathom that this would be the outcome. Ning Zhong, feeling a pang of compassion, wished to intervene, but was firmly held back by Feng Qingyang. They were all swordsmen. During a duel, one must not be disturbed, Ning Zhong protested. But, there is no but. It's merely a duel. Nothing will happen, came the reply. This moment, the woman in the white shirt and yellow gauze wore an expression of shock, astonished that Ling Chen was indeed so formidable. The feats displayed by these two could scarcely be considered mere martial arts. Ha ha ha, Ling brother, prepare to receive my Dugu sword manual. Upon finishing his sentence, Dugu Qiu Ba's aura surged, amplified many-fold compared to before. The sword light coalesced and shot towards Ling Chen with great intensity. Ling Qian, upon witnessing this, realized that Dugu Qiu Ba had likely comprehended something extraordinary over the past centuries. Thus, he directly unleashed the Qinglian sword song to meet Dugu Qiu Ba head-on. Ling Qian's sword appeared entwined with lotus leaves, and behind him emerged a phantom of a blue lotus, exuding a terrifying aura. Qinglian sword song. First move, Song of the Steppes. With a soft command, the lotus leaves on Ling Qian's sword suddenly unfurled, enveloping his entire being. The lotus phantom behind him erupted with a dense, almost tangible sword energy, transforming into numerous pale green small swords that shot towards Dugu Qiu Ba. Well done, Dugu Sword Manual. First move, Invincible Body. As he spoke, strands of faint yellow sword light enveloped Dugu Qiu Ba. Although his aura was weaker, even somewhat withered, it nonetheless deflected all the pale green small swords. Dugu Sword Manual. Second move, Formless Sword. Dugu Qiu Ba let go of his sword, yet his sword intent soared even higher. Suddenly, the lotus leaves surrounding Ling Qian exploded. Ling Qian furrowed his brow and hurriedly retreated several meters, simultaneously spewing a mouthful of blood. He pondered whether this was the realm of Dugu Qiu Ba's formless victory over the tangible. The concept of intention without form? Indeed, Dugu Qiu Ba's swordsmanship was formidable. Centuries of accumulation were not in vain. Qinglian Sword Song. Second move, Myriad Lotuses Blooming. The blue lotus behind Ling Qian paused for a moment, then split into two, then four, in the blink of an eye transforming into a sea of flowers. The millennia of internal energy provided Ling Qian with the opportunity to unleash his power extravagantly. The sea of flowers suddenly bloomed, releasing an explosive aura, with countless chains shooting out, densely packed, detonating upon contact with Dugu Qiu Ba, creating a thick green mist in the vicinity where he stood. Yu Buchuan realized just how terrifying the sword technique Ling Qian had imparted to him was. Regrettably, he had yet to master it. However, his current swordsmanship was not inferior to Dugu Qiu Ba's. Witnessing Ling Qian's execution of the technique, he suddenly grasped much of what he had previously been unable to comprehend, and he feared that with just a bit more seclusion, he might master this fearsome sword technique. This technique encompassed 5 moves. The first 2 were already so astonishing. One could hardly imagine the grandeur of the remaining 3. Excellent, excellent. I, Dugu Qiu Ba, have never known defeat across the world, yet today I find myself bested by Ling brother. I concede wholeheartedly. What a splendid melody of the azure lotus sword, truly admirable. At this moment, Dugu Qiu Ba is already battered and bruised. Had it not been for the protective sword energy of the first move of the sword classic, he would likely be in a severely injured state by now. However, his current condition is hardly commendable either. Ling Qian promptly retrieved several large recovery pills and tossed them toward Dugu Qiu Ba, before also offering a few to Yu Buchuan. Finally, he placed a few in his own mouth. Yu Buchuan's gaze sharpened as he observed Ling Qian, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Upon spotting the pills in Dugu Qiu Ba's hands, he recognized them as the revered healing elixir of the Shaolin Temple, Daiwandan, which not only heals injuries but can also extend one's arduous cultivation by several decades. Having just engaged with the main deity, Dugu Qiu Ba had yet to shift his mindset. Now, seeing Ling Qian casually toss them about like candy, he could not help but display a wry smile. The Shaolin sect now possessed fewer than 3 of these treasured pills. Were they to learn of Ling Qian's actions, it would surely incite their wrath. However, Dugu Qiu Ba did not indulge in sentimentality. He cautiously selected one and consumed it, stowing the remainder carefully in his pocket. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Ling Qian and Master Yue regarding him with expressions of disdain, as if they were observing a rustic simpleton. Clearing his throat, Dugu Qiu Ba felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, and thus took the initiative to perform light body techniques, returning to the ground. Seeing Dugu Qiu Ba descend, Ling Qian and his companion had no desire to linger above and quickly followed suit. Yu Buchuan, noticing Ning Zhongzi's concerned demeanor, offered her a reassuring smile. Chun'er, you really should not be so harsh on your master. Ling Qian was at a loss for words. I was merely acting in self-defense. They were both attacking me relentlessly, and now you dare to blame me, he sighed, acknowledging that they were indeed a married couple. Master, where is Shauner? After scanning the surroundings, he did not spot the familiar figure clad in green. The mere thought of Yu Ling Shan filled him with a sense of guilt, as if he owed her something. Alas, it was his own frivolous mindset upon arrival that led to this predicament. From now on, he vowed to remain steadfast and not be so frivolous. After all, he now had a family. Contemplating the far-off Blackwood cliff, a smile crept onto Ling Qian's lips, and his spirits lifted considerably. Once the matters at Mount Hua are concluded, I shall visit Blackwood Cliff and properly explain the situation regarding Shaner. He feared that prolonging this issue might only lead to unnecessary complications. Ning Zhongze interjected, that girl has gone to Deity. Is said that Yu Songhai intends to make a move against the Wang family, so your master sent Laudenois and Shaner to investigate. Ling Qin immediately cast a resentful glance at Yu Buchuan. Ahem. Yu Buchuan shivered under that look, quickly clearing his throat to shift the topic. Let us quieten down. The esteemed elder beside me is Dugu Qiu Ba, a legendary figure in the martial world since the Song dynasty, who has never faced defeat. Henceforth, he shall be the grand elder of our Mount Hua, Ding. Task 1 completed, earning 1,000 points. Upon hearing that the task was accomplished, Dugu Qiu Ba let out a sigh of relief. Reflecting on Task 2, he glanced at the peculiar Ling Chun and shook his head, silently resolving to forfeit. Task 2 failed, no penalties incurred. The disciples of the Huashan sect collectively exclaimed, "We have encountered the esteemed elder." Following the recent display of swordplay, they were undoubtedly convinced and in agreement. Just as Dugu Qiu Ba was about to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly beheld an elderly man kneeling before him, fervently exclaiming, "Master, I have finally laid my eyes upon you." This elderly gentleman was none other than Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Ling Chun and Yu Buchuan exchanged glances filled with exasperation and turned away. Refusing to acknowledge him further, Dugu Qiu Ba felt a twinge of awkwardness and hastily resorted to the same rhetoric he had previously employed to placate Yu Buchuan in response to Feng Qingyang. Yet, Feng Qingyang remained reverent, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Dugu Qiu Ba, almost leaning closer. "Dugu Liu Zenshin, how is it that you appear so youthful? It has been at least several centuries since the Song dynasty. Has it not?" Dugu Qiu Ba turned to see that the speaker was a woman clad in a yellow robe with her face veiled. "I am 461 years old, and I have 39 years remaining before my time is up." Dugu Qiu Ba's nonchalant utterance stirred a tempest of reactions below. Liu Hoa remarked, "Is that true? The elder looks remarkably youthful." Li Qi chimed in, "Indeed. He seems even younger than our esteemed Master Feng." Ling Chen exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Absolutely. I was almost deceived by his youthful facade." While Dugu Qiu Ba found their banter amusing, he acknowledged that their lack of understanding stemmed from their lower cultivation levels. "Why must you speak so earnestly about it?" Xue Dawei interjected, "Isn't the crux of the matter that he has lived for such an extended period without succumbing to death? That in itself raises questions." Dugu Qiu Ba waved his hand, prompting immediate silence among the crowd. After contemplating for a moment and receiving a reassuring glance from Brother Yu, he continued, "The realms of martial arts can be broadly categorized into postnatal and innate stages. The postnatal stages are what you commonly refer to as the third, second, and first tiers, while the innate stage serves as a dividing line. Upon entering the innate realm, one can extend their lifespan by several years. The average lifespan of an ordinary innate practitioner is around 100 years, while that of an innate master reaches approximately 150 years, and an innate golden elixir master can live for 500 years. As for myself, along with the sect leader and the young sect leader, we have all attained the pinnacle of the golden elixir realm." Suddenly, Dugu Qiu Ba's gaze twitched as he noticed Ling Chun casually flicking his hair and adopting an expression of solitude befitting a master. Choosing to disregard this playful distraction, Dugu Qiu Ba resumed, "As for the current state of innate practitioners in the martial world, I am not entirely certain. However, over a decade ago, while traversing the martial realm, I encountered Renwashing, the then leader of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, at Haimu Cliff. His cultivation was at the innate level. I also took on a disciple. His name escapes me, whom I instructed to disguise herself as a male and join the ranks of Haimu Cliff. I trust she has since stepped into the innate realm." Ling Chun silently mused that Dugu Qiu Ba was indeed a master from the east, and his gaze now bore a hint of reverence. Meanwhile, upon hearing Renwashing's name, the woman in the yellow robe was suddenly enveloped in a wave of melancholy. This woman, of course, was Ran Yingying. After Ling Chin's departure that day, she found herself consumed by thoughts of their kiss and the poem he had left behind, rendering her unable to eat or sleep for an entire month. Under the psychological guidance of Ping Yiji, she finally resolved to journey to Huashan. Ling Chun naturally recognized Ran Yingying, yet he dared not meet her gaze. Deliberately choosing to ignore her presence, he was unwilling to acknowledge their connection. In a favorable light, she had not fallen for him. Rather, she had come to Huashan to settle a debt, perhaps to confront him about his actions on that fateful day, leading to his own demise at the hands of his master. Conversely, in a more disheartening scenario, if she had developed feelings for him, perhaps before the incident involving Dongfang, he might have welcomed her affections, even serenading her with sweet melodies. However, at this moment, his heart was no longer inclined towards courting or flirting. After that night, a sense of responsibility had taken root within him, compelling him to focus on more pressing matters. By the way, Chun'er, you should take the time to visit Hengshan. That matter needs clarification, Yu Buchuan remarked sternly, observing Reningyi's gaze, which brimmed with unspoken affection. Ling Chun, taken aback, queried, "Huh? Clarify what?" "Naturally, regarding Yilin. You forced her into a marriage. Surely, you owe Master Donnie an explanation." Reningyi's eyes glinted with a hint of reproach, prompting Ling Chun to look away hastily, insisting, "It wasn't me, it was Tian Buoguang. I am fully aware it was Tian Buoguang, which is precisely why I am sending you to explain," Yu Buchuan retorted. Ling Chun, fuming, declared, "Just wait, old Yu. You'll see how I tackle the next world mission." Taking a deep breath, he bowed to Yu Buchuan and continued. "As it happens, I too wish to venture forth and test my sword against the world, perhaps even aspire to become the leader of the martial arts community. Since I must visit Hengshan, why not do so together?" Without awaiting Yu Buchuan's response, he strode down the mountain alone. Seeing Ling Chun depart, Reningyi promptly followed suit. At the foot of Huashan, Ling Chun scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly pulling Reningyi, who was hesitating behind him, closer, removing her veil with a hint of exasperation. "And why, Lady Run? What is it that you truly desire?" "I acknowledge my mistake that day. Is an apology not sufficient?" With a blissful sigh, Lady Ren nestled against Ling Chun, her small head bobbing as if in playful affection. "I do not hold it against you." Ling Chen's heart swelled with delight, yet recalling Dongfang, he quickly pushed her away. "Sister, I was wrong, truly. What is it about me that you fancy? I shall change. Is that not enough?" Reningyi's complexion paled, disbelief etched across her face. "You do not like me? Then why did you treat me so lightly that day?" Her voice trailed off, growing softer until it faded entirely. She crouched down, burying her head between her knees, and wept openly. Ling Chen wrestled with his emotions, but refrained from speaking. However, when he saw her draw a dagger from her waist, he could no longer remain composed. Snatching the dagger from her grasp and holding it tightly, he admonished, "Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 30. The encounter of two maidens indeed. "I have lost my mind. Step aside. If you do not care for me, why should you concern yourself with my fate? My innocence is gone. Perhaps you should let me die." Reningyi wept bitterly upon Ling Chen's shoulder, and he felt a slight dampness on his sleeve, stirring a tender ache within his heart. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they were in ancient times. His fleeting moment of indulgence had irrevocably altered the course of a woman's life. This was not the modern era. This was the past. Gazing at Reningyi, whose eyes were dulled and whose spirit seemed resigned to despair, he felt a pang of sorrow and pressed his lips against hers. After a while, her eyes regained their luster, flickering with a hint of shyness and disbelief, as she murmured softly in Ling Chen's embrace, "Why?" With a resigned sigh, Ling Chen replied, "For no particular reason. This is a debt I owe you. I have marred your life, and I must ultimately offer you a promise. I will marry you." In his arms, she found solace, her weary eyes closing gently. Unbeknownst to them, a fleeting figure clad in red observed this poignant scene from the trees, only to vanish moments later, leaving behind a single crystalline tear that fell upon the original tree, adding a touch of melancholy. Ling Chun could have noticed this, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to explain the situation to Dongfang. Thus he remained oblivious. The figure in red lingered atop a nearby mountain for a considerable time, as if awaiting something. Ultimately, with a sigh of disappointment, she struck a nearby boulder into fragments and departed in tears, her soft whisper lingering in the air. "Ling Chun, I hate you." In the following days, Ling Chun vanquished over a dozen bandits and mountain thieves, earning the deep admiration of the people surrounding Mount Hua. Gradually, the reputation of Mount Hua began to eclipse that of Wudong and Shaolin. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan intentionally spread rumors of Feng Qingyang's return to the martial world, seizing the opportunity to sever ties with the Five Mountain Sword Sect. Thus, the Anti-Demon Alliance was transformed into the Four Mountain Sword Sect. At this juncture, Ling Chun finally arrived at his first destination, Blackwood Cliff. Reningyi murmured softly in his arms, "Brother Chun, are we to challenge the sect leader?" Ling Chen offered a bittersweet smile, remaining silent as he gazed at the towering Blackwood Cliff, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. There was no clear path to ascend the cliff. The surroundings were steep and treacherous. Reningyi was aware of the narrow trail leading up to the sect, yet Ling Chun chose not to take it. Instead, he firmly grasped the hand of the young lady and employed the technique of carefree movement to soar upward. Soon, They reached the cliff summit at that moment. The members of the Blackwood Cliff sect noticed Ling Chun. Just as they were about to make a move, they caught sight of Reincarnation beside him. We greet the Holy Maiden. 6 disciples of the Sun and Moon sect knelt before her in unison. Rise, please. This gentleman is my friend. You may withdraw, Reincarnation commanded. Yes, they responded, swiftly disappearing from sight. Once they had departed, Reincarnation joyfully seized Ling Chen's hand, leading him toward the main hall. Throughout their journey from Mount Hua to Blackwood Cliff, she chattered animatedly about amusing tales from her childhood, and Ling Chun, far from feeling vexed, listened quietly. Eventually, when her childhood stories came to an end, Ling Chen began to weave tales of his own, recounting stories of mermaid princesses and Snow White, leaving the young girl often moved to tears. Though the path was brief, Ling Chun found himself devoid of the inclination to speak further. Reincarnation seemed to sense Ling Chen's suppressed anxiety and tension, offering a few gentle words of comfort before quietly standing by his side. The door creaked open slowly, and at last, Ling Chun beheld the familiar red figure he had not seen for a month. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Dongfang, I have arrived. Beside him, Reincarnation looked at Ling Chen with disbelief, her eyes flashing with profound pain. Possessing remarkable intelligence, she was acutely aware that Ling Chen and Dongfang Bubi not only shared a close acquaintance but likely harbored an ambiguous relationship. It was perhaps because of her that he initially rejected her. Dongfang Bubi remained silent, her gaze frosty. Why did you not seek me at Huashan? Surely, the affairs of the sect have not overwhelmed you to such an extent, Ling Chun replied with a forced smile. I did go. But truly, you are deserving of the title husband. So swiftly, you have once again welcomed Miss Ren into your abode. Yet, what of your little junior sister? Ying, you are likely unaware, but your beloved has long nurtured a delicate wife at Huashan. Ying managed a strained smile. I am aware. Upon hearing her words, both were taken aback, but after the surprise faded, Ling Chen's face softened with emotion, while Dongfang Bubi's countenance reflected anguish. Ling Chen, I am sorry. Though I failed to clarify things beforehand, my feelings for you are sincere. Dongfang Bubi, her emotions surging, exclaimed, if you were to kill her, I would forgive you. With a swift motion, she conjured a sword that flew before Ling Chun, embedding itself firmly into the ground. Witnessing this, Reincarnation's complexion paled, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Ling Chun, tears streaming down her cheeks, as Ling Chun beheld the sword before him. A flicker of heartache and resolve crossed his eyes. Trembling, he grasped the sword, while Reincarnation wept like a rain-soaked flower, shaking her head fervently yet refusing to step back. Dongfang, I would never deceive you. Will you truly not grant me another chance? Ling Chun, burdened by agony that felt as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart, was consumed by despair as he observed her closing her eyes. Yet, he bore no resentment towards her. He understood that her suffering was no less than his own, perhaps even greater. With all defenses abandoned, Ling Chun plunged the sword into his chest. Upon witnessing this, Reincarnation rushed forward, murmuring, Chan Gu, why are you so foolish? At the sound of her voice, Dongfang Bubi opened her eyes, only to be paralyzed by the sight before her. She felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Struggling to rise, but suddenly, recalling something, she stifled her emotions and turned away, tears cascading down her cheeks. As a practitioner of the innate realm, she understood the terrifying nature of such wounds. This injury was not truly grievous. He was merely feigning death to force her hand into submission. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Chen's feeble words, her pain intensified, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Dongfang, I should not have kept this from you. Nevertheless, my feelings for you are genuine. Please forgive me this once. Will you not pardon me? The Eastern Master believed himself unscathed, unaware that he would so easily yield. Thus, he remained silent, tears streaming down his face. However, he was mistaken from the outset. Ling Chen did not intend to coerce him with death, but rather sought to atone for his past transgressions. Consequently, the strike was executed without any internal force to counter it. Observing this, Ling Chun felt a pang of disappointment, when suddenly, a tumultuous wave of energy surged within him, accompanied by a fainting sensation that emanated from the depths of his soul. Uncle Dongfang, it is I who have wronged you. Please, save Chingu. I shall take my own life as penance, if you would be so kind as to save him. Reincarnation wept, her strength waning, yet she persevered, kneeling before Dongfang Bubi and bowing her head. Initially, Dongfang intended to rise, but his movement faltered, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chapter 31. A bond sealed by life and death. Ling Chen's vision blurred, panic stirring within him. Realizing that his strike had likely caused an unfortunate incident, his gaze fell upon Ren Yingying, who knelt before Dongfang in a bid to save him. Stirring a deep emotion within, as he looked at Dongfang. Sorrow filled his heart. I am indeed at fault. Yet I have already plunged my sword 3 points into the wood. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Enough, Yingying, let us leave. Dongfang Bubi gazed at Ling Chen in disbelief, clearly shocked by his words. Initially, a wave of panic washed over him, soon giving way to fury. What of the realms of life and death? It is all a ruse, a deception. You are a charlatan. Dongfang, overwhelmed, collapsed upon the golden phoenix throne, weeping uncontrollably. Ling Chen, upon hearing her cries, realized she had likely misconstrued the situation, but his vision continued to fade, leaving him too weary to provide further explanation. Meanwhile, Ren Yingying, witnessing Ling Chen's impending faintness, hurried to support him, hoisting him onto her back and gradually descending the path from Blackwood Cliff. The disciples of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, oblivious to the truth, believed that Ling Chen had been slain by their master. Days later, a shocking rumor swept through the martial world. The young master of the Huashan sect, Ling Chen, had challenged Dongfang Bubi of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, only to be fatally wounded and succumb to his injuries. This news reached Huashan, inciting outrage in both Yubuchuan and Dugu Qiu Ba. Chener has attained the Golden Core realm, while Dongfang Bubi is merely a rising star, at best an ordinary innate expert. Surely, she must have employed some nefarious scheme. Otherwise, she could never have approached Chener. Thus, a few days later, the illustrious Huashan sect declared war on the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Yubuchuan and Dugu Qiu Ba personally ascended Huashan, and within a single day, the Sun Moon Holy Cult was annihilated, with Blackwood Cliff suffering the loss of a third of its structure. The world was left in astonishment, though these events were merely a prelude. Ling Chen, borne down the mountain by Ren Yingying, felt his internal energy in turmoil. In desperation, he expended 1,000 units of fortune to rent a temporary small world for recuperation. He managed to consume a few great rejuvenation pills while he still possessed the strength to do so. Yet their effects were minimal. His aim had been too precise. His heart was nearly cleaved in two, had it not been for the formation of a second life source, his golden core. After attaining the innate golden core realm, Ling Chen would have surely faced death. Master, are you mad? How could you inflict such harm upon yourself? The voice of Xiang reproached, though laced with concern. Ling Chen replied, Is there any remedy for this? Xiang, yes, but those items are all above 1,000 points, and the master cannot use them. I still have a jade pendant. Can it be used? Doesn't it prevent a fatal blow once? Does it only take effect after I die? If you harm yourself, it is considered a suicide by default, rendering the jade pendant useless. Then hurry and transport me to the main god space. Doesn't it have healing capabilities? That is only for reincarnators and can only be used after each world mission. Damn you, Xiang. Xiang is also in a state of extreme anxiety, yet helpless against the supremacy of system rules. There is nothing one can change. As previously mentioned, one's abilities amount to little more than charming the main god and acting cute. In the sea of consciousness, witnessing the agonized and contorted face of Ling Chen, Xiang's eyes grew misty, and she began to cry unabashedly. Ling Chen, speechless, reprimanded, Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. In truth, upon hearing Xiang's responses, Ling Chen felt for the first time the disadvantages of the recent update and the system's insidiousness. At this moment, his heart, having ceased to beat for an extended period, left his blood in disarray and his internal energy in turmoil, making self-regulation impossible. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's life force grew increasingly feeble. Ren Yingying also sensed this, and although she was astonished at suddenly finding herself in another world, the sight of her beloved's life force waning filled her with urgency. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Chenggu, don't be afraid. I will come to you right away. With that, Ren Yingying took out the dagger she had previously possessed, intending to take her own life. Helpless, Ling Chen had no choice but to channel his chaotic internal energy and somewhat distorted mental force to communicate with Ren Yingying. Silly girl. Quickly put that down. Do you want me to wake up only to find you dead for me? I can regulate my injuries by myself. Just protect my body, he added. I can't say much more. My internal energy is too chaotic, and if I continue, I will completely lose consciousness. Upon hearing the voice in her mind, Ren Yingying was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly replied, Chenggu, don't say anything more. I will protect you. If we are to live, we shall live together. If we are to die, we shall die together. Although Ling Chen was touched, he had no words to express, for the situation was dire. Blood was congested in his vessels, and his internal energy was crashing against his meridians. Despite the golden core barely sustaining him, it would likely not hold out for long. Deity was all due to the disarray of his internal energy. Otherwise, with proper regulation and nourishment, even with severe injuries, there would still be hope. A month later, the once prosperous Haimu Cliff had lost all its glory. The former palace had crumbled into ruins, a desolate scene devoid of life. At the base of Haimu Cliff, a woman in red appeared haggard, her eyes vacant, frantically rummaging through the surrounding flora. As she broke branches and trampled grass, her hands became stained crimson, yet she did not halt her movements, laboriously digging into the earth and pulling at the grass, as if something lay hidden within. Days passed without sustenance, and she finally fainted. Although a kind soul came to her aid, saving her life, upon awakening, her first act was to weep uncontrollably, contemplating suicide in her grief. However, upon touching her abdomen, she could only abandon that thought. Her eyes remained vacant and devoid of spirit, like a marionette. The sorrow of a dead heart is unparalleled. The reason behind all this is that a few days ago, Dugu Qiu Ba and his former mentor, who had once shown him kindness, ascended to Haimu Cliff. After he explained the events leading up to this moment to his master, they did not trouble him and promptly withdrew. However, mere days later, they returned to Haimu Cliff, ruthlessly annihilating the entire clan, obliterating a decade of dominance in an instant, and nearly bringing about his own demise. Ultimately, his master pleaded for his life, sparing him. Dugu Qiu Ba stated, "Ling Chen is dead." He produced a scroll depicting the internal organs of a person, within which the heart lay shattered into two halves. He forced a smile, clearly in disbelief of the illustration, yet the barely restrained murderous intent and the lingering sorrow in Dugu Qiu Ba's eyes filled him with dread. He glanced at his master, who sorrowfully shook his head and patted his shoulder as he departed. Panic set in. Since childhood, he had possessed a prophetic gift, yet exercising it inflicted 7 days of heart-wrenching agony. He summoned the gift and beheld several large characters in the void, not within this realm. In disbelief, he sat on the ground, eyes vacant. He sought again, but the result remained unchanged. Ling Chen was dead, truly dead. It turned out that in his attempt to apologize, he had refrained from using his internal energy for defense, akin to an ordinary person plunging a sword into their heart. Perhaps had he utilized his internal energy in time, he would have been unharmed. Tragically, he had suppressed his injury to apologize to him. Yet he had failed to accept it. He had never wronged him. Yet he had ultimately caused his demise. A sudden realization washed over him. He had always lived in exhaustion, burdened by the struggles for supremacy in the martial world. Yet now he understood that without Ling Chen, what value did it hold to dominate the martial realm? He was no longer present. Indeed, he could not succumb to despair. He must seek Ying to discover where he was laid to rest. In the realms of both the living and the dead, life and death are intertwined. Even in death, they must be united. Having searched for 7 days, he found no trace of anyone. Dongfang felt as though she were losing her mind. Though she yearned for death, she found herself incapable. She was uncertain if she had conceived, for that fateful night had seen their union. Previously, she could disregard such matters, believing time would clarify everything. But now that Ling Chen was gone, she needed to find someone to check for any remnants of his lineage. Furthermore, even without a pregnancy and death, she wished to share her fate with Ling Chen. Having failed to share a lifetime in life, she at least desired a thought to cling to in death. To walk alone was undoubtedly lonely. Even in death, she feared she would descend into madness. Chapter 32. 3 years within the temporary small world. Fortunately, Ling Chen remained unaware of Dongfang's plight. Otherwise, he might have been unable to focus on his recovery. He desperately activated millions of brain cells, and at last, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, revealing a feasible method. Ling Chen continuously exchanged 1,000 points for 10 years of internal energy, subsequently utilizing it to operate the Tai Chi, employing weakness to overcome strength. Although 10 years seemed scant, accumulating it in abundance proved beneficial. Gradually, the new internal energy began to dominate, forming a white Tai Chi symbol within him, which soon transformed into a hue of purple. At last, his internal energy settled into tranquility. The human body has a limited capacity for internal energy. Under the calculations of the setting sun, his golden core body could endure a maximum of 3,000 years of internal energy, lest it succumb to catastrophic explosion. Under careful control, Ling Chen's internal energy reached an astounding 2,900 years. Once his internal energy settled into tranquility, he summoned it to nourish the damaged blood vessels and heart. With the assistance of this energy, the The blood resumed its normal flow, and after several cycles, the heart began to beat anew, albeit with blood spurting forth. This was due to the heart being nearly pierced in two. Thus, this adjustment consumed 3 years. During this time, Ling Chun devoted himself entirely to restoring his heart and maintaining bodily equilibrium, while Shiyang undertook the tasks of the reincarnators, which were numerous but devoid of any world missions. Nevertheless, through Shi Yang's deliberate involvement, Ling Chen's world mission was ultimately accomplished. Mount Hua had risen to become the largest sect in the realm of Shao Ao Jianghu, and Yu Buchuan was recognized as the first leader of the martial arts world. The reincarnators had increased by 5, comprising the Moon Goddess and Xing Hun from the Qinshi Mingyu realm, along with the legendary 3 ninjas from Naruto, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Yet they had yet to embark on a team world mission, remaining blissfully unaware of one another's existence. During these 3 years, Ren Yingying experienced the passage of time in a small world, where she subsisted on foraged fruits when hungry and drank from mountain springs when thirsty. Despite the hardships, her loyalty to Ling Qian never wavered. She often tended to his body or offered him morning dew to drink. Ling Qian was deeply moved, and witnessing her gradual frailty filled him with sorrow. Throughout these 3 years, he imparted all his knowledge to Ren Yingying, and in this small world, the spiritual energy was far more abundant than in Shao Ao Jiang Hui in this span of time. Ren Yingying advanced from the acquired realm to the innate realm, drawing close to the master level. Upon discovering that there were no other inhabitants in this small world after a year, she shed her increasingly foul-smelling garments, covering herself modestly with leaves, the display of springtime beauty nearly overwhelming Ling Chen's composure. Fortunately, he severed his perception of the outside world. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to despair. Her original clothing, however, was whisked away by a sudden gust of wind as it dried in silence. Why do I feel a twinge of relief? A mere illusion. Perhaps, on this day, 3 years later, Ling Chen finally opened his eyes. The long-lost sunlight pierced through, causing a slight sting, but a quick adjustment of his internal energy alleviated the discomfort. During these 3 years, although he had focused solely on healing, he awakened a power that had lain dormant since his rebirth, his past life's extraordinary ability. From the system, he learned that his unique power was named time-space manipulation. Fortunately, awakening this power meant he would not have to wait another decade for recovery. Main Deity, Ling Chun Combat Power, 50. 000 points. Number of Reincarnators, 8 Authority, Level 1 Ability, Time-Space Manipulation, S-Rank Special Ability, Development Level, Basic Activated Functions, Main Deity Space, Automatic Navigation, Map Function, Healing, Team Function Reincarnator Seeds, 4 Designated Reincarnator Seeds, 2 Cross-Domain Designated Reincarnator Seeds Activated Origin Worlds, Jurassic Era, Qinshi Mingyu Realm, Naruto Realm. In the Realm of Tasks. The Jurassic Era, a system-generated plane, not of the original source. The combat prowess of the reincarnators is as follows. Xiao Yin, 9 million points. Yu Buchuan, 20,000 points. Dugu Qiu Ba, 20,000 points. Moon Goddess, 15,000 points. Star Soul, 13,000 points. Orochimaru, 50,001 points. Tsunade, 50,000 points. Jiraiya, 50,000 points. I had always believed that my ability to alter my weight was intrinsically linked to my unique powers and manipulation of force. Little did I realize that it was, in fact, a consequence of time alteration. My body's weight had reverted to that of my childhood, which elucidates why I could only become lighter. As for the collapse of the teaching building, it was likely unable to withstand the acceleration of time. Once again, I pay my respects and offer a moment of silence to that revolutionary pioneer. Brother Chun? Ren Yingying set down the wild fruit she had just plucked, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Ling Qian, yearning to embrace him, yet hesitant for fear of aggravating his injuries. Upon noticing her demeanor, Ling Qian swiftly pulled Ren Yingying into his arms, kissing her silken hair, and earnestly declared, Yingying, you have endured much hardship these past 3 years. If it were not for the unwavering presence of this person before me, I fear that even with immense abilities, I would have been powerless in my solitude. It is quite fortunate, indeed. Thanks to you, though these years have been arduous, I have managed to persevere. I am truly grateful. Yet now I find myself indebted to you even more. A debt I can only repay with a lifetime of devotion. At last, Ren Yingying could no longer contain her tears, her voice a muddled whisper. Being with you is not painful. I do not suffer at all. A gentle breeze swept through, dislodging a few leaves from Ren Yingying, leaving only the delicate branches. Ling Qian, upon noticing her almost bare form, felt his cheeks flush and his heart race. After a moment's hesitation, he surveyed the deserted landscape and lifted her into his arms, striding purposefully towards a nearby stream. "Brother Qin, what are you doing?" "Washing up. Though you have often assisted me in cleansing my body these past 3 years, I still carry an odd scent. I must refresh myself. And what shall I do while you carry me? Naturally, as husband and wife, we shall bathe together." "Very well, but do be gentle." "Huh? What did you say?" "And nothing at all. It's quite chilly." With that, amidst a startled exclamation and the sound of splashes, the voices abruptly ceased. Moments later, from the direction of the lake, soft gasps could be heard. The clouds drifted lazily across the sun. As if blushing in embarrassment, unwilling to witness the scene, I first ventured into the main god's space to exchange for 2 sets of clothing. Mine was akin to the previous one, a pristine white attire, while Miss Ren's was a lovely white dress. I also indulged in a sumptuous feast, the delicacies exchanged proving extraordinary, not only delectable but also restorative to the body. A single meal required 500 points. However, it was fortunate for Ling Qian that it was complimentary, being within the realm of his privileges. Yet, the thought of this nefarious privilege ignited a surge of frustration within him, as he had nearly paid a grievous price in blood and tears for it. No, he had indeed already paid in blood. Ling Qian proceeded to elucidate the nature of reincarnators to Reincarnation, revealing to her that he himself was one of them. The identity of the supreme deity is far too exalted to be spoken of lightly. It is likely that she would not comprehend it anyway. After finishing their meal and drink, the two of them left the small world they had inhabited for 3 years hand in hand. Young Mistress Ren, having lived here for 3 long years and having spent that time with her beloved, felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Although those years were fraught with hardship, they were also cherished memories. Thus, she hesitated for a considerable time before departing in a small town not far from Haimu Cliff. Ling Qian and Reincarnation casually entered a tavern, ordered a pot of tea, and inquired with a waiter about the recent significant events in the martial world. To their surprise, aside from what Ling Qian had gleaned through the setting sun, there were indeed numerous noteworthy occurrences. One such event was the murder of Renwashing by the 4 friends of Meizhuang. Following the demise of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, the 4 friends, unencumbered by any reservations, sought to obtain Renwashing's star-absorbing technique. After Renwashing relinquished his skills, they ruthlessly took his life. However, the technique proved to be flawed, leading to the untimely deaths of the 4. This incident became a tale of valor among the righteous in the martial world. Upon hearing this, Reincarnation was moved to tears, and Ling Qian, feeling a pang of guilt, offered her continuous comfort. It was not until some time later that the girl ceased her weeping and fainted. Having borne the burden of caring for Ling Qian alone for 3 years, she was already utterly exhausted, and the news of her father's passing proved too much for her to endure. Ling Qian secured a room at the inn, gently laid her on the bed, and tenderly brushed her hair, his heart filled with boundless affection. "Look at you, so foolish. You cannot even take care of yourself. But fret not, as long as I live, I will ensure your well-being." Chapter 33. Returned to Huashan the following morning. Reincarnation stirred slightly awake. Seeing her consciousness return, Ling Qian quickly inquired in a soft voice, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Her eyes glistened with tears as she bravely threw herself into his arms. Her voice tinged with a sob, "Brother Qin, have you not slept at all?" Ling Qian, both speechless and touched, noticed her inclination to weep again and hurriedly reassured her, "You fainted only briefly, and besides, being able to watch you in such peace is the greatest joy for me. Brother Qin, my father is gone. Henceforth, you are all I have. You must not leave me. Do not worry, silly girl. I will never abandon you." Ling Qian held Reincarnation, and they spent the entire morning quietly together on the bed. 7 days later, at the foot of Huashan, Ling Qian held the hand of the young mistress, and after several days of travel, they finally arrived at Huashan. Prior to this, Ling Qian had made a special trip to Haimu Cliff, only to find it now a mere ruin. Although he longed to see Dongfang and explain the events of 3 years prior, she seemed to have vanished entirely, with no trace or rumor of her in the martial world. Today's Huashan appeared far more imposing than it had 3 years ago. The path leading up the mountain was adorned with newly laid 5-colored stones, forming various intricate patterns. Ling Qian looked up and noticed that there were more disciples guarding the mountain than usual, all unfamiliar faces. They must be the newly recruited disciples of Huashan. Observing the pride in their eyes, it was evident that Huashan had indeed risen to prominence. "Stand still. Ahead lies the Huashan sword sect. Sir, do you have an appointment?" Upon hearing the words of the mountain-guarding disciple, Ling Qian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "What on earth, are you from another world?" Ling Qian exclaimed. "Earth?" The disciple inquired. "It seems not," Ling Qian replied, exasperated. What on earth has Master Yue been researching all these years without my knowledge? He patted the disciple on the shoulder and, adopting a tone befitting an elder, declared, I am Ling Chun, the young master of the Huashan sect. Do I still need to make an appointment? How audacious. The young master of the Huashan sect is clearly Sister Yu Ling Shan. You can't even get your gender right, and you dare impersonate her? Do you take me for a fool? Given your youth, I suggest you hurry down the mountain. Otherwise, if the discipline hall hears of this, you're in for trouble. The mountain-guarding disciple regarded him as if he were a simpleton. With that level of intellect, you dare to impersonate someone? Miss Ren chuckled lightly, nudging Ling Qian with her arm, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Infuriated, Ling Qian playfully flicked her forehead, eliciting a delicate squeal from her, leaving the disciple utterly dumbfounded. Without further explanation to the disciple, Ling Qian grasped Ran Yingying's hand, employing the art of carefree movement, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Hey, where did those two go? How did they disappear in an instant? Have they descended the mountain? The disciple furrowed his brow in confusion, then squinted his eyes. Tiske, I never expected such changes in Huashan over the past 3 years. Ling Chun marveled at the resplendent palaces surrounding him, unable to contain his astonishment. The transformation over 3 years was indeed monumental. In terms of architecture, even the once mighty Sun and Moon sect could not compare. The scale of it might even rival that of the Forbidden City. Miss Ran also gazed curiously at the structures around them, likely reminiscing about the Blackwood Cliff, her eyes betraying a hint of sadness. In response, Ling Chen tightened his grip on her hand, and she offered him a reassuring smile. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Hall, where 4 large characters adorned the wall, divine grace bestowed. It seemed to Ling Chun that Yu Buchuan was expressing gratitude towards him. Ah, indeed. Having not undertaken a world mission for 3 years, he had ample cause to show appreciation to himself. What a splendid phrase. Brother Dugu, I never imagined your swordsmanship to be unparalleled, and your calligraphy is equally impressive. Ling Chen laughed heartily as he entered the hall, praising Dugu Qiu Ba, who was engrossed in writing. In truth, Ling Chen had not even glanced at the characters being inscribed. He merely sought a topic of conversation. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dugu Qiu Ba was pleasantly surprised. He quickly set down his brush and approached Ling Chun, muttering, I knew my little brother wouldn't perish so easily. Ever since their last duel, Ling Chun had taken to referring to Dugu Qiu Ba as his brother. Ling Chen chuckled wryly, I nearly met my end. Surviving is merely a stroke of good fortune. Dugu Qiu Ba felt somewhat awkward, as this matter was intrinsically linked to his own disciple. Surviving is indeed a blessing. I shall notify Brother Yu. Let us 3 set a table and engage in another duel. Over these 3 years, I have developed the 3rd form of the Dugu Sword Classic. Very well. In the early hours, a casual promise was made. Before long, Yu Buchuan arrived with exuberance, likely having received a secret message from Dugu Qiu Ba. Master. After 3 years apart, Ling Chun felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Yu Buchuan, his eyes slightly watering. Although this master had imparted no substantial teachings to him, the kindness he had shown was undeniably genuine. Having been an orphan in his previous life, the gifts bestowed upon him in this existence were precisely what he had longed for. It is truly wonderful to see you again. Yu Buchuan's eyes glistened with moisture, and after a moment's pause, he continued, Go and see Shaner. For the past 3 years, she believed you to be dead, mourning for you in solitude, and has even taken on the duties of the junior leader. She has become so haggard that she is hardly recognizable now. You must hurry and visit her. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Ren Yingying, causing her to appear quite tense. Observing this, Ling Chun gently patted her hand. I shall go at once. Yingying, you should accompany me. There are matters that need to be addressed on. After casting a glance at the hesitant Yu Buchuan, Ling Chun took Ren Yingying's hand and strode out. Shortly thereafter, a profound sigh echoed through the hall. Though the overall changes at Mount Hua were significant, they mainly pertained to decoration and buildings, with little alteration to the layout. Relying on his memory, Ling Qian swiftly arrived before a tightly shut door. Although it was quite close, the recollection of 3 years ago at Haimu Cliff momentarily robbed him of the courage to push it open. Ren Yingying, sensing his hesitation, seemed to recall something as well, but said nothing, merely gripping Ling Qian's hand tightly. Just as doubt clouded his mind, the door creaked open unexpectedly. It was still that familiar figure, clad in the same recognizable blue attire, yet she appeared much thinner and paler than 3 years prior. It seemed the past 3 years had inflicted considerable hardship upon her. Yu Ling Shan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, seemingly unable to believe the scene before her. Ling Chun, no longer hesitating, pulled her into his embrace. Brother Chen, Is it really you? Feeling his shoulder dampen, Ling Chun gently caressed her silky hair and replied, Yes, I have returned. Yu Ling Shan broke into loud sobs. After crying for what felt like an eternity, he gently laid the exhausted Yu Ling Shan onto the bed and recounted the events of the past 3 years. She listened with a mix of fear and anger, delivering a light punch to Ling Qian as she reproached him. How could you play with your own life? What would I have done if you had perished? Following this, she turned to Reningying and expressed, Thank you, sister. From now on, please call me Shaner, just like Brother Chen does. Miss Ren responded with an enthusiastic affirmation and then promptly ushered Ling Chen out. Reluctantly, he retreated from Yu Ling Shan's room, the door slamming shut behind him with a resounding thud, prompting a wave of complaints from Ling Chun. However, upon hearing Yu Ling Shan's words, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no longer a need for me to take my own life once again. Chapter 34. The convergence of destiny with leisure at hand, Ling Chun chose not to seek out Yu Buchuan again, but instead ventured to the cliff of reflection on the back mountain, where he commenced preparations for the world task. Fortunately, having devised a plan over the past 3 years, he required only half a day to establish a comprehensive framework. Throughout these 3 years, the esteemed leader, Yu, exhibited no intention of seeking other reincarnators, nor did he even recognize the reincarnator identity of the swordsmanship rival, Dugu Qiu Ba, who sparred daily. Ling Chun had given up hope of him proactively forming a team. Thus, the formation of a team had to be enforced, and the primary objective of this world task remained the cultivation of cooperation and trust among team members. Consequently, once the team was established, the associated task would be deemed complete, allowing for a greater allocation of points. Currently, there existed a total of 20,000 points, 14,000 of which were accrued from the completion of the world task, with an additional 6,000 provided by the world strategy. Each year, the completed world task could yield a fixed value of fortune to the supreme deity, the specifics of which depended on the level of the strategic world. Having expended 10,000 points, Ling Qian procured ownership of the target world, AT that moment. A voice resonated in the minds of reincarnators from various planes simultaneously, and apart from Yu Buchuan, confusion appeared on the faces of all. The world task is about to commence. You have 10 minutes for preparation. In the Naruto plane, Orochimaru undoubtedly represented the most fervent among the reincarnators when it came to points. Ever since becoming a reincarnator, he had relentlessly completed tasks and had amassed an impressive 35,000 points, the highest among the legendary 3 of Konoha. At this juncture, he paused his experiment, his tongue flicking out to moisten his lips, a rare expression of excitement gracing his face. At last, it has come once more. Just 15,000 more, and I shall be able to exchange for the supreme ocular technique, the Manjiki Sharingan. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade delivered a punch to Orochimaru, prompting him to retract his daydreaming and awkwardly resume his experiment. He was currently studying the special item, a substitute puppet, obtained by Tsunade through a lottery after her first mission for the supreme deity, capable of withstanding a fatal blow. Seeing this, Orochimaru sought to acquire it from Tsunade. Aware of his compulsive instinct for self-preservation, Tsunade directly bestowed the puppet upon him, which in turn made Orochimaru feel embarrassed. Thus, he devoted himself to research throughout the night, aiming for mass production. In response, Ling Qian merely chuckled, choosing not to comment further. The total points of the legendary 3 of Konoha undoubtedly exceeded 100,000, making them the wealthiest team among reincarnators. Such was the consequence of their frequent warfare. Life is but a fleeting moment. When it comes to executing missions steeped in bloodshed, they charge forth without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan and others remained hesitant, deliberating on whether actions of slaughter were befitting for those of the righteous path. Yu Buchuan's points were also substantial, as the bountiful harvest from the Jurassic world was no trifling matter. Yet, being somewhat oblivious, he had not enhanced himself at all, akin to a mere stockpile. Thus, he currently stood as the wealthiest individual among all reincarnators, boasting over 40,000 points. In truth, Yu Buchuan aspired to amass 100,000 points to exchange for the heavenly sword path. 10 minutes later, a flash of white light enveloped the reincarnators from disparate worlds, and they vanished from their original realms. However, they were all adequately prepared, thus sparing the inhabitants of their original worlds from any panic. Ding! Transmission to the target world has been successfully completed. All combat powers have been generated. Please check them at your convenience. The reincarnators for this mission will automatically form a team, with the team name to be decided at their discretion. The team may experience total annihilation but cannot disband. The captain and vice-captain possess the authority to determine the fate of team members. Upon activating the resurrection function, the captain may expend points to revive deceased team members, with the cost being tenfold the target combat power. team members are prohibited from infighting. Otherwise, they will face complete eradication. For detailed team functionalities, please refer to the main god space after the conclusion of the current world mission. Team members: Ubuchian, Dugu Qiu Ba, Moon Goddess, Star Soul, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Captain: Ubuchian, Vice Captain: Orochimaru. Team combat power: Orochimaru, 60,000 points, Tsunade, 55,000 points, Jiraiya, 53,000 points, Ubuchian, 25,000 points, Dugu Qiu Ba, 30,000 points, Star Soul, 20,000 points, Moon Goddess, 18,000 points. Members of the Reincarnators for this world mission: Ubuchian, Dugu Qiu Ba, Moon Goddess, Star Soul, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Mission time: immediate until the battle concludes. World mission. Objective 1. Ensure that the pyramid remains undamaged. Upon successful completion, each participant will receive 100,000 points, with a total team score of 100,000 points. Objective 2. Ensure that the two statues, excluding the central one, remain intact. Upon successful completion, each will earn 50,000 points, with a total team score of 50,000 points. Objective 3. Guarantee the demise of Melba. Upon successful completion, each will earn 10,000 points, with a total team score of 10,000 points. Failure of Objectives 1 and 2 incurs no penalties, but failure of Objective 3 results in team annihilation. Mainline tasks: Objective 1. Eradicate Dugu, Heir of Light. Objective 2. Eliminate Golzon, Independent Kill. At least one must be completed to receive 20,000 points. Simultaneous failure results in team annihilation, while simultaneous success yields 50,000 team points. Survival task: the number of deaths within the team must not exceed 3. Failure results in team annihilation. The captain and vice captain must not perish. Any death will lead to team annihilation. If all members survive, the team will receive 10,000 points. Side task: Heir of Light. Task content: Reincarnators recognized by the statue will receive a reward of 10,000 points. Task items: all relevant plot points concerning Ultraman Digga 1. Proficiency in Japanese and legitimate identity within the task world. The time frame is set to 1 month prior to the events of the plot. The birthplace arranged by Ling Qian is a villa, with identities as personnel of a scholarly research institution in Huaxia. This moment, all reincarnators under Ling Qian, except Xiao Yin, finally meet each other, although the atmosphere seems slightly oppressive. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tsunade Senju, and the stoic individual beside me is Orochimaru, while the one leering at the young lady's chest is named Jiraiya. The straightforward Tsunade initiated the introductions. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's face twitched slightly at the description of stoic, and Jiraiya retracted his lecherous gaze upon hearing Tsunade's words. Both cast reproachful glances at Tsunade. The moon goddess, adorned in simple garments, was veiled, yet her exquisite beauty could not be concealed. However, she found herself momentarily entranced by Tsunade's ample bosom and soon noticed Jiraiya's lecherous gaze fixed upon her. Being the weakest among the reincarnators, she felt somewhat at a loss for words. It was only upon hearing Tsunade's remarks that she realized those three were indeed the strongest members of her team. After regaining her composure, the moon goddess lowered her veil and smiled, introducing herself. I am Yue Hun, but you may call me Yue. Xinghuan, her rival with whom she had shared countless days, was taken aback by her unexpected beauty. Yet, feeling a twinge of jealousy over her name, he thought, if you're worried that your name is too ostentatious, why change it at all? Why include Hun in it, as if to declare our connection? Moreover, he had not seen his own name on the power rankings. Nevertheless, given his own lack of strength, Xinghuan forced a smile and replied, I am Xinghuan. Tsunade, astonished, inquired, Xinghuan, Yue Hun, who are you? The moon goddess smiled and responded, he is my younger brother, still quite young and a bit mischievous. I hope you will all be accommodating. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately approached and pinched Xinghuan's cheeks, causing both Orochimaru and Jiraiya to twitch in response. As she playfully squeezed his face, she rubbed against him, exclaiming, Kawaii, how come my brother isn't this adorable? Why don't you just become my brother instead? Meanwhile, Ubuchian and Dugu Qiu Ba exchanged glances before introducing themselves as well. Chapter 35. Mission planning. Once they had all acquainted themselves with one another's identities, Orochimaru squinted at Ubuchian. Since the main deity had appointed him as the team leader, he must possess exceptional qualities. He could not fathom the notion of random selection. There had to be a reason behind such divine arrangements. Moreover, the survival of their team was intricately linked to the lives and decisions of both himself and Ubuchian. Thus, it was imperative that they foster a close alliance rather than enmity. If the two leaders were adversarial, the team would likely meet its doom. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru forced a smile towards Ubuchian. albeit his grin appeared somewhat sinister, prompting an involuntary shiver from the esteemed leader. "Brother Yue," he began, "as you are the captain of our small team, it would be prudent to consider our plans for completing the main mission and the world tasks." After reviewing the storyline of Diga, the group felt a chill. Setting aside the formidable foes that would later emerge, such as Zhuojia and the Evil God, the earlier cannon fodder, Myerba and Guerzhen, were already far beyond their team's capabilities. Perhaps Orochimaru and his companions might manage to survive, but defeating them was nothing short of a pipe dream, let alone killing them. If they could not vanquish Guerzhen, they would have to target Diga instead. Though weaker, Diga was the inheritor of Diga's legacy. Should he be slain, who would stand a chance against Myerba? Opting for a world task would lead to an effortless victory, while choosing the main task would turn into a nightmare. Yu Buchuan was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the difficulty of the current world task far exceeded that of the previous one. He pondered the deity's words and the events of Diga's narrative, desperately seeking some insight, yet found himself utterly at a loss. Yu Buchuan. Ladies and gentlemen, this task is theoretically impossible to accomplish. However, the supreme deity has no reason to issue an unwinnable mission. If my assumptions are correct, the deity intends to cultivate rather than annihilate us. The mere ability to traverse worlds demonstrates the deity's formidable power. If it wished to eliminate us, it could do so with a mere thought, without resorting to such convoluted methods. Therefore, I surmise that there must be hidden information within this task, which is the key to our success. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of contemplation, fully aware that Yu Buchuan's assertions were indeed valid. Yet, what concealed information could possibly exist? The reason Dugu could transform into Dijia is due to the light factor within him. Thus, if we could possess such a light factor, a glint of cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he addressed the group. Tsunade's eyes also lit up. Could we too become Dijia? Dugu Qiu Ba interjected. Yet we are not inhabitants of this world. How could we possibly possess the light factor? Orochimaru licked his lips with a sinister smile and replied, "We certainly do not. But Dugu does. If I can obtain Dugu's cells, then I can mass-produce his light factor." Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a resigned smile, acknowledging that their companion was indeed exceptional. His talents and wisdom surpassed that of ordinary individuals, yet he exhibited a rather peculiar disposition. If only Uncle Snake were not so eccentric, he would undoubtedly be a composed and aloof male deity, Yu Buchuan continued. Then we shall pursue a path of resistance. However, if we do not transform into Dijia, we certainly cannot defeat Myerba, for none among us possess the ability to fly, and thus we face a high probability of total annihilation. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said to Yu Buchuan, "Provide me with 15,000 points, grant Tsunade 20,000 points, and Guerzhen can be eliminated. Myerba can also be defeated on the ground." Yu Buchuan fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and inquired, "What are the odds?" Orochimaru replied, "Guerzhen has an 80% chance, while Myerba has a 50% chance." Yu Buchuan promptly responded, "Very well, I shall grant you and Tsunade the points." Consequently, Yu Buchuan transferred 35,000 points into team points for Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru and Tsunade displayed a hint of gratitude and surprise, while the others gazed at Yu Buchuan in astonishment, particularly Dugu Qiu Ba, who had spent so much time together with him yet was unaware of his companion's wealth. This fellow truly exhibited some leadership qualities. Xinghuan gazed enviously at Yu Buchuan. "How do you possess so many points?" Yu Buchuan merely smiled and replied nonchalantly, "I obtained them from the last world mission. Most of it remained untouched, as I intended to save for high-level goods, but little did I expect that saving would lead to another world mission." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately declared, "If we survive this time, I will certainly repay you." Orochimaru briefly introduced his exchange for the Manjiki Sharingan and Tsunade's would release, leaving everyone in astonishment. However, they refrained from making exchanges, for the cost of exchanging for abilities outside their own system was tenfold the original price, rendering such exchanges unworthy. Suddenly, Jiraiya exclaimed, "In that case, we need not eliminate Dugu." Orochimaru and Yu Buchuan both shook their heads and remarked, "Dugu must be eliminated, for we still lack the strength to vanquish Guerzhen in an instant. The moment Dugu intervenes, our demise is inevitable. By then, Dugu will have transformed into Diga, and it will be too late to strike." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Buchuan added, "We must urgently capture Dugu. Otherwise, once Yulian arrives, it will become exceedingly difficult to seize him. As we all know, she is more than merely a time machine." With only a few days remaining, Yu Buchuan devised a simple plan for their mission. The moon god was tasked with using illusions to lure Dugu to an area devoid of surveillance, after which the esteemed leader, Yu, would employ the technique of Xiaoyaoyu to whisk him away. Xinghuan was responsible for maintaining vigilance around the villa, and upon the moon goddess' return, would also oversee security. Meanwhile, Yubuchuan would be prepared to handle any unforeseen circumstances, while Dugu Qiu Ba would ride his divine eagle to gather intelligence. This eagle, newly acquired 3 years prior, bore a striking resemblance to its predecessor, and Lingshan even harbored suspicions that it might be the illegitimate offspring of the former. Orochimaru procured several drops of blood from Tsunade to develop the Sharingan, while Tsunade was learning sage techniques from Jiraiya. Thus, under the meticulous planning, an exhilarating and tense month of activities was about to commence. Everyone expended their available points, barely managing to elevate their strength to a modest degree. On the 3rd day of that month, Daigo was successfully captured by Yubuchuan and the Moon God, prompting Orochimaru to cease his development of the Sharingan and redirect his focus towards studying Daigu's cells. Given that Tsunade was not the legendary Hokage Hashirama, the potency of her cells was significantly inferior to the Hashirama cells he had previously acquired, rendering the effects rather limited. The villa was equipped with an extensive array of apparatuses. Any missing items could be directly exchanged from the main god, as such experimental tools were not particularly costly. Orochimaru fervently analyzed Daigu's cells, discovering no discernible differences when compared to those of an ordinary individual. Save for the presence of a peculiar energy within, faint yet tenacious, it took Orochimaru a full 2 days to extract this strange energy entirely from Daigu's body. Should no unforeseen events transpire, Daigu would subsequently lose his qualification as the inheritor of light. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Orochimaru ultimately decided to eliminate Daigu. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, feeling a pang of compassion, yet refrained from voicing their concerns, for the stakes involved their own lives and those of their comrades, and gambling was not an option. Upon completion of the main quest and the global mission, a unified settlement would ensue. Note: the exchange function will be disabled following the commencement of the plot. A month swiftly passed, and the cunning leader, Yue, extended his reach once more, though this time his grasp was directed at the monstrous Myerba. Chapter 36. The helpless Yulian. In the early years of the 21st century, hatred and conflict began to wane, and nature was gradually reclaiming its original visage. The collective aspiration of all living beings on this planet, peace, seemed to be slowly manifesting. Unbeknownst to them, a period of upheaval was on the horizon. The TPC Far East headquarters. The TPC Earth Peace Alliance was an international organization with the mission and objective of safeguarding world peace and shielding the Earth from the perils of unexplained phenomena and natural disasters. The organization boasts branches and research centers worldwide, as well as a lunar surface base and cosmic exploration stations. Overseeing these branches and the cosmic station is the Far East headquarters located in Japan. The Victory Team is a specialized combat unit within the Earth Peace Organization, originally comprised of 7 commissioners, though it has now dwindled to 3. At this moment, Vice Captain Munezawa remarks, "So this is the meteorite." Lina responds, "It seems to be enveloping something." Subsequently, Dr. Kanamura uses a laser to slice it open, revealing a conical time machine within. They are met with a startling revelation. This is not a natural meteorite, but rather a man-made construct. The assembly is filled with skepticism, for the age of the meteorite cannot be fabricated. Suddenly, darkness envelopes the surroundings, and the self-powered Far East headquarters experiences a brief power outage. As a beam of light emanates from the time machine, and the ethereal figure of Yulian gradually materializes. Activating the translation function, Yulian declares, "Greetings, I am Yulian, the commander of the Earth Guard team." The arrival of this time machine on Earth signifies that monumental changes are imminent. The initial harbingers of these transformations are the earth-shaking monster Gorzon and the sky-rending beast Melba. Lina exclaims, "Gorzon? Is that the creature that appeared in Inner Mongolia?" The only beings capable of safeguarding Earth from these cataclysmic changes are the giants within the pyramids. These giants were once the guardians of Earth, concealing their battle-ready forms within the immense pyramids before returning to their original luminous state to journey back to their homeland. Descendants, your current mission is to awaken the giant. To vanquish the monsters Gorzon and Melba. There is but one method to revive the giant, Yulian states, but as he speaks, the light and shadows suddenly blur and then vanish. Kojima asks, "Dr. Kanamura, what do you think?" Lina abruptly interjects, "Captain, Daigo has been away for a month without a word. Could something have happened to him?" Vice Captain Munezawa responds, "Surely not. That kid is tough as nails. He must just be off having fun." Just as Munezawa finishes his statement, the light and shadows reappear, this time with an air of urgency. Daigo is missing. That cannot be allowed to happen. The sole method to awaken the giant is for Daigo to merge with the light of Diga. If anything were to happen to Daigo, the fate of our current civilization would mirror that of our civilization 30 million years ago, obliterated by darkness. His voice betrays a hint of agitation. Yet Kojima inquires, Daigo? How do you know Daigo? Diga. Is the giant's name Diga? Yulian realizes he has inadvertently revealed too much, but chooses to disclose the truth, saying, Daigo is the reincarnation of the light form of Diga. 30 million years ago, when our ancient civilization was shrouded in darkness, we foresaw that Earth would undergo monumental changes at this moment. The malevolent deity Gatangia is set to awaken today. It is the architect of our civilization's destruction. Without Diga, Earth cannot endure for long. The only outcome would be to become mere dust of history, just as we did 30 million years ago. We must find Daigo. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Yet it seemed plausible. Thus, everyone mobilized to search for the pyramid and the ancient relic. At that moment, Yubuchin calmly observed a piece of news before urgently summoning the entire team. Golzin had appeared in Inner Mongolia, and the plot had commenced. We were now setting forth to locate the pyramid. Subsequently, Brother Yue led the way to the streets to acquire some funds, heading towards the direction of the pyramid. Fortunately, the villa was not far from the pyramid, and a few hours later, Brother Yue, along with his companions, arrived near the concealed pyramid. Crossing the suspension bridge, they sensed the light factors within each person, and the pyramid began to materialize. Previously, as a precaution, everyone had injected varying amounts of light factors according to their physical endurance, thus each member of the team now possessed these luminous elements. This was the genetic legacy of the ultra-ancient warriors. Who are you? Where is Dugu? Suddenly, a mournful voice echoed nearby. Yubuchin disregarded the voice entirely and continued straight towards the pyramid. Ignore her. We must hurry to the pyramid and assess the situation. Myerba and Golzin will appear shortly. It's futile. Without Dugu, even if you possess the genes of the ultra-ancient warriors, you cannot fully merge with Diga. The mournful voice persisted, lingering in the surroundings. Xinghuan. Foolish woman. You're insane? Yuliang. A few minutes later, the group reached the front of the pyramid. Displaying no signs of panic, they simply walked in. Yuliang. Are you planning to attack the stone statues? Give up? Only Dugu can transform into Diga. Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Jiraiya. Dugu is dead. What? How is that possible? The voice sounded urgent and frantic, clearly unprepared for such news. In a state of despair, they uttered, Why have you done this, Xinghuan? You are quite bothersome, Yubuchian. Everything is for the sake of justice for the earth, Orochimaru. Yubuchian. Everyone, let us sense whether we can resonate with the giants. The earth is in peril, and we must extend our hands and offer our strength. Tsunade and Yushin displayed profound astonishment. Aren't we the villains? As the only two females in the team, their bond was significantly stronger than with the others. Tsunade's boisterous personality quickly endeared her to this woman, who had struggled to make friends due to her identity issues in her original realm. Although they had yet to reach the level of sharing a bed, they could at least converse freely. Yubuchian's words astonished everyone, but only Orochimaru revealed a knowing smile upon hearing them. You possess our ultra-ancient warrior genes, allowing you to communicate with the other two statues outside the central one. Choose your companions wisely. The voice of Yuliang was filled with resignation. Yubuchian, aside from Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, Dugu, Yuehun, and Xinghuan, you three will each take one statue. Star Soul. Then I want Diga. Yulian, with a hint of helplessness, reiterated, I can assist you in becoming the two Ultramen in the vicinity, but Diga not only requires the ancient super genes, but also the acknowledgement of the residual will of the statue. In the end, Star Soul chose the Ultraman to the left of Diga, while Dugu Qiu Ba opted for the one on Diga's right. The Moon Goddess, however, relinquished this opportunity due to her lack of proficiency in close combat. Shortly thereafter, the members of the victory team arrived rather tardily. Yet before they could utter a word, Golzin appeared amidst a tremor of the earth. Upon seeing the pyramid before him, he remained silent and unleashed his full power, resulting in the pyramid vanishing under the sorrowful gaze of the reincarnator squad. Yulian, noticing their expressions, revealed a touch of emotion, realizing that they were indeed concerned for the giant's safety. However, their true thoughts were, Damn it, Golzin, you beast. Give me back my points. Chapter 37. Myerba, a piercing cry echoed through the sky as Myerba finally arrived. The two good friends exchanged glances and proceeded towards the statue, intent on its destruction. Yubuchian. Star Soul, Brother Dugu, you two must transform quickly. Understanding the urgency of the situation, they promptly drew the miniature rods they had just acquired and raised them skyward. Instantly, under the trembling gaze of the victory team, the giant awakened. Star Soul and Dugu exchanged a knowing look and dashed towards Myerba and Golzin. Yet, as anticipated, the two Ultramen beside Diga were far inferior to him. Star Soul struck Golzin with a punch. the immense force nearly toppling him, and Dugu Qiu Ba faced a similar predicament. Fortunately, both possessed commendable close combat abilities, while Golzin and Myerba struggled to touch them. Given sufficient time, they could certainly prevail. However, they were acutely aware that their transformations could only last 3 minutes. Yulian, it's futile. Without Diga, we cannot save the Earth. Yubuchian disregarded Yulian's comment and turned to Orochimaru and Tsunade. The two nodded lightly, and Tsunade stepped forward, exclaiming, "Would release." The arrival of the forest world. Instantly, towering trees erupted around them, and thick vines ensnared Golzin. Star Soul and Dugu unleashed their ultimate attacks, activating their light skills. Yet, the outcome was unsatisfactory. Golzin was merely gravely injured in a fit of rage. Golzin let out a furious roar towards the sky and forcefully broke free from the vines. Casting a deep glance at Star Soul and Dugu before attempting to flee. At that moment, their indicators illuminated. Sensing Golzin's intense wrath, Orochimaru and Yubuchian exchanged a sinister smile. Orochimaru immediately activated his Sharingan, directing its power towards Golzin. Despite a strong initial resistance due to his injuries and surging resentment, Golzin ultimately succumbed to their control. Tsunade formed hand seals once more, but this time, a vast surge of energy accompanied her actions. Senjutsu would release. The arrival of the forest world, Senjutsu, would release. The great cutting technique. Consequently, colossal trees once again erupted, fiercely entangling Myerba. Star Soul and Dugu Qiu Ba immediately unleashed their beams of light once more. But this time, they were augmented by the radiant power of Golzin. The three energies collided simultaneously against Melba, resulting in a resounding explosion as she was obliterated. Yulian and the victory team were left in stunned silence, gazing at the composed and confident Yubuchian, who, despite breaking out in a cold sweat, murmured, "How could this be possible?" Observing the demise of his close companion, Golzin's resentment surged, allowing him to finally break free from the control of the kaleidoscope. With a piercing scream, he lunged toward the last statue, Diga. Witnessing this, Yubuchian exclaimed an expletive, "Damn, he's not playing by the rules, Snake Brother." Orochimaru swiftly executed a body flicker technique to position himself near Golzin, his eyes wide with intensity as he unleashed his Susanoo. Instantly, a form of Susanoo, albeit barely mature, manifested before the onlookers. Its aura was even more malevolent than Golzin's, emanating an icy chill and a powerful sense of despair. Golzin, upon seeing the suddenly materialized giant, instinctively sensed danger. He glanced at the statue of Diga nearby and began to dig a pit, preparing to escape. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. Indeed, Golzin was not adhering to the expected norms. As the Susanoo lacked weapons due to its incomplete form, Orochimaru decided to target the statue of Diga. Stepping forward, he disregarded the digging Golzin and hefted the statue, hurling it toward Golzin. The statue of Diga proved to be remarkably resilient. When Orochimaru struck down with force, the statue not only remained intact but also left Golzin momentarily dazed. With a mix of confusion and hatred, he shot a glare at the Susanoo, swiping Diga aside with his tail. Yet it still stood unbroken. Golzin ceased his digging, rising to pounce upon the fallen statue of Diga. Orochimaru, of course, did not intervene, for the mission did not stipulate the protection of the statue. However, Yulian was anxious. Why? Why use Diga as a weapon? The moon god replied matter-of-factly, "Diga is not reviving. Keeping him serves no purpose. It would be better to utilize his remaining strength." Yulian, rendered speechless, found the moon god's reasoning compelling, leaving her at a loss for words. Suddenly, Golzin's tail swept through the air, sending Orochimaru's Susanoo flying aside, and then, shifting direction, he descended upon Orochimaru's Susanoo, pummeling it furiously with his claws. Eventually, he even unleashed a beam of light, resulting in a violent explosion as the Susanoo showed signs of vanishing. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Yet, upon witnessing the frenzied Golzin and the faltering Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade shouted in unison, "Orochimaru!" Tsunade, disregarding her depleting chakra from the two previous wood-release techniques, hastily activated the unique secret art of the Senju clan, expending her physical potential to unleash a surge of chakra and reforming her seals. Sage art, would release. Advent of the tree realm. Her voice, although somewhat weak, carried an air of determination. Jiraiya likewise activated Sage mode, gathering chakra in his hands, forming a spiraling sphere that grew larger as he directed it toward Golzin. The moon god also employed yin-yang techniques in an attempt to hypnotize Golzin. The ethereal essence of the star soul coalesced into a blade, aimed at Golzin with fierce intent. Dugu Qiu Ba directly unleashed the second form of the Dugu sword manual, channeling a surge of inner strength as he relentlessly thrust towards Golzin. Simultaneously, Yu Buchuan executed the celestial strike known as Heavenly Flying Immortal, directing his sword towards Golzin. However, after withstanding the onslaught, Golzin emitted a thunderous roar. Yet his assault upon Suze remained unceasing. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Suze was transformed into a beam of light and vanished, while Orochimaru plummeted to the ground. With a fierce glare, Golzin extended his hand and grasped Orochimaru tightly, crushing him with a satisfying roar. Afterward, he turned his gaze towards Yu Buchuan and the others. Tsunade looked at Golzin in disbelief, murmuring, "Orochimaru, what have you done?" The crowd hurriedly turned, and indeed, Orochimaru appeared intact before them, albeit with dim, malevolent eyes, from which 2 lines of crimson flowed. "That was merely my shadow clone. After Suzuwa was defeated, I utilized the body flicker technique to escape," he explained. Tsunade contemplated unleashing her formidable strength upon this worrisome ally, but unexpectedly stumbled backward, only to be caught by the moon goddess. Observing the weakened state of her companions, she recalled their valiant efforts to save her, stirring a flicker of emotion within her, before her gaze turned cold as she fixed it upon Golzin. Orochimaru inquired, "What shall we do?" Yu Buchuan replied, "Let it be. Our mission has been accomplished. However, the timeline of our task extends from the onset of the narrative until the battle concludes. Thus, we need not eliminate Golzin. We merely must vacate the battlefield to return." Yet, Yu Buchuan exchanged a knowing glance with Orochimaru before continuing, "Golzin must perish. His harm to our Team-S members warrants his demise 1,000-fold. Therefore, we must confer with Diga." Yu Buchuan turned to the statue of Diga lying on the ground, speaking solemnly, "Diga Ultraman, the earth stands on the brink of calamity. Can you bear to witness its civilization? Much like the ancient civilization of 30 million years ago, face obliteration. You are the guardian of this planet. Furthermore, while we may depart, you cannot. You are the last line of defense for Earth. After our departure, without the light's successor resonating with you, your fate shall be annihilation. At that point, the Earth will truly be lost, consumed by the terror of the malevolent deity Galtans." Thus, he implored, "Diga, lend me your light. Grant me the power to protect this planet. Light, arise." Yu Buchuan's impassioned cry echoed. Indeed, it was not a mishearing. Brother Yu had unleashed his verbal prowess. Consequently, Yulian, moved by the moment, urged the statue, "Diga, merge with him. The Earth must not repeat our tragic fate." The members of the Victory Squad gazed at the resolute and fearless Yu Buchuan with respect. Meanwhile, the reincarnators stood in stunned silence, muttering, "Truly, he is our captain." And indeed, Yu Buchuan transformed into a beam of light, soaring into Diga's form. After a brief hesitation, Diga rose from the cold ground, and a profound fear flickered in Golzin's eyes. It frantically extended its claws, desperately clawing at the earth, preparing to flee. But would Boss Yu grant it such an opportunity? Clearly not. With a swift motion, he appeared before Golzin in the blink of an eye, forcefully seizing its tail and violently flinging it aside. Then charging in with a powerful elbow strike. Bang! Golzin collapsed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Boss Yu pursued, wielding his palm like a sword, executing an array of peculiar sword techniques, leaving Golzin utterly defenseless. The young star spirit commented from the sidelines, The captain's first strike was impressive, far superior to Dagu's initial attempt." The crowd reacted, and Lina, feeling anxious, inquired, "Dagu? Have you met Dagu?" The star spirit suddenly realized it had let something slip, prompting Moon Goddess to quickly intervene. "We've met him, but he was slain by the Alikiro people. We fought desperately to save him, yet we ultimately failed. I am truly sorry." She bowed in apology. Yulian. Zhongfang remained entranced by this ethereal beauty, and upon witnessing her bow, he instinctively offered his support. "The fault does not lie with you. We have yet to express our gratitude for your assistance in Dagu's plight." Moon Goddess smiled at his words, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, the battle between Old Yu and Golzin escalated to a fever pitch. Suddenly, Golzin went berserk, a phenomenon known as the return of light. Radiant beams erupted forth, and it charged at Old Yu like a rampaging bull. At that moment, Boss Yu's indicator light suddenly illuminated. Yu Buchuan felt a wave of dissatisfaction. It could only last for 3 minutes. Thus, Yu Buchuan soared into the sky and unleashed the Zai Pali AO beam at Golzin. Boom! A resounding explosion shattered Golzin into fragments. Instinctively, Boss Yu considered soaring into the heavens, but he restrained himself, as he did not share Dagu's need to conceal his identity. A flash of light enveloped the scene, and Boss Yue materialized before everyone. With the completion of World Task Objectives 2 and 3, the team was awarded 60,000 points, and individual points reached 60,000 as well. The completion of Main Task Objectives 1 and 2 granted the team 50,000 points. With personal scores at 40,000, the personnel who completed the side tasks, Yu Buchuan, Star Spirit, and Dugu Qiu Ba, each received 10,000 individual points. The survival tasks completion yielded an additional 10,000 team points. In total, the team amassed 120,000 points, while individual scores reached 100,000, with the 3 from the side task totaling 111,000, due to the significant disruption of the plot. Placing this task world at the brink of destruction, subsequent tasks were activated. Task 1. Heir of Light, optional. Seek the descendants of ancient warriors on Earth and pass on the 3AO to them. Successful completion yields 10,000 team points and 10,000 personal points. Task 2. World Savior, optional. The duration is indefinitely extended. Defeat the awakened evil god Galtans to earn 100,000 team points and 100,000 personal points. Note: at least one of the above tasks must be accepted. Hearing this announcement, everyone felt a surge of joy, followed by a moment of stunned silence. After careful contemplation, Boss Yue decided to eliminate Task 2 from consideration. Due to the overwhelming power of the malevolent deity Galtans, any unforeseen mishap would be irreparable, leading only to total annihilation. Thus, we can only accept Mission 1. Yu Buchuan cast a glance at Orochimaru, who nodded gently in acknowledgement. Orochimaru's first task reward was a storage ring, within which lay the elixirs derived from the ancient genes. Before the members of the victorious team could react, he swiftly injected the potions into the arms of Zhongfang, Lina, and Xinchen. With a piercing scream, the three glared at Orochimaru with indignation. He remained silent, turning his gaze to Yu Buchuan. Yu handed over the transformation devices of Xinghuan and Dugu Qiu Ba, along with his own. To the three, we are cultivators, soon to ascend to the heavens. Thus, the hope of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Do your utmost for the peace of our planet. The trio responded. Yulian, with a hint of helplessness, inquired, is it truly safe like this? Must you all depart? It was clear that Yulian felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of such formidable allies leaving. Yu Buchuan replied resolutely, yes, we must leave. Otherwise, we will attract heavenly tribulations. Dugu Qiu Ba gazed at his good friend in disbelief, feeling somewhat exasperated. Subsequently, everyone departed from the location. However, after a while, Yu Laoda still had not received any notification regarding the completion of the mission, necessitating a return with the group. The two parties encountered one another on the suspension bridge. Eh? You haven't ascended yet? Yulian's voice echoed with curiosity. She did not doubt Yu Buchuan's words, as the powers they had displayed earlier were clearly beyond those of ordinary individuals. Suddenly recalling something of great importance, she felt uneasy and had returned to check. Yu Buchuan stated earnestly, I injected you with the genes of the ancient warriors, but I cannot guarantee that you will transform into Ultramen. Lina interjected, so, shall we transform? The trio's expressions were filled with anticipation. Yulian, touched, remarked, with the transformation devices, anyone possessing the ancient genes can transform without further trials. Yet, for the safety of Earth, your intentions are commendable. Yu Buchuan asserted. We must validate this. What if something goes awry? If Earth were to be destroyed, our consciences in the celestial realm would be heavy. Yulian hesitated before responding. Well, if that's the case. Upon hearing this, the three immediately raised their transformation devices with excitement. Ultraman Tiga, Ultraman Gatai, Ultraman Seiya. Their unified shouts resounded, and three titans gradually materialized, with Tiga being the smallest yet possessing the greatest strength among them. The names of the other two Ultramen were evidently chosen by Lina and Xinchen themselves. Mission successful, earning a team score of 10,000 points and individual scores of 10,000 points. All tasks completed, ready for return. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of the three Ultramen and Yulian, the seven transformed into a radiant white light and vanished from sight. Departing with smiles, Chapter 39. The return dim and frigid. The reincarnators present in this space were evidently not newcomers, yet they still exhibited a degree of discomfort. Even Orochimaru furrowed his brows slightly, silently gazing at the grand luminous sphere in the center. Upon detecting the presence of Orochimaru and Tsunade, healing commenced, and as it was their first treatment, it was provided free of charge. As the cold voice resonated. A warm white light enveloped Tsunade and Orochimaru, gradually brightening Orochimaru's previously dull eyes, while Tsunade slowly opened hers. Tsunade, the Divine Realm? Yu Buchuan. Indeed, the mission has been successfully completed, with no casualties. The evaluation of this world mission is excellent. The team leader and vice leader are awarded an additional 10,000 personal points. Team points may be allocated by the consensus of the leader and vice leader. Future world missions will be conducted in a team format, with the third world mission to be undertaken alongside other reincarnators from different divine realms. Once established, team missions will occur every 6 years. The leader and vice leader possess the authority to decide the team's name. The other reincarnators from the divine realms are naturally the second team prepared by Lingshan and the setting sun, and it is not necessarily true that the second team is antagonistic. The primary purpose of team missions is to invigorate the reincarnator's motivation for cultivation, but of course, should any dangerous individuals arise, they would be eliminated accordingly. Orochimaru. Brother Yue, what do you think of what the Divine Master just mentioned? Ubuchin frowned. I fear the outlook is grim. The third world mission will be conducted alongside other divine realm reincarnators, and it is likely that our two teams will not collaborate, but rather compete. With competition comes conflict, and thus, slaughter is unavoidable. Tsunade converted her 20,000 points into team points, causing Orochimaru to pause in surprise, yet he too promptly converted his 15,000 points into team points without hesitation. Tsunade smiled at Ubuchin. Let us not think too far ahead, Captain. Here is your points back. Thank you for this time. Ubuchin, I am not giving them away for free, so there is no need for thanks. After a brief pause, he continued. We have each gained at least 110,000 points from this mission. I received 130,000 points, while Snake Brother, Xinghuan, and Dugu all received 120,000. My suggestion is to retain the team points without distribution, in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. As for the points we currently possess, let us expend them entirely. If our strength does not increase, we may very well face total annihilation in the third world mission. The others unanimously nodded in agreement. Ubuchin exchanged his points for the coveted heavenly sword theory he had long desired. He spent 50,000 of his remaining 70,000 points to forcibly break through, reserving the last 20,000 to procure some elixirs for his sect. Uncle Snake spent 100,000 points to exchange for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Tsunade utilized 1,000 points from Jiraiya to acquire the perfect sage body, with Jiraiya also opting for the perfect sage body. The Moon God spent 1,000 points on elixirs for his breakthrough, then allocated 100,000 points to exchange for the illusory sound sorcery. Xinghuan similarly used 1,000 points for his breakthrough, then exchanged for the heavenly gang sword Qi. Dugu Qiu Ba opted for the heart sword theory, which is on par with the heavenly sword theory, yet represents an entirely distinct path of swordsmanship. He and Ubuchin had agreed to retreat into seclusion upon their return, striving to achieve a breakthrough before the next world mission. Ding! Team members are communicating in the main god space for cross-border chatting. A payment of 100,000 points allows for interdimensional transfer. Ding! Reincarnated Ubuchin, you have a new task generated. Please check it yourself. The first sentence is a group broadcast, while the second is only heard by Ubuchin himself. Upon opening the task panel, Ubuchin indeed discovered two new tasks. The World Promotion task aims to enhance the quality of the tasks within the current world. Your world's highest cultivation level is currently the innate Golden Core realm, and upon promotion, the highest cultivation level will ascend to the innate True God realm. Upon successful promotion, the three realms following the innate stage will be unlocked: innate True Power realm, innate True Chi realm, and innate True God realm. Failure to promote will leave the world level unchanged. However, those at the Golden Core realm will forever be unable to break through. Promotion tasks include 1. Universal Martialism, limited to the Reincarnator's country. Task content: the number of martial practitioners in the current plane must exceed half.2. Possess at least 3 individuals at the innate Golden Core realm, excluding plane travelers. 3. Resist the heavenly tribulation. A tribulation will occur during promotion, and you must withstand it. Success in these tasks will result in world promotion, with all martial artist cultivation levels elevated by 1 minor realm. Failure will render one unable to accept such tasks for 10 years. The plane travel task entails: your disciple Ling Chun, during his last grievous injury, was fortuitously picked up by the main god. He has now become a plane traveler representing punitive power. 7 days hence, your disciple will depart from your world, so do bid him farewell. Success in this task will yield team points but no rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. Brother Yue. Orochimaru's sinister voice pulled Ubuchin back to reality. Huh? What happened? You, evidently oblivious to their previous discussion, prompted Tsunade to helplessly smile and repeat what they had just talked about. They had been deliberating on a name for their team. Orochimaru suggested 10,000 Serpent Cave, Tsunade proposed Konoha Team, while Jiraiya's choice was Paradise Team. Well, one is a pervert, another is blindly delusional, and the last one seems to have read too much of Intimate Paradise. Not a single normal one among them. It appeared the three Sannin were not yet entirely disillusioned with their village, but considering the time, the moment to leave the village was drawing near. The young Star Soul also had a suggestion, calling it the Endless Starshine Team. Yubuchin pondered for a moment before dismissing all these ideas. What a joke! If it were just his own team, any name would suffice. However, it was evident that there were other main god spaces and other reincarnator teams. For future joint world missions, such names would be nothing short of ridiculous. For the sake of the team's future, Yubuchin felt compelled to step forward and propose a more suitable name. How about calling ourselves the Huashan Team? The crowd responded in unison. Get lost? Reluctantly, they embarked on yet another round of discussion. And ultimately, through collective voting, the team finally acquired a simple yet unique name, the Nameless Brigade. Well, the true reason lies in the fact that these individuals possess a rather low intelligence. They are unable to conceive of any commendable names, ultimately resorting to the rather nameless moniker. This name, however, is quite apt, exuding an air of mastery, allowing one to maintain an elegant facade in the eyes of others. Subsequently, the crowd departed, as the atmosphere within the realm of the main deity was excessively bleak. So much so that even Orochimaru, a person embodying the epitome of coldness, was reluctant to linger, let alone the others. As a flash of white light enveloped them. Gazing upon the familiar cavern, Yubuchuin inhaled deeply, savoring the air, and then exhaled slowly, relishing the familiar essence of his homeland. Dugu brother, take a look at this. He then summoned the World Ascension mission, and upon reading it, Dugu Qiu Ba instinctively furrowed his brow. Chapter 40. The departure during the world mission, Ren Yingying and Yu Lingshan broke through to the innate golden core realm. After Ling Chen exchanged a plethora of treasures and elixirs for the two of them, he began preparations for his departure. Before leaving, Ling Chen solemnly presented each of them with an identical jade pendant, the same type he had previously gifted to Dongfeng Bubi, which he had won during his first lottery. This pendant could withstand a fatal blow once. Naturally, upon learning that Ling Chen was to depart, the two of them wept bitterly, and Ling Chen felt a twinge of reluctance. However, he understood that he could not remain. As the tempering of the heart amidst the mundane world was imperative, of course, no one truly knew what he was thinking. During this time, Ling Chen finally experienced the warmth of shared slumber, which left both ladies blushing with shyness. Arriving at Yubuchuin's door, Ling Chen gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Yubuchuin was intently gazing at a slab of stone, which bore countless sword marks. He must be practicing the heavenly sword theory. Ling Chen approached and whispered, Master. Yubuchuin set down his sword, turning to gaze at Ling Chen, and as he recalled the youthful Ling Chen from 3 years ago pledging to revitalize Mount Hua, he couldn't help but sigh, his eyes growing misty. 3 years have passed. Chunner, are you leaving? Yes, I am aware that our world is on the verge of ascension. The tribulation is indeed troublesome. This is the thunder crown I exchanged. It can significantly mitigate the effects of heavenly lightning. Please take it, Master. Ling Chen placed 100 thunder crowns into Yubuchuin's hands. Although small and unassuming, the thunder crowns possessed the ability to absorb lightning. Each one held a value of 10,000 points in the main deity's realm. Yubuchuin did not refuse, knowing it was a token of his disciples' sincerity, and as they were soon to face the tribulation, he could not decline for the sake of this world. Where shall we go next? Ling Chen did not hesitate. The world of Star Soul. Yubuchuin sighed, take care of yourself. I will have Moon Soul and Star Soul watch over you. Be cautious in that world. If you can return, do so. I will always be your master, and Mount Hua will forever be your home. Ling Chen spoke with some difficulty. Yes. Yubuchuin inquired, what is the distinction between a dimension traveler and a reincarnator? Ling Chen pondered for a moment before responding. The difference is that I have always been engaged in world missions. Under special circumstances, I also possess the ability to eliminate reincarnators. What the hell? Yubuchuin lost his composure. What nonsensical ability? What do you mean by special circumstances? Ling Chen let out a resigned smile, stating, the Master Deity has proclaimed me the Son of Destiny, endowed with protagonist privileges across myriad realms. Typically, each world's protagonist enjoys the protection of their universe, rendering them immune to selection by the Master Deity. However, following my last heart's shattering and the severity of my injuries, which brought me to the brink of death, the Master Deity engaged in negotiations with the will of the world, thus allowing me to slip through the cracks. Consequently, I am regarded with great significance, not designated as a common reincarnator, but rather as a traveler between realms. As for the annihilation function, it can only be employed if a reincarnator poses a threat to my life. Naturally, should any reincarnator engage in malevolent deeds, I would have the authority to eradicate them. The Master Deity aims to cultivate talent, akin to selecting disciples, where abilities are tested through missions, while I shall evaluate their character. Ling Chen fabricated a lie, preparing for future plans, planting a seed that, though it may not grow into a towering tree, at least has the potential to sprout. Yu Buqin remained silent for a while before forcing a bitter smile, lamenting inwardly, "Why am I not the protagonist? Are there other reincarnators aside from our team?" Ling Chen replied, "Indeed, there are many. The Master Deity is singular, yet the Master Deity's realm comprises numerous spaces. However, you need not dwell too much on this. Master, where there is competition among teams, there is cooperation as well. I firmly believe that with your intelligence, you will undoubtedly lead your team to the pinnacle of all realms." Yu Buqin chuckled heartily. "Is that so? What a coincidence. I think so too." Ling Chen discreetly gestured with a middle finger, yet the atmosphere of parting felt significantly lighter. 7 days later, amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd at Mount Hua, Ling Chen departed, his nose and eyes slightly stinging, though he resolutely suppressed his emotions. Without looking back, as the sun descended in the west, Ling Chen left the realm of laughing proudly. Ling Chen searched for someone for several days, but regrettably, he still could not find them. A few days later, Mount Hua announced that Ling Chen had not perished but had instead entered a prolonged seclusion at the Cliff of Reflection to transcend the realm beyond Great Grandmaster. Leaving the world astonished, Ling Chen did not head directly to the Qin dynasty but first visited a portion of the Master Deity's space. He sought to assess the current information. Casting a glance at the Jurassic period, he found Xiao Yin still idly engaged in being a dragon knight, with that world having only elapsed less than 10 million years, significantly earlier than the extinction of the dinosaurs. Master Deity, Ling Chen combat power, 60,000 points. Number of reincarnators, 16. Authority, level 2 abilities, time and space manipulation, S level special ability, development level, basic activated functions, Master Deity space, automatic navigation, map function, healing, team function, reincarnator seeds, 4 designated reincarnator seeds, 2 cross-border designated reincarnator seeds activated origin worlds, Jurassic Era, Qin Dynasty, Naruto Universe. Task World, Jurassic Era, System-Generated Dimension, Non-Origin Dimension, Team 1 of Reincarnators, Xiao Yin, 9 million points, Yu Buqin, 50,000 points, Dugu Qiu Ba, 45,000 points, Moon Goddess, 30,000 points, Star Soul, 30,000 points, Orochimaru, 110,000 points, Tsunade, 120,000 points, Jiraiya, 90,000 points, Team 2. Slightly mentioned, it appears that the setting sun has already commenced its actions. Within a month, 8 reincarnators have been gathered. Is this not a tad too casual? Authority task, exclusive to the main deity, Task 1. Establish at least 2 teams, completed, Task 2. Engage in a team battle, not completed, Authority 2. Once a year, a world task may be conducted, and once a year, a mid-level plot task may be undertaken. The item shop opens for secondary items, and reincarnators with a combat power below 10,000 can be forcibly eradicated. The maximum reward for reincarnator tasks is 100,000 points. Qin Shi Mingyue Dimension Task, exclusive to the main deity, Task 1. Achieve renown in the martial world, to be passed down through the ages. Successfully completing this task grants 5,000 fortune. Task 2. Defeat Dong Huang Tai Yi. Successfully completing this task grants 5,000 fortune. Task 3. Defeating Zheng. Successfully completing this task grants 8,000 fortune. Task 4. Establish the Dragon List and the Phoenix List. Successfully completing this task grants 10,000 fortune. Task 5. Explore the secrets of the 7 martial dragons. Successfully completing this task grants 15,000 fortune. Note: Qin Shi Mingyue is designated by the system as the main world. The waters are exceedingly deep, so please practice the turtle breathing technique, bring a submarine, and most importantly, change into swimwear. After reading this, Ling Chen wore a look of exasperation. Chapter 41. Death and Rebirth. The sky loomed ominously, with tempestuous winds howling over the sea, perpetually raising massive waves that crashed upon the surface, stirring up tumultuous tides. The dark clouds hung heavily like lead, almost collapsing from the horizon, merging indistinguishably with the colorless sea. This moment, the ocean surface erupted with tremendous fluctuations. Though not as imposing as a tidal wave, it possessed an irresistible might, parting the surrounding dark clouds and waves, preventing them from encroaching even a step closer. A figure clad in white slowly emerged from the tumultuous waves, obscured by the fierce winds that howled around, rendering its appearance indistinct, but the faint glimmer of crimson suggested that the condition of the white attire was far from favorable. The figure in white was, of course, Ling Chen. Upon arriving in the Qin Shi dimension, he was immediately beset by this peculiar wind. Ling Chen was fervently channeling his internal energy, not daring to be complacent. The ferocity of the gale before him could even disregard innate protective barriers. A momentary lapse had resulted in significant injury, and the wind was evidently not a mere coincidence. It seemed to possess an intelligence, seeking out Ling Qin's weaknesses and gradually wearing him down. It was reminiscent of manipulation by an unseen hand. Cursing inwardly, Ling Qin found himself powerless against the gale. Though he had mobilized all his internal energy to temporarily resist the fierce winds, it was clear that this would not hold for long. Such an intensity of assault was evidently beyond his current capacity to withstand. In silence, Ling Qin employed his spatial abilities, but with little effect. Although he temporarily escaped the encircling winds, they swiftly regrouped, surrounding him once more, and the strength of the gale was significantly amplified. Ling Qin's Qinglian sword song reached its full potential, and a series of whistling sword energies erupted fiercely from the manifested Qinglian. However, they were thwarted by an inexplicable force, unable to advance even a step further, let alone to attack the raging winds. Over time, Ling Qin's internal power gradually waned. Despite its profound depth, the immense output required for defense proved to be an exhausting endeavor. Ling Qin appeared somewhat weakened, casting a fierce glance at the pitch-black sea, shrouded in ominous clouds. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the ocean's surface, accompanied by a disdainful snort, penetrating Ling Qin's entire being. Before he could even spit out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably plummeted into the depths of the sea with a dull thud, descending silently. Yet, due to the dimness of the surroundings, Ling Qin failed to catch a glimpse of his assailant. As his consciousness began to blur, he could only helplessly murmur in his heart, "Perhaps it's time for rebirth." Subsequently, his body disintegrated into countless luminous particles, vanishing from sight. Almost simultaneously, a profound sigh echoed from the depths of the sea, the source unknown. Before the setting sun had inquired about Ling Qin's preferred method of entry into the Qin era, reluctant to part with his hard-earned cultivation, Ling Qin naturally chose to enter in corporeal form. The other two options, soul transference and rebirth, were promptly dismissed. Little did he expect that mere moments after entering, he would be expelled. How lamentable! Sensing a rhythmic vibration beside him, Ling Qin instinctively understood that he had successfully ascended to the fetal stage, and the ambient energy nurturing him suggested that his mother's cultivation was no trivial matter. At that moment, Ling Qin lamented to the setting sun, "Little Shiyong, what on earth was that just now? Surely, you owe me an explanation. If it weren't for the possibility of rebirth during the world traversal, that blow would have sent me straight out of the game." Not long after, Shiyong's voice gradually resonated, tinged with a hint of trepidation, which somewhat eased Ling Qin's heart. "Master, that must have been the work of a powerful being from the boundless sea." "Boundless sea? Does the Qin era have a boundless sea?" Shiyong replied with a hint of uncertainty. "It should be the boundless sea. This is the main world as planned by the system, and Qin Mingyue is a part of it, separated from other regions by the boundless sea. Although the boundless sea exists within the main world, it is, in fact, situated in the boundless realm. That scene we witnessed could only have been the handiwork of a being from the boundless realm." Ling Qin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart, as that overwhelming sense of helplessness had been utterly despairing. "The boundless realm, you say? Is it a realm of high standing? I apologize, Master, but I cannot disclose the specifics of the boundless realm at this moment. However, the beings from that realm are indeed formidable. Is that so?" "So, I truly am weak," Ling Qin mused. "Shiyong, is this the Qin era? Are the cultivators here truly this powerful?" Ling Qin was somewhat astonished, furrowing his brow at the unexpectedly high cultivation level of his mother in this life. Since his mother was not among the familiar characters from the original work, her remarkable cultivation raised concerns. If characters from the original work made an appearance, would it not cause a tremendous upheaval? Certainly, it is indeed the era of Qin, albeit transformed into the primary world with a slight infusion of additional elements. Ling Qin, a practitioner of the Yin-Yang school. Beneath the boundless stars, clad in a black robe that emanates an aura of enigma, he stands amidst an atmosphere of profound stillness, imbued with an indescribable eeriness. Adorned with a black mask that conceals his visage, his gender remains an enigma, yet he radiates an undeniable air of authority. He is none other than the foremost figure of the Yin-Yang school, Dong Huang Tai Yide. At this moment, he gazes upon the celestial ocean before him, letting out a sigh that seems to embody both regret and relief. Yet, intertwined with his sigh is a hint of subtle trepidation. Has a fellow practitioner perished upon that vast sea? Issue a command to fully engage with the Qin state. The plan must be expedited. In an unknown valley, an elderly man stands resolute against the wind, accompanied by a youthful apprentice. The boy, observing the sudden gravity in his master's demeanor, appears somewhat apprehensive, maintaining a deliberate distance beside him. Despite his tender years, he senses that the aura surrounding his master is beyond his capacity to withstand. After a prolonged silence, the sage, exuding an ethereal presence, reveals a touch of despondency and fear. Turning away with the young boy in a melancholic departure, he appears as though he has aged several decades in an instant. Taoism. Bei Mingzi awakens from a prolonged period of seclusion, tears streaming down his cheeks. Shixiang. Within a grand hall of gold, Yingzheng still bears a hint of youthfulness, yet his experiences have imbued him with an unwavering resolve that is apparent at all times. Truly, he is the emperor capable of ending centuries of turmoil. At this moment, he stands firm, having already cultivated a formidable presence, an essence that belongs solely to a sovereign. Yet, this future emperor finds himself breaking into a light sweat, his right hand gripping the Tianwen tightly as he steadies himself, his eyes flashing with intense wariness and fear. One day, I shall quell your ocean, he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with unwavering determination. I will. The cold winds howl through the sky, seemingly expressing disdain for him. Yingzheng instinctively shivers, hastily shutting the door. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous crack splits the clear sky, and not far away, a palace is reduced to ashes beneath the celestial wrath. Chapter 42. Kunlun. In recent days, Ling Chun has not squandered his time, instead utilizing his innate advantages to transform his physique into the innate Tao body, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Amidst the accumulation of treasures, his youthful frame has inexplicably acquired an air of divinity. Particularly on his right arm, peculiar patterns have emerged, yet Ling Chen refrains from closer inspection, sensing that a great terror may lie concealed within. His body is still so small. Should any unforeseen calamity arise, it could spell disaster for both body and soul. Having exchanged the primordial forms of the Byakugan and Sharingan, he nearly met his demise due to their conflicting nature. Yet, perhaps due to this very discord, the two ocular powers have not manifested since the exchange. One might say it was a squandered opportunity. Today, however, Ling Chun found himself rather exhilarated, for, according to his meticulous calculations, he was on the brink of being born, as fate would have it. A fleeting wave of pain coursed through his body, momentarily bringing him to the verge of tears. Blast it! How could a grown man like myself shed tears? Nevertheless, despite his protestations, he felt a pang of anxiety. If he was this overwhelmed by the experience, one could only imagine the extent of his mother's suffering. Her heart must surely be breaking. With a brilliant flash of white light, Ling Chen emerged into this world. Overcome with eagerness, he prematurely opened his eyes, only to be met with a sharp sting that provoked an unrestrained wail. For heaven's sake, all he wanted was to catch a glimpse of his parents after having been an orphan for 2 lifetimes. How utterly embarrassing. Once the tears flowed, it was too late for regret. He could only lament his frail constitution. Yes, it was the body's fault, certainly not his. After all, he was a dignified deity. How could he possibly cry? Regardless, he needed to find his mother without delay. Before long, he was enveloped in a warm cloth and cradled by a plump woman with an ample face. Upon seeing her, Ling Chun could not contain himself and cried even harder. Could it be that his emotional resilience had diminished upon becoming a child? Yet, could this truly be his mother? Well, a son should never scorn his mother's appearance. He would surely repay her nurturing kindness in due time. A hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Madam, it's a boy. Ling Chen's gentleness evaporated as he let out another wail. What? You are not my mother. Then why do you not set me free? Lacking the ability to articulate his discontent, he could only silently protest. Crying, he turned his head toward the frail woman lying on the bed, taking in her pallid visage, which stirred a twinge of compassion within him. A beauty capable of captivating the world yet stricken with an ashen complexion. Surely, she must have exhausted all her strength to bring him into existence. Is this truly his mother? Within him, something akin to a string snapped, warm and comforting. Let me see her quickly. A weak, hoarse voice broke through the air, prompting Ling Chen to cease his cries, as the hefty woman placed him into the arms of the frail lady. Seems the young master is quite attached to you. The moment he approaches you, he stops crying, the plump woman remarked with a smile. The lady said nothing, merely gazing down tenderly at Ling Chen's forehead, allowing a single tear to cascade down her cheek. Upon witnessing this, Ling Chen panicked and, with great effort, reached out his tiny hand to caress her face, filled with concern. Yet, due to his diminutive size, he could not manage a complex expression, rendering him somewhat comical. Fortunately, the lady noticed his gesture and finally ceased her tears. She waved her hand, signaling the plump woman to withdraw, and began to channel her energy to soothe Ling Qin's fragile body. "My child. My darling," she murmured. The days following his birth were undeniably mundane, particularly when one's body lagged behind their thoughts. The feeling of helplessness drove Ling Chun to the brink of madness. "Chunner, do not grasp the ground with your hands." "How filthy!" A gentle call echoed, prompting Ling Chun to rise from the ground. "Who is grasping the earth?" "It is clearly I who was practicing martial arts, but I accidentally fell, indeed, at such a tender age." A fall could be quite painful. His mother, Reincarnation, in Ling Chen's estimation, was likely at the realm of a congenital grandmaster. It seemed evident that the hierarchies of the Qin realm were significantly superior to those of the smiling proud wanderer, especially since his mother had not made an appearance in the original narrative. "Chinner, mother will take you to your grandfather's house shortly. You must not be as mischievous there as you are at home." Reincarnation's tone bore a hint of exasperation. Her son was indeed remarkable, both intelligent and considerate, yet exceedingly unruly. At just over 6 years old, he had already caused quite a commotion among the neighbors. Nonetheless, witnessing her son's joy elicited a knowing smile from Reincarnation. "Dear mother, where is grandfather's house?" Ling Chun, having never met his father since birth, wisely refrained from inquiring about him, though he often felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing his mother weep. "Kunlun, oh, your grandfather has a rather irritable temperament. Do not provoke him intentionally, or your little bottom will surely suffer." Ling Chun was taken aback. Kunlun had not appeared in the original work, yet this name resonated profoundly in later generations. Kunlun, the celestial mountain. What manner of transformation had the wicked system wrought upon the Qin realm? It seemed imperative to study the Shan Hai Jing through the night. After calming his emotions, he trembled slightly before his mother, saying, "I want tea. If grandfather were to strike me, mother would undoubtedly protect me." Reincarnation covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, you child." 3 days later, young Ling Chen and his mother departed the borders of the Qin kingdom, embarking on their journey to Kunlun. Most of the time, Ling Chen nestled comfortably in the carriage, relishing the warmth of his mother's embrace, thoroughly enjoying the experience. In his previous life, as an orphan, he had never had the opportunity to bask in such lavish maternal love. Thus, Ling Chen held his mother in the highest regard, vowing that he would never allow her to face even the slightest harm. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Qin realm was astonishingly rich. Here, it was so potent that even those from the smiling proud wanderer realm would likely feel intoxicated after just a few breaths. No wonder the inhabitants here generally possessed higher cultivation levels. Even the coachman had some degree of martial prowess. Though not of the highest caliber, he could at least be considered a practitioner of the arts. Given such a superior environment for cultivation, Ling Chun was determined not to squander this advantage. He resolved to master several techniques, with celestial arts taking precedence. The myriad celestial arts from the two-dimensional realms were overwhelming, each possessing its unique characteristics, causing Ling Chun some headache as they intertwined. Fortunately, there was Xiang. Under Ling Chen's righteous pretense of laziness, Xiang had no choice but to undertake the task of organizing the celestial arts. As for Ling Chun, he naturally assumed the role of a carefree overseer, spending his days idly wandering and playing. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ling Chen and his mother leisurely enjoyed the joyful moments of their journey. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this idyllic scene could have continued indefinitely. However, it is unfortunate that the serene passage of time was shattered by the scene before me. Chapter 43. Blood Feast. Within the realm of Laughing Proud, Ling Chun had taken lives, yet that had only occurred during Master Lu's grand retirement ceremony, where his overwhelming output had prevented him from even witnessing the fallen foes, and due to the exceptional education of the 21st century, the discomfort he felt at the time was fleeting. Yet now, the entire village lay shrouded in an oppressive silence, devoid of any sign of life, with several bodies scattered lifelessly before the entrance. The corpses had been grotesquely mutilated, reduced to a pulpy mass, with chunks of bloodied bone starkly visible within. The wave of nausea overcame Ling Chun, causing him to retch, while the cart driver fainted in terror. This village had transformed into a hell on earth. Scenes of death's banquet unfolded in every household, with bodies arranged neatly at the doorsteps, their remains intertwined with innards and clothing, congealed and sticky. Mingling with the thick, metallic scent of blood that permeated the it seemed the perpetrator had perhaps regarded this massacre as a form of art. "Chunner, dear, close your eyes, do not look at this moment." The voice of Reincarnation reached him, albeit tinged with tremors, clearly indicating that the horrific sight before her was equally distressing. "Mother, I'm fine. Let us leave quickly. I do not wish to behold their faces." Despite Ling Chen's robust mental fortitude, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he stifled the discomfort roiling in his stomach as he turned to Ruan Xianyue. "But Shaoli has fainted. We cannot simply abandon him." Ruan Xianyue hesitated, addressing Ling Chen, her innate kindness compelling her to remain despite her desire to flee. "Then very well, let us proceed ahead and take a look." Ling Chen, resigned, turned his head away, suppressing the urge to retch, and stepped forward. "No. It is far too dangerous. You must stay in the cart and not venture anywhere." Ruan Xianyue's voice rang out sharply, an uncommon display of authority directed at Ling Chen. "I understand." Ling Chen replied softly, then retreated into the cart. Suddenly, Ruan Xianyue unsheathed her sword, her gaze solemnly fixed upon the village ahead. "Oh, have we drawn too near, exposing our presence? I did not expect to encounter a formidable opponent, but since you have witnessed this scene, I must trouble you to perish as well." The voice drifted from the village, accompanied by the appearance of a woman clad in black. She possessed an alluring figure, yet a scar marring her face detracted from her overall beauty. The scar traversed from her left ear, across the bridge of her nose, extending down to her jawline, rendering her visage particularly grotesque. Ling Chen peered out to observe the woman, lamenting silently the unfortunate circumstances. His mother, having ascended to the pinnacle of the innate golden elixir realm due to his unintentional words and the elixirs he had found, left Ling Chen unconcerned. Judging by her aura, the woman in black was at best a practitioner of the innate master realm, with no chance of victory. Whoosh! The two moved with such swiftness that they appeared as twin beams of light colliding against one another, and upon impact, they were instantly repelled apart. The woman in black staggered back 2 steps, while Ruan Xianyue was forced to retreat 6. This brief encounter had surprisingly favored the woman in black. Innate true force realm. The tone of Ruan Xianyue took on a solemnity. The woman clad in black chuckled lightly and remarked, "This elder sister is merely a person from the lower 3 realms. Even having reached the pinnacle, she can only match the upper 3 realms in strength. Yet it seems you possess quite an extraordinary background." However, in the next breath, a sinister smile crept across her face. "What a pity. For what you just witnessed was merely my power without the use of internal energy. Alas, sister, you are destined to perish. Fear not, I shall take good care of your son. Shall I begin with dislocating his limbs or flaying his skin?" Upon hearing these words, a profound aura of murderous intent enveloped Ruan Xianyue. "You seek death," she gritted her teeth, intent on charging forth with her sword. Ruan Xianyue had never harbored such a desire to kill. How dare one contemplate harming her own son? Thus, she resolved to risk everything to eliminate this threat, even if it meant perishing together. Yet, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a cry of "Mother." Turning around, she was taken aback to see her son leaping from the carriage and rushing towards her side. "Quickly, return!" At that moment, Ruan Xianyue was genuinely terrified, urgently admonishing her son, tears glistening in her eyes. However, Ling Chen found himself at a loss, uncertain of what course of action to take. Yet, it was evident that his mother could not contend with the black-clad woman before them. Thus, Ling Chen steeled himself. "Even though his current physique had yet to reach the innate stage, I absolutely cannot allow my mother to suffer even the slightest harm. This is an unwavering principle. Ruan Ling Chen, are you disregarding your mother's words?" Ruan Xianyue, her eyes reddened, urgently implored Ling Chen. Ordinarily, her son would be most fearful of her tears. A mere glimpse of her crying would prompt him to obediently comply. Yet this time, her calculation had evidently faltered. "I'm sorry, mother." Ling Chen steeled his resolve and pressed forward. He could not allow his mother to be endangered. "What a touching scene, sister. I am almost moved to tears myself. In that case, I shall show a bit of mercy and send you both on your way together. Rest assured, it shall not be painful." The mocking words of the woman in black drifted across from the opposite side. Ruan Xianyue's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, she fell to her knees, pleading with the black-clad woman, "I implore you, I beseech you, spare my child. Whatever you wish of me, please, let my child go. He is not yet 8 years old." Ling Chen's eyes reddened as he struggled to quell the fury ignited within him towards the woman in black. "Mother, rise. No one in this world has the right to compel you to kneel." He then turned to the woman in black and proposed, "Let us strike a deal. I will heal the scar on your face, and you will acknowledge me as your master." Upon hearing such calm words, the woman in black momentarily paused in surprise, but quickly responded with a playful laugh. How interesting. Are you certain your child is not yet 8 years old? Ling Chun fought to suppress the murderous intent boiling within him, cursing himself for having previously used his age as an excuse to neglect his training. If that is agreeable, let us finalize this agreement, and I will heal your scar. Ling Chun feigned a gesture, retrieving a piece of black paper from the carriage. In truth, it was a demonic contract he had exchanged for at the marketplace. At this juncture, the sole method to vanquish the woman before him lay solely in this course of action. All other commodities were beyond his financial reach. Ling Chun staked his hopes on her underestimation of him. In this world devoid of demonic contracts, should she carelessly sign it as a jest, victory would be his. Conversely, if she refrained from signing, he would have no choice but to self-detonate. The inherent power of his primordial body should still hold some potency. Above all, he could not allow his mother to suffer even the slightest harm. A flicker of determination glimmered in Ling Chen's eyes as he fixated unwaveringly on the cloaked woman before him. Chapter 44. Bloodthirst. Oh, little brother, your words have stirred a great excitement within your elder sister. If you are deceiving me, do make that clear in advance, for otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament where you cannot seek life nor death. A barely perceptible thrill flickered in the eyes of the cloaked woman before swiftly vanishing, as she alluringly addressed Ling Chen. Rest assured, as a man of honor, I would never deceive a frail woman such as yourself. If you wish to heal the scar upon your visage, you must first sign this. Ling Chen's cold gaze bore into the cloaked woman as he stepped forward, placing the demonic contract into her hands. Chener, come back. Observing Ling Chen's advance, Ruan Xinyue's face was etched with worry and fear. The cloaked woman clutched the contract, instinctively sensing a subtle danger emanating from the dark parchment. Its obsidian hue evoked a shiver down her spine. Yet, as she ran her fingers over the savage scar adorning her face, a flicker of resolve ignited within her, and she spat through gritted teeth. I shall sign. How do I sign? Ling Chun exhaled sharply, his tone softening. Just press your blood upon it. I presume you are illiterate. The cloaked woman convulsed at his words. How could a mere child, not yet 8 years old, look down upon her literacy? You think yourself literate? Furthermore, do you truly believe I cannot read? Despite her indignation, the cloaked woman steeled herself and bit into her fingertip, pressing it against the dark paper. Is this sufficient? She inquired, handing the parchment back to Ling Chun. Ling Chun exchanged it for a vial of rejuvenating elixir and presented it to the cloaked woman. She let out a huff, her excitement palpable as she slowly opened the jade bottle and evenly applied the liquid upon her face. Indeed, the scar began to vanish at a visible rate. Simultaneously, the black parchment ignited swiftly, transforming into a pure essence that enveloped the cloaked woman, branding her neck with a demonic insignia. Upon sensing the transformation within her body, the once ecstatic cloaked woman immediately turned cold, her voice laced with murderous intent. Are you betraying me? Ling Qian cast her a disdainful glance. The restored visage revealed her as a breathtaking beauty, rivaling even Ren Yingying, though still falling short of his mother's magnificence. Ling Chun commanded icily, kneel. The cloaked woman, her face a mask of disbelief, found herself rigidly kneeling before Ling Chun. You shall kneel before my mother for an entire day. Enraged, she was about to refuse, yet her body reacted of its own accord. Yes, master. Upon finishing her words, the woman clad in black gazed at Ling Qian with terror, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, What have you done to me? Ling Qian cast a fleeting glance in her direction before leaping into his mother's embrace, and together they slipped into the carriage. Like a languid kitten basking in the afternoon sun, Ling Qian reclined on Ruan Xinyue's lap, observing her tender gaze fixed upon him. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Mother, I have exhibited such peculiar behavior since childhood, be it speaking upon birth, my understanding of cultivation, or the mysterious items I occasionally produce. Surely, these are not feats typical of a child. Are you not curious? Ruan Xinyue smiled gently, shaking her head, and replied simply, As long as I know you are my child, that is sufficient. Ling Chun felt a sting in his eyes, on the verge of tears. Is this what maternal love feels like? The coachman awakened in the evening, and as darkness had already descended, they were compelled to linger at that location for another night. During this time, the woman in black underwent various forms of training at Ling Chen's hands, ultimately submitting and no longer exuding that intense aura of murderous intent. Initially, Ling Chun had contemplated erasing her existence upon the establishment of their contract, but considering the potential for further crises on their journey, he decided to retain her. However, she must kneel before his mother for an entire day and night to atone for her transgressions. Remarkably, His mother had once knelt before her. Yet, Qian Yue, possessing a kind heart, felt compassion midway through and concluded the punishment after only half a day. As night fell, the scenery of Qin's evening was far more radiant than that of the laughing proud. The bright moon hung high, surrounded by a myriad of stars, each twinkling exceptionally bright and moving in a slow, rhythmic manner. This movement was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet compared to the night sky of laughing proud, it was somewhat astonishing. Jin Quan, were those the individuals you killed? Although Ling Qin's tone seemed nonchalant, a tension coiled within him. Jin Quan, of course, referred to the woman in black, who hesitated slightly before uncertainly responding. It should be, I suppose. Ling Qin's expression darkened, staring at Jin Quan with incredulity. You don't even know if it was you who killed them. Jin Quan tossed her hair and turned her head away, choosing to disregard him. After spending a day together, she understood that as long as she did not cross her master's boundaries, he was quite agreeable, so she opted to ignore questions she found bothersome. Observing her actions, Ling Qin's mouth twitched in exasperation. Little Quan, what compelled you to slay the villagers? Qian Yue, curious at that moment, recalled the morning's events and felt a pang of discomfort. Hearing Qian Yue's inquiry, Jin Quan reluctantly replied, for she could afford to be disrespectful to her master, knowing he would not mind. However, disrespecting Qian Yue would undoubtedly provoke her little master's wrath. I belong to the Blood Slaughter Hall, and this operation was mandated from above. As for the ones who were slain. Jin Quan paused for a moment before slowly continuing. Every member of the Blood Slaughter Hall, during the execution of their tasks, is injected with a certain serum that enhances their combat abilities by more than double for the duration of its effects, yet it also induces an insatiable bloodlust until the mission is completed. Thus, it was I who took their lives, yet I never anticipated that I would be so cruel as to do so. Upon hearing this, Qian Yue and Ling Chun fell into a profound silence. Both finally laid to rest a burden that had weighed heavily on their hearts. Ling Qian furrowed his brow slightly, astonished to hear yet another name evidently belonging to a significant power. One that had not appeared in the original text. Is this the transformed realm of the Qin dynasty? Chapter 45. On the journey in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and today dawned with splendid spring sunlight. Ling Chun rose early, drawing back the curtain of the carriage and peering out with his youthful visage, curiously taking in the surrounding splendor. It was midsummer, a time when the melodies of birds harmonized with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Even the tender grass beneath grew with remarkable lushness, vibrant and eager, reaching for the sun's warm embrace. A few unknown birds languidly preened their delicate feathers upon the trees, while the faint sounds of insects chirping resonated through the grass, accompanied by the gentle rustling of leaves as the breeze danced through. It was evident that a new day had arrived. Exceptionally beautiful in its essence. Ling Qian inhaled the fresh air of the mountains and fields greedily, infused with potent spiritual energy, invigorating his spirit. This is life. A child on the cusp of 8 uttered a profound reflection on existence. Have I truly witnessed the vicissitudes of the world? The little one, Ling Chun, squinted like a languid lamb, momentarily reveling in his thoughts, narcissistically tossing his still short hair. At that moment, Qian Yue too awakened gently, gazing at the little Ling Qian who had peeked out, smiling tenderly as she pulled him into her embrace, playfully pinching his chubby cheeks and laughing softly. What are you up to, dear Chunner? Slightly breathless, the little Ling Chun thought silently, yet dared not voice his thoughts, for he knew a lecture would surely ensue. Besides, how could one speak ill of their parents, especially of one's beloved mother? Struggling slightly in Qian Yue's embrace, Ling Chun soon resigned himself to his fate, snuggling closer and pouting. Mother, I have already grown up. Upon hearing the somewhat spoiled tone in her son's voice, Qian Yue chuckled, smoothing his hair and holding him tighter, exclaiming, How is my child so adorable? Ling Chun, at a loss for words, weakly protested, Mother, yes, we have grown up, and then? What of it? What is it? Nothing, Ling Chun concluded, marveling at the realization that he was utterly unable to resist his mother's words. Oh well, this is so bad, he thought to himself as he lay there. Such a simple matter in this lifetime. Yet how long he had pursued fantasies in his past life. In kindergarten, he had watched enviously as other children flung themselves into their parents' arms after school, while he could only gaze longingly and return despondently to the solitary orphanage that was the only home he knew. Countless nights drenched in tears, he fantasized about the day his biological parents would discover him and come searching, or of being adopted by kind-hearted souls, experiencing the warmth of familial care. Alas, this wish remained unfulfilled throughout his life. Never realized even unto his last breath, little Lingchen found himself on the verge of tears, fully aware that he was no longer a child, yet unable to suppress his emotions. The bitterness of his past life weighed heavily on his heart, and there was no one to share his sorrows with. Ultimately, he bore the burden alone, silently enduring. Perhaps sensing the shift in his emotions, Xianyue felt a twinge of sadness as well, tightening her embrace around Lingchen and kissing his hair, softly whispering, "Chainer, do not be afraid. Your mother will always be by your side." Upon hearing her words, little Lingchen began to cry helplessly, though he made no sound. Yet his tears soaked Xianyue's chest, which she quickly noticed. Heartbroken, she gazed at her child, at a loss for words, and could only hold him close. Nearby, Jin Kuang's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, silently lamenting, "Could you too refrain from putting on such a melodramatic display of motherly affection? I am an orphan too." It's truly heart-wrenching to witness. After a pause, Lingchen could no longer contain himself. He wriggled free from Xianyue's embrace and took a few deep breaths, his eyes brimming with tears. How wonderful it is to be alive. Turning around, he saw Jin Kuang with slightly reddened eyes and approached her, patting her shoulder. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Look at you. Your eyes are all puffy from crying. Next time, please refrain from such displays. Even for the sake of our esteemed master, it pains me to see you like this," Jin Kuang replied. "I finally understand what it means to be small but spirited. By the way, master, is it truly acceptable for you to be so self-absorbed?" With the lively presence of Lingchen, the journey has been anything but dull. However, I increasingly feel that this maidservant is becoming less respectful toward me. Yet, she treats her mother with the utmost reverence, leaving me with no outlet for my grievances. I can only glare at her with annoyance. These past few days, Lingchen felt immensely grateful for the presence of Jin Kuang, the formidable maidservant of true strength, which ensured their journey was filled with excitement rather than danger, something he deeply appreciated. The chaos of the Qin era was truly overwhelming. At one point, they stumbled upon a village that turned out to be a den of bandits, whose primary occupation was robbery and secondary was mercenary work. The butcher, Old Zhang, was actually the second in command, while the village head, Xia, was the leader, and Oldly, the headman's uncle, was the third in command. The village head had a mistress named Xiaobai, who, despite her name, was anything but innocent. For a fleeting moment, Lingchen wondered if this Qin era had indeed attracted a delegation from Africa. Fortunately, their skills were lacking. Although they were greeted warmly and unwittingly served several barrels of a drugged concoction, Lingchen's system allowed him to exchange for several vials of antidote, ensuring his safety. The aftermath was gruesome. With such a formidable maidservant capable of orchestrating a feast of blood, their fate was all too predictable. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it, for it would be a sign of disrespect towards the deceased. During this time, aside from the previously mentioned bizarre robbery episode, there were even those brazen enough to attempt a theft of virtue, and Jin Kuang was their target point. One must commend the audacity of that individual. He had the misfortune of laying eyes on a woman who could easily seal his fate. Without further comment, Lingchen mourned for him, fully aware of the inevitable consequences of his actions. Although he remained oblivious to how Jin Kuang dealt with them, be it dismemberment or worse, out of respect for the deceased, he wisely chose not to inquire. "Jin Kuang, master, you wouldn't dare to imagine, would you? Xiao Lingchen, go to hell." However, for some reason, Lingchen has developed a certain respect for Jin Chun. Of course, the reason is certainly not due to that one fateful night when Jin Chun came alone and gave Lingchen a thorough beating. Lingchen chose not to disclose this incident to his mother, for speaking of it would only bring tears. Nevertheless, even on that night, Lingchen refrained from utilizing the power of the contract to forcibly halt Jin Chun's actions. In his view, once a bond was formed, he could no longer impose his will upon others for his own reasons. This would be a disrespect to Jin Chun, as well as a disregard for his own integrity. Because of this, Jin Chun grew increasingly reckless, feeling justified in his outrageous behavior towards Lingchen and in his acceptance of Lingchen's servitude. Thus, their journey continued, tranquil and refreshing, gradually passing day by day. Chapter 46. The Celestial Realm in the days that followed. Lingchen diligently engaged in his training. The emergence of several formidable forces instilled a sense of urgency within him. He could no longer afford to treat life as a mere game as he had in the past. A practitioner of true power like Jin Chun was merely commonplace within the blood slaughter hall, on the depth of its foundation. Moreover, Lingchen exchanged numerous vitality pills, as the primary reason for Jin Chun's formidable prowess lay in the hall's secret methods, which extracted life force to achieve an inhuman speed of cultivation. Without a doubt, without Lingchen's elixirs, Jinchun would be fortunate to survive another year or two. Upon receiving the pills, Jinchun was visibly moved, his eyes reddening and glistening with tears as he gazed at Lingchen, making him quite uncomfortable. After another 3 months, Lingchen finally arrived before a mysterious mountain. The mountain appeared no different from the surrounding peaks. Yet Lingchen immediately sensed that the spiritual energy within was far more potent than elsewhere. At this moment, Lingchen had also turned 8 years old. Mother, is this Kunlun Mountain? Lingchen stared at the unremarkable peak, lost in thought. Although the spiritual energy here was indeed far more abundant than in other places along the way, if this was Kunlun Mountain, it fell drastically short of his grand imaginings of a celestial paradise. Surely, there should be ethereal clouds and the melodious sounds of celestial music. Ruan Xianyue gently patted her son's little head and smiled lightly. Yes, but not quite. Having said that, Ruan Xianyue produced a completely white token, which soon emitted a dazzling milky light in no time. It formed a hazy white door enveloped in ethereal mist. Upon witnessing this, Ruan Xianyue's expression grew complex. She turned to glance at Lingchen, who was eager to step inside, and instructed, "Once inside, you must not speak, act normally, and do not provoke your grandfather's anger, okay?" "Yes, mother." Lingchen nodded nonchalantly, then eagerly tugged at Ruan Xianyue's sleeve, urging her to take him inside. Ruan Xianyue shed her complex expression, now tinged with guilt and apprehension, lifted Lingchen into her arms, and stepped through the shimmering white door. Jinchun followed closely behind. As the three entered, the white door transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. Wow! Despite Lingchen's extensive knowledge and experience, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. At that moment, Lingchen and his companions found themselves within a courtyard, where an array of peculiar stone sculptures were meticulously arranged. Although Lingchen could not recognize most of them, he did identify one. A Qilin. Lingchen murmured, "Is this Kunlun?" Suddenly, a door swung open, and a man clad in simple white garments, exuding an air of refined elegance, stepped in. He respectfully bowed to Ruan Xianyue and said, "Your Highness, the immortal master requests that you take the young master to the Qian Kuan Hall." Ruan Xianyue nodded gently and replied, "You may return for now. I shall proceed on my own shortly." She then gestured for Jin Quan to follow her. Ling Chun lay quietly in Ruan Xianyue's embrace, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The ethereal atmosphere enveloped the entire palace, which seemed to be suspended within the clouds, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. As they ventured deeper, a colossal door emerged before them, resembling the previous luminous white door in shape and color. Yet its size was magnified 1,000-fold. Flanking the resplendent door were towering jade pillars, majestic and imposing, their heights obscured by layers of celestial clouds. Ling Chun counted. There were 108 pillars in total, each adorned with enigmatic engravings. Before he could examine them closely, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and quickly regained his composure, calming his mind and regulating his breath to recover from the shock. What formidable jade pillars they were! Ruan Xianyue was startled by her son's sudden bleeding, inwardly blaming herself for her negligence in failing to warn Ling Qian and Jin Quan against gazing at the 108 heavenly guardians. These pillars had stood resolutely atop Kunlun Mountain since ancient times, their origins shrouded in mystery, forcibly relocated by the first Kunlun immortal master to form the protective array of Kunlun Mountain, Kunlun heavenly guardians. However, these were merely legends. In truth, without guidance, one could not even discern the location of Kunlun immortal realm, let alone any defensive capabilities. Though their utility may be questionable, the power of the heavenly guardians was well known to all Kunlun denizens. None dared to underestimate them. The 108 pillars possessed the ability to bewitch the mind, a fact that was indisputable, for Ling Chen himself had succumbed to curiosity in his youth, resulting in a fainting spell that lasted over 3 months. However, seeing that his son was not gravely harmed, Ruan Xianyue let out a sigh of relief. Ling Chen, somewhat apprehensive, cast a fierce glance at the heavenly guardians but dared not gaze upon their intricate patterns again. The three of them stepped together through the enormous luminous door. Following a blinding flash of white light, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a dream. Unlike the palaces they had previously encountered, the ethereal energy in this realm was even more potent, with the halls seemingly soaring into the sky, bizarrely suspended in mid-air. Bridges of condensed clouds connected the various palaces, and melodies from zither and the resonating chimes of bells filled the air. As Ruan Xianyue stepped into the void, a giant lotus leaf-like cloud materialized beneath her feet. Jin Quan, her curiosity piqued by her feminine nature, stepped forward as well, and indeed, another cloud formed beneath her. She stepped onto it, delighting in its softness yet remarkable resilience, prompting a joyous cry from her. Lingchen broke free from Ruan Xianyue's embrace, stepping lightly upon the clouds and reveling in the sensation of comfort beneath his feet. Gazing at the smile adorning Lingchen's face, Ruan Xianyue's eyes brimmed with boundless tenderness. However, when she turned to look at the palace toward which the clouds were drifting, a palpable tension flickered in her gaze. Naturally, Lingchen took note of this, and in response, he grasped his mother's hand tightly. Furthermore, some areas in the sky were astonishingly adorned with trees suspended in midair, their forms appearing as if crafted from the very clouds, exuding a lustrous white hue. Budding flowers in a myriad of colors, resembling precious gems, dotted the cloud trees, creating a strikingly vibrant spectacle. One tree even bore translucent fruits resembling lotus seeds, emanating layers of exotic fragrances, refreshing and sweet, invigorating the spirit. The lingering discomfort from earlier, caused by observing the heavenly pillar, dissipated, replaced by a sensation that felt almost like an ethereal nourishment for his soul, at the very least. Compared to his initial entry into the celestial realm, he experienced a slight elevation in his state, however modest it may be. After all, he had only inhaled a breath. Lingchen's lips curled into a smile as he squinted his eyes, silently contemplating the delightful treasures awaiting discovery. Though still just a child, he harbored ambitions of becoming the king of the seas. Chapter 47. Elders. After drifting among the clouds for a while, they finally arrived at a grand hall situated at the center of a cluster of palaces. The palace, bathed in a jade-white glow, radiated a subtle golden light, exuding an air of mystique and nobility. Lingchen stretched lazily, scampering behind Ruan Xianyue, tugging at the hem of her skirt as he closely followed her. Ruan Xianyue took a deep breath and stepped towards the hall. An invisible energy swept past the three of them, momentarily pausing as it brushed against the Lingchen squinted his small eyes. Had it not been for the sunset's reminder, he might have overlooked the energy that had passed through him, revealing the formidable power possessed by Kunlun. The path to the grand hall was long, and Lingchen curiously surveyed his surroundings. Every statue with a human face and beastly body, every image entwined in mist, was thoroughly scrutinized by him. However, having learned from previous experiences, he refrained from lingering too long on any one object. After all, they were within the hall, and another bout of nausea would be utterly embarrassing. It was prudent to maintain a low profile. After some time, the trio finally arrived at the fabled main hall. Ruan Xianyue bit her lip, her expression complex as she regarded the figure seated at the center upon a cloud throne. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, falling precisely before Lingchen and startling him. Lingchen wished to console his mother but recalled her earlier admonition, and he stifled his words. His small face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. He stood like a wooden statue, immobile and silent, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. In that moment, Lingchen felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. After a prolonged silence, Ruan Xianyue finally trembled and spoke. Yue has come to see father, and to greet all the uncles. A man seated at the far left of the cloud throne let out a somewhat uncontrolled chuckle. His tone tinged with excitement as he exclaimed, Yue, it's wonderful that you have returned, truly wonderful. The woman at the far right remarked, Indeed, Yue, you have been away for nearly a decade, and it has caused great distress to us elders. You have no idea how your father has aged. Since your departure, a few strands of his hair have turned gray. The man at the center, upon hearing this, could no longer remain seated. He called out, Xiang Mei, and then exclaimed loudly, Ruan Xianyue, my dear daughter. You still remember to come back? However, it was evident to everyone that his tone was a facade, forced and feeble. Ruan Xianyue immediately wept even more intensely and said, Father, I have missed you so much over the years. The man at the center, seeing Ruan Xianyue in such a state, revealed a hint of sorrow, but his tone grew more urgent. Why? Why did you not return home? Though you have made grave mistakes, you knew I would not hold it against you. Your uncles and aunts have not cared either, yet you heartlessly chose to leave for 8 years. Have you ever thought of your relatives in Kunlun, especially your dear mother who loves you the most? Tears fell silently from Ruan Xianyue's eyes as she knelt helplessly on the ground, murmuring, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Ling Chun could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward to embrace his mother and said, Mother, let us go. I do not like these people. Although his voice was tender and barely audible, the several cultivators on the cloud were astounded, particularly the one at the center, whose eyes flickered with a hint of panic. The two silent men exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before descending from the cloud in unison. After all, This was the only third generation of their Kunlun lineage. They could not heed the previous man's instructions any longer and rushed forward like hungry wolves. Upon seeing them approach, the central man twitched his lips in dismay. Reincarnation, noticing the two descending, hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Second uncle, fourth uncle." The two men waved their hands dismissively, and one of them chuckled softly, saying, "Yue, there is no need for such formalities. We are all family, and it is unnecessary to bow upon every encounter. Over the years, your fourth uncle and I have missed you so much that our hair has turned completely white. Your hair was already white to begin with." Regardless, Reincarnation felt somewhat touched and softly replied with an mmm. "Ling Chun, why not greet your second granduncle and fourth granduncle?" Ling Chun rolled his eyes, pursed his lips and said, "Second granduncle, fourth granduncle. Good boy, good boy." Instantly, the two middle-aged men beamed with joy as if they were old men. The other three seated individuals could no longer stay put and swiftly descended as well. Reincarnation then introduced, "This is your third granduncle, and this is your. Just call her Grandma." The woman immediately chimed in cheerfully, "Third granduncle, Grandma, such a good child." The two men replied in unison. Reincarnation glanced at the somewhat nervous man, chuckled lightly, and deliberately turned her head away, feigning ignorance of the situation. The man's face stiffened in awkwardness, but he quickly managed to smile and softly addressed Ling Chun. "This little girl is my precious granddaughter. I am your grandpa." Ling Chun couldn't help but feel amused. Despite the formidable strength of her relatives, they all exhibited such eccentricities, particularly her grandfather, who was visibly more excited than anyone else at the return of his daughter, yet insisted on maintaining a sour expression, unwilling to relinquish his pride. Nevertheless, it was heartwarming. There was no scheming or deceit typically associated with those in power. Instead, the atmosphere was imbued with familial warmth, which was exceedingly rare. Contemplating this, Ling Chen set aside her intention to tease her grandfather and affectionately called out, "Grandpa." The man's tense visage immediately transformed into one of sheer joy as he scooped Ling Chen into his arms and, disregarding decorum, planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, good girl," instantly. Ling Chen regretted her words. Fourth uncle cleared his throat and, reluctantly pulling the wistful grandfather back to the cloud seat, remarked, "Well, Yue, I won't say much more. It is enough that you have returned. Your mother went back to her family due to past events and has not returned since in a few days. You shall accompany me to Penglai to fetch your mother. You must not behave as you did before, running away at the slightest provocation. Whatever happens, your father will bear it for you. For all these years, I have lived in constant worry. If you were to encounter some misfortune in the mundane world, how could I explain it to your grandparents and your mother?" Reincarnation felt a pang of emotion at her father's words and softly replied, "Understood. By the way, is it Chun we call him? How old is Chen? Reincarnation looked tenderly at Ling Chun and gently responded, "Just past his 6th birthday. Only 8 years old." The others expressed mild surprise, though not astonishment, which left Ling Chun somewhat taken aback. Did they not find it curious that she had matured so swiftly? However, observing their calm demeanor, she refrained from further inquiries. Yet the next moment, fourth uncle inquired, "Where? What is the matter with that woman from the blood slaughter hall?" Third uncle scrutinized Jin Kuang, his brow furrowing as he directed a quiet question at Reincarnation. With the utterance of this query, the previously warm atmosphere shifted abruptly, engulfing the grand hall in a palpable aura of menace. As for Jin Kuang, her face suddenly turned pale, and she collapsed to the floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Reincarnation glanced at her son and Jin Kuang, having come to accept this somewhat cold-hearted yet accountable woman after these few days of interaction. However, recalling the reason for their acquaintance, she dared not disclose it to her father. If he were to learn that she had nearly taken the lives of mother and child, his wrath would likely reduce her to mere ashes. Ling Chen hesitated as well. She had allowed her mother to be humiliated, and initially, she ought to have taken Jin Kuang's life. Yet considering the safety during their journey, she had spared her. Now that they had arrived at Kunlun, her protection was no longer necessary. How then should she proceed with Jin Kuang? Seeing Ling Chen's expression, Jin Kuang managed a bitter smile. Then, summoning her strength, she rose defiantly and lifted her head, addressing Ling Chen's grandfather. "Kill me." Ling Chun felt a pang in his heart upon hearing her words, secretly lamenting his own foolishness. After all, Jin Xuan had risked her life to escort him throughout this journey, and yet, he had cast her aside once he had no further use for her. Was this not akin to the behavior of a scoundrel? Coming to this realization, Ling Chen rose without hesitation and addressed his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, my mother and I met her by chance. We saved her life, and in gratitude, she has accompanied us to Kunlun. If it were not for Jin Chuan, my mother and I would have perished countless times along the way. Therefore, I implore you not to harm our savior due to sect disputes. Yuan Xianyue also stood up, pleading on behalf of the 5 figures in the clouds. The man in the center wore an unusual expression, clearly skeptical of their claims. The woman at the far right side, and instantly, the murderous intent in the hall dissipated. She then spoke slowly. Since Chun'er has spoken thus, we shall spare her life. However, she has learned some of Kunlun's secrets and cannot be allowed to leave easily. Let her remain by Chun'er's side for now. To attend to his needs, Jian Chuan, return here in 3 days, and I shall lift the restrictions of the blood-killing hall for you. To everyone's surprise, Jian Chuan turned away, her face devoid of emotion as she addressed Ling Chun. I do not require your pity. Ling Qian said nothing, merely took her hand gently and communicated through the demon contract. Then consider, what is there about you that warrants my pity? Jin Chuan trembled, her gaze lingering on Ling Qian for a long moment before she slowly retreated behind him. However, regarding her silence, his grandmother offered no further comments, merely raising an eyebrow and softly saying to Ling Qian, Chun'er, tomorrow you shall accompany me to the Hall of Time to assess your aptitude. Upon hearing her words, the other 4 subtly nodded, their faces betraying a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Yet, Aunt, is Chun'er not still too young? Yuan Xianyue hesitated, her gaze toward Ling Qian filled with concern. Ling Qian's heart tightened. This did not bode well. He quickly forced a smile, saying, Yes, I am still quite young. His grandfather cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly, The sooner, the better. With his father speaking, Yuan Xianyue had no choice but to relent. Chun'er, tonight you shall stay with your grandmother, who will explain to you the matters of Kunlun. Tomorrow morning, your mother will await you at the Hall of Time. Ling Chun could only acquiesce with a sense of resignation. Thus, he was taken away by his grandmother, who wore an excited expression. That night, in the boudoir, with the candlelight flickering softly, Ling Chun sat solemnly across from his grandmother. He remained motionless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, creating a somewhat comical scene. Chun'er, my name is Yuan Xian, and I am your grandfather's sister. Your grandfather is named Yuan Kong, the current master of Kunlun in our generation. Your second uncle is Yuan Tan, your third uncle is Yuan Wu, and your fourth uncle is Yuan Tian. Together, we 5 are the current heads of Kunlun. Due to circumstances surrounding your mother, the second generation of our family has faced a gap. Thus, you are the sole representative of the third generation. Since ancient times, my family, the Ruan clan, has held dominion over the Kunlun immortal realm, a realm that can only be governed by those of our bloodline. Thus, the burden that lies before you is destined to be the heaviest in history. One day, you shall bear the weight of Kunlun's responsibilities alone, while simultaneously tasked with the expansion of the 4th generation, marrying and reproducing abundantly. Fortunately, Ling Qian refrained from drinking at that moment. Otherwise, he would have surely expelled everything in a fit of disbelief. Is this what it means to be ungrateful to the elders? Although my grandmother appears hardly aged, the realms are categorized into the postnatal, innate, and a somewhat transcendent state known as the broken realm. In our generation, we are the most formidable among the heads of Kunlun throughout the ages, boasting 2 individuals who have transcended, your maternal grandfather and your 4th granduncle. In terms of combat prowess, your 4th granduncle holds a slight edge. However, due to your grandfather being the immortal sovereign, he cannot surpass him within the Kunlun immortal realm. Nevertheless, in a true sense, your 4th granduncle is currently the strongest in Kunlun. As for the postnatal diversion, you need not concern yourself with it. It lacks significance. I will primarily discuss the various stages of the innate realm. The innate realm is divided into the upper 3 stages and the lower 3 stages, each distinctly different as they contrast the mortal and the immortal. The lower tier pertains to mortals, while the upper tier pertains to immortals, with an immense disparity between the two. The lower 3 stages consist of the ordinary innate masters, and innate golden elixirs, wherein most prodigies can challenge those of higher ranks. Conversely, the upper 3 stages comprise true power, true energy, and true divinity, where surpassing ranks becomes exceedingly challenging. Only those rare prodigies, who emerge once in a century, might possess the potential, provided they encounter significant fortuity. Ah, dear grandmother, I am indeed a genius. This world is vast and boundless, yet only a solitary island lies open, surrounded by treacherous seas. Those who venture forth without reaching the broken realm face near certain death, and even those at the broken realm, stepping onto that sea, encounter dire peril. Your great-grandfather, my father, was the 3rd immortal sovereign of Kunlun. He, along with the 1st and 2nd immortal sovereigns, once traversed that great ocean. The 1st immortal sovereign of Kunlun possessed extraordinary power, even surpassing the broken realm, yet he still perished in those waters. The sea harbors unfathomable horrors. You must never seek to explore. Legend has it that true dragons reside within. However, this is merely a tale passed down from ancient times, which you need not take to heart. Beyond the main world, numerous primordial spheres exist, within which worlds are nurtured. Some complete, others not, and most contain great terrors and crises. The Kunlun immortal realm stands apart from the main world, being one of the 5 fully developed smaller worlds birthed by the primordial sphere. Your grandmother hails from another of these 5 smaller worlds. The Penglai immortal realm. Our 2 immortal realms have historically maintained a close and familial bond, and you may visit in the future. The Blood Fiend Palace, where the forbidden Kunlun resides, is one of the sects of the Blood Realm. In their small world, unity is lacking. It is a land of competing factions. The Blood Realm is our sworn enemy, an irreconcilable foe, locked in a struggle for life and death. Chapter 49. The Hall of Time. Ruan Xian let out a sigh, her voice tinged with sorrow yet laced with an unquenchable hatred. Your great-grandfather was treacherously slain by the denizens of the Blood Realm in that very sea. However, leave such matters to us. You need not dwell on them. Your sole task is to seek out a multitude of wives and procreate a veritable brood of children. Ling Chun found himself at a loss for words, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. Within the Hall of Time, there existed the Time Pavilion, an ethereal creation of the Kunlun immortal realm since the dawn of antiquity. Its primary purpose was to assess an individual's cultivation aptitude and foundational roots, bestowing varying treasures based on differing talents. Chinner, seize this opportunity with utmost diligence, for it bears significance for your entire life. Ling Chen acquiesced, harboring a flicker of anticipation for the Time Pavilion. At last. After an extensive discourse, Ruan Xian ceased her words, gently placing the child Ling Kong, who she had cradled in her arms, onto one side of the bed, before reclining gracefully on the other side. In a serene and elegant manner, she addressed Ling Chun. It is late. Do make haste to sleep. Ling Chun, a few lines of frustration etched upon his forehead, gazed at his grandmother in speechless disbelief. After a considerable pause, he could only helplessly close his eyes, reflecting on the day's occurrences. Undoubtedly, the insights imparted by his grandmother had profoundly impacted him, intensifying the sense of urgency stemming from the crisis induced by the forbidden Kuanpeng. Through the scrutiny of the setting sun, he had discerned that his grandmother's combat prowess astonishingly reached 120,000, subtly surpassing the innate realm's threshold of 100,000. Perhaps it was the formidable fortifications of the main world's plane that, despite her strength, rendered her incapable of unleashing the cataclysmic devastation found in other realms. Nonetheless, his grandmother had yet to attain the legendary Broken Realm. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power it would entail. At least 500,000, he mused. Xiong, Xiong, he silently intoned. Present, master, came the reply. Have the celestial scriptures been organized? Yes, they are nearly complete. Dio praise me. Well done, Xiong. He that a night devoid of further conversation passed. The following day, Ling Chen awoke quite late, not due to a restless night but rather because the ethereal atmosphere of the Kunlun immortal realm, rich in spiritual energy, rendered the environment too inviting to rise. Ultimately, as noon approached, he was roused by his grandmother, who swiftly pulled him up. After a hasty meal, indeterminate as breakfast or lunch, he proceeded directly to the Hall of Time. By this moment, the hall was already bustling with the presence of others. The 4 family heads and his mother stood quietly to the side. Ling Chan hurried forward, sweetly calling out, Mother! Ruan Xianyu responded with a gentle smile, playfully pinching Ling Chen's cheek. His grandfather, Ruan Kong, cleared his throat and addressed Ruan Xianyu. Time waits for no one. Let Chinner enter without delay. With a resigned nod, Ruan Xianyu gestured nervously towards Ling Chun, who followed her, his gaze landing upon a pale yellow door beneath a crystalline, pyramid-like structure. The door stood resolutely closed, adorned with enigmatic and intricate patterns. Ling Chun inhaled deeply and approached, gently pushing the door open. In an instant, an irresistible force drew him into the threshold, as if he had stepped into another realm. This world was dominated solely by an expansive ocean, with a loft gliding gracefully across the vast expanse of golden waters, reminiscent of the lakes of his former life, albeit on a grander scale. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped him, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself atop the first loft. Test subject, Ruan Ling Chin, age, 8 strength, peak postnatal first tier, subpar, physique. Innate Dao body, substandard, talent, time control, exceptional, root bone, extraordinary, strong, comprehension, transcendental, exceptional, understanding of Dao. Incomplete sword Dao, subpar. Time, subpar, Space, subpar, comprehensive qualification assessment, transcendental, exceptional, note. The grading scale includes subpar, extremely poor, poor, average, good, strong, and exceptional. Levels are categorized as ordinary, excellent, genius, peerless, monstrous, extraordinary, and transcendental. To pass the first loft, one must achieve a comprehensive assessment of genius or higher. Congratulations on passing the first loft. You may now select from the following rewards. 1. Technique Eternity, Transcendental Time Technique, 2. Snow Willow Sword, Transcendental Quality, 3. Innate Dao Body Pill, can convert physique into innate Dao body. Ling Chun felt dazed by the barrage of announcements. Though the initial parts were somewhat unclear, the subsequent rewards were unmistakably vivid. After some contemplation, he recognized that with his Master God space being a significant advantage, the acquisition of transcendental items was uncertain and could be akin to a pie falling from the sky. Despite his yearning for an exceptional sword, he ultimately chose to forego the transcendental quality sword in favor of eternity. Truth be told, his heart ached at the decision. No worries, I still have the Master God space. Master, I advise you to seize this opportunity, for transcendental items do not exist within the Master God space, be it techniques, elixirs, or weapons. The voice of Xiang echoed softly in his mind. Ling Chun felt a surge of urgency. This was the first time he had learned that there were limitations even within the Master God space. Why? Furthermore, even reincarnators could only select 5 slots in the main world and the outer realms. As for the reason, I apologize, Master. Due to the constraints of the Zhigao rules, Xiang is yet to disclose this information. Ling Chun felt a pang of distress, but after some time, he managed to regain his composure. After all, possessing the Master God space was his greatest fortune. What more could he desire? He was the Master God. He must remain calm. Shall I proceed to the next loft? Ling Chun pondered briefly before affirmatively responding. The scene shifted, and he found himself in the second loft. Unlike the first loft, this one was filled with many intriguing elements. Mountains of blades and seas of flames. What does this mean? Second loft challenge. Navigate through the obstacles before you to reach the true essence of the second loft. Note: this challenge poses no lethal danger. Should you find it overwhelming, you may choose to feel faint or withdraw. Rewards of varying degrees are bestowed based on completion. Ascending to the true second level grants additional rewards as one ages. Ling Chen's lips twitched. Is this truly what one would call an obstacle? Yet recalling the words of Xiang, he furrowed his brow in determination. To forfeit this opportunity might mean he would never again have the chance to acquire transcendent treasures. Thus, he resolved to press on. In the next moment, Ling Chen's trembling legs stepped onto the densely packed tips of blades. Chapter 50. The Mountain of Blades. A shrill scream reverberated through this realm. Although he had long envisioned the pain that would ensue, the reality of stepping upon the blades exceeded his expectations manifold. The orderly tips pierced through the flesh of his feet, leaving them a gruesome shade of red. Master Xiang, witnessing Ling Chen's plight in the sea of consciousness, was terrified to the point of tears, pleading for him to abandon his endeavor, to halt his steps. Master, Xiang implores you, please stop. We shall have countless treasures in the future. Do not endure this torment any longer. It pains me to see you suffer. Please, Master, I beg you to stop. A flicker of tenderness appeared in Ling Chen's eyes, yet it was quickly overshadowed by agony. Observing the little girl in distress, he could not bear to let her witness such a scene. Consequently, he instructed the system to sever their connection. Ling Chun could no longer hear her voice, nor could she perceive the outside world. With a heavy sigh, he bore the excruciating pain and lifted his foot again. The second jolt of suffering nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Ling Chan bit down hard, drawing blood from his tender gums. His face contorted in pain, turning a shade of purple. He steadied himself and took a second step forward. A blade pierced into the bone, and in an instant, Ling Chen's knee buckled, sending him tumbling forward amidst another wave of sharp pain. His knee now a bloody mess. Gritting his teeth against the nearly dislodged pain, he forced himself upright. The intense agony disrupted his internal energy, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Yet Ling Chen stubbornly pressed onward. Suddenly, as Ling Chen stood, the wounds inflicted by the blades began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, aside from the foot still impaled on the tips, his injuries had entirely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Ling Chun could only manage a bitter smile as he endured the pain and lifted his other foot. Indeed, the wound healed instantaneously, blood reversing its flow as if he were reborn. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself reluctantly taking another step forward onto the dense array of blades. The excruciating pain surged anew, draining color from his face, his body drenched in sweat, his garments clinging to him as if they were soaked through. Despite Ling Qian having faced numerous trials, even 3 brushes with death, he was still overwhelmed by the current predicament. The formidable regenerative power bestowed by this world kept him alive, while his mental fortitude prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness. Thus, Ling Qian was left to confront the pain with clarity. Despite his strength, his body was merely a little over 2 years old, utterly incapable of enduring such violent exertion, especially when this world confined him to the limitations of an ordinary individual. Ling Qian managed another bitter smile, his lips parched and his complexion pale, as he took yet another step forward. Pierced with a multitude of wounds, it swiftly recuperates, only to endure this cyclical torment time and again. Although the injuries may heal, the excruciating pain that each rise and fall inflicts, penetrating even to the soul, is indelibly etched in the mind, an inescapable anguish that becomes an eternal torment. Ling Qian, once drenched in cold sweat and trembling, eventually succumbs to a state of numbness. It is as if his spirit has transcended a certain moment in time, or perhaps it has fallen, just like the bloodstains left along the perilous path, which vanish in an instant. Yet each bloom carries a unique hue, signifying or enlightening the harrowing ordeal endured by a young boy. No, merely a child, who has suffered unspeakable tortures and tribulations. Perhaps most individuals, after traversing this path, would indeed succumb to madness, to the very least, within the recesses of their unknowing souls. An invisible tether has quietly been severed, unleashing the hidden monstrosity within, a true monster. Ling Qian continues onward. Yet at some point, the pain has ceased to hold significance. Each blade cuts to the bone, accompanied by blood and sweat, as he delves deeper into the mountain of blades, gradually descending into the depths of hell, alongside the monster that has shed its chains. In a realm above the clouds, a young boy, a green bull, and a yellow dog sit quietly at the cloud's edge, their gaze fixed upon a certain point, as if observing something. After a considerable time, the green bull lets out a sigh, a promising specimen, yet too young. It may leave indelible scars. After a moment of silence, it continues, the wounds of the spirit. The boy furrows his brow, then relaxes, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Yet it is fleeting, replaced by an unperturbed calm. We have waited too many years. The mountain of blades and the sea of fire set before the Master's fall serves not only to test the young Master's resolve, but, more importantly, to gauge his character. Should his character falter, this mountain of blades and sea of fire will forcibly reshape him. The Master's chosen heir evidently seeks a cold-hearted monster, rather than one imbued with affection and loyalty, as she herself. The yellow dog lies upon the ground, ears drooping in weariness, eyes half-dashed closed. It has indeed gone a bit too far, it remarks, and the 3 beings fall into silence, reverting to their original demeanor, akin to ancient monks in meditation, fixated upon the prior direction, motionless. The world returns to tranquility as a gentle breeze sweeps by, as if nothing has transpired. Outside the Hall of Time, the 5 immortals of Kunlun engage in lively banter with Reincarnation, their laughter echoing intermittently, clearly in high spirits. I say, little Yue, fret not too much. You have entered the Hall of Time as well. The first pavilion within is solely for assessing talent, devoid of any peril. Take heart, Reincarnation says, offering a grape to Reincarnation. She gently pats her slightly tense shoulders, offering a casual comfort. Upon hearing this, Reincarnation's taut form eases somewhat, yet she does not fully relax. Her face still adorned with an enduring trace of sorrow. However, as the second pavilion's Reincarnation concluded her words, the 5 immortals of Kunlun could not help but shudder, and the grape in Reincarnation's hand fell to the ground unnaturally. Reincarnation, her grandfather, forced a laugh, his expression somewhat awkward, evidently recalling a remarkable experience. How could it be? Even we have not ventured into the second pavilion, let alone Chan'er, who is so young. How could he possibly possess the temperament to navigate through that pavilion? We merely intended for him to test his aptitude in the first pavilion. Reincarnation, who had been keeping his eyes closed, chimed in, yes, Yue, you need not worry. Yet, as the voice resonated, the crowd turned to see the long-silent Jin Kuang. With a grim smile, Jin Kuang stifled a sudden, intense heartache that had emerged unbeknownst to him, his face ashen as he spoke. If it were merely a test of aptitude, shouldn't the master have emerged swiftly? Upon hearing this, the 5 immortals of Kunlun and Reincarnation instantly paled, as they had been neglecting the passage of time, perhaps deliberately so, to avoid recalling the scenes they were reluctant to confront. Yet, as Jin Kuang broached the topic, the atmosphere shifted. After all, that pavilion, That pavilion could drive one to madness. Resisting the urge to rush in, they were compelled to regain their composure. Thankfully, within the time pavilion, death was not an option. Only Jin Kuang, enduring the tumult within, felt the profound pain surging from the depths of his heart, silently uttering, "Master." Aware of the bond they shared, no one understood better than she the agony that Ling Qian was enduring. Though the master was exceptional, she was, after all, still just a child. The pain within intensified suddenly, and after a long while, Jin Kuang shed 2 streams of tears. Chapter 51. Sea of Flames within the Time Pavilion. In the second pavilion, a sea of flames. At this moment, Ling Qian stood atop an immense ocean, unlike an ordinary sea. This expanse was more akin to molten lava. Occasionally, towering waves would surge skyward, unintentionally splashing onto a floating stone, which would instantly dissipate into a cloud of vapor, vanishing into the air. Ling Qian's task was to traverse this vast ocean of fire. Naturally, under the influence of the world's rules, he would not melt away. His expression was frigid, devoid of the trembling he had exhibited before the mountain of blades. Taking a deep breath, he leapt into the fiery sea before him. Ling Qian's body floated upon the surface. Under some unseen force, despite the depth of the sea of flames, he would never sink. The searing sensation coursed through his skin, vividly registering in his mind, as patches of skin were charred, only to regenerate instantaneously, then be seared again. In an endless cycle, Ling Qian furrowed his brow momentarily but soon relaxed. He did not grimace or show any sign of discomfort, silently swimming towards the horizon. Complaints were of no use, only serving to exacerbate the wounds within. During this ordeal, massive waves crashed towards him, enveloping him in their embrace. Although he soon resurfaced, his eyes burned with a fierce pain. This time, a peculiar energy coursed through his entire being, passing through his eyes, yet failed to restore them. Ling Qian had gone blind. A searing pain emanated from his eyes, which were suffused with blood vessels. A bizarre energy relentlessly nourished and attempted to mend his vision. Yet to no avail. Ling Qian remained shrouded in darkness. The obscurity he could not perceive was far more disconcerting than the physical agony caused by the burning sensation in his eyes. Fear gripped him. Far surpassing the pain in a fit of madness, Ling Qian cried out, but this world offered no solace or response. Unbeknownst to him, within his eyes, a hook-shaped jewel had appeared, followed by a second, a third, until 10 emerged in total, one at the center, surrounded by 9 others. They were arranged in an orderly and rhythmic pattern. The central jewel gradually morphed, its protruding end retracting, transforming into a perfect circle, enveloped in an inky darkness that radiated a potent aura of malevolence and chill. After a considerable time, as Ling Qian's cries echoed, the 9 jewels began to whirl frantically around the now transformed circular jewel. With each rotation, a floral pattern gradually materialized, causing the jewels to slowly vanish. Ultimately, a 6-pointed star reminiscent of Sasuke's from Naruto emerged, yet distinctively, each angle of the star was adorned with a precisely arranged 5-pointed star. Deep within the pattern, 10 grotesque jewels seemed to lurk, emitting a sinister glow. The long-sealed Sharingan, stimulated by this foreign energy, ascended directly to the kaleidoscope form, and unlike a typical Sharingan, his seemed to undergo an extraordinary transformation. Suddenly, his right arm manifested extraordinary patterns reminiscent of those seen in the womb, now intensified, radiating with a sanctified brilliance. Concurrently, the newly formed kaleidoscope vanished, replaced by an eye indistinguishable from the original, save for the transformation of its pupil from black to white. The eye transitioned from the affliction of red eye to that of a white eye. The white eye remained tranquil, having brewed for an eternity without any alterations. The peculiar patterns on his right arm appeared restless, emitting a luminous white beam that penetrated the white eye. The white eye, seemingly stimulated or infused with an appropriate catalyst, began to grow increasingly luminous, becoming ever more radiant. Then, the white light intensified, the pupil deepened, becoming transparent, a blend of pale gold and luminous white, emanating a dignified glow. The tumultuous waves surrounding him abruptly calmed, and tranquility enveloped the scene. It was as though this realm had come to a standstill. Ethereal music resonated from an unknown source, and then Ling Qian beheld the world anew. However, this time, the world revealed itself differently, as if enriched by a new-found essence. The pain that had once plagued him had dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sensation. Suddenly, a memory unfurled within his mind, one devoid of anything but the introductions to the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Rinnegan. A smile crept upon Ling Qian's face. He had previously feared that the conflict within his eyes would render him forever blind. The Rinnegan and Sharingan could perceive the essence, suggesting that his current state was that of the Rinnegan. He gazed around, spotting particles and transparent clouds drifting in the surrounding space. Narrowing his eyes, he watched as the inferno before him parted, revealing a fiery red pathway. With a faint smile, he stepped forth towards the true essence of the second pavilion. How could it be that a mere child, devoid of any innate advantage, possesses such profound insight into the rules, even wielding the power of those very rules? This is simply unfathomable. The Azure Bull inhaled sharply, then forcefully exhaled a cloud of mist. The young boy, equally incredulous, fixated on a distant point, his eyes brimming with confusion. The Golden Hound's eyes bulged like glass orbs, panting heavily while muttering, "Insane, utterly insane." Rising to his feet, the boy elegantly waved his sleeve, instantly silencing both the Azure Bull and the Golden Hound. After a prolonged silence, he gazed at them and finally spoke. Yet, even if he has mastered the rules, how could he possibly alter the rules of our world? It is evidently impossible for the rules he commands to surpass those of the Master. But why, then, is it feasible? The three beings once again fell into silence, yet the stillness was irrevocably shattered. They stared at a particular point, apprehensive of missing even the slightest detail. These three beings, who had existed for countless epochs, were now ensnared in bewilderment. They were uncertain of how long they had existed, perhaps even longer than this realm itself, yet they had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. The Azure Bull exhaled a breath, and immediately, a fierce wind howled anew. The Golden Hound wagged its tail, and in an instant, the sea of flames surged with renewed vigor. However, the tender child amidst the inferno had long since vanished. Chapter 52. The flow of time within the time pavilion, in the second chamber. Ling Qian sat in tranquil silence, eyes closed in meditation. Despite having traversed the treacherous knife mountain and blazing fire, he bore no physical wounds, yet the exhaustion of spirit and mind demanded replenishment. During his meditation, Ling Qian realized that he found it increasingly difficult to attain tranquility, beset by an unsettling restlessness. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes. "Is this a lingering after-effect?" Ling Qian murmured. Upon reaching the second chamber, he had achieved a completion rate of 100% and was thus rewarded handsomely. The rewards from the Knife Mountain were as follows. 1. The Yulan Sword, of transcendental grade, forged from the ethereal jade of the boundless nine heavens. It gleamed an immaculate white, possessing the ability to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Its attributes leaned towards the cold, rendering it ineffective for fire-based techniques, while providing exceptional enhancement to techniques of the Yin and cold variety. 2. Huangquan, a transcendental grade technique, derived from the profound teachings of the Huangquan ancestor, the most formidable of the boundless. Mastery of this technique could transform the practitioner into the Sea of Huangquan, inflicting devastating damage upon soul-based entities. 3. The Wanqiao Demon Pill, which converts the physique into that of the 10,000 Demon Sovereign, transcendental grade, acquired postnatally. After careful contemplation, Ling Qian chose the Yulan Sword. In the past, he might have leaned more towards a technique, but at this moment, he recognized the paramount importance of calming his mind and spirit. The lingering restlessness that surfaced intermittently after navigating the Knife Mountain and Fire Pit led him to subconsciously believe that neglecting it could result in dire consequences. Furthermore, he had long desired a personal sword of his own, and this opportunity perfectly fulfilled that aspiration. The Yulan Sword was truly exquisite, measuring 3 feet in length and emitting a soft blue glow, shaped in a manner that resonated with his innermost desires. And it was strikingly beautiful. Most importantly, it instilled a profound sense of security. The taut strings of his heart immediately relaxed. In the realm of fiery trials, rewards are as follows. Firstly, the Scroll of Rebirth, Scroll of Life and Death, and secondly, the Sword Cannon. This time, there are only 2 choices presented, and without any prior introduction. Ling Qian feels somewhat dizzy. A mere glance reveals that the Rebirth Scroll is undoubtedly more prestigious, yet he finds himself more inclined towards the swordsmanship. Is there no grade assigned? Ling Qian casually uttered this thought, not expecting the voice to respond. There are no grades. This was something the Master stumbled upon during his travels in an otherworldly secret realm. Both tomes are immense fortunes, extraordinary opportunities. At that time, the Master had already attained enlightenment, but it was not his own path. Thus, further scrutiny would yield no benefit. Therefore, he never discerned the levels of these 2 martial arts, although they must at least be of the transcendent grade. You may select only one, for these 2 are inseparable. Once you make your choice, the other half will vanish. Hence, you must consider this solitary choice with utmost seriousness. Ling Chen harbored considerable resentment towards the so-called master, for this inhumane trial has made him endure what can only be described as a fate worse than death. However, being in another's domain and having taken their possessions, coupled with the fact that no coercion was imposed, Ling Chen, albeit slightly disgruntled, buried his feelings deep within. He decided to grant the master some semblance of respect. After contemplating the sword cannon and the rebirth, Ling Chen deliberated for quite some time. Although he sensed that rebirth might be more precious, he had already acquired the transcendent eternal technique previously. Both tomes seemed to pertain to the passage of time, and choosing rebirth might lead to redundancy, particularly since it is merely the upper scroll. Gritting his teeth, Ling Chen opted for the sword cannon. Upon logging into the second pavilion, the rewards were as follows. Firstly, the option to leave, but with the ability to select one additional experience from previous choices, excluding the upper scroll of rebirth, scroll of life and death. Secondly, to be transported to the third pavilion. Ling Chen pondered this and chose to proceed to the third pavilion. If it were so simple to depart, it would be an utter loss compared to the hardships endured before. Surely, the third pavilion would not harbor such perverse trials. In a flash of white light, Ling Chen arrived at the fabled third pavilion, which bore little difference from the second, save for the addition of a circular stone disc. It bore some resemblance to a compass, yet lacked a spoon. Upon observing this, Ling Chen exhaled in relief, having feared he would have to endure the full extent of the Qing dynasty's 10 tortures. The trial of the third pavilion. Rotate the yin ku, ensuring that the section with a notch points directly at you, thereby allowing you to obtain rewards. If it does not point towards you, you will be transported out of the time pavilion. Note: once the yin ku is rotated, your position will be forcibly locked. Ling Chen scrutinized the contraption known as yin ku and noticed a notch not far off, albeit it seemed rather diminutive compared to the yin ku itself. Could this trial be assessing one's control over force? After a considerable preparation, Ling Chen applied a calculated, reasonable force to push it. The yin ku then began to rotate at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. That velocity. Are you certain it does not reach the speed of light? Damn. Ling Chen inwardly cursed, bewildered by the strange contraption. Had his strength truly become so formidable? Well, now I can only leave it to fate. All because of my own overwhelming strength. Ling Chen revealed his Rinnegan, meticulously observing the seal before him from every conceivable angle. However, it seemed that a circular array of barriers obstructed his scrutiny, as his eyes began to throb painfully. He hastily averted his gaze, concealing the Rinnegan. No, my ocular power is insufficient. If I continue to stare, I shall surely go blind. Thus, Ling Chen resorted to counting sheep with his eyes closed. As he reached 3,681. The seal finally exhibited signs of slowing down. After a brief interval, the seal came to a complete halt, the gap aligning perfectly with his position. "Oh no!" exclaimed Ling Chen. "Oh no!" echoed both the green bull and the yellow dog in unison, while the youth's lips twitched slightly, his gaze fixed in shock upon a certain point in the sky. "Shepherd, did you intervene?" the yellow dog inquired, fixated on the youth with an expression of certainty. "In the previous trial, you entrusted the master's treasured sword and the greatest opportunity to that little brat, fearing he might fail this challenge. So you intervened in the seal's operation, didn't you?" The youth let out a sigh of relief and responded in astonishment. "I did not. I had that intention, but I hadn't yet acted." The green bull grunted in frustration, pacing in circles. "I never anticipated that this little brat would possess such extraordinary fortune." The three spirits fell silent simultaneously. The yellow dog rolled his eyes at the youth, exasperatedly stating, "Shepherd, hurry and bestow a treasure upon him. Choose something exceptional. This child is likely to become our new master." The shepherd remained silent, initially only wishing to influence the outcome and ensure that this impressive youth became the designated inheritor of this realm, never expecting such an unexpected joy. With a complex sigh, the shepherd pondered, a new master indeed? He then fixed his gaze upon Ling Chen, contemplating a scheme. This item was indeed well suited for him. It was time to present it. Chapter 53. The designated inheritor having flawlessly passed the trial of the third pavilion, Ling Chen was rewarded with True Eyes, transcendent level martial art. He was granted the identity recognition of designated inheritor of the time pavilion. You have 3 opportunities to proceed to the 4th pavilion. Will you go? Upon hearing the reward, Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this realm housed other forms of life. While he could not assert that he had been under constant observation, it was evident that he had attracted their attention. True Eyes, he mused, contemplating how well it suited him. A light chuckle escaped his lips as he absorbed the newfound martial arts memories in his mind, clearly pleased. However, he was still baffled by the nature of the trial he had just completed. It seemed almost too effortless, and yet the reward was so bountiful unbeknownst to Lingchen. It was precisely this ease that had resulted in countless talented youths being eliminated over millennia, with only he alone truly succeeding. The seal was, in fact, a magical artifact used by the major sects of the unbounded world to gauge the fortunes of their disciples. What differentiates the fourth pavilion? What do these three opportunities entail? And what precisely is the title of designated inheritor of the time pavilion? After a considerable time had passed, Ling Chun called out into the void. Indeed, as anticipated, that voice re-emerged. The fourth pavilion is a trial of practical combat. Where the lowest-ranked adversaries are of innate caliber, it is not advisable for you to undertake the assessment at this moment. You have become a registered one, and from now on, you may enter and exit the time pavilion without restriction, possessing the authority to utilize its resources. The fourth pavilion can only be assessed 3 times. Upon passing, you will gain dominion over the time pavilion. Moreover, by conquering the fifth pavilion, you will attain ownership of the time pavilion, the power of control. Currently, your usage rights can be allocated to, first, the sixth pavilion, Meteor Tower, Simulated Combat. Second, the seventh pavilion, Star Hall, Path Enlightenment. Third, the eighth pavilion, Sea of 10,000 Clouds, Cultivation. Ling Chun was taken aback, not expecting such an abundance of benefits upon passing the third pavilion. As for the fourth pavilion, he pondered that since he could take the assessment at any time, there was no need to rush, especially considering that his body was only 8 years old. Furthermore, due to his previous laxity in cultivation, he had not yet broken through to the innate level. Very well, please send me out, Ling Chen decided, realizing that if he lingered any longer, his mother would begin to worry. You may return at any time. Additionally, the curse on you from Kunlun can be lifted. As the voice echoed, Ling Chen departed from the time pavilion, leaving behind a myriad of questions. What curse? And he had forgotten to inquire about the identity of that voice. However, fate had it that he was already transported out. Before he could regain his composure, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Chunner, you have finally emerged. You frightened your mother to death. The one holding Ling Chun was none other than Reincarnation. Ling Chun smiled gently at her, soothing her back and apologizing. I'm sorry, mother, for causing you concern. Reincarnation said nothing, only tightening her hold on him. The 5 immortals of Kunlun chose not to interrupt this touching scene, well aware of how anxious their niece had become over the past few days. After a lengthy period, Reincarnation slowly released Ling Chun. His grandfather, Ruan Kong, stepped forward and inquired, Chunner, what was the assessment result in the first pavilion? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Ling Chen's eyes as he replied, an extraordinary level evaluation. What? The 5 immortals of Kunlun were taken aback. They had all entered the time pavilion, yet even the most gifted among them, Ruan Tian, only achieved a monster-level evaluation, which was on par with the first-generation Kunlun Immortal Lord. Tio think that his precious grandson had attained the highest level of evaluation. Chunner, this matter must not be taken lightly, Ruan Kong said, his smile somewhat strained, urgency lacing his tone. It is true, and I soared through the trials, breezing past the third pavilion. Oh, and a voice mentioned that the curse on us from Kunlun has been lifted. The 5 were simultaneously struck with astonishment, and in the next moment, their faces radiated with uncontainable joy. The matter of the curse was the greatest secret of Kunlun, known to none, not even Reincarnation. For Ling Chun to be aware of it must mean he had achieved an extraordinary evaluation. Heaven bless our Kunlun. The curse that has entwined Kunlun for countless millennia has inexplicably been lifted in our generation. As we gaze upon the frail form of Ling Chun, a somber silence envelopes the 5 of us. We cannot help but blame our own inadequacies for entrusting such a grave responsibility to a mere child. The terrifying memories of the second pavilion send a shiver down our spines. Reincarnation, overwhelmed with emotion, sheds tears, releasing Ling Chen only to draw him back into her embrace once more. Ling Chen, too, feels a twinge of fear. Those past days were a haze, and he struggles to recall how he navigated through them. Grandfather, the opportunities within the time pavilion are promising. Let Jian Kuang enter to have a try. Ling Chen's voice suddenly breaks the stillness, leaving the 5 immortals of Kunlun momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, they grapple with mixed emotions of struggle and sorrow. Ling Chun, puzzled, wonders why a mere opportunity would pose such difficulty. Ruan Xin reacts first, addressing Ling Chun. Of course, it is permissible. She is now your maid, and it would indeed be a fortuitous circumstance for her. However, She adds sternly, Jian Kuang, you must remember, should you feel any discomfort, withdraw immediately. With a wave of her hand, she sends the incredulous Jian Kuang into the time pavilion. Chun'er, from this day forth, you shall be the young master of Kunlun. Your talents are extraordinary, yet you must diligently cultivate your abilities and not grow complacent. Your grandfather had already transcended the pinnacle of the 3 realms of the preeminent before you turned 8. Grandfather Ruan Kong's voice carries a tone of gravity, prompting Ling Chun to respond promptly in affirmation. Ruan Xianyue looks on in surprise, her expression filled with pride as she regards Ling Chun. Chun'er, come visit me this evening. I have matters to discuss with you, she says with a sly smile. Winking at him, Ling Chen, rendered speechless, reluctantly extricates himself from his mother's embrace and approaches his grandmother. Yue, your 10-year absence has hindered your cultivation significantly. Starting today, you shall enter seclusion. You may emerge only upon attaining the innate divine realm, Ruan Xianyue declares. Startled, she kneels in protest, but her grandfather shows no mercy. With a final wave of his hand, Ruan Xianyue mysteriously vanishes before Ling Chen's eyes. Where's my mother? Ling Chen inquires. Ruan Kong replies with a smile. I have sent her into seclusion. Ling Chun, feeling exasperated, thinks to himself, do I not know you sent her to seclusion? I wish to know which little dark room you can find her in. Unable to voice his question, he refrains, sensing his grandfather's reluctance to divulge further. Instead, he shifts the topic. Isn't it a bit too ambitious to reach the innate divine realm all at once? Ruan Kong remains composed, smiling calmly. Not at all. She will undoubtedly achieve it within a century. Ling Chen immediately erupts. What by then? My mother will be old, and I will be separated from her for a century? Ruan Kong waves his hand dismissively. At most, it will be a century, and the pinnacle of the innate divine realm grants a lifespan of 5,000 years. Do not worry. Ultimately, no matter how Ling Chen pleads, his grandfather remains unyielding, and he is left with no choice but to acquiesce. After a considerable time, Ling Chun shares a simple meal with the exuberant Ruan Xian before returning to his chamber. Chapter 54. The reason Chun'er, you can sleep with your grandmother again. Are you happy? After shutting the door behind her, Ruan Xian immediately set aside her demure demeanor and embraced Ling Chun, planting a kiss on his cheek while excitedly calling out to him. Ling Chen, with a furrowed brow, wondered why there was any cause for such excitement. However, to his surprise, Ruan Xian soon restrained her playful demeanor, bowed deeply, and solemnly expressed, Chun'er, I am truly grateful to you this time. Ling Chen, feeling somewhat flustered, hurriedly waved his hand, assisting the bent-over Ruan Xian to stand upright. Chun'er, do you know what our Kunlun ancestral curse is? Ruan Xian paused momentarily, a clear expression of anguish crossing her face. Intrigued, Ling Chun found the term curse rather daunting, especially given his grandmother's expression, which hinted at a terror beyond imagination. This is a tale from long ago, Ruan Xian began. During the era of the 2nd generation Immortal Lord, our Kunlun had an exceptionally talented disciple. In merely a century, this disciple ascended to the pinnacle of the innate true God realm and faintly brushed against the threshold of the shattered realm, as if one foot was already in, merely a chance away from crossing over. Yet, throughout history, many have found themselves stuck at this juncture, their entire lives ensnared at this step. Such profound opportunities are not easily encountered. However, by ill fate, our Kunlun possessed such an opportunity. Ruan Xian articulated each word with evident pain in her eyes. Ling Chen hesitated for a moment before inquiring, is it the Time Pavilion? Ruan Xian gently nodded. The Time Pavilion is one of the most significant opportunities of the Kunlun lineage, accessible only to those of the Ruan bloodline. While the rules of Kunlun are relatively lenient, there are absolute prohibitions, and this is evidently one of them. Thus, that individual deliberately approached Ruan Shan, who was at the time the most likely candidate to become the 3rd generation Immortal Lord. Upon hearing this, Ling Chun began to grasp the implications. That individual was a woman? Ruan Xian did not respond but continued. Initially, her approach was intentional. However, as time passed, the two gradually developed genuine feelings for each other. Centuries later, Ruan Shan indeed ascended to become the 3rd generation Kunlun Immortal Lord, and she became the strongest among the consorts of all past Immortal Lords. They garnered immense acclaim, becoming a celebrated tale throughout various immortal realms. Yet, she could not resist the allure of the shattered realm. One fateful night, she ascended to the Time Pavilion alone. Ruan Xian inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. That night, no one knew what transpired. By the following day, nearly all external disciples of the Kunlun sect had perished, and the one responsible for such devastation was none other than that individual. Ruan Xian's voice broke, and tears streamed down her face. Dio, you know, she was truly good to us. We took pride in being her children, yet we never imagined she would commit such an act. Our first reaction was disbelief. However, the truth was undeniable. The very next day, she ascended to Immortal Hidden Peak and killed the second-generation Kunlun Immortal Lord, who was in seclusion attempting to break through to the shattered pinnacle. The incident startled the first generation of the Immortal Sovereign, who had long since retreated from the world at that time. The individual in question was unaware of the unfolding events, yet exhibited a strength surpassing even the combined might of the first and third generation Immortal Sovereigns, effortlessly standing firm against two formidable foes. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, the third-generation Immortal Sovereign was compelled to employ the 108 heavenly pillars designated for guarding Kunlun. In that fleeting moment, it was evident that our father, the third-generation Immortal Sovereign, aged several decades in an instant. The individual was subdued, yet Kunlun teetered on the brink of annihilation as a result. Many years later, it was only when my elder brother ascended to the position of Immortal Sovereign of Kunlun and relinquished the opportunities that rightfully belonged to him within the Time Pavilion that the truth of the matter was unveiled. The curse of Kunlun. Ruan Xian spoke through gritted teeth. This curse, which had tainted us since our establishment, originated from the boundless realm above this world. It was imposed by an unparalleled peak power from that realm, declaring that all who entered the Time Pavilion would immediately attain the pinnacle of this realm. Relentlessly pursued by its forces, To grasp opportunities beyond one's inherent abilities transforms fortune into poison. Although my Ruan lineage could enter the Time Pavilion without hindrance due to our bloodline, others of different lineages would inevitably replicate the actions of that individual. Consequently, as a result of this incident, the external disciples of Kunlun dwindled, and the native inhabitants of the Kunlun immortal realm grew increasingly reluctant to join us, leading to the current state of Kunlun where none of the 5 immortals hail from external lineages. Moreover, a decade ago, your mother, having consumed the forbidden fruit, condemned our generation to eternal barrenness. Following her departure from home, we feared that Kunlun would perish within our era. Ironically, the instigator of that initial incident was our own mother. Regardless of whether she was under the curse's control, the events transpired because she violated the regulations by entering the Time Pavilion. Thus, Qianer, I thank you sincerely. Tears streamed down Ruan Xian's face, causing Ling Chun profound discomfort. Listening to Ruan Xian's account, Ling Chun felt somewhat speechless. How trivial the matter seemed. These ancient individuals were truly unable to let go. Yet, what exactly was this forbidden fruit? Goodness, are you saying my mother consumed the forbidden fruit? Ruan Xian paused, slightly suppressing her tears, her voice emerging in a muddled manner. Once in a millennium, a single fruit can allow anyone, including men, to conceive. However, the cost is that their paternal bloodline will be cursed, rendering them eternally infertile. Such was the fate of the second-generation Immortal Sovereign of Kunlun, born of the first-generation Immortal Sovereign. Good grief! Ling Qian felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he experienced a sense of happiness. A happiness rooted in the realization that his mother was indeed a woman. But why would she consume the forbidden fruit? Ruan Xian, somewhat embarrassed, replied ambiguously. At that time, a marriage had been arranged for her, yet she resisted, leading her to act impulsively. Ling Qian was at a loss for words. Truly, the vile nature of political marriages was apparent. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for that union. Perhaps due to some awkward reasons, Ruan Xian ceased her tears, drying them up and addressing Ling Qian. Those of the celestial realm are not permitted to venture into the main world. Ling Qian widened his eyes, gazing at Ruan Xian with anguish. Is that truly the case? Ruan Xian shot her grandson a disapproving glance and replied helplessly, Why are you so agitated? You were not born in the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Ling Qian finally grasped the situation and let out a long sigh of relief. However, something felt amiss. How could his mother possibly leave? That girl possesses your maternal grandmother's treasure from the Penglai celestial realm. The Chuan Yun's Uo.it can disregard spatial restrictions. This artifact holds a status in the Penglai celestial realm that is on par with our Tian Yuzhu. Your mother took this item and directly ran away. At that moment, the 4th-generation Penglai celestial sovereign even came to confront her. Ling Qian was taken aback by his mother's audacity. And then what? In her own celestial realm, the Penglai celestial sovereign was certainly no match for your grandfather. At that time, your grandfather was in a fit of rage. Had it not been for the Chuan Yun Suo, your mother would not have been able to escape, and thus, he directly pummeled the Penglai celestial sovereign into a state of utter humiliation. However, this incident caused your grandmother to return to her family. And then what happened? Your grandfather panicked, going to the Penglai celestial realm, weeping, causing a scene, and even threatening to hang himself. In the end, he was sent back, having been beaten to a pulp by the Penglai celestial sovereign. Ling Chun. Chapter 55. Closed Door Meditation. Hearing you say this, the Blood Fiend Palace must also originate from a small world. But how did they establish a foothold in the main world? Suppressing the urge to think of his grandfather's comical appearance at that time, he suddenly recalled this matter. Ruan Xian pinched her grandson's cheek and, pursing her lips, said, "The Broken Realm is renowned as a minor transcendence for a reason. In truth, as long as one's cultivation reaches the Broken Realm, one can pay a certain price to temporarily enter the main world. The Blood Fiend Palace in the main world should be a branch established by the Blood Fiend Palace Master." This revelation took Ling Chan by surprise. Although he was unsure of the strength of individuals in the main world, he assumed there must be people from small worlds mingling among them. It appeared that the situation in the Qin era was far more complex than he had imagined. Have we established any significant powers in the main world? Ruan Xian was somewhat astonished by Ling Chen's concern for the main world, but despite her curiosity, she answered earnestly. Indeed, the Daoist sect is a force cultivated by our Kunlun in the main world. However, in recent years, because they have yet to retrieve Yue, my brother has unjustly blamed them, and we have had no contact for several years. Nonetheless, in 4 years, the Daoist sect will come to our Kunlun to pay their respects. I imagine they will offer a sincere apology then. Why are you so concerned about the main world? Do you wish to go out? Ling Chen rolled his eyes and replied, "Isn't that a certainty? The concentration of spiritual energy in our celestial realm far surpasses that of the main world. In the main world, spiritual power is concentrated over the seas, yet they are unable to utilize it. Moreover, that place is fraught with turmoil, unlike our peaceful celestial realm, which is so much better." Ruan Xian earnestly attempted to dissuade him. However, it is true that the inhabitants of our enchanted realm are far fewer than those of the main world. With such a heavy burden of restoring Kunlun upon your shoulders, it is indeed essential for you to venture out more often. My dear grandson, how commendable it is that you are already contemplating the welfare of Kunlun at such a tender age. You possess a truly thoughtful disposition. Ling Chen remained silent, casting a sidelong glance before closing his eyes and refraining from further discourse. By the way, grandmother, are you not curious as to why I am so extraordinary? After a moment's contemplation, Ling Chen posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. That matter. You were born from the consumption of the forbidden fruit, so it is likely that the power of the fruit has enhanced your cognitive abilities. Presently, you are akin to the second-generation immortal lord in his youth, although he lacked your composure. Furthermore, while he learned to speak at an early age, he did not possess your eloquence. Indeed, it can only be said that you are truly my grandson, surpassing the second-generation immortal lord in intelligence during his childhood in every aspect. Ruan Xian gazed at Ling Qian with an expression of exceptional pride. Ling Qian smiled faintly, inwardly cursing. What on earth? The night passed in silence, and by the time dawn broke, Ruan Xian had already departed. After all, how could she remain in the dormitory like a young girl, when, as one of the 5 immortals of Kunlun, there were countless matters to attend to? Jin Quan had emerged from the Hall of Time at some point, but he exhibited no signs of having succumbed to darkness, which relieved Ling Chen's heart. It appeared that the voice had not deceived him. The curse had indeed been lifted. Ling Chen thought silently. "Master, shall I assist you in changing your attire?" Jin Quan inquired upon entering the room, his gaze directed at Ling Chen in a rather peculiar manner. Ling Chen remained speechless, glancing down at his clothing, realizing he had not disrobed at all the previous night. Jin Quan evidently noticed this as well, his face flushing crimson as he shifted awkwardly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Is something amiss?" Ling Chen immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere and quickly forced a smile, deftly redirecting the conversation. "What were your gains in the Hall of Time?" Jin Quan's face lit up with gratitude and uncontainable joy. "I reaped significant rewards. It seems a voice sensed the existence of my contract, thus my assessment differed from others. Ultimately, I obtained a formidable technique of the Nirvana level." Ling Chen's expression turned contemplative. It appeared the voice had recognized her as his servant, thus granting her special consideration. But why such favoritism? Did the registrant possess such immense power? The classification of treasures is uniformly divided into mortal, true, nirvana, divine, supreme, and transcendent. A technique of the nirvana level would typically require millions to exchange even within the realm of the main deity. Previously, the voice had been male. Could its intentional proximity to me harbor any ulterior motives? Ling Chen instinctively tightened his legs. Noticing Ling Chen's slight unease, Jin Quan inquired curiously, "What troubles you, master?" Ling Chen, realizing his lapse in composure, forced a smile and assured her that all was well. Alas, how could one articulate such matters? What a peculiar situation. Perhaps it is merely that your master's charm is too overwhelming, Ling Qian mused narcissistically. After finishing the meal with thee, I left a letter in my grandmother's room, explaining that I had gone to the Time Pavilion for cultivation and that they need not worry about me with that. I vanished without a trace. I entrusted that to diligently practice, then made my way to the Time Pavilion, preparing to enter a prolonged seclusion to study my eyes and the items acquired within the pavilion. The suddenness of these developments left feeling quite unfamiliar with them. As for the meticulously organized scrolls of celestial techniques they could also be contemplated for practice. Oh, that girl was still under my silent spell, wasn't she? How regrettable that in these past few days in the Time Pavilion, I had completely forgotten about this matter. With a mere thought, I lifted the restrictions on. Sure enough, the sound of her weeping reached my mind, filling with both tenderness and warmth. Master, how could you do this? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Her voice, laced with sobs, melted his heart like cotton candy. Oh, it's all right, Master is fine, isn't it? I truly am remiss, causing my little princess to fret. His lips curled into a smile, yet she continued to pout. Turning her head away and refusing to look at I in the depths of his consciousness, offered a wry smile, realizing that this little girl was still sulking. Yet, he acknowledged his fault and poured forth countless sweet words to appease her. After a long while, finally revealed a smile, whispering, "You must not take such risks again. It matters not how strong or weak you are. As long as you are safe, remain silent," eventually responding with a soft hum. Handed over the organized scrolls of celestial techniques, and purchased a multitude of essential items for cultivation from the main god's space, thus commencing his seclusion. Little did he expect that this retreat would last a full 4 years. During this time, his grandfather's divine consciousness sought the Time Pavilion on more than one occasion. Ultimately, the owner of that voice, perturbed by the disturbances, made an exception to meet. However, those matters are yet to be discussed. Chapter 56. The red garment remains, yet the person is now empty, on the pinnacle of Mount Hua in the world of, as the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, saw his status rise dramatically after implementing a nationwide martial policy for 3 years, reaching an unprecedented peak of prestige in the world of. His standing rivaled that of an emperor. Even the current emperor had come to pay respects at Mount Hua, underscoring its lofty position within the martial realm. After reaching such heights in life, one would expect to revel in happiness, yet he now wore a frown, his expression grave. With a creak, the door gently swung open, revealing who approached with a freshly brewed cup of hot tea in hand. She tenderly placed the tea on the table and moved forward to Need's shoulders. "Senior brother, you have remarkably fulfilled Master's entrusted task of restoring Mount Hua. Can you not take a moment to rest? Since becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, you seem even busier than before. I truly wonder what occupies you now." Those words carried a hint of complaint. Her tone was exceedingly gentle, brimming with affection. In this lifetime, Yu Buchuan has not succumbed to darkness, and the bond between him and his wife has remained steadfast and harmonious, devoid of any tumult or discord. Their relationship has consistently flourished, filled with deep affection, causing the furrow in Yu Buchuan's brow to suddenly ease. Yet, a trace of melancholy lingers in his eyes, one that proves inescapable as the current leader of the martial arts world. "The lives of countless sects rest solely upon my shoulders. With the imminent ascension of the realm, the gravity of the situation cannot be underestimated. Ascension is imperative. As a reincarnator, stagnation in strength equates to death. For the overseer seeks to cultivate the strong, rather than squander opportunities merely to grant a wastrel comfort. Although past events have led me to suspect that my young disciple, Ling Chun, may very well be the overseer, to slacken my efforts based solely on this nebulous notion would likely result in utter failure. The ascension of the realm is pivotal to my advancement in power. This matter cannot be delayed in my world. For the sake of my many disciples as well as for myself, never mind. This tea has just been brewed. Let us partake while it is still warm," Ning Zhongzi said with a shake of his head and a smile of resignation. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan set aside the Tianlei crown, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, allowing him to relax completely. Observing this, Ning Zhongzi said nothing more, but with a hint of a smile, began to massage his shoulders. Suddenly, Yu Buchuan sensed a slight disturbance, casting his gaze in a particular direction. A flicker of confusion and a glimmer of murderous intent crossing his features. It's another location within Mount Hua. Dugu Qiu Ba placed his sword down, his brow furrowed as he stared intently in a certain direction, remaining silent. After a prolonged moment, he let out a deep sigh, waved his sleeve, and the door swung open, allowing him to gracefully depart. The room still resonated with the echo of his sigh, yet he had vanished without a trace. The thought-reflecting cliff of Mount Hua. Following its reconstruction, the area has undergone a transformation, with the cave now lush and verdant, overrun with moss and wild grass due to the absence of disciples pondering their thoughts for many years. The spring within the cave occasionally chimed with a melodious sound, harmonizing with the cheerful chirping of birds outside, creating a unique ambience. 5 years ago, Yubuchuan designated this cliff as a forbidden zone, permitting only the leader and the elder council to enter. Yet today, an unexpected visitor has arrived. A woman clad in a red robe tread lightly upon the thickly grown wild grass, her steps cautious, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the place. A look of tension and unease adorned her face as she hesitated outside the cave, pacing back and forth. After a considerable duration, she seemed to have steeled her resolve and walked straight into the cave. "He is not here." The voice resonated from all directions, startling the woman in red, who promptly knelt in respect and bowed towards the entrance of the cave. As a gentle breeze swept by, a figure gradually materialized. This figure was none other than Dugu Qiu Ba, who had just departed, and the woman in red was none other than the long-vanished Dongfang Bubi from the martial world. With a hint of wariness, Dongfang Bubi cautiously inquired, "Master, how did you know I was here?" As Dugu Qiu Ba gazed upon the strikingly beautiful yet spirited woman before him, he could not help but let out a silent sigh. His eyes drifted towards Dongfang Bubi, filled with a mixture of helplessness, bitterness, and confusion, yet predominantly suffused with an overwhelming sense of concern. As the sole disciple he had ever taken in the truest sense, Dugu Qiu Ba regarded her as his own daughter. Otherwise, he would not have stood resolutely in front of the furious Yubuchuan, risking his life to shield her from a deadly strike. He was already well aware of the purpose of her visit, and seeing her in such a wan state stirred a pang of compassion within him. "Your martial prowess has indeed progressed significantly over the years, having remarkably reached the innate golden core stage. Surely, you must have encountered some extraordinary fortuity. However, despite our shared realm, the disparity between us remains insurmountable. The moment you set foot on Mount Hua, I sensed your arrival, as I am certain Yu Xiong did as well." Yet, he refrained from taking action, partly because Chun'er is unharmed and partly out of respect for me. "You must hasten your descent from the mountain." Though Dugu Qiu Ba felt great satisfaction with his disciple's advancements, he could not overlook the vast gulf that still existed between them. Both he and Yubuchuan had nearly reached the pinnacle of what this realm could bear, boasting battle powers approaching 100,000. In contrast, Dongfang Bubi, despite being in the same realm, possessed a mere 20,000. This was precisely why he had detected her presence immediately upon her arrival. With a pleading expression, Dongfang Bubi softly implored Dugu Qiu Ba, "Master, please allow me to see Ling Chuan just once. I beg of you, I will not speak to him. I simply wish to catch a glimpse of him. Once I have seen him, I will leave. I promise." "Master, I implore you," Dugu Qiu Ba sighed once more. The news of Ling Chen's departure had been a closely guarded secret on Mount Hua. Besides himself, only a handful, including Yubuchuan and Ling Shan, were privy to it. Yet, witnessing the sorrowful plea in his disciple's eyes caused his heart to ache inexplicably. Perhaps it was time to reveal the truth to her, for he reasoned that since Ling Chen was already gone, it would effectively sever her lingering thoughts. As he hesitated, Yubuchuan's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Dugu Qiu Ba let out another sigh and reluctantly disclosed the truth to Dongfang Bubi. In reality, Chun'er's retreat to the Cliff of Remorse was merely Yubuchuan's pretext for his departure, for Ling Chun had left several years prior, venturing into another world. Dongfang Bubi's complexion drained of color, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Upon hearing Dugu Qiu Ba's revelation, she could no longer contain herself and collapsed, fainting away. "Dongfang!" Dugu Qiu Ba exclaimed in alarm, quickly redirecting his internal energy to heal her. As his energy surged into her body, he stumbled upon a revelation. A staggering secret. Chapter 57. I am waiting for you. In the future, the realms possess their own hierarchy. Generally speaking, the higher the realm, the greater the likelihood of birthing extraordinary physiques. Conversely, a lower-level world has negligible chances of producing high-quality physiques, for its source of power is far too scant. No matter how one exhausts their efforts, they could not forge the essence required for such elevated physicality. Yet, exceptions exist in all things. The Great Tao encompasses 50. Heaven's transformations number 49. Humanity escapes one. What has escaped is that fleeting glimmer of hope. In a world governed by the laws of martial prowess, the transition from a lowly realm to a high one hinges upon the elusive thread of hope. Should the realm of Xiao Ao remain untouched by the hands of reincarnators, it is likely that the monumental task of ascending dimensions would ultimately rest in the grasp of that very flicker of life. The Wanshi Mot, an unparalleled physique, is lauded within the boundless realm as the third most formidable constitution in the cosmos. Renowned for its invincibility, this forbidden physique has only manifested twice throughout the annals of numerous epochs. Without exception, both individuals succeeded in transcending their limitations, one emerging as a formidable power and the other achieving the esteemed status of a supreme being. Upon acquiring knowledge of his disciple's physique through the main deity, Dugu Qiu Ba experienced an uncharacteristic tremor of excitement, momentarily losing his usual composure. He hastily summoned Yubukun, who, upon receiving the news, was equally taken aback, narrowing his eyes as thoughts of a different nature began to stir within him. The Wanshi Mot could also be exchanged within the realm of the main deity. Yet, the staggering point value, exceeding that of the Pangu axe by tens of thousands, rendered the effort of counting futile. This woman, who had once nearly perished at his hands, possessed an intangible wealth that perhaps he could never attain despite a lifetime of striving. With a sigh of relief, Yubukun redirected his inner energy towards Dongfangbu Bai, and in a short while, under the concerted efforts of the two peak masters, Dongfangbu Bai's internal injuries were alleviated. However, the wounds of the heart weighed heavily on Dugu Qiu Ba, who resigned himself to fate. The thought-reflecting cliff. Lush greenery enveloped the surroundings, and sunlight filtered through the uneven branches, casting a warm glow upon their faces. Yubukun and Dugu Qiu Ba leaned against each other, seated upon a prominent boulder, with two unmarked jars of wine at their side. They absent-mindedly drained the contents of the jars and gazed at the sky in silence, clearly lost in their own thoughts. Yubukun sighed inwardly. The near demise of his disciple had been precipitated by the very woman before him. Although the incident was not entirely her fault, it had undeniably originated from her actions. For Yubukun, Ling Chun held significant importance, and thus, the matter weighed heavily on his heart. Otherwise, he would not have stormed the Haimu cliff in a fit of rage upon learning of Ling Chen's death, nor would he have expended a considerable amount of points to procure a one-time treasure that could discern life and death. Had it not been for Brother Dugu's intercession, he might have already thrust his sword through her in his fury. Setting aside that matter, Brother Dugu had indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. Without the upheaval caused by their intrusion, the Day and Moon Divine sect would surely have unified the martial world in due time. Alas, this burden would be left for Chen Er to grapple with upon his return. Now that Dongfangbu Bai's physique had awakened, the prospect of ascending to a higher realm seemed to have gained a measure of certainty. It remained uncertain, however, what level of cultivation she would attain upon awakening. Leaning against Yubukun, Dugu Qiu Ba, having known him for many years, discerned his thoughts. A subtle smile graced his lips. After many years, that matter could finally be laid to rest. The sun rises and sets, a ceaseless cycle. Unbeknownst to them, Dongfangbu Bai had lain unconscious for 7 days and nights, finally stirring on the morning of the 8th day. Not far from the bedside, Dugu Qiu Ba immediately sensed this change. Setting aside his pen to approach the now upright Dongfangbu Bai, "Master," she called softly. With a faint whisper, Dongfangbu Bai's expression bore a hint of anguish, as a cascade of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind, causing a slight flutter in her heart and a throbbing in her head. Yet, this feeling swiftly transformed into a visage of profound anxiety. Ling Chun. Observing her hurried disciple who approached with pressing questions, Dugu Qiu Ba sighed inwardly, reflecting, "Foolish girl, had I known this day would come, would I have acted differently?" However, unable to bear the sight of her disciple's suffering, Dugu Qiu Ba gently pressed the anxious Dongfangbu Bai back onto the bed, then spoke. "He is fine. He has merely departed from our world." Dongfangbu Bai's face remained etched with worry, her complexion paling as she questioned in perplexity. "Departed?" "Yes, departed. He left 3 years ago, not taking anyone with him, venturing alone into a higher realm. That injury took 2 years to fully heal. Upon returning to Huashan, he offered a brief explanation before soon leaving. For the detailed account, you may inquire with your Master S brother's daughter, Yu Lingshan, and Ren Wuxing's daughter, Ren Ying." Upon hearing her master's words and realizing that his departure from this world was not as she had imagined, her expression softened slightly, yet her heart still ached inexplicably. "Are you leaving in haste to evade me?" Dugu Qiu Ba, witnessing the pain of his disciple, felt at a loss for words of comfort and thus decided to rise and depart, granting her a moment of solitude to gather her thoughts. But just as he intended to leave, she weakly grasped his arm. Wait a moment, master. What is happening to my body? Dugu Qiu Ba turned with a reassuring smile, pride evident in his voice as he explained. Your physique has awakened, known as the 10,000 devouring demon body. You should possess the exclusive memories of this inheritance. In a few months, our realm will undergo an elevation, and you must familiarize yourself with your newfound powers, as you will undoubtedly be called upon to assist. Dongfang Bubi, upon hearing this, felt little excitement, yet did not wish to dampen the spirited pride of Dugu, and thus nodded in acknowledgement, muttering an affirmative. Soon after, Dugu Qiu Ba took his leave, leaving behind a facade of forced cheerfulness in Dongfang Bubi. Once he departed, her smile faded, revealing a profound sorrow that lingered for an extended moment before it transformed into a long, resonant sigh. Indeed, becoming stronger has been my lifelong aspiration, yet without your companionship, what meaning does it hold even if I were to attain the pinnacle of strength? Nevertheless, I shall harness this power, growing ever stronger, no longer to dominate the martial world, but solely to await your return, to utter a simple apology, even if in the end, you remain unwilling to forgive me. Tears silently traced her cheeks, dampening one side of the pillow. It was summer, and while Huashan offered a cooler respite, an oppressive heat still lingered in this warmth. Her tears evaporated swiftly, transforming into an eternal essence. They would never vanish, but instead would dance with the gentle breeze, soaring further and higher, ascending into the sky, into the clouds. On some future day, they would fall with the rain, landing upon someone, drawing forth the tears that were meant to flow for you. Those tears of his. Chapter 58. The gathering of heroes at Mount Hua for 3 months, Dongfang Bubi remained confined within her quarters, never once stepping outside. This was partly due to her unfamiliarity with the surroundings of Mount Hua, and partly because she was diligently acclimating to her newly awakened physique. Though her memories were numerous, Dongfang Bubi swiftly mastered them, for they felt innate, as if she merely had to passively receive them in order to awaken the recollections pertaining to her physical nature. Among these memories were numerous vivid scenes of fierce battles fought by the formidable Wanshurimo T, yet their overwhelming force left her dazed. Despite her desire to watch, each attempt to recall such memories resulted in a debilitating dizziness and excruciating pain in her mind, compelling her to abandon the endeavor in resignation. The essence of the Wanshurimo T lay in destruction and devouring. The memories also carried with them the inheritance of a nefarious technique, the Wanshurimo Gong. However, this technique was steeped in darkness, causing Dongfang Bubi to waver in her decision to cultivate it. Ultimately, she resolved to proceed, recognizing that this technique was intrinsically linked to her physique. Without its practice, her true potential would remain forever unfulfilled. As for the morality of the matter, that could be pondered later, for she had once been branded a demoness, and regardless of her choices, her reputation would not diminish. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Dongfang Bubi commenced her training in the Wanshurimo Gong. 3 months later, the time for dimensional ascension drew near, and Yu Buchuan's anxiety intensified. For several consecutive nights, he was plagued by insomnia, seeking ways to enhance his chances for the ascension of his realm. At this juncture, both Yu Buchuan and Dugu Qiu Ba found their cultivation completely shackled by the heavens, unable to attain even the slightest improvement. They had long surpassed the prescribed thresholds of power, and any further advancement would only deplete the very essence of their realm. The primordial essence differed from ordinary spiritual energy. Any loss would require countless eons to restore, and often, even restoration proved impossible. Yu Buchuan paced restlessly within his chamber, furrowing his brow while observing videos of ascensions from other realms. He felt an overwhelming sense of awe emanating from the celestial might displayed therein. The thick, ominous clouds exuded an aura so potent that even a mere trace could leave him grievously wounded. As he continued to watch, a shadow of gloom and sorrow gradually settled upon his countenance. Among 10 realms undergoing ascension, 7 had met with failure, resulting in the complete annihilation of all participants. Among the remaining 3 that succeeded, most had employed treasures such as the Thunder Crown, yet the toll of casualties remained severe. The elite forces suffered the greatest losses, as they were the first to confront the thunderous onslaught. With a heavy sigh, he rubbed his aching head and resolved to expend several tens of thousands of value points to procure a specialized defense against thunder, the rainbow luminous garment. He cast aside any thoughts of femininity, donning the garment without hesitation, for survival took precedence in such dire circumstances. Dugu Qiu Ba followed suit, spending a similar sum to exchange for a lightning avoidance umbrella, solemnly keeping it close at hand as he cast wary glances at the foreboding sky. In recent days, the heavens had darkened increasingly, enveloping the world in a shroud of gloom. without even the need for the countdown conjured by the master of the realm in his mind. It was evident that a tempest was imminent. In recent days, layers of dark clouds have been piling upon one another, growing heavier and more oppressive, as if they wished to crush the world below into oblivion. The sky is terrifyingly silent, devoid of any sound. There are no wild geese flying low across the heavens, nor are there ants scurrying along the paths. All creatures tremble and huddle within their lairs, including the once mighty tigers, lions, and leopards. Even humanity has barred its doors tightly. Women clutch their children in fear, casting anxious glances at the somber sky outside, and in some homes, the mingled cries of adults and children can be heard intermittently. Unlike ordinary individuals, all those who have attained innate strength in this world have recently received a personal letter from the alliance leader, Yu Buqian, and are making their way to Mount Hua in succession. Among them are even some long-hidden powerhouses who have decided to venture forth. They resemble the legendary figure Dugu Qiu Ba, who, at the end of his life, found himself at the limits of his cultivation, resigned to die alone in the depths of the mountains. Now, with the imminent ascension of realms, they emerge from their seclusion to grasp at the last glimmer of hope. After all, sitting idly destined for death is futile. It is better to withstand the impending thunder, for even in failure, they might gain invaluable insights. Days passed, and the various faction-strong practitioners began to arrive in droves. Ning Zhong busied himself, arranging accommodations for each of them. Finally, on the day of the summer solstice, the second day after the arrival of the sect leaders, the long silent sky erupted with a rumble of thunder, heralding a torrential rain that swept across the entire world. Raindrops lashed against the windows like whips, while the roiling lightning brewed within the dark clouds, not yet striking down, but coiling like a ferocious serpent, menacingly observing the ant-like beings below, waiting for an opportune moment to strike, to tear them apart and shatter them. In such an atmosphere, the hearts of the gathered felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon them, creating an unbearable sense of oppression to last. A mere innate disciple from the Wudong sect could no longer bear the strain, spitting blood and fainting on the spot. The Wudong members, filled with shame, hurried to assist their fallen comrade, their faces flushed as they excused themselves back to their quarters. The others from various factions, witnessing this, did not mock but silently took their leave, their hearts weighed down even further. Once all had vacated, Yu Buqian and Dugu Qiu Ba exchanged a glance, their expressions grave and intense. With a heavy sigh, they turned their gaze to the outside, remaining silent. Is this the might of heaven? The tribulation has yet to arrive, yet its power is already so formidable. One cannot fathom what scenes may unfold in the coming days. Moreover, the stronger one's cultivation, the greater the pressure they feel. The ordinary folk, in contrast, seem relatively unscathed. The number that the supreme deity had coalesced in his mind began to pulsate, ultimately transforming into a countdown. 72,00,00. This indicated that a mere 3 days remained until the true heavenly tribulation would descend. Outside, the thunderous serpents continued to coalesce and dissipate, slithering through the clouds, appearing and disappearing like flickering shadows. A chilling light seeped through the clouds, akin to an icy gaze, locking eyes with Yu Buqian. Though that cold, eerie light vanished in an instant, it left Yu Buqian shaken, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Beside him, the ever-determined Dugu Qiu Ba, sensing the urgency, hurriedly supported the swaying Yu Buqian and inquired with concern, "Brother Yu, how do you fare?" Yu Buqian, gathering his internal energy, seated himself upon the ground to meditate in silence. After a brief moment, his complexion gradually returned to normal, and his breath stabilized. Rising from the ground, he cast a glance at the anxious and perplexed Dugu Qiu Ba and remarked, "Just now, something in the clouds caught me off guard, striking me with its aura and causing injury. Fortunately, my training in the heart sword during the celestial sword discussion has significantly enhanced my mental fortitude. Otherwise, that blow could have left me gravely wounded, or even worse, extinguished my very existence." Upon hearing this, Dugu Qiu Ba's expression darkened with deep concern. "Brother Dugu, please inform your young lady that the ascent of the realms is about to commence." With Yu Buqian's words, Dugu Qiu Ba nodded and vanished swiftly from the room. After his departure, Yu Buqian gazed towards the distant sky, a surge of intense apprehension flashing through his mind. To be injured merely by an aura, indeed. This heavenly tribulation is exceptionally perilous. Chapter 59. On the Mount of Celestial Descent, gazing out at the torrential rain, Dongfang Bubi remained silent. She had awakened from her slumber at the first rumble of thunder. Now, the previously clear sky had transformed dramatically. Thick clouds loomed ominously, while lightning danced menacingly. The winds howled fiercely, and the rain poured down like a deluge. Unlike Yu Buqiong and Dugu Qiu Ba, while Dongfang Bubi also felt a sense of oppression. It was fleeting. Aside from the discomforting atmosphere, everything else felt much the same as usual. After her recent seclusion, she had broken through to the realm of innate true power, shattering the shackles of this world. Because her ascension stemmed from her innate constitution, the essence of the realm remained unscathed. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi had undergone a transformation far beyond mere trivial changes from 3 months prior. Her aura now exuded an icy demeanor as if nothing in the world could capture her attention. Her pupils had turned a striking shade of purple, within which flickered a faint violet flame. Her skin, as smooth as jade, appeared several times more radiant than before, and her once ebony hair had transformed into a deep purple, emanating a formidable aura of sorcery and mystery. As she gazed out the window, her brow furrowed, particularly fixating on the swirling flashes of lightning. Her expression grew even colder, and a palpable aura of lethal intent flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Dugu Qiu Ba pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Dongfang Bubi, he momentarily froze, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. The woman before him, clad in red with purple hair, exuded an inexplicable strangeness and enigma. Her eyes, as deep as the starry sky, betrayed no hint of emotion. Were it not for her familiar attire and visage, he might have been compelled to question her identity. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Qiu Ba spoke slowly. "What has happened to you?" Dongfang Bubi, her expression as frigid as ice, cast a detached glance his way. After a brief silence, she coldly replied, "In 3 days, I shall depart. You may leave now." Dugu Qiu Ba's lips twitched slightly. "You're in my room, and yet you so nonchalantly ask me to leave. This is truly bewildering." Anyone could perceive that this Dongfang Bubi was markedly different from her former self. Hesitating for a moment, he ventured, "Dongfang, what is this transformation?" Dongfang Bubi shot him a frosty, indifferent glance, remaining unresponsive. Dugu Qiu Ba's expression was intricate, revealing his reluctance to speak, prompting him to turn and leave. However, as he stepped out of the door, a voice devoid of warmth or emotion echoed from within the room. "From now on, I shall be known as Mo Lanshan. As for Dongfang Bubi, consider her as good as deceased. I will assist you in this realm's ascension, thus settling our past entanglements. Once the ascension is complete, I shall have no further connection with you. Depart now." Upon hearing this, Dugu Qiu Ba's body trembled, and he turned around, only to find the door forcefully shut by his own internal energy. With a deep sigh, he seemed to age several decades in an instant, numbly walking into the distance. The rain fell mercilessly upon him, drenching him as if countless streams of water cascaded down, soaking his garments in the blink of an eye. A chill seeped through his clothes, reaching his body, then his mind. Yet, Dugu Qiu Ba chose to disregard it entirely, opting not to use his internal strength to shield himself from the rain, allowing it to pelt him as he continued onward. It was as if he suddenly bore the anguish of losing a child. This pain did not affect the flesh but struck at the very essence of his soul, far more excruciating than any torment he had previously endured. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed on this day, all gathered under the relentless rain atop a desolate mountain far removed from Huashan, which Yu Buqiuan had named Tianyun Mountain, signifying the mountain of the heavenly catastrophe's descent, though it merely represented a certain sentiment. Reincarnation and Yu Lingshan, both at the pinnacle of innate cultivation, accompanied Yu Buqiuan, while Ningzhong was forcibly rendered unconscious by Yu Buqiuan and left behind at Huashan. Hand in hand, Reincarnation and Yu Lingshan gazed up at the ominous sky and the roiling lightning, feeling a flicker of trepidation that they buried deep within us. Among the foremost powerhouses of this realm, they understood that revealing fear would inevitably undermine their collective morale. Dugu Qiu Ba appeared somewhat distracted, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. After a prolonged silence, he let out a soft sigh. Noticing this, Yu Buqiuan inquired, "She hasn't come?" Dugu Qiu Ba replied, his voice hollow, "She did not come." Both fell into a profound silence, and after a while, Yu Buqiuan gently patted Dugu Qiu Ba's shoulder, to which Dugu Qiu Ba offered a forced smile. At that moment, a graceful figure approached from afar, indistinct in form but adorned in a striking shade of red. The crimson figure moved with remarkable speed, reaching the summit of Tianyun Mountain in the blink of an eye, disregarding the crowd entirely as she made her way to an unoccupied area, walking in serene silence. All present were captivated by the sight of this woman in red, most unable to conceal their fascination. Upon recognizing the familiar yet somewhat foreign visage, Reincarnation's heart jolted, her emotions a tumultuous blend of surprise and melancholy. In that moment, her allure had intensified, starkly contrasting with her own self, now appearing almost otherworldly. Dugu Qiu Ba's despondent demeanor was momentarily eclipsed by a glimmer of joy, but just as swiftly, a thought crossed his mind, extinguishing any trace of elation. Suddenly, a man in a green robe approached the woman, unfurling his folding fan with an air of scholarly elegance, and inquired, "Might I ask for the lady's esteemed name?" The woman in red paid him no heed, instead surveying her surroundings, her gaze lingering momentarily on Ren Yingying and Yu Lingshan, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. The young man in the blue shirt felt a twinge of awkwardness as he tucked away the folding fan with a hesitant smile. Just as he was about to inquire further, a figure suddenly shot out from the crowd, pointing an accusing finger at the woman in red, exclaiming, "This enchantress is Dongfang Bubi. I have had the fortune of encountering her once." Another figure dashed forth, revealing himself to be the Taoist priest from Wuding. Why, senior brother was not mistaken. This sorceress is indeed the infamous Dongfang Bubi of the former demonic sect. Who would have imagined she still draws breath? Fellow righteous ones, should we not hasten to aid me in vanquishing this abomination? In an instant, disciples from the Wudong sect surged forward. Observing this, members from other sects also began to emerge in numbers. The crowd, devoid of any restraint, cast avaricious gazes upon the alluring figure before them, akin to a pack of famished wolves. The woman in red appeared indifferent, not sparing them a glance, as her gaze shifted from Ren Yingying and Yu Lingshan, continuing to survey her surroundings without pausing on the figure of Dugu Qiu Ba, eventually resting on a singular presence. Yiland, a rare glimmer of tenderness flickered in her eyes, only to be swiftly concealed as she averted her gaze. Yiland, filled with anxious anticipation upon discovering her sister was alive, felt an overwhelming joy mingled with an inexplicable sense of unease. Her sister seemed to have changed in some unfathomable way, however, to her dismay. Once her sister diverted her gaze, she no longer acknowledged her. The indifference exhibited by Dongfang Bubi incited a wave of inexplicable fury within the crowd. Ever since martial prowess became ubiquitous among the populace, the spiritual essence of the world had thickened considerably, giving rise to a new cohort of innate warriors. Those capable of withstanding heavenly tribulations were naturally among the most elite of their sex, and they had never been so belittled. Suddenly, a surge of indignation welled up within them. Dugu Qiu Ba, sensing the escalating tension, grew anxious. These individuals constituted more than half of the total number, and he worried for his students, fearing they might act impulsively and incur harm. Should they truly decide to strike, he would have to set aside his dignity and intervene. As the tension mounted, the crowd's disappointment deepened when the woman in red maintained her aloof demeanor, seemingly oblivious to their presence, ultimately closing her eyes. The group that had stepped forward, fueled by anger, was poised to take action. At that moment, Dugu Qiu Ba tightened his grip on his sword. Yu Buchuan sensed the impending danger and urgently interjected, "Everyone, we have come here for the ascension of our realm, for the welfare of all beings. Let us defer these petty grievances for another time." Indeed, as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yu Buchuan's words carried a certain authority, causing some within the crowd to bow slightly and nod in agreement, preparing to retreat. Yet, the initial accuser could hardly maintain his composure, feeling a sharp sting of humiliation. Unable to lash out at Yu Buchuan, he instead seethed at the woman in red, declaring, "Humph, Dongfang Bubi, consider yourself fortunate. We must first contend with the heavenly tribulation and shall have no time to deal with you for now. Once the realm ascension concludes, I will ensure you receive your due punishment." Hua Su Daoist, upon hearing this, chuckled lewdly, adding, indeed, a proper punishment is in order for you." The woman in red, however, continued to keep her eyes shut, as if she had not heard a word. Suddenly, from the crowd, an unknown voice called out in a peculiar tone, "I've heard that the esteemed young hero Ling of the Huashan sect was slain by this enchantress. The tales in the martial world suggest it was a crime of passion. When her affections were unrequited, she resorted to murder. How fitting of the sun and moon god cult's usual conduct." The woman in the crimson robe could no longer maintain her composure. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes gradually opened, revealing purple irises in which demonic flames began to flicker ominously. Among the few present, one man stood out as a peak innate golden elixir master, the illustrious Golden Eagle King, leader of the 5 kings of the desert. Observing the once unflappable Dongfang Bubi now visibly shaken, he felt a surge of delight and seized the opportunity to add, "No wonder young hero Ling looked down upon you. If I were a man, I would also not choose you." The woman in red, no longer standing still, took a step forward, instantly igniting a murderous intent around her. Those who had intended to leave redirected their internal energy, pointing their weapons at her. Yet, she halted after just one step, leading the onlookers to mistakenly believe she had succumbed to fear and were ready to mock her. However, in the next moment, the crimson-clad woman cast a calm but slightly murderous glance, and those who had intended to speak found themselves rendered mute. 4. The 36 innate masters who had appeared were engulfed in purple flames. Disregarding the torrential downpour in less than a heartbeat, they had been reduced to nothingness. The remaining onlookers felt their scalps go numb, retreating in terror to distance themselves from this monstrous figure. To extinguish 36 innate warriors with a mere glance transcended the realm of humanity, verging on the divine or demonic. Dugu Qiu stared in astonishment at the woman in red. Although he understood that the 10,000 devouring demon body was a formidable and forbidden constitution, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. To annihilate over 30 innate masters with a single glance. The purple flames had ignored their protective auras and the torrential rain, turning the 36 to ashes in less than a second, leaving no trace behind. Such a method of killing could perhaps be termed as erasure. Dugu Qiu contemplated this, suppressing the urge to reprimand her. Regardless of how one viewed it, Dongfang Bubi appeared drastically changed. While the deaths of the 36 lower-ranked innate fighters were one matter, if Dongfang Bubi were to leave in anger, the prospects of their ascension to another realm would be perilously threatened. Unconsciously nodding in agreement, he took a step back and began to engage in idle conversation with Dugu Qiu Ba. The various sect representatives exchanged glances. Even the martial arts alliance leader dared not speak further. Lacking the courage to judge this woman who had evidently committed murder, they averted their gazes from her. Only Yilin of the Hongshan sect stared wide-eyed, as if unable to believe that all of this was wrought by her own sister. Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying were equally startled, their expressions complex as they regarded the woman in red. Dongfang Bubi, or perhaps it could be said that Mo Lanshan, silently observed the now subdued crowd, a fleeting hint of sorrow crossing her eyes as she quietly retreated to her original position. Unbeknownst to everyone, after hearing the man's earlier taunts, her left hand clenched into a fist with such force that her nails pierced her palm, blood mingling with the rain and streaming down, reflecting her crimson attire, evoking a sense of inexplicable melancholy. The thunder roared mightily, and soon it split into 4 thunder pools of varying sizes, the tumultuous lightning surging above, seemingly poised to descend at any moment. Dugu Qiu, tense and solemn, gathered everyone together and proclaimed loudly, "This is the 4-9 tribulation of realm ascension, divided into 4 segments." Suddenly, Dugu Qiu's voice faltered as he beheld Dongfang Bubi boldly approaching the largest thunder pool alone. As she advanced, the eerie purple flames ignited once more upon her form. The others noticed this as well, yet chose to remain discreetly silent. Dugu Qiu Ba, in a fit of urgency, summoned his internal power, intending to rush over, but was promptly halted by Dugu Qiu. Do not act impulsively. Since she dares to face this alone, she must possess her own confidence. The tribulation is grave. You shall take charge of another thunder pool. Turning to the other sects, he continued, aside from the largest thunder pool, I shall lead a group to oversee the second. Dugu, you will command the third, and the smallest shall be entrusted to Shaner and Yingying. We must ensure the safety of all, until the last person remains. A solemn air enveloped everyone. The ascension tribulation of the laughing proud world is known as the 4-9 tribulation, comprising 4 parts, each varying in strength and size. Each thunder pool would unleash 9 bolts of heavenly thunder, targeting all cultivators within the tribulation's reach. Should all cultivators within a thunder pool perish during the descent, the next bolt would strike the source of the realm itself. If the realm's essence is struck by heavenly thunder, it signifies failure. Conversely, survival indicates success. Thus, it is imperative that at least one individual remains alive after 8 bolts have fallen in each pool. Dugu Qiu had previously explained the nature of the tribulation, so most were not unfamiliar with it. The disciples from various sects and the wandering cultivators exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, dividing into 3 groups, each heading towards their respective thunder pools under the guidance of their leaders. Yilin wished to approach Dongfang Bubi, but was firmly grasped by Master Dingy, who pulled her toward the smallest thunder pool. While she herself proceeded to the pool overseen by Master Yue. The relentless rain poured and fierce winds howled. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the 3 peaks of Tianyun Mountain. Mo Lanshan furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at the thunder pool above, revealing a glimmer of killing intent and disdain. After a long period of anticipation, the first bolt of heavenly thunder finally plummeted from the thunder pool, striking fiercely down upon the crowd below. Notably, the bolt that fell upon Mo Lanshan's pool was significantly larger than the total of those unleashed from the other 3 pools. As the massive bolt descended towards her, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, Imo Lanshan remained unfazed, her expression tranquil, betraying no hint of fear as she stood her ground. Dugu Qiu Ba and Yilin grew anxious, uncertain of her next erratic move. However, to their dismay, when the heavenly thunder struck her, she made no attempt to counter it. With a resounding crash, the bolt vanished into thin air. What was happening? The thunder roared, but the downpour was scant. It was only when the thunder from their own pool struck down, causing them to cough up blood, that they turned in shock towards the woman in our Idayan, the tempestuous realm they inhabited, teeming with individuals. The thunder that day, upon its descent, was consequently diverted. Despite this, the majority were unable to withstand its ferocity, suffering injuries of varying degrees. Yet, she remained inexplicably silent and motionless, not even unfurling her innate protective aura, and effortlessly bore the brunt of the heavenly tribulation. Yu Buqin cast a startled glance at Imo Lanshan. Though she wielded considerable strength and had absorbed a significant portion of the heavenly wrath, she still felt a degree of instability within her essence after the lightning penetrated her being. In contrast, Imo Lanshan appeared to endure it with remarkable ease, suggesting she had ascended to a new level of mastery. The thought stirred a twinge of envy within Yu Buqin, for if she were to successfully transcend her current plane, the advantages would undoubtedly be most pronounced for her, provided she survived, of course. Thus, amidst the eerie atmosphere, the first bolt of lightning was successfully repelled, resulting in no fatalities but 32 injuries out of a total of 43 individuals. After withstanding the initial strike, a sense of relief washed over the crowd. Although formidable, the lightning was not insurmountable. In that fleeting moment, a sense of complacency began to settle among them. Observing this, Yu Buqin cursed inwardly, sensing impending doom. Just as she was about to issue a warning, the second bolt of lightning descended with alarming swiftness. She retracted her initial words, opting instead to shout a cautionary "be careful," as she summoned the white cloud sword technique, channeling her sword intent to confront the second tribulation. The others, upon hearing her, hastily activated their innate protective auras. However, some were unable to fully deploy their defenses in time, disintegrating into mere ashes beneath the lightning's wrath. Those who managed to manifest their auras expelled torrents of blood, grievously wounded by the second strike. One individual, after spewing blood, lost consciousness. When a companion approached to check on him, it became evident he had succumbed to the void. The second bolt proved to be exponentially more potent than the first. Concurrently, the third bolt began to churn ominously above the lightning pool, coiling like a famished serpent poised to strike. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. The second lightning strike had been withstood, yet it bore a toll. 5 perished and 33 were injured. Aside from Imo Lanshan, Yu Buqin, Dugu Qiu Ba, Ren Yingying, and Yu Lingshan, all others were afflicted. A somber air enveloped Tianyun Mountain as a sense of desolation permeated the gathering. A few individuals, their expressions fraught with anxiety and evasion, attempted to make their exit. Observing this, Yu Buqin derided them, saying, "Futile. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the lightning shall pursue you. For from the moment we stood beneath this lightning pool, we were tacitly acknowledged as those destined to face the tribulation. We have but 2 paths, to transcend or to perish." Defeated, one individual slumped back down. He was already gravely wounded and feared that enduring another trial would lead to his demise beneath the heavenly wrath. Had he known better, when the leader of Huashan summoned them so easily, he would have hesitated. Now, facing potential death, his sect, lacking any other innate practitioners, would surely fall prey to the oppression of disciples from rival sects. Regret began to ripple through the assembly. O Lanshan, witnessing this, wore a smirk of derision. Suddenly, the winds howled and dark clouds engulfed the lightning pool once more, casting a heavy and inexplicable oppression over the sky. This time, having learned from their previous folly, all present instinctively remained vigilant, silently channeling their internal energies, poised to unfurl their protective auras at a moment's notice. Indeed, beneath the shroud of ominous clouds, 4 radiant pillars of blinding white light descended from the heavens, entwined with threads of thunder, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. However, this time the pillars did not diverge but struck directly at the mightiest within each thunder pool. The scene at the first thunder pool was particularly bizarre. Imo Lanshan lifted her head for the first time, casting a dispassionate glance at the searing white pillar. Upon her gaze, a purplish-red flame erupted from the pillar, and suddenly, the entwined threads of thunder and the purple fire intertwined, causing the pillar's formidable presence to wane. Ultimately, the entire pillar transformed into purple flames, vanishing without a trace. Lanchan lowered her head once more, disinterestedly surveying the crowd, and then, under the fervent gaze of onlookers, she slowly closed her eyes. The fourth thunder pool also exhibited peculiarities. Reincarnation and Yulingshan remained in close proximity, leaving them somewhat bewildered, uncertain of the pillar's intended target. Nevertheless, as they were both peak practitioners of the innate golden core realm, after a brief hesitation, they began to hurl disc-like objects outward. These objects, entirely pristine white, gradually wore down the power of the pillar upon contact. After a total of 36 discs had been cast, the remaining strength of the pillar had diminished to a pitiable degree, allowing Reincarnation to easily deflect it with a single sword thrust. In the second thunder pool, Yubuchuan exhibited more conventional tactics, employing the celestial sword technique, as the final colossal ethereal figure, embodying the essence of transcendent elegance, materialized. Yubuchuan joined forces with this phantom, merging their swords into one, and shattered the massive lightning pillar. Master Dingyi and Master Fangxing, both present at the second thunder pool, were momentarily taken aback by Yubuchuan's prowess, their hearts filled with bittersweet amusement. They had not anticipated that the once naive and overly benevolent Yubuchuan, who had relied on cunning behind the scenes, had ascended to such formidable heights. It appeared that the position of the martial arts leader was indeed well-deserved. The monks from Lingzhou Temple, initially disgruntled by Mount Hua's usurpation of their martial supremacy, deemed it mere fortune. However, after witnessing the recent spectacle, they could only bow their gleaming bald heads in resignation, suppressing their former thoughts. Yubuchuan, observing this, stifled a smile while maintaining a facade of composure, redirecting his gaze to the other three thunder pools. The situation at the third thunder pool mirrored that of the second. The stalwart Dugu Qiu Ba also unleashed the Dugu sword cannon, summoning an ethereal figure. However, this apparition shrank and fused with him, enveloping him in a barrier of pale yellow sword energy. The thunderous pillar descended with ferocity, yet the pale yellow sword formed a barrier that constantly regenerated, ultimately enduring until the pillar was entirely dissipated, remaining unbroken. Subsequently, the tumultuous clouds dispersed, revealing once more the four thunder pools, crackling with lightning. In the aftermath, the fourth and fifth tribulations returned to a semblance of normalcy. During this period, aside from Imo Lanchan, everyone sustained noticeable injuries, including Dugu Qiu Ba and Yubukun.as. For Imo Lanchan, she maintained her perpetually tranquil demeanor. It became evident to all that the title of the foremost expert in the martial world was on the verge of changing hands. Yubuchuan, somewhat astonished, noted that Dongfang Bubi, guarding the largest thunder pool, remained utterly unperturbed. It seemed she had not only broken through but had at least reached the pinnacle of the first stage of the innate upper three realms. Certainly, the primary role is still played by her awakened Wan Shurimo T. Following the fourth and fifth tribulations, 10 more souls perished, leaving only 23 individuals to withstand the heavenly tribulation, many of whom bore severe injuries. Yubuchuan and Dugu Qiu Ba began distributing elixirs, urging them to meditate and recuperate in preparation for the sixth tribulation. Indeed, as the sixth heavenly calamity approached, the thunder pool was once again shrouded by dense dark clouds. Predictably, this tribulation manifested as yet another column of radiant light akin to the previous one. There is no need for alarm. Focus on your cultivation and stabilize your injuries. This tribulation will be handled by us. Yubuchuan's resolute voice resonated, instilling confidence in the hearts of the crowd. Subsequently, each individual sat down at the periphery of the thunder pool, commencing the consumption of elixirs and their meditative practices. The disciples of Lingzhou Temple appeared somewhat apprehensive, as the elixirs distributed by Yubuchuan and Dugu Qiu Ba were indeed the treasured De Huandan of their own sect. Yet the quality was evidently far superior to those available within their temple. Could it be that this old fox Yubuchuan had prospered through the inheritance of Shaolin? Despite their numerous doubts, the members of Lingzhou Temple refrained from voicing inquiries, for withstanding the heavenly tribulation was of utmost importance. The overcast sky loomed thicker than before, and the flickering white light glimpsed within the clouds sent involuntary shivers down one's spine. Lianshan also raised her gaze to the ominous clouds above, her eyes finally reflecting a hint of solemnity, as silent purple flames quietly ignited, her aura reaching its zenith at that moment. The first thunder pool's tribulation seemed provoked, descending ahead of the other three pools, as a column of blindingly white lightning surged from the stormy clouds, hurtling towards Lianshan. This sight sent chills through the onlookers, filling the atmosphere with tension. However, they soon closed their eyes to focus on their recuperation, for time was of the essence, and recovering from injuries remained paramount. Once again, familiar purple flames ignited from the lightning column. Yet this time, While it subdued the force of the lightning, it did not completely dissipate it. Observing this, Mu Lianshan sighed inwardly. Her constitution had only recently awakened, and with her insufficient cultivation, many forbidden techniques were beyond her reach. At present, she could only employ the most primitive move of her innate abilities. With a thought, a miniature black vortex materialized above her head. The lightning struck fiercely into the black hole, yet it did not penetrate through. The tail of the lightning struggled desperately within the strange vortex, but to no avail. Ultimately, the black vortex completely engulfed the lightning, vanishing thereafter. Once the black vortex disappeared, Mu Lianshan's body momentarily halted, her aura suddenly amplifying significantly, far surpassing her previous strength, though she violently expelled a mouthful of blood, causing her momentum to wane. However, the others, engaged in their recuperation or counteracting the lightning, remained oblivious to this peculiar scene. Only Mu Lianshan was aware that having devoured the entire lightning column, the energy exceeded what her body could currently endure. Although she refined most of it, enabling her to successfully break through to the true Qi realm, the residual energy had strained her energy-storing wormhole, causing a portion of energy to leak, resulting in her grave injuries. While the wound was severe, it would only take a few days of rest to mend. However, the repair of the spatial wormhole would require several years. Fortunately, she had successfully broken through. Otherwise, the previous ordeal would have been a tremendous loss. One can only lament the inadequacy of one's skills. As the ominous clouds dissipated above her head, Emo Lanshan, without hesitation, closed her eyes and began to mend her injuries, eyeing the second and third thunder pools. Yu Buqian and Dugu Qiu Ba, following the precedent set by Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying, cast forth the disc-shaped heavenly thunder diadem. The energy of the lightning pillars was largely resisted, allowing them to endure this calamity unscathed. However, had they found themselves in the first thunder pool, the outcome might have been starkly different. Even with the entire heavenly thunder diadem thrown out, it would likely have resulted in at least severe injuries. Yet, the situation in the fourth thunder pool was decidedly grim. Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying, possessing limited swordsmanship, despite having received the entirety of the sword techniques from Ling Chun before his departure, could not wield them with the same potency as Yu Buqian and Dugu Qiu Ba. Their fundamental lack of profound understanding of the sword and absence of innate talent in swordsmanship rendered their techniques significantly less formidable. Moreover, having expended their heavenly thunder diadem previously, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocity of the lightning pillars this time. The colossal lightning pillars struck down upon the two, prompting a horrific cry from Yu Buqian as he disregarded his injuries and lunged forward, closely followed by Dugu Qiu Ba. The commotion roused those nearby, but upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions soured. Lanshan opened her eyes to see Ren Yingying and Yu Lingshan struck by the lightning pillars, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze as she, disregarding her own wounds, summoned purple flames. However, before Yu Buqian could reach them, a blinding white light erupted from the two, causing the lightning pillars to dissipate instantaneously, leaving them unharmed. Yu Buqian stood in stunned silence, as did Dugu Qiu Ba and all those surrounding them, including Emo Lanshan, who appeared momentarily bewildered. Stepping forward, Yu Buqian grasped his daughter's shoulder and inquired, "Are you both all right?" Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying glanced down at the shattered jade pendant, feelings of emotion swelling within them. Yu Lingshan shook her head at her father and then smiled. "Father, you hurt me, but we are both fine. Rest assured." Upon learning that his daughter was unharmed and mindful of the eyes upon them, Yu Buqian refrained from further questions and instead returned with Dugu Qiu Ba to their respective thunder pools, preparing to withstand the forthcoming tribulations. "Everyone, let us strive onward. You need only endure 2 more strikes, and we shall achieve victory. Rally your spirits, for tonight, you, shall host a banquet on Mount Hua to honor all the heroes present." Encouraged by Yu Buqian's words, the crowd felt a flicker of hope, gripping their weapons tightly as they returned to the center of the thunder pool. With the dark clouds dispersing, a palpable tension enveloped them, all eyes fixated on the imminent descent of the 7th bolt of heavenly lightning. "We must succeed. We cannot allow Shaner to perish." Yu Buqian clenched his fists, silently vowing. Chapter 63. As life wanes, affection remains unbroken. After simmering for approximately half an hour, the 7th bolt of heavenly lightning finally descended slowly. Its momentum was fierce, yet it did not herald death. The weak had perished in the earlier strikes, and those who remained were the stalwarts of this realm, capable of being deemed the strong of their era in a time devoid of uncertainty. Yet, beneath this celestial tempest, the exacerbation of injuries was an unavoidable fate. A collective groan escaped the lips of the crowd as they swallowed back the fresh blood surging forth in the first thunder pool. Although the breakthrough came at a heavy price, the potency of the purple flame had surged to several times its former strength. Thus, the heavenly thunder could not approach, being devoured and utterly consumed by the purple flame. The eighth thunder had brewed for an extended duration yet remained reluctant to descend, in the distant horizon. A sunbeam pierced through the overcast sky, casting a warm glow upon the faces of the onlookers, instilling a sense of profound comfort. Upon witnessing this radiant light breaking through the clouds, an infinite hope ignited within everyone. However, only Yubuchuan furrowed his brow, feeling the warmth upon his face while an unusual chill enveloped his heart. His numerous brushes with death had attuned him to the ominous nature of this bizarre scene. The sunlight evoked a sense of tranquility akin to that which precedes death. The collective spirit of the crowd began to wane. Sensing something amiss, no sooner had Yubuchuan voiced his concerns than an uncountable number of lightning bolts descended from the thunder pool, scattering the dark clouds and allowing even more sunlight to break through. This time, the heavenly thunder did not bifurcate but instead unleashed 23 bolts of lightning, infused with terrifying celestial might, striking down mercilessly upon the heads of the gathered. Yubuchuan and Dugu Qiu Ba endeavored to shield the crowd from the impending calamity, yet they were unprepared for the overwhelming ferocity of this thunder, which surpassed the cumulative strength of the previous 7 bolts. A misstep could lead to their immediate demise, reduced to ashes. Yubuchuan's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Tianjin Luan, sending forth a torrent of radiant sword light that soared towards the serpentine, menacing lightning. Although much of this bolt had been depleted, it still struck fiercely towards Yubuchuan. The colorful and exquisite robe he had procured was shattered, and an overwhelming surge of heavenly thunder coursed through him, rendering him unconscious in the second thunder pool. Dugu Qiu Ba faced a similar fate, exerting his full strength with Wanjian Dao, but the outcome mirrored that of Yubuchuan. His lightning rod was splintered into fragments, the handle reduced to powder, and he too succumbed to unconsciousness as the thunder surged within him. The first thunder pool, however, was considerably easier to navigate. After all, there was only one individual present, and the changes in this bolt of thunder were not as drastic, albeit its power had significantly intensified. Yet, the demonic flames did not consume it as effortlessly as they had with the seventh thunder. Several residual waves erupted from the remnants of the lightning. Though they were successfully blocked by Mo Lan Shan, the injuries to her body nonetheless worsened, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Upon glancing back, she noted that following this wave of heavenly thunder, no one stood in the first and second thunder pools, while those in the fourth thunder pool were still desperately resisting. Especially Yilin, who bore a hint of panic upon her face, frequently glancing towards the first thunder pool's dingy shirtai, appearing somewhat distracted. Fortunately, her power was too feeble. The thunder directed at her was pitiably weak. As she faltered, Mo Lan Shan sighed inwardly, her purple flames quietly ascending to consume the incoming thunder entirely. This time, it was remarkably effortless, as Yilin had weakened to the extent that the intensity of the eighth thunder was even less formidable than her first. Upon noticing the purple flames enveloping her thunder, Yilin felt a surge of joy and turned her gaze towards Mo Lan Shan, but soon recalled something, her joy dissipating, and she hurriedly ran towards the second thunder pool and the fourth thunder pool. Yuling Shan and Renning Ying were also struggling to hold their ground. Although their strength was lacking, they were indeed the most formidable duo in the fourth thunder pool. Thus the intensity of the thunder remained overwhelmingly fierce. Though healed by the jade pendant during the sixth thunderbolt, she sustained grievous injuries during the seventh, struggling in vain against her afflictions. Her body swayed precariously, pallid to the point of lifelessness. Particularly for Yuling Shan, witnessing that not a single soul stood in the first thunder pool, her heart raced with anxiety, her thoughts in disarray, leading to a dire misstep. A mouthful of blood escaped her lips as she collapsed, utterly spent. Observing this, Ren Ying panicked, her internal energy thrown into turmoil, causing her to spew forth blood as she too fell back, devoid of strength. The two, gazing at the approaching thunderbolts, devoid of internal energy to shield them, revealed a glimmer of longing and reluctance. As a blinding white light enveloped them, they simultaneously closed their eyes, their bodies tingling with the electric charge. Yet, the anticipated demise did not manifest. Upon reopening their eyes, they beheld a crimson robe shielding them from the once threatening thunderbolts. Mo Lingshan fell silently, her robe tattered, having absorbed the brunt of the lightning, leaving her body temporarily unscathed. However, the wormhole was on the verge of collapse. the violent energy battering it from all sides until it could no longer withstand the strain and began to unravel. Energy surged forth, wreaking havoc upon her internal organs. The 10,000 devourer, instinctively protective of its master, attempted to mend the damage with strange energy, yet was soon overwhelmed by the rampant force. Ultimately, that peculiar energy could only be utilized to suppress the wild lightning, leaving her injured body beyond repair. Sensing the flicker of life fading, Emo Lingshan revealed a hint of bitterness. Would she ultimately not await his return? Yu Lingshan and Ran Yingying hurriedly propped up the fallen Emo Lingshan, with Ran Yingying weeping profusely, calling out, "Dongfang, Uncle Dongfang." Why? Why? Emo Lingshan managed a bitter smile, forcing forth a weak expression as she replied, "I have committed a grave error. Now, let this be my atonement. If you were to perish, he would be heartbroken, deeply saddened. As for me, I have already experienced regret once. I truly do not wish to endure it again. Take good care of him for me, and convey my apologies, sister." Just as she finished speaking, Yilin set down her unconscious master and rushed toward Emo Lingshan, her heart shattering at the sight of her sister's pale visage, breaking into inconsolable tears. "Sister, do not leave me alone. Our parents did so. Will you too? Sister, do not die, do not die. As long as you survive, I will grant you any wish. I shall leave Hengshan at once and follow you to the ends of the earth, even if it means joining the demonic sect. Sister, I implore you, I beseech you, do not die." A trace of sorrow crossed Emo Lingshan's face. How could she not care for Yilin, the last remaining kin in the world? With great effort, she turned her gaze to Ren Yingying and said, "Yingying, I know you harbor resentment for my captivity of your father. Yet, considering I have cared for you for a decade, I hope that after my passing, you will look after my sister. If there is a next life, I shall toil endlessly to repay your kindness." With those words, Dongfang Bubi's breath waned to an almost imperceptible flicker, like a candle in the dark, ready to extinguish at the slightest whisper of wind. Ren Yingying could no longer hold back her tears as she cried out, "Uncle Dongfang, I bear you no grudge, nor do I harbor any hatred. The past has faded from my memory. You cannot simply leave us like this. The misunderstanding between you and Qin Gu remains unresolved. Can you truly accept that? Please, do not go." Emo Lingshan sighed bitterly, summoning her last vestiges of strength to say, "After death, bury me at the cliff of remorse, and inscribe my name as Emo Lingshan. Tell Ling Chun that I hope he will visit my grave when he has the time, even if it is just to scold me." Chapter 64. The Calamity, a bitter struggle. No sooner had her words fallen than the heavens above transformed abruptly. 4 thunder pools seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, with lightning churning and coalescing into a singular entity. A colossal thunder pool emerged amidst the dark clouds, akin to the third and sixth strikes. The clouds surged ominously, yet the sheer magnitude of the thunder pool rendered it impossible to obscure completely. The sky, a menacing blend of black and white, resembled a ferocious beast, belching forth lightning, commanding the tempest, and unleashing torrential rains. It appeared both dragon-like and wind-like. Simultaneously, a gargantuan, unprecedented pillar of lightning could be discerned forming from the cloud layers. Emo Lingshan's heart ached. Was it truly so that not even a complete corpse would be left for her? Ignoring the imminent collapse of her meridians, she unleashed a surge of innate energy, expelling the innate true qi of the congenital realm, propelling Ren Yingying, Yu Lingshan, and Yilin hundreds of meters away. Almost concurrently, this unparalleled and terrifying lightning pillar shot forth from the clouds. "No!" Yilin screamed frantically, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained firmly on the ground by the tear-streaked Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying. With a thunderous crash, the lightning pillar descended, and with no one to withstand it, the small peak housing the fourth thunder pool was obliterated by more than half. Perhaps due to the overwhelming might of this lightning strike, no one noticed the fleeting flash of white light within the pillar. Yilin, in a daze, stared blankly at the scorched earth spanning dozens of miles, her heart pained to the point of unconsciousness. Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying hurriedly cradled her in their arms. Unbeknownst to them, in her comatose state, Yilin, having witnessed the death of her sole relative, began her transformation from pure innocence to darkness. The essence of this transformation was, "Ling Chun, it is all your fault that my sister perished. I must, without fail, make you suffer a fate worse than death." Indeed, the purer one is before succumbing to darkness, the more terrifying they become thereafter. Any malevolence, no matter how extensive, pales in comparison to the wrath brewed from such innocence. A few days later, at Changbai Mountain, A woman clad in red gracefully trod upon the surface of the lake, curiously causing not a single ripple to arise. This woman was, of course, Imo Elanshan S for why she had not perished. Like Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying, it was due to the jade pendant Ling Chun had entrusted to her. When the heavenly thunder struck, the pendant shielded her from the onslaught, subsequently healing her injuries. However, she then resorted to the celestial demon's steps to depart. Initially believing she would meet her demise and thus uttered those shameful words, she now faced the prospect of encountering them again, which filled her with embarrassment. The shattering of the pendant had left her in a state of gloom for some time, as it was the only keepsake Ling Qian had bestowed upon her, laden with sentimental value. Yet, she had not anticipated the true worth of this pendant. It not only saved her life but also restored her to full vitality. Such a treasure was invaluable, nearly impossible to acquire even within the boundless realms. Endowed with the gift of ancestral memories, she was acutely aware of the value of the jade pendant's efficacy, yet she had not anticipated that Ling Qian would bestow it upon her so readily. Could it be that he was unaware of the pendant's capabilities? As she reflected upon his words, a sudden clarity washed over Luan Shan. He undoubtedly recognized the pendant's power, which was precisely why he had given it to her. To save her life at a crucial moment. Recalling the myriad moments they had shared, warmth blossomed in her heart. Seating herself on the ground at the center of the lake, she quietly resumed her practice of the 10,000 devouring demon technique. Following her successful ascension to a higher realm, all cultivators had experienced a promotion in their cultivation level, and she now stood at the pinnacle of the innate stage, at the threshold of the true God realm. Although this may sound formidable, in reality, such a level of cultivation, derived from the manifestation of rules, bore no benefits for genuine practice. She had barely solidified her first stage before rapidly advancing to the third. Lacking any real comprehension or insight into these realms, she was, in essence, merely an empty vessel. Had she truly attained the upper three realms of the innate stage, even if she had only solidified the first stage, she would not have appeared so beleaguered when confronting her previous tribulations. Indeed, it was quite a disgrace. With her inherited memories, she fully understood the vastness of the path of cultivation. The innate stage was merely the first step on the journey of seeking enlightenment, yet it was also the most crucial step in transitioning from martial prowess to spiritual understanding. Thus, this grand realm could not be approached with complacency. Presumably, he would not return in the short term, so she decided to seclude herself in the mountains for a while. Otherwise, if she were to live each day like him, she would surely go mad. 7 days later, at Mount Hua, on the day following Yu Buchuan's successful tribulation, he finally awakened from his slumber, feeling an internal strength that had surged to several times its previous capacity. It dawned on him that the ascension to a higher realm had indeed succeeded. Noticing the power coursing within him, which exceeded even the strength he had previously exerted with his internal energy, he pondered if this was the true strength realm. However, he was taken aback to discover that his injuries had nearly healed. Awake? Ning Zhongze approached, carrying a bowl of medicine that exuded a peculiar and intense aroma. He gently stirred it with a spoon, took a slow breath to cool it, and then cautiously offered it to Yu Buchuan. How many lives were lost? After drinking the bitter concoction and enduring its acrid taste in silence for a considerable time, he finally could not resist inquiring of Ning Zhongze. A hint of sorrow flickered across Ning Zhongze's face. Aside from you all and the Hongshan sect disciple Yilin, the rest perished on that mountain. Yu Buchuan sighed, fully aware that his junior sister referred to the members of the Huashan contingent. In other words, only 5 had survived. However, he was astonished to learn that Dongfang Bubi had also met her end, her cultivation prowess far surpassing his own. Sensing his confusion, Ning Zhongze elucidated, Dongfang Bubi sacrificed herself to save Yingying and Shaner. Alas, senior brother, we owe her an immense debt of gratitude. Yu Buchuan sighed once more, his gaze laden with complexity. After a moment's contemplation, he understood Dongfang Bubi's motives for rescuing his daughter. How many lives had been marred by love? Yet, junior sister, you are mistaken. While we owe her, it is likely that Chun'er owes her the most. It is uncertain how he will react upon learning of Dongfang's demise. Regret comes too late. On the 3rd day after Yu Buchuan's awakening, Dugu Qiu Ba also regained consciousness. Upon receiving the news of Dongfang Bubi's death, he uttered little more than a sigh. Yu Buchuan, observing Dugu Qiu Ba's prolonged silence, understood the depths of his sorrow. Like Yu Buchuan, Dugu Qiu Ba had attained the pinnacle of innate true power, a result of the elevation granted by their realm. The toll of this tragedy was immense, with a multitude of souls lost, leaving a plethora of affairs to address. In recent days, Yu Buchuan had nearly reverted to his prior state of sleeplessness, tirelessly managing the myriad issues that arose in the martial world due to this calamity. As for the matters concerning Huashan, he entrusted them entirely to the still silent Dugu Qiu Ba. Silence is the greatest strength, my brother Dugu. Let it erupt within you. Following that fateful day, Yilin remained in a state of feigned death, only awakening a month later. However, the once vivacious girl had grown taciturn, speaking only a few reluctant words to Dugu Qiu Ba upon discovering he was her sister's master, while disregarding everyone else entirely. Ultimately, disregarding Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongzi's entreaties, as well as the pleas of Yu Lingshan and Ren Yingying, she bid farewell to her sister's master and descended the mountain alone. As she descended, her gaze was fixed fiercely upon Huashan's penitence cliff, her eyes ablaze with unquenchable hatred. You possess such strength. Why did you not come during the tribulation? My sister loved you dearly. Why were you absent when she perished? Secluded, in deep meditation. Is your cultivation truly of such insignificance? Ling Chun, await your reckoning. I shall avenge the pain you inflicted upon my sister, and one day, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 65. Daily life in the Jurassic replica. A silent passage of 10 million years had quietly elapsed. In recent days, the heavens had transformed. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, and colossal bolts of lightning spiraled within the murky sky, occasionally unleashing thunderous roars that instilled dread in the hearts of all. The dinosaurs on the ground grew increasingly ferocious, with several enormous Tyrannosaurus rex rampaging heedlessly, hunting and trampling many young dinosaurs underfoot. Xiaoyan felt a pang of compassion but feared that any interference in the natural order could yield catastrophic consequences. In his previous life on Earth, he had often heard tales of how a butterfly flapping its wings in South America could inadvertently stir a tornado in Texas, a striking illustration of the butterfly effect. To avert such a phenomenon, Xiaoyan was meticulous, refraining from slaying even a single dinosaur, for the risk of jeopardizing his mission due to one ill-fated act was simply unbearable in my world. Both Sooner and my daughter await my return. Nevertheless, the recent upheaval in the heavens struck Xiaoyan as peculiar. This accumulation of high-energy storm clouds had persisted for an entire year without a single drop of rain, as if they were brewing something momentous. Several times, he contemplated soaring above the clouds to investigate, yet upon revealing himself, a profound sense of danger gripped him, as if some unseen eye were fixated upon him, ready to deliver a fatal blow at the slightest misstep. Unable to ascend through the clouds, Xiaoyan traversed the Jurassic landscape, yet curiously, the entire world was shrouded in storm clouds. This defied the very laws of nature. Whence comes this energy? Such a lack of scientific reasoning. Xiaoyan, in his moment of disdain, has forgotten that he himself is a representative figure of the fantasy civilization, rendering him unqualified to discuss matters of nature and science. Meanwhile, in recent days, the thunderclouds have thickened considerably, and several bolts of lightning have inadvertently struck, claiming the lives of a few innocent young dragons. Xiaoyan inhaled the essence of heaven and earth, sensing an unfamiliar energy that seemed to have manifested around him, one that greatly benefited his cultivation. The stagnation of his long-held powers began to loosen. A flicker of joy illuminated his countenance as he seated himself upon the ground, initiating the process of refining and absorbing this newfound energy. A year later, having refined a substantial amount of this energy, Xiaoyan's cultivation finally ascended from the pinnacle of Do Sheng to the rank of Do Di, a transformation that exhilarated him for several days. This realm was peculiar. Every movement could summon the forces of heaven and earth. He sensed that in his current state, he could effortlessly vanquish his former self from a year prior. The disparity between the pinnacle of Do Sheng and Do Di was akin to the chasm separating a pinnacle Do Sheng from a mere Do Ji, a formidable divide in strength. Now, as Xiaoyan gazes upon the dense thunderclouds, the oppressive aura that once enveloped him has notably diminished. The lightning churns within the clouds like a writhing serpent, exhibiting a far greater ferocity than a year ago. Yawning in boredom, he settled down, preparing to meditate for the next 30 million years. This wretched world, devoid of even a single conversant being, is truly insufferably dull. In the world of Naruto, Orochimaru has fused the cells of Senju Hashirama with his own, and under the condition of expending a certain amount of points, he has finally succeeded in advancing his Sharingan to the eternal Manjiki. However, his original intention was to elevate his eyes to the Rinnegan. Clearly, he has failed. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as his mind rapidly calculated each step, searching for the miscalculation that led to this unforeseen outcome. Having observed Naruto, he knows that Uchiha Madara, revered as the god of the warring states, utilized this very method, stealing Hashirama's cells, to elevate his Manjiki to the Rinnegan. Through the accumulation of points from daily tasks over 4 years, he has sufficient points to exchange for the Rinnegan, but Orochimaru deems it a waste, preferring to acquire something more useful instead. As a scientist, and a brilliant one at that, he believes that with his intellect and research, he can effortlessly elevate the Manjiki to the Rinnegan. Orochimaru, still not successful? The voice belonged to Tsunade, who, over the past few days, has watched her companion seemingly ensnared by obsession, neglecting food and drink, which tugged at her heartstrings. Orochimaru replied curtly with the HM, then closed his eyes, lapsing into silence, clearly in deep thought. Tsunade was not angered. After surviving life and death together for so long, she understood each of their personalities well. When Orochimaru is engrossed in research, even not being punched by him is a sign of their close relationship. Amidst the accumulation of points, Tsunade has perfected her wood release and reached a bottleneck in her sage mode training. Coupled with her monstrous strength, her power now surpasses that of her grandfather, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, by no small measure, at least. That is how she perceives it, as she evidently aligns herself with the phrase, big-breasted and brainless. Under the stimulation of chakra, perhaps intentionally, the area had expanded considerably, feeling heavy and somewhat uncomfortable for her. As for Jiraiya, he had merely perfected his sage techniques and exchanged for several formidable ninjutsu. Yet his strength had naturally dwindled, rendering him the weakest among the trio. Under Tsunade's oppressive influence, he had gradually lost both his humanity and rights, with the sole remnant being the ever-reliable paradise of affection. Nevertheless, the three of them were diligently striving to improve themselves day by day, for the time of the Second World mission was fast approaching. The headquarters of the Yin-Yang sect in the Qin era, the relationship between the Moon Goddess and the Star Soul had eased considerably, yet their encounters remained frosty, with neither uttering a word. Both the Moon Goddess and the Star Soul had ascended several levels in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the innate true power realm. They had also exchanged and mastered a considerable number of Yin-Yang techniques. This scene did not escape the notice of the reclusive Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang, you summoned me. A voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation and as calm as water, shattered the prolonged silence. Dong Huang Tai turned to gaze at the Moon Goddess for a lengthy period before finally averting his eyes. It is time for you to head to the Qin Kingdom. He paused momentarily, continuing, with your mission. Understood. As the words escaped her lips, the Moon Goddess began to move, preparing to exit the Grand Hall. I shall not concern myself with your fortuitous encounters, but the plan must be flawless. Should it fail, you know the consequences. In a hall where no wind stirred, a chilling aura penetrated the air, tightening the Moon Goddess's heart. Yet her expression remained as tranquil as water. She nodded slightly and stepped out. Upon returning to her chamber, she discovered that her entire body was drenched in sweat. Employing her mental techniques to compel herself to calm down, a lingering sense of dread adorned her otherwise serene visage. Nevertheless, cultivation was imperative, for the next world mission was not far off. As for the captain's directive to locate his disciple, that would have to wait until she arrived in the Qin Kingdom in the Yin-Yang sect's main residence. The watchful eyes were simply too numerous. Even though she held the esteemed position of protector, as long as he remained, she could not afford to let her guard down in the slightest. For, in a certain sense, the Yin-Yang sect truly belonged to but one person. Chapter 66. The Shepherd Boy in the Time Pavilion. On an uncharted solitary island amidst the sea of 10,000 clouds, the island was enveloped in verdant greenery, starkly contrasting with the roaring ocean that surrounded it, yet it appeared oddly symmetrical and peculiar. There were numerous such islands scattered across the sea of 10,000 clouds. At this moment, 81 pale yellow energy orbs revolved around the island, each drawing upon the others, emanating a strange magnetic field that muffled the sounds of the crashing waves and the shrill cries of the dark birds. Thus, the island was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Ling Qian sat cross-legged atop a prominent boulder on this solitary isle, his body adorned with fallen yellow leaves, his once pristine garments now stained by the winds and sands. His youthful frame had grown significantly larger compared to before. 4 years had passed, and he now resembled a young man who had shed the naivety of childhood, though he still remained a minor. Fortunately, prior to his seclusion, Ling Chun had changed into garments that allowed for free movement and expansion of his body. Otherwise, given the considerable increase in his physique, those clothes would have been rendered unwearable. Over the past 4 years, Ling Chun had remained utterly motionless, resembling a meditative monk, becoming a striking feature of this isolated island. His progress during these 4 years has been nothing short of remarkable. He has successfully transcended to the innate true Qi realm and is half a step away from the true God realm. Frankly speaking, had he not devoted a substantial amount of time to the study of ocular techniques and cultivation methods, his cultivation level would likely have already reached the innate true God realm, for his current constitution in this life far surpasses that of his previous one. Eternal is divided into 9 layers, and Ling Chun has already mastered the first layer of meditation flawlessly. However, he remains completely at a loss regarding the second layer, which pertains to the state of thoughtlessness. The first layer grants Ling Chun the ability to momentarily suspend time in his vicinity, akin to a temporal halt. When combined with his mastery of spatial abilities, the effects are astonishing. As for another technique, True Eye, he has also cultivated it to the first layer, though this art is markedly more challenging, consisting of only 5 layers. After such an extended period of seclusion, he has merely scratched the surface of the first layer of True Eye. Regarding his eyes, under the training of True Eye, his kaleidoscopic vision has evolved into a reincarnation eye. Yet, for reasons unknown, it has manifested as a 9-tomo reincarnation eye, differing from the original work's moon eye. His eyes are not blood red but bear the usual hue of reincarnation eyes. This peculiarity is baffling, and Ling Qian is uncertain as to its origin. True Eye bestows upon Ling Qian an extraordinary depth of ocular power, yet due to the disparity of worlds, the potency of his eyes has been significantly diminished. The innate techniques of the Outer Path's reincarnation and rebirth are entirely inaccessible to him, and the summoning of the Outer Path's magic statue is out of the question. The fortifications between different planes are exceedingly formidable, making it implausible for him to forcibly summon the Outer Path's magic statue from the Naruto world across countless dimensions. His kaleidoscopic vision grants him 2 fundamental abilities. His left eye, known as Duola Yemu, can momentarily imprison the target within his line of sight for 1 millisecond, during which the target's body, cultivation, and even soul are entirely restrained, in the present context. This skill seems nearly futile, yet in the future, it may prove to be nothing short of divine. His right eye grants him Hella Shinma, which nullifies all spatial rules in the surrounding area for a mere millisecond. While this skill appears to be of little use in the early stages, its utility later on remains to be seen. He recalls a phrase often uttered in a game he played in a past life. Without the early stages, how could there be a late stage? To be honest, he is unsure if he will live to witness the day when his eyes shine with brilliance. Nevertheless, without exception, both of his eyes possess skills that pertain to the manipulation of space. Over these 4 years, his mastery of time within his innate spatial abilities has progressed swiftly. After employing Eternal, he can even halt the surrounding environment for a minute in a small area. Of course, this is under the condition of solitude. If ordinary individuals are present, that duration would likely be halved, and if cultivators are involved, the time would be considerably reduced depending on their strength. However, compared to the stagnation in mastering spatial abilities, this has undoubtedly improved significantly. After all, I do not possess a transcendent level technique in the realm of spatial arts, and the exorbitant prices for such techniques within the Master God space are clearly beyond my current access. In 3 days, the Kunlun conference will commence, and my grandfather has already urged the spirit of the Time Pavilion to remind me several times. It seems that my identity as the young master of the celestial realm cannot be avoided any longer. Alas, I shall gather my belongings and attend my first gathering since arriving in the Qin era. Coincidentally, my master's team is also preparing to strategize for their second world mission. Are you leaving? A strange voice quietly emerged from behind, causing Ling Qian to shudder involuntarily. Though the voice was soft and gentle, akin to a spring breeze, it bore a neutral quality that left Ling Qian momentarily uncertain of its owner's gender. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothing and shook off the fallen leaves that had accumulated upon him. Turning around, he beheld a child of similar age to himself, yet the child's visage seemed etched with the hardships of time. Despite the youthful features, there was an instinctive sense of respect elicited by the child's presence. "Who are you?" Ling Qian inquired. The child forced a stiff smile, as if striving to convey goodwill, yet having long forgotten how to genuinely smile. The youthful face appeared somewhat forlorn and awkward. "I am the spirit of the Time Pavilion. You may call me Mu Tong." Mu Tong? What a peculiar name, Ling Qian murmured, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud. However, Mu Tong, possessing formidable cultivation, naturally caught the whisper and smiled once more, this time with a more natural demeanor than before. "I was once a shepherd tending to my master's cattle and had never possessed a name. During the battle that led to my master's downfall, I was fortunate to escape unharmed due to my lowly strength. Afterward, I transformed into the spirit of the Time Pavilion, descending into the mortal realm." A hint of sorrow tinged Mu Tong's voice, yet it quickly dissipated, shifting to a tone as calm as one recounting tales to an old friend. The curse that plagues your Kunlun originates from one of the individuals involved in the battle against my master. After enduring trials akin to mountains of blades and seas of fire, Ling Chun had developed a rather unfavorable impression of the so-called master of the Time Pavilion. Hearing Mu Tong's words, he retorted with a scornful tone, "Do you wish for me to avenge your master?" Mu Tong fell silent for a moment before responding, yet his answer left Ling Chun taken aback. "I do harbor such thoughts. However, my master instructed us to never seek vengeance on her behalf. As her servants, we must refrain from such actions." Her sole wish was to take on a disciple after her death, one whose abilities need not be exceptional, but who must be able to live joyfully. Living joyfully was her lifelong pursuit, yet it remained an unattainable dream. Thus, she entrusted her unfulfilled wish to you. The essence of the trials by fire and sword was to distort the human spirit. In this world, good individuals are destined to endure more hardships than the wicked. Hence, she hoped her disciple would embrace a more unscrupulous path, rather than emulate her, who, despite a lifetime of virtuous deeds, ultimately met a tragic end, her soul wandering to foreign lands. Ling Chun, upon hearing this, initially intended to articulate a response, yet found himself at a loss for words, succumbing to an unusual silence. Chapter 67. The disheveled Ling Chun. After listening to the shepherd's tale, Ling Chen's animosity towards the unfortunate master of the Time Pavilion diminished significantly. Regardless of the veracity of the shepherd's words, he had nevertheless bestowed upon Ling Qian a fortuitous opportunity, so it seemed futile to begrudge him. After all, the original master had perished. Yet, according to the shepherd, I have now become the disciple of this master of the Time Pavilion. Well, since he hasn't demanded vengeance on my behalf, I might as well accept the role of a disciple, as a gesture of gratitude for the transcendent treasures he left behind. With this thought, Ling Chen's gaze towards the shepherd softened considerably. The shepherd flicked his hair, and suddenly his sleeves elongated, a prismatic blue. Translucent crystal shot forth from within, hovering momentarily in the air before launching itself towards Ling Qian with unrelenting speed. The velocity was so extreme that despite the strenuous efforts of Ling Qian's reincarnation eye, he could discern no trace of its trajectory. It seemed to defy the very existence of the world. In the blink of an eye, it assimilated into his body, vanishing without a trace. "You?" Ling Qian gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. Mere moments ago, they had been engaged in light-hearted banter, and now he was subjected to a surprise attack. With such formidable cultivation, why waste words if you intended to kill me? What a waste of both our time. However, Ling Chun soon realized that aside from a brief sting as the crystal integrated into his being, everything else felt perfectly normal. Do not panic. This is the Dao crystal acquired by the master during his lifetime. When you ventured into the second pavilion, your inner demons began to manifest, and this artifact can be utilized to suppress those demons, as well as assist you during your transcendence. This object originates from a crevice in the infinite realm, akin to the sword cannon and reincarnation you previously encountered. The master's demise was also tied to this item, which holds the profound mysteries of seizing the world's fortune. You must thoroughly comprehend it. One day, it will transform into your fortuitous opportunity. Once again, Ling Chun encountered the term transcendence. Clearly, it was not the minor transcendence referred to as the fragmentation realm. It must pertain to a greater transcendence at some subsequent stage. Based on the shepherd's tone, it appeared to be quite challenging. Indeed, only transcendent-level cultivators may tread within the infinite realm. Each transcendent being possesses near-infinite life and the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Even a low-tier transcendent can effortlessly obliterate a vast world. A voice tinged with envy resonated within Ling Chen's mind. Another mention of the infinite realm? And what is this great thousand world? Sensing that he had perhaps revealed too much, the shepherd fell silent, leaving Ling Qian to ponder in the sea of consciousness, but the voice from the evening sun did not return. Recognizing that this artifact was a significant boon bestowed upon him by the shepherd, Ling Qian's expression towards the shepherd grew increasingly gentle. He clasped his hands respectfully and spoke earnestly. "The favor you have shown today shall be repaid in kind on a future occasion." The shepherd waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with melancholy and wistfulness. "This is what you rightfully deserve. Although you are merely a registered disciple of the Time Pavilion at present, having successfully navigated the second and third pavilions, it is merely a matter of time before you conquer the others. As the sole direct disciple of the Master, what else could I possibly bestow if not his belongings to you?" After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke again, saying, "I am about to transcend. It seems that the Hall of Time will soon be bestowed upon you. I have fulfilled my destiny, having taken on a disciple for my master. Thus, honoring the gratitude owed to my departed mentor, for my forthcoming journey, I shall pursue my own path in the boundless realm. If you truly wish to repay my kindness, then after my departure, please take good care of my brothers. The shepherd's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Although Ling Chun was unaware of the identities of these brothers, he nodded solemnly. Despite the shepherd claiming that all this was an opportunity left by the deceased master, the fact remained that such opportunities were in another's hands. If they chose not to divulge this matter to you, you would remain oblivious to the inheritance, would you not? Ling Chun inquired, do you know where your brothers are now? The shepherd smiled faintly and replied, it is good that you care. However, that place is beyond your reach for now. When you truly master the Hall of Time, you will encounter them. With that, I shall escort you out of the Hall of Time. Upon finishing his words, the shepherd raised a hand, his fingertips crackling with azure lightning. Instantly, an irresistible force surged from all directions, enveloping Ling Chun, and in a flash, he transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. After Ling Chun's disappearance, a trace of weariness flickered in the shepherd's eyes. He remained silent, shaking his head, and soared straight into the depths of the clouds. Upon opening his eyes, he indeed found himself in the Hall of Time. Compared to the last time Ling Chun had emerged, the hall now felt considerably more desolate, devoid of any presence. Wisps of solitary smoke drifted into the hall, ethereal and light, rendering the interior even more forlorn and cold. Ling Chun said nothing, nostalgically surveying the surroundings that were both familiar and foreign, before rising to exit the Hall of Time. Making his way toward his grandmother's room, he traversed the cloud ladder. He felt an exhilarating joy, no longer burdened by the navet of his initial entry into the Kunlun fairyland. It seemed the clouds had grown remarkably softer. The Kunlun fairyland was vast. And after a considerable time, Ling Chun finally reached his grandmother's chamber from the Hall of Time. Upon gently pushing the door open, he found the room indeed empty. He exchanged a set of garments identical to his previous ones within the realm of the main deity, donning them before discarding his soiled attire into the main deity's space. However, to his surprise, even after putting on the new clothes, he felt a lingering discomfort. Glancing down at his small hands, he suddenly recalled that he had not bathed in 6 years. This thought sent a shiver through him, and he promptly turned around, preparing to find a river at the foot of the mountain. Even if he was not particularly fastidious, being this dirty was unbecoming of his noble status. The Kunlun mountain range is replete with peaks, each adorned with waterfalls whose sources remain a mystery. Yet, as the waterfalls cascade down, they converge into a grand sea, the Kunlun Fairy Sea, situated within the inner realm of Kunlun. Beneath the cloud ladder and the great hall, Ling Chun stepped into the void, and a cloud materialized beneath his feet. He deftly guided the cloud downward, soaring swiftly. Despite the rapid pace, it seemed to take an eternity to descend, as Ling Chun, lost in thought, neglected to count the distance, perhaps deeming it unnecessary, plummeting absurdly without a clue of how far he had fallen. As Ling Chun ascended to the summit of the highest mountain, he gazed upward, only to find the ethereal palaces floating above the clouds had vanished, leaving behind only a shimmering expanse of white Deity. That moment, Ling Chun truly comprehended the staggering height at which those palaces hovered. The mountaintop was blanketed in snow, yet it did not impede the furious rush of water cascading downwards, resembling a mighty dragon in its descent. It evoked the sensation of waterfalls plummeting 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way itself were cascading from the heavens. Ling Chun continued his descent, and after an indeterminate duration, reached the base of the mountain. With a mere thought, his garments dissipated, and he executed a perfect dive, tracing a parabolic arc as he plunged into the water. Splash, unbeknownst to Ling Chun, at the very moment he entered the water, a cloud above also vanished without a trace. Chapter 68. Xiao Xiaoming. How refreshing. The water is icy, instantly dispelling all the languor brought on by the sweltering summer heat. Adjusting his inner energy, Ling Chun gently floated on the water's surface. After cleansing the dust from his body, he reclined comfortably, gazing at the expanse of white sky above. The surroundings were anything but tranquil. The mountain's towering height caused the sound of the waterfall's descent to create a cacophony that, while not deafening, certainly occupied every inch of his auditory perception. Yet, amidst this tumult, Ling Chun seemed to discern a faint, different sound. Was it a cry for help? Surely not. This place lay beneath a vast expanse of clouds and a seemingly bottomless precipice. How could anyone possibly be present here? Could it be that his grandfather had also come down to swim? That seemed even more implausible. If he, with his weak cultivation, had not cried for help, how could they? Perhaps he was simply mistaken. Help! Please, help me! The voice was frail and weak, yet undeniably clearer than before. Though it was somewhat obscured by the sound of the water, Ling Chen's extraordinary hearing, honed through his innate abilities, allowed him to grasp the essence of the plea. Indeed, someone was crying for help, and it appeared to be a woman's voice. Ling Chen managed a bitter smile. Encountering such troublesome matters while on vacation was quite the misfortune. Nevertheless, he immediately activated his reincarnation eye, scanning the surroundings with a comprehensive gaze that left no corner unobserved, down to the minutest droplets of water that leapt unexpectedly. With unwavering focus, he finally spotted a petite figure struggling in the distance to his left. At this distance, normal vision would render her invisible. Without hesitation, Ling Chen summoned his inner strength and leapt from the water, gliding effortlessly across the surface as he made his way toward the location. His speed astonishing in an instant, he was by the side of the young girl, bending down to lift her into his arms. Yet, Ling Chen found himself at a loss, for all around them was the vast expanse of the ocean. The girl in his arms coughed a few times, expelling seawater, her white hair disheveled, and her small face appeared particularly disheveled and panicked, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. "Thank you, brother, if it weren't for your rescue, Ming'er might have perished here," she said, her voice filled with fear. What astonished Ling Chen was that this girl, clearly smaller than his current form, had faced such a predicament without shedding a tear. What a resilient soul she was! Ling Chen's impression of her improved significantly. "You must be a disciple of Kunlun, correct? Who is your master, and how did you end up in the water? Oh no. Did you fall from the cliff?" Ling Chen held the little girl in his arms and asked her with a serious expression. The pale face of the little girl seemed to flush with a hint of color, as if she were somewhat embarrassed. After fidgeting for a while, she softly murmured, "My name is Xiao Ming. I am a disciple of Taoism and have come with my master to him." My master mentioned visiting a few seniors and told Ming'er to play by herself for a while. I was originally playing with Yuner, but somehow, while playing, I fell into the water. Looking at the dazed little girl, Ling Chen found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could hardly fathom that this shy little girl was, in the future, one of the renowned icy beauties of the Qin era, Xiao Ming. Could it truly be that reason? The legendary saying about how girls transform after turning 18. Gently, he brushed her hair and then placed her into the water. Instantly, the expression of enjoyment on the little girl's face shifted to one of panic. Watching Xiao Ming flounder in the water, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. "Help me, brother! Save me! Ming'er is afraid of water." As he observed Xiao Ming gulping down seawater, Ling Chen was again at a loss for words. He crouched down and flicked her little head, softly instructing, "Stay still." Startled by the words that reached her ears, Xiao Ming paused for a moment, but obediently settled down. To her surprise, she found herself floating motionless on the water's surface. Ling Chen tenderly stroked her fair hair and remarked, somewhat bemused, "Your inner strength is not insignificant. Why can't you put it to good use? But then again, you are still young." Xiao Ming, blushing, shot a glance at Ling Chen and, somewhat defiantly retorted, "You are still young too." Ling Chen chuckled at her response, pinching her soft cheek and affectionately saying, "Little girl, you dare to talk back to your brother." Xiao Ming comfortably squinted her eyes. As time passed, Ling Chen began to regret saving her. She exhibited none of the aloof demeanor he expected from her future self. After he narrated a fairy tale, she clung to him like an octopus, incessantly asking for more stories. Thankfully, having read 1001 Nights, he was able to keep up. Otherwise, her limited capacity for tales would have completely drained him. Yet, Ling Chen found himself quite fond of the current Xiao Ming, innocent and adorable. The thought that she would eventually transform into a somewhat cold and indifferent woman weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him feeling a sense of oppression and discomfort. Surely, in the future, she would no longer cling to him as she did now. After this encounter, he would retreat in seclusion for several years. It was likely that their next meeting would be as strangers on distant roads. Ling Chen let out a soft sigh. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Ming asked, noticing Ling Chen's sudden melancholy, her heart aching for him. Ling Chen gently caressed her hair and softly replied, "I'm fine." Xiao Ming closed her eyes contentedly again, occasionally emitting a light hum. Ling Chen pondered for a moment and exchanged for a space ring in the system, subsequently filling it with numerous water-themed garments. With the Qin era designated as the primary world, the level of the realm must have been elevated significantly by the system, ensuring that she would not lack for cultivation techniques or magical artifacts. However, since elixirs would be detrimental to her understanding of the Tao in the later stages, they were unsuitable for her. Thus, he could only provide her with some special products from other worlds. Although the levels of the Qin realm have risen, there has yet to be any appearance of spatial rings or similar storage treasures. Otherwise, even top-tier powerhouses like my grandfather would not have vanished. This ring, known as the Ice Blue Ring, not only serves as a storage device but also enhances the cultivation speed of ice and water attribute techniques. With a mere thought, a translucent blue and white glass-like ring materialized in his hand. He placed it delicately onto the tender hand of Xiao Ming and explained its effects. Xiao Ming gazed at the ring in astonishment, then cupped it in her palm, gripping it tightly, her cheeks flushed, appearing exceptionally adorable in the reflection of the water, evoking an irresistible urge to bite. Ling Chun gently brushed her silky hair, quietly lingering in this ethereal world of water and sky, though it is highly likely that they would become mere strangers in the future. For now, she could contentedly be his little sister, as he had no resistance against such a petite and delicate beauty. What did you say? I won't admit to being a lowly enthusiast. Unexpectedly, this time Ling Qian did not actively think of courting girls. Perhaps the pain brought by that crimson silhouette from the previous world still lingered unshakably. He resolved to keep his heart guarded, recognizing that some matters are best left unaddressed. Although the wounds of the heart were fully mended after 2 years, such emotional scars cannot be erased by time alone. Thus, he decided to let things unfold naturally. Having a little sister was, after all, not a bad thing. Chapter 69. Time is short, perhaps weary from play. Xiao Ming had quietly nestled into Ling Qin's embrace, lazily closing her eyes, her lips occasionally curling into a serene smile, radiating cuteness. The surroundings were far from tranquil, as the sound of the waterfall thundered around them. Ling Qin glanced at the girl in his arms, contemplated, and cast a soundproof barrier. Unfortunately, its effect was minimal. While the noise was somewhat diminished, it remained deafening and impossible to ignore. Indeed, Xiao Ming writhed restlessly in his embrace, clearly tormented by the sound. After some thought, Ling Qian stood up from the water's surface, cradling the princess in his arms and heading away from the waterfall. Mist enveloped the sea, distinct from the ethereal clouds that lingered above. The clouds over the sea lacked the aura of divinity, imparting a sense of familiarity. The sea, away from the Wushan waterfall, was eerily still, so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Merely gazing at the emptiness of the surrounding sea instilled a peculiar feeling. It felt as though, in this vast world, he was utterly alone. The broader the ocean, the more profound the sensation of loneliness, especially for one who has lived 3 lifetimes, intensifying Ling Qin's discomfort. In the previous life, his beloved was in another realm. In this life, his closest kin had entered a secret domain to meditate, leaving him uncertain of when they might meet again. However, it was certain that such a time would be at least 10 or even 100 years hence. And during this interval of separation, he would have to endure alone. Brother, what is wrong? Xiao Ming, sensing Ling Qin's unease, furrowed her delicate brow, her innocent face reflecting concern as she gazed intently at him. Ling Chun gently stroked her hair, remaining silent. Some matters are destined to be buried within the heart, unfit for the ears of outsiders. Xiao Xiaoming noticed that her brother had not answered her question, and her little lips pouted in displeasure. However, upon seeing the sorrow reflected in Ling Qin's eyes, her discontent transformed entirely into compassion. She simply could not fathom how someone of a similar age could evoke the same feelings she experienced in the presence of a master. Particularly, the indelible weariness in his gaze reminded her strikingly of her own mentor. Her brother must have endured considerable hardships during his childhood. Reflecting on this and recalling her own early experiences, Xiao Xiaoming felt a different kind of heartache, tightening her grip on Ling Qin's hand instinctively. Observing this, Ling Chun gently patted Xiao Xiaoming's head, his gaze softening somewhat. The tranquil surface of the sea lay undisturbed, starkly contrasting the chaotic waters beneath the 5-mountain waterfall. In this stillness, Ling Chun could not help but recall an anime he once watched in a previous life, One Piece. The calm of the doldrums must have resembled this scene. Perhaps he could consider hosting a world mission in the One Piece universe. Its realm level was neither too high nor too low, making it an ideal setting for preliminary trials. The devil fruits within could rapidly enhance one's strength, and the haki was quite practical. Theo faced a blade unarmed. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he gazed down at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Xiaoming in his arms, unexpectedly feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. His gaze drifting into the distance, thoughts wandering far and wide in the Kunlun celestial realm, specifically within the inner sanctum of Kunlun Mountain. The Yuanxian Hall, once desolate, now buzzed with life. Dozens of individuals sat neatly upon cushions, engaging in casual conversation, their occasional laughter infusing the grand hall with vitality. Yet, one individual appeared restless, frequently glancing around or fixating on the door, and no longer exuding an air of ethereal detachment. He cast a furtive glance at the Kunlun 5 immortals seated upon their cloud thrones, as if striving to conceal something. Bai Ming, what troubles you? Ruan Xiang opened her eyes, casting a calm glance at the agitated Bai Mingzi, a hint of surprise flickering in her gaze as she spoke softly. Bai Mingzi, observing the graceful elder woman who had addressed him, forced a smile and replied, Immortal, I have a disciple whom I instructed to wait for me on the Wanyun ladder. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she has vanished without a trace. The child is playful, and I fear she may have inadvertently wandered into a forbidden hall, provoking a catastrophe. At his words, a hush fell over the surroundings, and the other 4 figures upon the cloud thrones gradually opened their eyes. Ruan Xiang exchanged a questioning glance with Wan Kong, who pondered for a moment before addressing Bai Ming's, "Oh, not worry. I shall seek out her whereabouts. Is your disciple male or female, and what is her age?" Bai Mingzi's face brightened slightly as he responded eagerly, "She is a girl, 12 years old, named Xiaoming." A flicker of surprise crossed Ruan Xiang's eyes. She had not anticipated that Bai Ming's disciple was of a similar age to Chun'er. Yet, she could not ascertain her appearance, leading this elder to overthink. The man seated amidst the 5 clouds had kept his eyes closed for some time, his brow gradually furrowing, until at last, he slowly relaxed. "She is not in Kunlun Mountain," he declared, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Bai Mingzi instinctively turned pale. Ruan Xiang finally comprehended the reason behind her brother's furrowed brow. The master of Kunlun. He wielded dominion over the entire Kunlun immortal realm. With a mere thought, he could scrutinize the vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain. Thus, when he declared his absence, it was an unequivocal truth. It was evident that Bai Ming could not jest about such matters, which meant that his disciple had undoubtedly ventured to a realm beyond her brother's control. In other words, they had departed from Kunlun Mountain. The restrictions surrounding Kunlun Mountain were formidable. Entry was easy, yet exit was fraught with difficulty. Even if his disciple possessed extraordinary talent, it was implausible for them to be at the Shattering Realm, and as long as one was not at that level, it was utterly impossible to disregard Kunlun's prohibitions. This led to but one possibility. Upon recalling that location, Ruan Xiang felt a surge of solemnity. "Let us disperse. Bai Ming, stay behind. Accompany me to the Hall of Time. That place severs the connection to heavenly secrets, rendering my inquiries futile." The implication was clear. Your disciple may have ventured to the Hall of Time. As Ruan Kong's words fell, the gathered individuals cast envious glances toward Ruan Xiang. The Hall of Time was indeed a place of great fortune. Bai Ming hastily suppressed his earlier anxiety and restlessness, rising to follow Ruan Kong out of the Yuanxian Hall. The inner realm prohibited flight. So Bai Ming and Ruan Kong traversed the path like a myriad of clouds. Observing Ruan Kong's adherence to decorum, Bai Ming felt a flicker of admiration. Truly, he was the master of Kunlun. Under deliberate control, their pace quickened, and before long, they arrived at the Hall of Time. Once inside, Ruan Kong inclined slightly. "Respected one, might there be a girl who has inadvertently entered the Hall of Time?" The hall was enveloped in silence, with not a whisper to be heard. However, after a brief moment, a voice resonated from all directions. No. Bai Ming's countenance paled again. Ruan Kong furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. It seemed that the girl had indeed entered the cloud abyss. This was troublesome. The implications were vast. The first generation of immortal masters had strictly prohibited anyone from stepping foot in there. Although he held the title of immortal master, he could not disregard the ancestral edicts. Watching as Bai Ming slowly shook his head, the voice echoed once more, this time sending a jolt through Ruan Kong's heart. "Inform Ling Chun that after he concludes this gathering, he should return and enter seclusion at once. I have gathered insights from various prodigies of my era for him. He must attain the true God realm within the next decade. My time is running short." Chapter 70. The Strange. The storm. The reason for Ruan Kong's profound shock was not solely due to the mysterious powerhouse from the Hall of Time suddenly declaring that their time was limited, but rather the astonishment at the question. When had his grandson emerged? Ruan Kong quickly closed his eyes again, unleashing his formidable consciousness to scour every corner of Kunlun Mountain's inner realm, even checking on his daughter's seclusion, yet yielding no results. Could it be that Chun'er had also ventured into the cloud abyss? As this thought took root, it spiraled further out of control. It was known that several generations had seen disciples inadvertently fall into the cloud abyss, and without exception, none had returned alive. The abyss was aptly named, for the sheer expanse of the celestial clouds above and the mountains below extended for thousands of feet. Not to mention the regions beneath the cloud-covered peaks. It was, indeed, a true chasm. Ruan Kong took a deep breath, striving to soothe his turbulent emotions. With a sigh, he returned to the Yuanxian Hall alongside Baiming. At that moment, the hall, once filled with anger, had reverted to its former desolation. The five immortals of Kunlun had grown up together, and though they did not share a singular heart, a profound understanding had long been established among them. Now, observing the furrowed brow of their eldest brother, the four simultaneously sensed that a grave matter had arisen. Meanwhile, the weeping Bei Mingzi was instinctively overlooked by all four. After a prolonged silence, Ruan Kong's voice emerged, tinged with a raspy sorrow, as he bleakly uttered, "Chun'er must have also entered the Yun Yuan." "What Yun Yuan?" "The Sea of Annihilation." Ling Chen furrowed his brow and gazed up at the vast, white expanse of sky, his heart laden with an indescribable unease. He silently recited the incantation for the cloud ladder, yet it failed to materialize. Ling Chen acutely realized that this situation was severe. No matter how adept his lightness skills were, it was impossible to ascend directly to a height of 20,000 zhang. Moreover, with Xiao Ming by his side, he could not abandon her. What puzzled Ling Chen was that despite the vastness of the sea, it was merely filled with aquatic plants, devoid of any animals. The dark green sea vines clung tightly to the immense rocks, which were peculiarly adorned with moss, resembling an immobile ancient tortoise. The water was exceptionally clear, revealing the underwater world of intertwining greens and purples, yet not a single creature could be found. This was utterly incongruous. Well, I shall refrain from discussing scientific matters as a cultivator. Nonetheless, this scene instilled a sense of vigilance in Ling Chen. At times, an overly tranquil environment can evoke a sense of reverence. Was it the helplessness of solitude, or the calm before a storm? In this moment, it clearly leaned towards the latter, as Ling Chen stood still with Xiao Ming for a prolonged period. He suddenly sensed an unusual stir, causing his complexion to change dramatically. Embracing the person in his arms, he swiftly executed the carefree step, launching himself into the distance. That peculiar sensation was due to Ling Chen perceiving the touch of wind. In this ethereal silence, it was indeed a significant anomaly. Where there is abnormality, there must be a demon. Though Ling Chen reacted swiftly, moving several thousand meters in the blink of an eye, it was already too late. An irresistible force invisibly locked onto the two, followed by a powerful pull emanating from behind. A pull that was governed by rules, yet Ling Chen's myriad celestial attraction paled in comparison, akin to a minor sorcerer before a great wizard. The once tranquil sea surface suddenly became engulfed in a torrential storm, and the previously white sky rapidly transformed into a foreboding black it churned, occasionally unleashing bolts of black lightning in chains and spheres. At that moment, it seemed as though a demon had awakened from slumber, proclaiming its existence to the heavens and the earth. Unluckily, Ling Chen and Xiao Ming had unwittingly become the sacrificial offerings to this demon's awakening. The force of attraction was formidable, and in mere moments, it drew Ling Chen and Xiao Ming back to the origin point, where the black clouds were densest, the very source and epicenter of the pull. Xiao Ming's small face turned pale, desperately clutching the hem of Ling Chen's garment, feeling utterly helpless beneath the overwhelming celestial might. Ling Chen too was not at ease. The oppressive sensation tormented him from without and within. Were it not for his past experiences of even greater brutality, this moment would have surely rendered him unconscious. Even so, the demon that had once been desperately suppressed slowly awakened deep within under this oppression. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's eyes fluctuated between light and darkness, and after a long while, he cast a glance at the person in his embrace, an inkling of murderous intent surfacing. Kill her, eliminate this burden, or escape from here would be utterly impossible. Xiao Ming, feeling uneasy, glanced at Ling Chen, whose expression bore a hint of ferocity. She instinctively shrank back, curling into Ling Chen's arms, torn between fear and comfort, softly calling out, "Brother." Ling Chen was taken aback, the murderous intent dissipating. Recalling his earlier thoughts, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Indeed, what the shepherd boy had said was not without merit. There was indeed something amiss within his heart. It was not merely a matter of his moral compass. The roots of this turmoil likely ran deeper. Casting a guilty glance at Xiao Ming, he tightened his hold around her and resolutely proclaimed, "Even in death, we shall face it together. Fear not, brother will never abandon you." The storm clouds roiled above, as if mocking their feeble and pale promises. Moments later, torrential rain began to pour from the sky, the winds howling, the downpour falling at an odd angle, yet some raindrops still struck the two of them. Ling Chen's immaculate white garments became marred with dark stains, and he furrowed his brow in thought. realizing that this rain was, in fact, black. What should have been the sweltering heat of summer now carried a hint of chill. Everything felt exceedingly bizarre. Yet, there was no escape, as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him from all directions, seemingly targeting him specifically, rendering him immobile. In contrast, Xiaoming only felt a slight discomfort, with no significant distress. Ling Chen dared not waste his ocular strength. He merely utilized his rebirth eye to observe the surroundings, refraining from employing any ocular techniques. At an indeterminate moment, the torrential downpour ceased, but a massive bolt of black lightning shot forth from the dark clouds, menacing and merciless, hurtling toward Ling Chen. The pressure was immense, and aware of his inability to escape, he forcefully thrust Xiaoming away from him, sending her flying several dozen meters. Simultaneously, he found his own body covered in blood due to the oppressive force. As he gazed at his garments stained in a mix of black and crimson, a bitter smile crept upon Ling Chen's face. Through the power of his eyes, the black lightning appeared slow, allowing him to trace its trajectory and observe the sparks created by its friction with the air. Yet, regrettably, even if it seemed sluggish to him, he could not evade his fate. He was rendered immobile, forced to watch as the lightning made contact, consuming him entirely. No. This was the last thought Ling Chen registered before his consciousness faded, a voice from the outside world mingling with one that echoed within his mind. Setting sun, I am sorry, I have broken my promise again. Chapter 71. The mysterious voice. A few ethereal lights pierced through the dense smoke, illuminating Ling Chen's form. At that moment, his clothes had reverted to their original pristine white, reflecting the ghostly glow that added an aura of mystery. As Ling Chen's consciousness returned, he beheld the black-tinged smoke enveloping him. Weakened, he found himself devoid of the strength to complain, mustering all his effort to rise and observe the world shrouded in smoke. Selecting a direction, he leaned forward and began to walk onward. Through the lens of the reincarnation eye, it became evident that this direction was the only one differing in the density of surrounding mist. The light was indeed dim, and upon inspecting the main god space, Ling Chen realized he had been unconscious for a day and a night. He wondered about that girl. What had become of her since his departure? Had she managed to escape that strange sea? It seemed rather unlikely. Yet, he found himself powerless, trapped in this unknown and eerie place, pondering whether he could ever find a way out. Ling Chen, are you all right? A familiar voice resonated within the sea of consciousness, warming Ling Chen's heart. Such a lack of formality. She ought to address him as master. Despite the banter, it appeared she was unharmed. However, my esteemed master, what was it that you promised me last time? Ling Chen fell silent, reflecting on his own fortunate circumstances. Merely venturing out for a breath of fresh air had nearly cost him his life. Noticing Ling Chen's silence, the sunset softened, its tone becoming gentler as it reassured. All right, I bear you no ill will. It is a relief to know you are safe. Ling Chen smiled knowingly, about to respond when suddenly, a powerful energy field surged ahead. Master, be careful, he reacted instantly, summoning the Yulan sword to his hand. Who goes there? Ling Chen shouted, tightening his grip on the sword. If this high energy was indeed of human origin, the prowess of its source was beyond imagination. An overwhelming aura erupted from Ling Chen. While he was formidable, he was but a mere shadow compared to the force ahead. Though not panic, a calm yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated, causing Ling Chen to pause and instinctively sheath his sword. The realization struck him with great alarm, yet he refrained from drawing the Yulan sword again. Confronting such a being of this caliber, it mattered little whether he wielded his weapon or not. Why expend energy and focus unnecessarily? Should this entity not be an enemy, brandishing a sword would only serve to foster hostility. Indeed, the voice remained composed. Yet Ling Chen detected a hint of satisfaction. Master, this individual surpasses the shepherd. The sunset's tone turned serious. The shepherd was already on the brink of transcendence, yet this person was evidently a transcendent being. Although Ling Chen did not fully grasp what transcendence entailed, the longing in the shepherd's words hinted that it was an extraordinary realm. What is the purpose of your obstruction, esteemed elder? Do not be hasty. I harbor no malice. In fact, I can bestow upon you a great fortune. Another mention of fortune, and Ling Chen felt weary of the irony. This girl is your companion, I presume? Indeed, a flicker of light passed, and a sphere of luminescence appeared before Ling Chen. As the light faded, the figure within became clear. Xiaoming, upon opening her eyes, she spotted Ling Chen and, filled with excitement, leaped onto him like an octopus. Brother, she exclaimed, her surprise tinged with a hint of tears. Ling Qian gently stroked her hair and lifted his head to inquire, "Esteemed elder." She was adrift at sea. I chanced upon her and rescued her. Her constitution is commendable, yet regrettably, being a female, she cannot inherit my legacy. The voice carried a hint of regret as it spoke. With my power, I can send one of you two to the cloud abyss. Who wishes to leave? Xiaoming glanced at Ling Qian, shaking her head anxiously. Ling Qian shot her a glare, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Listen to me, girl. No. Xiaoming shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattled drum. If you remain here, you shall only be a burden to me. Don't you hurry and leave. Despite his attempts to persuade her, Xiaoming remained obstinate, prompting Ling Qian to raise his voice in frustration. Though Xiaoming felt wronged and tears welled in her eyes, she continued to glare defiantly at Ling Qian, her gaze brimming with stubbornness. Ling Qian's heart warmed, followed by a pang of pain. In the next moment, a strange red light quietly ignited in his eyes, and peculiar patterns swirled wildly within. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoming felt a sharp pain in her consciousness and promptly closed her eyes, sinking into a deep slumber. Illusion? What wicked eyes you possess, a calm voice remarked, tinged with astonishment. Senior, please escort this child out. Ling Qian gently laid the person in his arms on the ground and spoke to the void. You, too, are but a child, yet you speak with such earnestness. How intriguing indeed, at your age, to possess such resolve is commendable. In my world, you would be considered a prodigy, albeit with slightly weaker cultivation. Ling Qian was speechless. Well, my cultivation isn't too shabby, thank you. However, it is impressive. At such a tender age, you've already birthed a heart demon. Your future is indeed boundless. Yet, if it is not swiftly eradicated, it could pose significant hindrances to your future cultivation, Ling Qian. Upon hearing this, solemnly replied, I beseech you, senior, for assistance. The heart demon is born of one's own essence. Thus, only the one who creates it can extinguish it. I cannot aid you, however. Within this palace lies a treasure that can suppress the spirit. I can fetch it for you, but you must agree to one condition. Please, senior, speak. Assist me in escaping. Ling Qian was taken aback, not expecting such a request. Are you jesting, senior? The voice remained calm but carried a hint of helplessness. I hail from the boundless realm. One day, a great upheaval occurred in the world, and I happened to be near one of the epicenters, the Oblivion sect. Under a mysterious force, I was directly suppressed beneath the Oblivion Sea of the Oblivion sect. Subsequently, I was transported to a small world, which you know as the Kunlun Fairyland. The Oblivion Sea is held beneath a vast expanse of clouds, suspended thousands of feet in the air. Only those of great fortune can reach it. In nearly 10 millennia, only 3 have arrived here. However, one of you two previously encountered a person whose character was too flawed and was tormented into madness. It lies just ahead. You may encounter them. Ling Qian fell silent, aware that great dangers lay ahead. Yet, this individual had saved Xiaoming, thereby placing him in an unspoken debt of gratitude. In such circumstances, repayment was unavoidable. Moreover, the earlier perilous incident at sea that nearly cost Xiaoming her life lingered in his mind. Impossible to shake off. Without the treasure to suppress the spirit, any future calamity could lead to irreparable consequences, and he feared that regret would come too late. After all, although the mysterious crystal that the shepherd has integrated into his being possesses the ability to suppress one's spirit, it seems to have a rather limited effect at present. Moreover, when it comes to treasures of such nature, the more one possesses, the better. With this thought in mind, Ling Qian felt a surge of determination and exclaimed, Senior, tell me how to aid you in your escape, and I shall offer my utmost assistance. To move forward entails a significant risk of death. Do you still wish to proceed? Given the fact that he could not escape this place, he reasoned that rather than perish in confinement, it was better to strive for a slim chance of survival. His youthful yet resolute voice pierced through the surrounding fog, lingering in the air. Within the sea of consciousness, the setting sun sighed in resignation, murmuring to himself, as expected, a trace of sorrow etched upon his countenance. Regardless of the outcome, one must hold on steadfastly. Chapter 72. Annihilation indeed. Indeed, those reborn practitioners, the ancient beings who have reincarnated, could not attain such composure even at the age of 14. If this child does not fall, he is destined to become a formidable force in the future. Furthermore, there is an aura of the time pavilion about him. When the world underwent its cataclysmic change, could it be that besides the Annihilation sect, another eternal sect was also destroyed? Alas, the matter is too vast to trace back through time. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly seek out the mastermind behind the torment of my 2 epochs. The owner of that mysterious voice pondered silently, reflecting upon his woeful fate, feeling a pang of helplessness. Initially, he had merely passed through the Annihilation sect by chance, yet he was inexplicably drawn into its affairs and subsequently suppressed for 2 epochs. A dignified powerhouse like himself had to watch this pitiful little world evolve from a primordial sphere into its current state, enduring such tedium and vexation for 2 epochs. Truly, it was infuriating. With this thought, the owner of the mysterious voice yearned even more fervently to escape this sea of annihilation. What a remarkable young man, indeed. After a brief pause, I shall retrieve that treasure capable of suppressing the spirit. Then, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, but Ling Chun faintly sensed that somewhere in the distance, a great battle must be unfolding. After 10 breaths, a rolled-up scroll appeared before Ling Chun, causing him to tremble. It was a visualization diagram, destined to imprint itself deep within one's mind. Whenever one's spirit wavered, gazing upon this diagram would naturally aid in suppression. Does it possess consciousness? No, it is you who possess consciousness. Ling Chan fell silent, gently unfurling the scroll, only to be surprised by its emptiness and lack of any flaws. Senior, such an object cannot be perceived by the naked eye? He mused. Focusing his mind and holding his breath, he immersed his spirit within the diagram. Ling Qian seated himself upon the ground, drawing forth his consciousness to visualize the image. As the scroll emitted a sound, it transformed into a stream of light, penetrating into Ling Qian's mind. In the next moment, it quietly manifested within the sea of consciousness. With a mere thought, Ling Qian gently opened the scroll, and a breathtaking scene emerged, followed by the appearance of a woman clad in a light blue garment. The woman was not extraordinarily beautiful, yet she instantly overshadowed the magnificent scenery. She exuded an air of languor, yet seemed to embody an enigmatic Tao rhythm. Even without comprehension, her presence alone could calm the heart and settle the spirit. Ling Qian felt a surge of joy. The suppressive effect of this object surpassed that of the crystal the shepherd had entrusted to him. Since it has been refined, let us proceed. I shall remain by your side. Yet I am unable to intervene. The remainder of the journey must be traversed by you alone. The master of the mysterious voice discerned the perplexity in Ling Qian's eyes and replied nonchalantly, I can traverse the silence sect without hindrance, yet what lies ahead is not the silence sect. Words are of little use. You must go. As the voice faded, tranquility returned to the surroundings, and though the path ahead remained fraught with energy, it seemed to have revealed an additional portal compared to before. Ling Qian clenched his fist and stepped into that ethereal door. This was an expansive void. Numerous spatial nodes existed, yet this realm exhibited an extraordinary stability, as if some precious treasure were suppressing it. The emptiness was pronounced, devoid of any objects, save for a dense fog that resembled the ominous clouds above the sea earlier, its hue considerably more profound. There was no wind, yet the mist drifted freely, akin to a specter. Ling Qian held his breath. Instinctively, he sensed the perilous nature of the atmosphere and deemed it wise not to inhale, however, contrary to his intentions. The surrounding gases seemed to acquire consciousness. Upon his breath-holding, they ceased their wandering and enveloped Ling Qian entirely. At that moment, Ling Qian comprehended the true meaning of inescapability. His vital energy played a pivotal role, fiercely resisting the encroaching purplish-black gas. Even if some managed to infiltrate his body, he resorted to channeling his sword energy to sever their intrusion. Though the method was rudimentary, it proved effective. Ling Qian's internal power was already profound, and upon transforming it into vital energy, it became immensely robust. Thus, he remained in a stalemate with the gas for half a day. After this duration, the gases retreated with the speed of a mouse fleeing from a cat, vanishing completely. It appears I have underestimated you. Your swordsmanship is commendable. Alas, there is already a sword master. Had you been born several decades earlier and attained enlightenment through the sword, your accomplishments would be unfathomable. Senior, what is that purple gas? Ling Qian inquired, somewhat disheveled, as his vital energy had been depleted significantly. While the sword energy was sharp, its application within his body had inflicted harm upon himself. These hidden afflictions, if not properly addressed, might become future hazards. The silenced demonic qi, a variant of vital energy, is produced by the silenced demonic body. The silenced demonic sect was founded by the ancients of silence. This ancient entity possesses unfathomable strength and is ranked 9th among the top 10 forbidden bodies, the silenced demonic body. The silenced demonic qi specifically targets the soul. Had you been invaded by this silenced demonic qi, you might have either fallen into madness or instantaneously become a demon. Even with that scroll you possess, you would be unable to safeguard your mind. Others may remain unscathed, but with your inner demons awakened, your life would be at risk. Thus, remember, this silenced demonic chi must not enter your body. Hearing the voice's solemn warning, Ling Chun could only nod, a sense of dread rising within him. How could there be silenced demonic chi here? This is the silence space, a transformation of the ancient master of silence after his demise, hence the inevitable presence of silenced demonic chi. If you endure here for a month, a great sphere of light will manifest. With that sphere, you may proceed to the next realm. Beyond that lies a friend from your Kunlun. Why did the silenced demonic chi retreat? Unbeknownst to me, the last time that little fellow visited, he did not endure as long as you did. Within mere moments, he succumbed to the engulfing magic of oblivion, subsequently falling into darkness, and a month later, he transitioned into another realm. Ling Qian remained silent, gazing at the desolate emptiness surrounding him, a stark coldness permeating the air. For reasons unknown, he was reminded of that vast ocean from before. Kunlun Fairyland, the inner sanctum of the celestial mountains, the Yuanxian Palace. An irresistible beam of white light cascaded from above, prompting the 5 immortals of Kunlun to act immediately, yet they were unable to intercept the luminous descent. The white light silently touched down upon the Yuanxian Palace, gradually dissipating to reveal the figure concealed within it was Xiao Ming. Brother Xiao Ming murmured with closed eyes, her face etched with terror. Ruan Xiang restrained the agitated Bei Mingzi, stealing a glance at Ruan Kong. Ruan Kong called out softly, "Awaken!" Xiao Ming's body jolted, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Master." Xiao Ming surveyed her surroundings, her gaze locking onto Bei Mingzi, her voice tinged with sorrow as she leapt into his embrace. "Brother, hurry and save him." Bei Mingzi gently stroked Xiao Ming's hair, speaking softly. "What brother?" "Ming'er, what has transpired in these past few days?" The 5 immortals of Kunlun were equally tense, their eyes fixed intently on Xiao Ming, as they evidently surmised that the brother she referred to was none other than their troublesome grandson. Ruan Kong stepped forward, addressing Xiao Ming with a serious tone. "Do not be alarmed. What occurred beneath the Yunyuan? Speak of it in detail." With a quivering voice and tear-filled eyes, Xiao Ming began recounting the events of the past few days to the 5 immortals of Kunlun. Chapter 73. The forced marriage. Xiao Ming spoke slowly, yet her urgency rendered her words somewhat unclear. Nevertheless, the others grasped the general outline of the situation. After she concluded, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Ruan Xiang glanced at the sorrowful Xiao Ming and the anxious Bei Mingzi, his expression indifferent. "Bei Ming, your disciple owes my grandson far too much. I shall not waste words. We shall set a 6-year term. After 6 years, regardless of life or death, your disciple must return to Kunlun to wed my grandson, Ling Chun. Should she live, she will be his wife. Should she perish, she shall remain a widow for him. Honoring a lifetime of fidelity, a debt owed to Kunlun must be repaid." Upon hearing this, Bei Mingzi's tension morphed into fury. Disregarding the authority of the 5 immortals, he bellowed, "How can this be possible?" Ruan Kong's brow furrowed, an overwhelming aura coalescing from the Yuanxian Palace. Witnessing this, Bei Mingzi's face flushed crimson. The words of Kunlun are absolute truth. Dou, a Taoist, dare to defy? Ruan Tian cast a casual glance, causing Bei Mingzi's composure to falter. Nevertheless, Bei Mingzi resolutely declared, "Even if I were to sever ties with the Taoist sect, I cannot allow my disciple to wed a man of uncertain fate. In any case, I shall repay all debts owed by my disciple, but to offer her as collateral is utterly inconceivable. I will fight for her, even if it costs me my life." Ruan Xiang interjected coldly, "And to what end? Do you truly believe that without our consent, you can leave Kunlun?" Bei Mingzi's face immediately flushed again. To Xiao Xiaoming's astonishment, events had taken such a turn, and with a perplexed sigh, she declared, "Enough of your words, I shall marry." Bei Mingzi, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Ming'er, you." Xiao Xiaoming offered him a reassuring smile, concealing her own discomfort and feigned nonchalance, stating, "My life was saved by my brother. Even if he were to forsake me, I would never wed another." The previously silent Ruan Wu nodded in agreement, saying, "That would be most excellent." In that moment, the once desolate Great Hall felt even more forlorn, yet the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, relieving Bei Mingzi of his burdens. Ruan Xiang drew Xiao Xiaoming closer, admiring her exquisite beauty, which brought forth a fleeting joy, quickly overshadowed by sorrow. "Xiao Ming, is it? From now on, I shall call you Ming'er. Come, accompany me to the Hall of Time. For Bei Ming, you may return for now. In a few days, I shall personally escort Ming'er back to your side." This course of action served to augment Xiao Xiaoming's strength while simultaneously intimidating Bei Mingzi. Our Kunlun possesses the means to summon true divinity to the main world. Indeed, a flicker of astonishment ignited in Bei Mingzi's eyes. I would not deceive you concerning such matters. Do you truly believe you could prevent Xiao Xiaoming from remaining with us if we so desired? Bei Mingzi offered a bitter smile, casting a glance at the resolute Xiao Xiaoming before turning away, departing the hall. The celestial beings present bid Bei Ming farewell. Once Bei Ming exited the inner realm, Ruan Xiang glanced at her elder brother, Ruan Kong, and softly inquired, "What shall we do?" After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Kong responded gravely, "We must first visit the Hall of Time." In the realm of annihilation, half a day passed, yet the surroundings remained largely unchanged. The malevolent energy of annihilation had vanished without a trace, an unexpectedly smooth turn of events that left Ling Chun, who had been plagued by a streak of catastrophic luck, feeling somewhat unreal. However, with the absence of the malignant energy, he could not simply wish for its return. Thus, he resolved to remain steadfast and unyielding amidst the uncertainties. "Master, you need not be so cautious. Even if danger lurks, surely there would be forewarnings. It would be wiser to take this opportunity to relax while the threat has yet to materialize." Ling Qian pursed his lips, remaining silent, with his reincarnation eye scanning the surroundings in a 360-degree sweep. All appeared tranquil, indeed devoid of any significant turbulence. Yet, he sensed that this calm mirrored the surface of the sea before a storm. The more serene it seemed, the greater the impending peril. Fortunately, his instincts proved correct. A terrifying energy column, imbued with a destructive aura, shot towards Ling Qian from the boundless expanse of space at an astonishing speed. Had he not been prepared beforehand, this strike would have gravely injured him. Nevertheless, the energy column was so swift that it still grazed his body, leaving a gaping, bloody wound on the edge of his left rib, nearly impacting his heart. Before Ling Qian could tend to his injury, a second energy column silently approached. His arm went numb, and his right limb vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a third energy column surged forth. "What the hell? What have you done to provoke such a level of attack? You ask me? Who should I ask in return?" Ling Qian spoke with a feeble voice, as fresh blood flowed from the gruesome wound. Most of his vital energy expended in stabilizing his injuries, resulting in a significant decrease in his speed. The third energy pillar pierced through his shoulder, severing an arm. Excruciating pain surged through him, leaving Ling Qian somewhat numb, recalling the cruel scene he had encountered while traversing the mountain of blades and the sea of fire. "Ah!" Ling Qian let out a roar, and suddenly, the extinguishing demonic energy surged forth anew. Amidst the swirling purple-black malevolence, the fourth energy pillar gathered strength. Without the obstruction of vital energy, the demonic essence rushed into his body through the wound and his mouth and nose. Instantly, Ling Qian's body trembled at that very moment. The energy pillar penetrated his form, cleaving him in two. A mysterious voice emerged, sighing in disappointment and regret as it beheld the bisected Ling Qian. "What a pity for such a prodigy to fall so easily, and I wonder how many more years I must wait. Alas, alas, continue your slumber. Indeed, sweet dreams are not easily attained." Once the demonic energy fully entered Ling Qian's body, the energy pillar ceased to appear, and tranquility returned to the space, and one noticed that within the main god space, a jade pendant quietly shattered. Simultaneously, an indescribable white light enveloped the bisected Ling Qian. The setting sun sat quietly in the main god space, rubbing her tear-stained eyes and sobbing. "This fellow truly does not make it easy for others. I'll deal with you once you awaken, but you must at least utter 100 flattering words." 30 days later, a luminous sphere appeared, enveloping Ling Qian's form, vanishing into the cold, dark expanse in the Kunlun fairyland. Within the celestial mountain, the Hall of Time, Ruan Kong reported Ling Qian's condition to the spirit of the Time Pavilion, who, upon learning of it, said little, merely noting that Ling Qian was not dead, as his name token remained intact. This revelation filled the Kunlun Five Immortals and Xiao Ming with delight and truth. What puzzled the shepherd was that Ling Qian's token had indeed shown cracks, nearly shattering. Yet, as if under the influence of an elixir, it had restored itself in an instant. This lad is indeed worthy of playing with the currents of fate. His luck is boundless. This time, he is likely to gain tremendous benefits once more. Scanning Xiao Ming, the spirit noted that her talents were indeed remarkable, surpassing even Ling Qian. It was a pity, however, that she was a woman. The master had issued strict orders that the Time Pavilion was not to be entrusted to another woman. What a shame, truly a shame. Nevertheless, with such a figure as the matron of the Time Pavilion, things might improve somewhat for the young master upon reaching the boundless realm. Alas, the items left by the master are merely lifeless objects. Whatever is suitable for her, let it be given. Chapter 74. Reunion. Ling Qin's current situation was both dire and peculiar. The dire aspect was that the extinguishing demonic energy fused with his soul, leading to a significant alteration in his personality, manifesting traits he had once despised and even feared. This compelled Ling Qin to refrain from awakening from his slumber, at least until he resolved the matter of his inner demons. Thus, he resolved to remain in this deep sleep indefinitely. Astonishingly, the essence of annihilation has merged with my soul, significantly enhancing the refinement of my spirit, as well as my mental acuity and ocular prowess, all of which have experienced a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, the quality of my vital energy has transmuted from ordinary essence into the essence of annihilation. I even sense that I could effortlessly step into the realm of true divinity, which has long been a source of torment for me. Alas, I am unable to awaken. The benefits bestowed upon me by the dark essence are immense, yet they pale in comparison to its own magnitude. After all, in a certain sense, they can be regarded as a shared attribute. At this moment, within the sea of consciousness, Shiyang remarks, "Master, you are rather peculiar." Curiously, she circles around the ethereal form of Ling Qin, occasionally offering her commentary. In this state, Ling Qin is engulfed in demonic flames, his visage exhibiting a distinctly sinister expression. "Shiyang, I cannot sustain this state for long. Please issue the world task I have prepared before I awaken. You shall be responsible for exercising all powers in my stead. Moreover, this bout with the heart demon will not trigger an update in the system, will it?" Shiyang furrows her brow in contemplation before responding affirmatively. "Not at this moment. Once you have overcome the heart demon, then it will. Master, you must persevere. I have faith in you." The ethereal form of Ling Qin lets out a sigh before vanishing from sight. Shiyang assumes control of the system's powers, and thus, the second world task hastily commences. At the peak of Mount Hua, amidst the laughter and rivalry, the esteemed Master Yue is engaged in a duel with the legendary Dugu Qiu Ba. Since mastering the sky sword path, Master Yue's swordsmanship has advanced by leaps and bounds, to the extent that he now seems to hold a subtle advantage over Dugu Qiu Ba, filling him with an inexplicable exhilaration. Although Dugu Qiu Ba has cultivated another variant known as the 10,000 Swords Path, the complexity of its techniques has rendered him unable to match the expertise of Master Yue, which has left him in a state of frustration for quite some time. Suddenly, a voice resonates in their minds simultaneously, causing both to pause in astonishment and exchange glances as they make their way toward the main hall. The second team world task will commence in one day. All reincarnators should prepare accordingly. This world task will span an extended duration. It is advisable to draft related literature in advance. Please do not misconstrue this. I am not referring to a last will and testament. Shiyang stifles a laugh, finding her master's antics delightfully mischievous. Yet as she gazes into the endless void of the Master God's space, she silently implores, "You must endure." However, her master's heart demon is indeed rather peculiar. In the hidden leaf village, amidst the rising steam and the melodies of nature, Tsunade reclines comfortably in the newly opened outdoor hot spring, while Shizun, equally unclad, massages her shoulders and scrubs her back. Suddenly, Tsunade's expression shifts as she steps out of the bath. Simultaneously, a tremendous crash reverberates as a burly figure tumbles into the pool. "Jiraiya, are you truly bored with life again?" Tsunade exclaims without a second thought, disregarding the picturesque surroundings, as she utilizes the body flicker technique to seize Jiraiya and delivers a swift punch to his back. The water erupts violently, leaving Shizun pale with shock. Subsequently, Tsunade nonchalantly dresses, casting a dispassionate glance at the bloody Jiraiya before striding toward the forest beyond the village. In the pool, Jiraiya is left in a state of despair, lamenting inwardly, "Oh, malevolent Master God, could you not frighten me so unexpectedly? Your voice appears neither too early nor too late, but rather at the most inopportune moment while I am engrossed in my artistic endeavors, causing me to inadvertently reveal my true intentions. How unfortunate." After a brief spell of discontent, the legendary three ninjas of Konoha finally convened in a clandestine cave, having ensured that the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the space. In the era of the Qin dynasty, the head of the Yin-Yang sect, Xinghuan, awakened from his seclusion, furrowing his brow as he made his way to the palace of the Qin king. At that moment, the moon goddess, who was lurking near the palace, instinctively paused upon hearing the sound and likewise proceeded into the Qin palace. When the king's wrath is unleashed, 100,000 will fall, and rivers will run red with blood. To evade the gaze of his clan, it seems the only refuge lies within the Qin Palace. With another flash of white light, the two vanished from sight. However, they were unaware that a strikingly handsome young man had emerged from nearby. Watching the fading figures with a glint of extreme danger flashing in his eyes, in the realm of the main god's space. As the moon goddess and Xinghuan arrived, the group finally reassembled, sizing each other up and noting that everyone's abilities had significantly advanced since their last gathering. The timeline for the current world mission was set. The era of the laughing proud world. 190 million years ago. Master Yue instinctively paused, feeling as if he had heard that phrase before. Time. The Jurassic period location. The red maple forest members of the Reincarnators, Ubuchuan, Dugu Qiu Ba, Orochimaru, Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, the moon goddess, and Xinghuan. Main mission. Survive for 1 month, 30 days. Successful completion will yield 10,000 personal points and team points, while failure incurs no penalties. Side mission 1. Steal the red maple herb mission details. Within the red maple forest lies a miraculous herb, said to possess incredible effects that can awaken one's intelligence. Go forth and pluck a stem at will, submitting each one to the main god for 1,000 points. Side mission 2. Rescue the dinosaurs mission details. A group of intelligent monkeys has taken over the red maple forest, exploiting their powerful allies and innate advantages to mercilessly hunt other exotic creatures, leaving the dinosaurs in dire straits. Young warriors, extend your hands of assistance. Each successful rescue of a dinosaur will yield between 100 to 10,000 team points, depending on the strength of the dinosaur. Note: the rescued dinosaurs must not perish within 3 days, and a second rescue of the same dinosaur will not yield any point rewards. Note: the affection system is activated. Introducing 2 major factions. 1. Rise of the Apes. 2. Revenge of the Dinosaurs. Your default faction is Revenge of the Dinosaurs. World mission. Eliminate 100 mutated gorillas. Exceeding the quota is permitted. Black gorilla, 1,000 points each. Golden gorilla, 10,000 points each. Points will be awarded based on individual kills and team contributions. Current combat power of the Reincarnators. Ubuchuan, 210,000. Dugu Qiu Ba, 200. 000. Orochimaru, 190,000. Tsunade Senju, 180,000. Jiraiya, 165,000. The moon goddess, 150,000. Xinghuan, 160,000. Xinghuan cast a boastful glance at the moon goddess, silently conveying, "How about that? This time, I've surpassed you in truth." Xinghuan and Yushun hail from the main world. Their cultivation and combat prowess should rightfully surpass that of Ubuchuan and his peers. Alas, they are born of the Yinyang family. At the time, the Qin state had yet to conquer the 6 kingdoms. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, observing Ubuchuan, evidently unaware that his combat strength had risen so rapidly. Yet within, he felt a sense of helplessness. He had nearly reached the pinnacle of the Super Shadow but could never attain the realm of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama from the end of the Warring States period. It was as if an invisible barrier prevented him from advancing. Should he take a step forward, he would become divine, yet remaining stationary would keep him mortal. Clearly, he had been treading water for years. This step remained elusive, and he imagined Tsunade shared this sentiment, as if the path ahead had been severed. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a twinge of envy for Ubuchuan's cultivation system, yet he was oblivious to the fact that, had it not been for the ascension of realms, Ubuchuan and Dugu Qiu Ba might have perished at the innate golden core stage, unable to break through to the next realm. The path of the Great Way is vast and varied. It knows no distinction of good or bad. The only disparity lies in the fortuitous encounters along the journey. Those protagonists, irrespective of their innate talents, are set apart by that singular twist of fate and fortune. At this moment, what Orochimaru lacked was precisely that luck. Perhaps he would never break through, or perhaps the breakthrough was just a heartbeat away. The difficulty of cultivation lies in the uncertainties that are destined to accompany the path. This is why those eternal great sects within the boundary eagerly recruit disciples, for they require a particular element, the engraved stone of opportunity, and no matter how exceptional your innate gifts, without the fortuitous chance to embark on the path to success, you are doomed to remain a mere supporting character in the grand tapestry of existence. You may shine fleetingly, yet ultimately, you will fade into obscurity. Chapter 75. The strange red maple forest as the leaves fluttered down and a gentle breeze caressed the low shrubs. The setting sun cast a crimson hue. The surrounding scenery starkly contrasted with the blood-soaked jungle from Yu Dezhangmen's previous visit. The only similarity lay in the abundant spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Tsunade tenderly brushed against the towering shrubs, shrugged her shoulders, and exclaimed, "Is this truly the Jurassic?" There was a thought she refrained from voicing. that the natural energy here was so rich that it instilled in her a sense of kinship. Judging by the glimmer in Jiraiya's eyes, his thoughts likely mirrored Tsunade's. If they practiced here for a month, their mastery of the sage arts would surely experience significant advancement. Ubuchuan lightly stepped upon a carpet of fallen leaves, surveying the closely arranged red maple trees, his brow furrowing in silence. The others, sensing his unease, quietly scanned their surroundings, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a glance at the frowning Ubuchuan, and stepped forward to inquire, "Brother Yu, have you discerned anything?" Ubuchuan shook his head. Logically, the Jurassic period was dominated by creatures known as dinosaurs, yet despite their prolonged presence, not a single one had been sighted. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the depths of the blood-red jungle. "Snake brother," Ubuchuan cautioned, "this place is rather peculiar. Let us remain vigilant." The rulers of the Jurassic Era were creatures called dinosaurs, their forms and abilities akin to those of Merba encountered in the previous world mission. Under normal circumstances, dinosaurs would not merely be visible at leisure in the Jurassic thicket. They should at least be a common sight. Yet here we find ourselves in this crimson maple forest for the better part of a day. Yet we have yet to encounter a single creature. This is indeed most peculiar. The others nodded silently in agreement, clearly having noticed this oddity as well. Perhaps it is linked to this world mission. Could it be those monkeys? Since the onset of the world task, the reticent Dugu Qiu Ba finally spoke. Orochimaru nodded, his three tomos spinning wildly in his eyes, forming a peculiar pattern, and in the next moment, his figure vanished into the void. This is the power of my kaleidoscope. It allows me to completely conceal my existence. Remain here. I shall proceed ahead to observe the situation. Ubuchuan nodded and said, "I appreciate it, Brother Snake." With a husky sound, Orochimaru completely disappeared from sight. Ubuchuan turned to look at the moon goddess and the star soul, offering a calm smile, and softly inquired, "Have you seen Ling Chen?" The moon goddess and the star soul exchanged glances and gently shook their heads. Ubuchuan furrowed his brow and asked again, "Have you heard of Ling Chen?" The moon goddess parted her ruby lips and softly replied, "Aside from you, no one else has mentioned him." That a wave of alarm surged through Ubuchuan. He was well aware of the temperament of his young disciple. It had already been 6 years, and in that world, 12 years had elapsed, yet he had not managed to upheave that realm. The moon goddess was no longer the naive girl from their first world mission. Perhaps her mastery of yin-yang techniques had grown, rendering her increasingly impervious to external influences. The star soul had also matured significantly, though her stature remained unchanged since their initial encounter. Ubuchuan regarded the two with a deep gaze, nodding in satisfaction. In their respective realms, these two must surely be contemporary paragons of excellence. Feeling a tug at his clothing, Ubuchuan turned in puzzlement, only to find himself alone. Suddenly recalling something, he leaped with agility towards the vacant region. After a swift glance to ensure the surroundings were clear, Ubuchuan clasped his hands and said, "Brother Snake, what urgent matters require my attention?" Beneath an ancient tree, Orochimaru's figure gradually materialized, his already somber countenance darkening further with worry as he lamented. "We are in trouble." He continued. "Just ahead lies a precipice, and behind us, a horde of monkeys is advancing." Ubuchuan frowned in confusion. "Are those wretched beasts coming for us? How could they possibly know we have arrived here?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, disdain evident in his tone. "Of course, they are not after us. They are drawn to the group of dinosaurs that lie several kilometers ahead. These monkeys possess extraordinary physiques. Not only are they remarkably strong, but their speed is also astonishing. They are swiftly climbing through the trees, and it is likely they will reach this spot in little more than half a day. To fight or not to fight?" Ubuchuan's expression fluctuated, cold light flashing in his eyes as he coldly inquired, "How many monkeys and how many dinosaurs are there?" The monkeys were obscured from view, moving too swiftly, but it is estimated there are no fewer than 100. The dinosaurs number several hundred, though they are all herbivorous. Ubuchuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively recalling the first encounter with a dinosaur, the Ankylosaurus. The impact brought forth by its immense weight still caused him pain upon reflection. "You go summon everyone and lay in ambush at that dinosaur habitat. Observe first and assess the combat capabilities of those monkeys. Furthermore, you and the moon goddess should set up a grand illusion to gauge the mental resilience of this troop of monkeys." Orochimaru showed no dissent, nodding as he concealed himself once more. After a considerable time, Ubuchuan shook his head. His intention was to use the herbivorous dinosaurs as bait to test the prowess of the monkeys. Yet an unsettling feeling nagged at him. Repeatedly scrutinizing the mission panel, his gaze ultimately fixated on the two major factions, A sense of dread washed over him. Those dinosaurs must not perish. Yubuchin slapped his forehead in frustration, accelerating towards the dinosaur habitat indicated by Orochimaru, Snake Brother. Yubuchin's urgent voice reached Orochimaru, momentarily startling him. What is it? These dinosaurs cannot die for the time being. There may be unexpected developments soon. You must set up several illusionary killing formations, ensuring that the casualties among the dinosaurs remain minimal. Although Orochimaru was perplexed, he did not oppose Yubuchin's directives. On one hand, Yu was the rightful leader of their team, and on the other, he had no better alternatives. He signaled to the moon goddess, and the two resumed their preparations. Nearby, Tsunade noticed Yubuchin's furrowed brow and kindly inquired, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Yubuchin glanced at Tsunade and slowly shook his head. From the previous world mission, it was evident that would release leaned towards extensive area damage, primarily effective in warfare or against colossal, slow-moving foes. However, the current adversaries were predominantly agile monkeys adept at climbing trees. Thus, the effectiveness of wood release would be undermined. Conversely, the terrain created by wood release would inadvertently provide the monkeys with a natural barrier, resulting in a counterproductive outcome. Moreover, although ninjutsu could harness the power of nature, it ultimately required hand seals, inherently diminishing speed. The ensuing battle might render him somewhat ineffective. Tsunade observed the silent Yubuchin and recalled Orochimaru's earlier words. Suddenly comprehending the situation, she playfully patted Yubuchin's shoulder with a light-hearted chuckle. What I excel at is not wood release. You know Jiraiya, standing nearby, chuckled and remarked, but rather in gambling. Tsunade retorted, get lost? Yet, as Yubuchin felt the tremendous force upon his shoulder, his expression transformed, overtaken by a mix of surprise and exhilaration. Heaven has favored me. Chapter 76. The Black Pill. Tsunade was taken aback, witnessing for the first time such an uncharacteristic display from Yubuchin. Although he lacked the ethereal demeanor of Yore, he had gained a more approachable charm. Yubuchin's face flushed, and realizing his lack of composure, he cleared his throat, still brimming with excitement as he waved to Tsunade. Tsunade, come, I have a task to assign to you. Tsunade stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. Before them stood Yubuchin, his face alight with excitement as he produced a pitch-black elixir, presenting it to Tsunade as if offering a rare treasure. Tsunade examined the item closely. It was a transformation pill, capable of completely replicating the essence, appearance, and form of a chosen creature for a duration of 1 hour. A realization appeared to dawn upon her, and she glared at Yubuchin in fury. Are you suggesting I impersonate a monkey? Though Yubuchin sensed the inappropriateness of the situation, his thick skin allowed him to temper his tone. Responding, this pill was a reward from a lottery after Brother Dugu's first mission. It cannot be exchanged, being a non-commercial, serendipitous elixir of immortality. Rest assured, you may consume it. You guarantee with my life that it is completely harmless to your body. In a fit of rage, Tsunade unleashed a punch, felling a towering red maple nearby, causing both Xinghuan and Yubuchin to break out in a cold sweat. Xinghuan silently vowed never to provoke women again. They were truly terrifying. Jiraiya and Dugu Qiu Ba witnessed this spectacle, yet their reactions were markedly different. One, seasoned and unimpressed. The other, wholly absorbed in his cultivation, indifferent to matters extraneous to his training. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Yubuchin forced a laugh, saying, let us converse civilly. After all, this tree has stood for so many years. To destroy it so callously is such a pity. Tsunade shot him an irate glare, retorting, does the decision to consume this pill have anything to do with its toxicity? As her words trailed off, her fervor suddenly waned, leaving her at a loss for words. Dugu Qiu Ba turned with a spark of curiosity, recognizing the black pill as having once belonged to him. With everyone's gaze fixed upon her, Tsunade found her voice stifled, the atmosphere growing tense. At that moment, a cheeky voice broke the tranquil silence. Allow me to clarify. She means that despite being a tomboy, she still possesses a tender heart of a little girl. Laughter erupted among the crowd, even eliciting an uncommon chuckle from Dugu Qiu Ba. Jiraiya. Tsunade glared at him, her fury palpable. Without a second thought, she formed a hand seal, executing a substitution technique while simultaneously launching a punch. Crash! Jiraiya's form exploded into splinters, revealing a wooden dummy. Curse it! A substitution technique? When did he? Tsunade scanned the surroundings, finally spotting Jiraiya perched atop an ancient tree. Jiraiya, you cannot escape. Come down. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya shrank back, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes as he regretted his earlier jest. He had merely wished to lighten the mood. Observing the tense exchange, Qiu cleared his throat, intending to mediate, completely oblivious to the fact that this predicament had been instigated by him. Yet, before he could utter a word, Jiraiya, trembling, leaped down from the tree, nervously approaching Tsunade. "Be gentle," Tsunade, in a fit of rage, retaliated with a punch that sent him flying. The cries that followed were almost unbearable, casting a chilling atmosphere over the otherwise vibrant day. Qiu instinctively shivered, pondering whether he should reclaim that elixir of immortality after all. Indeed, Tsunade is undoubtedly the most fitting candidate, for none among the others possess her extraordinary strength, not even the pinnacle of true strength in his prime, nor the solitary brother. To topple a Jurassic giant tree through sheer force is beyond the capabilities of a sword cultivator at the peak of true strength. As for those monkeys, capable of tearing dinosaurs apart with their bare hands, they surely rival Tsunade in terms of raw power. Little do they realize that in Qiu's subconscious, Tsunade has already been labeled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. After a while, Tsunade returned to the group, dragging the pig-headed Jiraiya along. Seeing this, Xinghuan anxiously touched her delicate face, instinctively distancing herself from Tsunade. Observing this, Tsunade's expression darkened. Xinghuan shivered and quickly inched closer again. Only then did Princess Tsunade soften her demeanor. "Come, little Xinghuan, sit beside your sister." Xinghuan awkwardly chuckled. "No, I think I won't." Tsunade's face immediately lost its mirth. Xinghuan quickly wilted, forcing a grim smile as she settled beside Tsunade. "The elixir?" Tsunade lightly parted her crimson lips. "Allow me, as the captain. Such responsibilities are mine to bear." Qiu promptly replied, his face resolute as he cast a wary glance at the now pig-headed Jiraiya. Tsunade, satisfied by his response, nodded and tossed the elixir back to Qiu. At that moment, the moon goddess and Orochimaru returned. The moon goddess barely glanced at Jiraiya, her worried gaze sweeping over Tsunade, who smiled reassuringly in response. Orochimaru observed the somewhat furtive expressions of the group and the familiar pig-headed visage. Understanding dawning upon him, a chilling smile crept across his pale face as he remarked, "Has Jiraiya once again courted disaster?" Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Orochimaru, forming a hand seal and placing her hands upon Jiraiya's head. A gentle green light enveloped him, gradually restoring him to his former self. Qiu's eyes brightened. He hadn't anticipated that this sister possessed healing abilities, truly a paragon of versatility. Her appearance and figure were exceptional, yet her temperament could be somewhat overwhelming. One couldn't help but wonder what amusing incidents would arise if Chen encountered Tsunade. If his conjecture was correct, they would inevitably meet one day, though the timing of that encounter remained uncertain. The moon goddess raised her sleeve and softly stated, "While herbivorous dinosaurs typically possess considerable strength, their enormous size does not bode well for them." Orochimaru concurred, "Those monkeys exhibit remarkable strength and speed. Although they may be slightly inferior in raw power to these massive herbivorous dinosaurs, their swiftness can more than compensate. When these two factions clash, the dinosaur kin are likely to face dire consequences, with the herbivorous dinosaurs having no retreat or escape." Qiu nodded in agreement. The mobility and agility of these dinosaurs were woefully inadequate. Confronted by the astonishing speed of the monkeys, it would likely culminate in a one-sided massacre, leaving many dinosaurs to perish. Yet, it was unlikely that many would survive, for their bulky forms would find no refuge in the terrain. With a sheer cliff looming ahead, if it were not for our presence, they would surely face extermination. However, since we are here, their annihilation is not an option. Otherwise, we too might find ourselves on the brink of utter destruction. The sixth sense whispered to oneself that the survival of these dinosaurs might well be the crux of this global mission. Recalling a certain lake that lingered in one's memory, it was evident that something monumental lay behind the two populations. Much like that crimson serpent with whom one had once shared trials and tribulations, that a leader, or perhaps a king. Chapter 77. Battle. First, take your positions, avoiding the trees as much as possible. Seek out dense thickets instead. Await my command, and be prepared to strike at the slightest sign of change. As Qiu's words fell, the others nodded in agreement. To respond to the unchanging with steadfastness was indeed the most prudent strategy in such circumstances. Qiu exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, both nodding in silent accord before concealing themselves within the hollow of a gnarled ancient tree, its core long since hollowed out, providing an ideal refuge. Though Orochimaru's Sharingan could obscure his presence, it required considerable ocular energy. In this dire situation, conserving strength was paramount for the impending conflict. The moon goddess allied with another female member of their team, Tsunade, who utilized a transformation technique, morphing into a thicket of shrubs that enveloped the moon goddess's form. Dugu Qiu Ba and Xinghuan were shielded by Jiraiya's transformation as well. Moments later, from afar, one could no longer discern a single soul in this vicinity. Simultaneously, the distant sound of snapping branches echoed, the sheer number of Jurassic creatures producing a cacophony, their rustling leaves growing ever closer. In the next instant, shadowy figures leapt from the trees into the air, eclipsing the sun and plunging the area into darkness. What colossal monkeys! Upon first sight of the gorillas, the group felt momentarily dazed, for in their world, monkeys were typically regarded as diminutive and docile. Yet, the owners of these shadows were titanic beings, nearly half the size of the ancient red maple trees, their visages grotesque, instilling immediate dread. Their robust arms appeared powerful and muscular, complemented by their piercing cries. Resembling a race born for battle, prepare. Ubuchuan communicated telepathically, his gaze fixed on the looming shadows, a gravity settling in his eyes. In the distance, the herbivorous dinosaurs, previously at ease munching on foliage, emitted terrified cries upon spotting these shadows, frantically fleeing toward the direction from which the gorillas approached. Several young dinosaurs, unfortunate enough to stumble, were trampled to death, while those at the rear found themselves overpowered by the pursuing gorillas, their heads, limbs, and tails mercilessly torn asunder. The roars of the dinosaurs transformed from furious bellows to mournful wails. This was merely one scene amidst the chaos, as hundreds of gorillas launched their assault, leaving a trail of blood and bones in their wake, a gruesome path of slaughter. Damn it, do these dinosaurs not know how to resist? No more waiting. We must strike immediately. The loss of dozens of dinosaurs is already our limit. Ubuchuan was the first to burst forth from the ancient tree, his sword drawn, a phantom image materializing in the air. With graceful steps, he executed a strike that seemed to transcend the heavens. The moon goddess's hands shimmered with violet light, as the surrounding environment stirred with a rising wind, an enigmatic wave of energy cascading towards the horde of gorillas. Kakashi initially employed wood-release techniques to execute several immobilization jutsus, yet the sheer strength of the gorillas rendered them ineffective. With a mere exertion, they broke free. Hence, she resolved to engage in close combat. Kakashi, leave the battlefield to us. Go tend to the injured dinosaurs. The voice of Ubuchian echoed from afar, causing Kakashi to pause, vexed at her lapse in professional duty, before turning to assist the wounded dinosaurs rolling on the ground. With stars coalescing into blades, her sword intent manifested, capable of inflicting considerable damage upon the gorillas. Meanwhile, Dugu Qiu Ba wielded his fingers like swords, employing the 6 meridian sword technique and the finger-flicking technique. As the eldest among them, he had lived long enough to acquire an array of martial arts manuals, and it was evident that these techniques were among his vast repertoire. Beside him, Jiraiya relied on his experience from the Ninja World War, executing the body flicker technique and spiraling sphere, seamlessly conjuring several shadow clones, thus maintaining his position without faltering. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The skillful movements of the combatants began to overwhelm the gorillas. Unbeknownst to them, a golden gorilla, distinct from the others with its black fur, leaped from the horde, its speed astonishing. Almost several times that of the black gorillas. Previously concealed, it now erupted forth in a sudden ambush, and Ubuchian transformed into a streak of red and white, crashing heavily into an ancient red maple tree. With a thunderous roar, the tree succumbed to the impact. Dugu Qiu Ba bellowed in anger, unleashing a surge of pale yellow sword energy that repelled several nearby black gorillas, racing towards Ubuchian. Kakashi, too, witnessed the unfolding scene. She abandoned the dinosaur she was treating and sprinted towards the direction of Ubuchian's fall. Damn it! Orochimaru cursed from his hidden vantage, swiftly forming hand seals. His eyes gleamed with power as one hand morphed into Susanoo, delivering a strike towards the golden gorilla with a blade of Kusanagi. Although the golden gorilla narrowly evaded a fatal blow, it was still grazed by the sword, leaving a multitude of black patterns to emerge upon its chest. With a furious roar, the golden gorilla rallied the black gorillas, pounding their chests before retreating with their injured comrade. As the combatants refrained from pursuit, the opposing side vanished in an instant. I want to survive. Orochimaru coldly remarked to the approaching Jiraiya, then quickly made his way towards Ubuchian. Observing the gruesome wound on his chest, Orochimaru frowned and inquired of Kakashi, who was still engaged in treatment, "How is he?" "It's quite troublesome." Although the captain reacted swiftly and shielded the vital organs, the force from 2 impacts was overwhelming, causing several unprotected organs to shatter completely. While recovery is possible, it will require considerable time, Kakashi replied without lifting her gaze, though beads of sweat began to form upon her neck. Dugu Qiu Ba pondered for a moment, channeling his inner energy towards Yu Buqian. Kakashi's complexion shifted slightly, clearly unprepared for such an effect of inner energy. The moon god and star soul exchanged glances, redirecting their energies toward Yu Buqian as well. An invisible wave formed around them, subtly generating a protective magnetic field. As time progressed, the pale visage of Yu Buqian gradually regained a hint of color. The moments slipped by, and with the setting sun, the earth was bathed in a golden glow. Tsunade and the other three rose from the ground, nodding reassuringly at the anxious onlookers. His injuries had stabilized. From here on, it was up to him to recover. His inner strength was formidable, and once the veins were repaired, a self-sustaining cycle would ensue. The rest depended solely on him. Orochimaru, in a state of urgency, turned to Tsunade and inquired, "How long until he awakens?" Tsunade understood his concern but displayed a hint of helplessness. "It's unclear. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year. It all depends on him. His body is no longer in peril. What he lacks now is the return of his will. If his resolve is strong, he shall awaken swiftly, but if his spirit falters, he may remain in slumber indefinitely. I have expended too much chakra and require time to recuperate. As night falls, you and Jiraiya shall keep watch," she stated, then quietly moved to sit beside a red maple tree, resting on the ground and slowly closing her eyes. Chapter 78. Concealed items and transference. The following day, with the piercing cry of a wyvern, the group awoke from their slumber, excluding the still unconscious Yu. Tsunade stretched languidly, her curvaceous figure illuminated by the dim morning light, inhaling deeply and feeling invigorated. Her spirits lifted considerably. "I asked the captain still not awake?" The moon goddess approached Tsunade, casting a glance at her disproportionately endowed figure, her tone tinged with jealousy. Tsunade, still groggy, glanced at Yu Buqian and suddenly recalled, "Oh, the captain is unconscious." It was evident he had not awakened. Yet considering that he had been in a coma for an entire night, it was illogical for someone of his willpower to remain unconscious for so long. Could it be that the steadfast Captain Yu was merely a facade of strength? Tsunade felt a pang of disappointment as she gazed at the still unconscious Yu Buqian, silently shaking her head in dismay. His injuries had healed, yet his continued unconsciousness spoke volumes of his fragile will. Alas, for someone who usually exuded calm and wisdom, it was unexpected to discover such frailty. Tsunade refrained from continuing, as the atmosphere had grown somewhat peculiar. A glint of cold light flashed in Dugu Qiu Ba's eyes. His gaze directed at Tsunade, now laced with hostility. Being the closest to you, he could not bear to hear such words spoken about him. Orochimaru silently cursed the situation. His worst fears had materialized. He quickly pressed Tsunade to the ground, reprimanding her. "Tsunade, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not realize who Yu is? We are well aware of his capabilities from the last world mission. How dare you utter such words to tarnish his honor?" I apologize," Tsunade stammered, regretting her impulsive remark. Having spoken without thought, it was this very individual, currently in a coma, who had first placed trust in her. Dugu Qiu Ba remained silent, slowly closing his eyes. "We need to relocate. This place has become exceedingly unsafe." The voice of Orochimaru was somewhat chilling, causing everyone to shudder unexpectedly. The previous day's encounter with the golden gorilla had only driven off the troop of monkeys momentarily, and calculating the time, it was evident that the golden gorilla was nearing its demise. When that moment arrives, the troop of apes would undoubtedly go into a frenzy and return for vengeance. Without a purpose to protect the dinosaurs, it would be unwise to provoke them. Jiraiya scratched his disheveled hair, perplexed, and inquired, "Why did we protect those dinosaurs yesterday?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, glanced around, and slowly replied, "Everyone can access the mission panel to check the faction." The group was momentarily taken aback before they accessed their respective mission panels. "The current faction of your reincarnation team is Dinosaur Revenge, Gorilla Uprising, Favorability, -36. Each gorilla slain decreases favorability by 1. Killing a special gorilla decreases it by 20. Favorability for Dinosaur Uprising, 10. Daily increase based on the survival rate of dinosaurs. Note: if either side's favorability reaches 100, unexpected rewards will be granted." Upon reviewing this, the expressions of the group changed dramatically. If Brother Yu's speculation is correct, each tribe possesses a hidden element, and the key to unlocking this hidden element lies in favorability. Orochimaru, maintaining his composure, surveyed the surroundings with a chilling gaze, stating, "The world task merely requires the slaughter of 100 gorillas, yet it conveniently allows the gorilla faction's favorability to plummet to -100. Do you not find this coincidence rather suspicious?" Orochimaru paused, a flicker of fear crossing his features. The system would not arbitrarily introduce a favorability function. If we have merely triggered the hidden elements of the gorilla faction without corresponding hidden elements within the dinosaur faction to counter them, we will most certainly meet our demise. The group instinctively broke into a cold sweat. Xinghuan's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Then, what shall we do?" Orochimaru replied with a cold firmness, "We wait. We wait for Brother Yue to awaken. And for the dinosaur's revenge." With that, he approached Ubuchuan, hoisting him onto his back, and set off in the direction the dinosaurs had fled. The others quickly followed suit. Tsunade approached Dugu Qiu Ba, apologizing with a hint of guilt. Dugu Qiu Ba's expression softened slightly as he shook his head impassively and moved to join the others. Observing this, Tsunade bit her crimson lip, forming seals before hastening to catch up in the blink of an eye. The area had become deserted. Half a day later, a golden giant ape, towering alongside the ancient red maple trees, charged forth with a group of chimpanzees, howling wildly. Upon witnessing the now desolate habitat, the golden giant ape let out a furious roar and, in a fit of rage, tore apart a nearby chimpanzee with its bare hands, a glimmer of human-like ferocity mingling with the unique savagery of a beast flashing in its eyes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the others had reached another dinosaur habitat, distinct from the previous one. It lacked the towering thickets and clusters of ancient red maples, replaced instead by dense wild grass. This grass resembled pasture, notably flourishing to the height of a man's waist. Perhaps due to their fondness, this group of dinosaurs did not exhibit panic or fear upon the arrival of Orochimaru and his companions. In fact, one long-necked dinosaur playfully nudged Tsunade and the moon goddess with its head, causing an awkward moment for the two. Orochimaru gently placed the unconscious Ubuchian on the ground and then signaled to the moon goddess, who began to circle around to set up an illusion array. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya commenced their training, as the abundant natural energy in the area was exceptionally conducive to cultivating sage techniques. Dugu Qiu Ba took a seat beside Ubuchian, quietly observing him. Star Soul, feeling a tremor of curiosity, approached the moon goddess, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Do you think Dugu brother has any peculiar preferences?" Her voice was so soft that it was imperceptible to normal hearing. However, Dugu Qiu Ba, with his peak innate true power hearing, could discern even the faintest sounds, such as the flow of blood. Naturally, no one would be so dull as to listen for the sound of blood flow. Yet Dugu Qiu Ba caught the hushed words of Star Soul. Though the moon goddess did not respond, he realized that if this were substantiated, his lifelong reputation could be irrevocably tarnished. While he could overlook many things, matters concerning his principles were non-negotiable. Thus, Dugu Qiu Ba rose calmly and walked towards Star Soul, taking a seat beside her. What were they discussing? They seemed to be enjoying themselves. Star Soul forced a smile, feeling awkward, while the moon goddess chuckled softly nearby. In this manner, our esteemed Master Yue was heartlessly abandoned, lying alone on the cold grass. Although the lush grass provided a soft and warm cushion beneath him, his heart felt icy at this moment. Unknown to anyone, within Ubuchian, his internal energy suddenly became chaotic, surging uncontrollably through his meridians. The energy in his dantian grew turbulent as the primal essence of heaven and earth rushed into his body, forming a single droplet of water. This droplet, transparent and pure, resembled an immaculate gem, perfectly harmonized with the universe. Chapter 79. Death. As the first droplet formed, countless others quickly followed, coalescing into a vast ocean. At this moment, the internal energy within Ubuchian had dissipated, having transformed into these droplets, which then merged into the sea. This ocean was serene and translucent, emanating a mysterious aura. Under the influence of a certain will, it began to undergo a fundamental transformation. This state persisted for nearly half a day. Eventually, upon the completion of this metamorphosis, the ocean began to evaporate, reverting to internal energy, not just any internal energy, but a form that was markedly different from before, now almost visible to the naked eye, significantly more potent than its predecessor. This essence was termed true energy. Ubuchian successfully ascended to the second realm of the innate upper three realms, the true energy phase. Invisible waves radiated from his body, dispersing in all directions, as the energies of the universe surged into him, thickening the true energy within his dantian. Once his true energy was fully restored, he slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with a newfound brilliance and confidence. The captain has awakened. The moon goddess had been observing Ubuchuan closely. At this moment, upon seeing him open his eyes, she gasped in astonishment. The three ninjas set aside their tasks and swiftly approached, while Dugu Qiu Ba and Xinghuan followed suit, encircling Ubuchuan, leaving him no room to escape. The onlookers scrutinized him like a laboratory mouse. their unabashed gazes making the esteemed leader feel decidedly uncomfortable. He stiffly inquired, "What is the matter with all of you?" Katsuyu smiled and asked, "Do you still feel any discomfort?" Dugu Qiu Ba chuckled softly, replying, "It is good that you have awakened." The others chimed in with their inquiries, warming Ubuchuan's heart. Thanks to Miss Katsuyu's unwavering assistance, he had managed to reclaim his life. Such a debt of gratitude would forever remain etched in his memory. He solemnly clasped his hands in thanks, while Katsuyu recalled her earlier complaints about Ubuchuan's lack of willpower, her cheeks flushing as she quietly murmured an apology. Ubuchuan was taken aback, yet the others offered no explanation, so he refrained from probing further. However, the person before him, who had saved his life, was someone he would forever remember. Some sentiments need not be spoken aloud, and he would find an opportunity to repay her kindness in the future. At that moment, Orochimaru calmly interjected, "So, how does it feel?" Ubuchuan, somewhat astonished, replied, "Is the Sharingan truly so extraordinary? You discerned that I had not awakened because I was breaking through." Dugu Qiu Ba, feeling a twinge of jealousy, sneered quietly, lamenting that as a renowned master of the martial world with centuries of experience, he had now become so inept. Had he not once been considered the greatest prodigy in the martial arts? He had sought to test the world, yearning for a single defeat. However, he dismissed such thoughts. Overthinking would only lead to tears. They were all peculiar in their own right. In the ensuing days, life took on a semblance of tranquility. The gorilla horde seemed to have lost its way, lingering far behind, while Katsuyu and some young dragons reveled in their play. Occasionally, they engaged in wrestling matches, leaving the onlookers feeling somewhat embarrassed. To everyone's surprise, Orochimaru had once again injected himself with Senju cells, successfully awakening the Rinnegan, stepping into the divine realm above the shadow level, just a step away from the six paths level. Although this step was akin to reaching for the heavens, it was undeniable that Orochimaru's combat prowess soared, becoming a presence second only to Ubuchuan within the team. If only his ocular power and chakra were as abundant as Ubuchuan's true energy. Orochimaru mused whether he should return and capture a few tailed beasts for experimentation, especially the nine-tails, which resided right next door in a confined space. A fiery red fox suddenly sneezed. Who was thinking of me? On the 7th day, the favorability rating of the Dinosaur Revenge faction successfully reached 60, and on this day, with a resounding howl, the precious tranquility was finally shattered. The gorilla horde had arrived. "My hands are itching with anticipation," Jiraiya exclaimed, tossing his hair back and striking a pose with flair. Yet, evidently, no one paid him any mind. Ubuchuan surveyed the crowd, and they all nodded in agreement, while Katsuyu directed the dinosaur group with utmost focus, urging them to remain calm. Ubuchian repeatedly admonished, "Be sure to exercise restraint. Unless in a dire situation, we must wound, not kill." With a grave expression, he gazed at the swiftly approaching shadow and clenched his fists. In the next moment, he bellowed, "Charge!" The long sword was drawn, its blade imbued with energy, the condensed sword aura now denser and more formidable than before. With a light footstep, he propelled himself forward with great speed. Two ethereal figures flashed by, as Dugu Qiu Ba and Xinghuan swiftly followed suit. Tsunade and the moon goddess remained behind to guard the dinosaur herd, soothing the frightened creatures. "Trouble looms, brother Yu. Now I understand why they have refrained from attacking for so long. They have encircled us." Orochimaru suddenly appeared, blocking Ubuchian's path, his pallid face appearing even more ashen in that moment, a hint of panic evident in his voice as he spoke hurriedly. Ubuchian narrowed his eyes, his breath quickening as he commanded, "Scout out which direction is suitable for escape. Concentrate our forces to break through." In the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure materialized before Ubuchian's eyes, the golden giant ape. "Tsunade, be cautious." Orochimaru swiftly began to form seals, but was a moment too late. The massive paw of the golden giant ape was about to crush Tsunade. A blue figure erupted with violet light, unleashing an intangible illusion that momentarily dulled the ape's claws. Yet, that moment was fleeting. In an instant, the blue figure forcefully propelled Tsunade aside. Her blue attire suddenly turned blood red, and as she turned back, her body had already been cleaved in two. "No!" Tsunade screamed, entering sage mode, and retaliated with a powerful punch directed at the golden giant ape. Although the ape was not repelled, it howled in pain and fury, turning its gaze toward the surviving Tsunade. She aimed to strike again, but Orochimaru swiftly intervened, gripping her tightly as the golden giant ape swung its fist. Orochimaru coldly uttered, "Shinra Tensei." The golden giant ape and Tsunade were sent flying in opposite directions, while simultaneously, the moon goddess transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Ubuchian gracefully executed a light technique, catching the airborne Tsunade, who struggled violently in his embrace. Orochimaru, get away from me. I want to kill it. Kill it. Naturally, Orochimaru paid no heed to the frenzied Tsunade, his gaze fixed intently on the golden giant ape. The force he had exerted to repel the creature had drained considerable chakra, and blood vessels were now evident in his eyes. Hurry, break through, he shouted hoarsely at Ubuchian, his voice rough from rarely being raised. Ubuchian understood, swiftly applying pressure points to Tsunade, but finding it ineffective. He knocked her unconscious. With the stillness of the surrounding ape horde, he chose a direction, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, where azure lotuses blossomed, a spectacle akin to a summer's dream. Out of the way, he commanded, as countless beams of sword light cascaded from the lotuses, enveloping the horde of apes. With their human comforts vanished, the dinosaurs, now agitated, lost their calm. Yet under the collective effort of the group, they followed Ubuchian and the others in a frenzied dash toward safety. Yet the group of dinosaurs at the rear had little chance of survival. In Chapter 80. Responsibilities and Awakening. Ubuchian, cradling the unconscious Tsunade, fled desperately across the blood-soaked grassland. His pace was not particularly swift, as he was burdened with the care of a flock of dinosaurs, and thus the horde of apes relentlessly pursued them, rendering any attempts to shake them off futile. Both Dugu Qiu Ba and Xinghuan glanced at the fainted Tsunade, their minds haunted by the recent events, eliciting feelings of surreal sadness. After all, they were comrades within the same squad, and witnessing one of their own perish left an unsettling chill in their hearts. The deceased was the moon goddess. Perhaps the next to fall would be one of them. In that moment, the spirits of the fleeing group began to wane. Ubuchian's gaze darkened. He had clearly noticed the despondence among his companions and pondered the grim implications of their current trajectory. In the distance, the deafening roar of the golden giant ape echoed ominously, instilling a sense of dread. The power of this golden behemoth was overwhelmingly formidable. Its defense, speed, and strength were beyond reproach. One could only speculate what sacrifices Snake Brother would endure to hold it back. They must not allow the sacrifices already made to be in vain. Dugu Brother. Catch! Ubuchian shouted, tossing Tsunade onto Dugu Qiu Ba's shoulders. Dugu Qiu Ba was momentarily taken aback but swiftly caught her. You all must flee. I will hold them off no matter what. These dinosaurs cannot be wiped out. I cannot allow you to face this danger alone, Dugu Qiu Ba retorted fiercely. We must stay together. Ubuchian's eyes glimmered with resolve as he suddenly delivered a swift kick to Dugu Qiu Ba, exclaiming, Get lost! He then veered off in the opposite direction. Dugu Qiu Ba, in a panic, attempted to follow but was restrained by Jiraiya. Let go of me. You is currently our strongest asset. With a few restricted moves, your presence would only be a burden. Do not squander US good intentions. Steer the dinosaur's path carefully and depart quickly. Clenching his fists, Dugu Qiu Ba felt the weight on his shoulder and recognized the validity of Jiraiya's words. With a resigned sigh, he turned away, carrying Tsunade with him. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, and thus the three of them, along with Tsunade and the dinosaurs, ventured into the distant unknown. The horde of gorillas, upon witnessing the shimmering blade light emanating from Ubuchian, became momentarily still, their eyes narrowing with a mix of mockery and trepidation. Their instincts warned them that this seemingly frail figure posed a significant threat of death. Consequently, they instinctively halted, eyeing Ubuchian with caution. Ubuchian, in turn, regarded the approaching apes with solemnity, subtly tightening his grip on the sword, his entire being coiled in readiness, the sword light flickering ominously as he prepared for their impending assault. Having faced them in two fierce battles, Ubuchian dared not underestimate these apes, even though he had ascended to the true Qi realm, exponentially enhancing his combat prowess. One might not pose a threat, but the terrifying reality lay in their multitude. Over 100, perhaps even several hundred, in the enveloping darkness, Ubuchian found himself devoid of the inclination to count the myriad shadows around him. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate, the air thick with tension and the ominous sounds of the wind and distant cries. At last, after what felt like an eternity, a gorilla suddenly lunged at Ubuchian, prompting a flurry of other chimpanzees to follow suit. Gripping his sword tightly, Ubuchian silently chanted his mental incantation, while his sword technique transformed. From behind him, a single azure lotus erupted forth, soon to be surrounded by three more blossoms. As the flowers unfurled, they revealed their seeds, which then shot forth towards the throng of apes, each seed resembling a miniature explosive. In an instant, a haze of bluish mist enveloped the area, and many of the apes fell victim to the onslaught. Yet, more black chimpanzees surged forth from behind to fill the gaps left by their fallen comrades, charging with ferocity. However, the speed of the lotus seeds was relentless, momentarily subduing the frenzied horde, their gazes fixed upon Ubuchuan and the azure lotus behind him. A lingering fear etched upon their faces. Just as Ubuchuan believed he could momentarily exhale in relief, the ape horde suddenly dispersed, encircling him in a net-like formation. A chill gripped his heart, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to fruition. The chimpanzees, as if imbued with a newfound discipline, abandoned their reckless charge in favor of a coordinated assault. Yet, this also presented an opportunity. He merely needed to select a direction to break free, though he now had to be vigilant of his surroundings. The apes advanced slowly, tightening their noose around him. With a cold smile, Ubuchuan unleashed a surge of sword energy, conjuring an illusion that lunged toward the first ape that attempted to encircle him. That strike, aimed with intent, proved fatal for the creature, which, after a moment of shock, erupted in collective fury, abandoning restraint and charging at Ubuchuan with wild howls. With a heavy heart, Ubuchuan summoned the azure lotus to envelop him, wielding his sword to fend off the encroaching beasts. However, despite his best efforts to guard his back, a single gorilla seized upon a fleeting moment of negligence. A sudden grip on his back sent a jolt of searing pain coursing through him, piercing his very mind. In an instant, he suppressed the agony, sweeping his sword in a wide arc to repel the approaching apes. Then, with a fierce determination, he propelled himself toward a specific gorilla, intent on extermination. At this juncture, the strategy of merely wounding without killing was no longer feasible. With his life on the line, he could not afford to dwell on such rules. Though he had once set these guidelines, they were now cast aside, for Ubuchuan understood that, in this dire situation, a potent intimidation was necessary. To merely injure without slaying would only incite rebellion among these vile creatures, failing to instill the fear he sought. Thus, some of the black chimpanzees had to perish. Despite the protective aura of his sword energy, the strength of these beasts far exceeded his own. That previous strike had likely left a grievous wound on his back. As he fought with fervor, blood spurted forth, and if this relentless struggle continued, prolonged by the passage of time, he would likely succumb to the effects of excessive blood loss, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Even in the absence of unconsciousness, the slightest blurring of vision could lead to an inescapable predicament. Thus, it became imperative to divert the troop of apes swiftly and break through. With this thought, Ubuchuan's gaze sharpened as he directed the heavenly sword technique towards the group of apes that were not fleeing alongside Dugu Qiu Ba and his companions. Instantly, an aura of formidable intensity surged from Ubuchuan, transforming him into a figure imbued with a chilling presence. At that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. A translucent radiance emanated from Ubuchuan, modest in size yet brilliant enough to rival the sun and moon, capturing the attention of the apes with undeniable force. Chapter 81. The awakening of Tsunade. Suddenly, some of the chimpanzees grew restless and agitated, particularly those facing Ubuchuan, who began to entertain thoughts of retreat. The diminutive figure they had previously dismissed now exuded a semblance of divinity. Although they were ignorant of what a deity truly was, they instinctively realized that remaining in place could very well lead to their demise. Consequently, a portion of the chimpanzees abruptly turned to flee, while those in other directions stared in shock, bellowing at their fleeing companions. Yet, Ubuchuan was not about to allow their escape unchallenged. He required a show of deterrence, and the current display was evidently insufficient. Thus, as a celestial river materialized, the fleeing chimpanzees were swiftly extinguished by the sword's brilliance, along with several others who had failed to escape or had not considered the option. Nevertheless, a temporary gap appeared among the chimpanzees in that direction, and under the pressure of this maneuver, they were unable to fill it in time. After all, to linger would be akin to courting death. Seizing the moment, Ubuchuan executed the carefree steps and retreated in that direction. The heavenly sword technique demanded an exorbitant amount of vital energy. The previous strike had nearly depleted his dantian. If he did not escape now, finding another opportunity might prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, having already slain over 30 chimpanzees, his goodwill had plummeted dangerously close to -100. Further slaughter would likely result in unforeseen consequences that neither he nor his current team could withstand. Ubuchuan deliberately moderated his pace, ensuring that the troop of apes did not lose track of him while simultaneously leading them further away. After achieving a considerable distance, he noticed his vision beginning to blur, prompting him to accelerate and shake off the group of apes before heading towards Dugu Qiu Ba and the others. This left behind a horde of agitated chimpanzees, left to roar in frustration at their loss. Now enveloped in darkness, after a day of desperate flight, Dugu Qiu Ba and his companions finally halted. Fatigue had set in, but they also paused to await the return of their captain and vice-captain, who had shouldered the burden of team safety at a critical juncture, leaving a profound impression on their hearts. With their innate abilities allowing them to sustain themselves without the need for food, the group did not experience the same hunger that had plagued them during Yu Buchuan's initial arrival. However, they still needed to meditate and recuperate to replenish their energy. Before long, Tsunade, who had been unconscious by the campfire, finally stirred and slowly opened her eyes. "Where am I?" The young girl, somewhat bewildered by her recent ordeal, found herself momentarily at a loss as she surveyed the transformed surroundings. The faces of the onlookers were etched with sorrow, and after a brief pause, Xinghuan took it upon himself to elucidate the arduous journey they had endured. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade could no longer contain her tears and wept openly, burying her head in her knees like a child. Jiraiya felt a pang of emotion. It was the first time he had witnessed Tsunade in such a vulnerable state. "It is all my fault that Yue is dead." As the only two women in the group, Tsunade and Yushin shared a profound bond, engaging in candid conversations born of their shared experiences in a world so different from their own. Tsunade understood that she was Yu's sole friend, for in her own realm, her status rendered it nearly impossible to forge close ties with anyone. Yet now, Yu had sacrificed everything, blood and even her life, for the sake of their friendship. Tsunade silently berated herself for her sluggish response. Had she been more perceptive, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Thus, she cried on, with no one daring to console her, partly due to the fact that they were all men, most of whom had never encountered such a scenario and were unsure how to offer comfort. Wink with a frown. Do not inquire why Dugu Qiu Ba remains a virgin. Even if he were to live another 10,000 years, his circumstances would remain unchanged. On the other hand, they also recognized that she needed to vent her anguish. Consequently, Tsunade's lamentation persisted for nearly half the night, with the others remaining awake to keep her company. Tsunade felt a warmth in her heart at this display of solidarity. "What about that giant ape?" she whispered. Dugu Qiu Ba gazed at her silently, his expression resolute yet cold, and with a heavy heart. He replied, "I am uncertain. The vice-captain stayed behind to cover our retreat, and he has yet to catch up." Tsunade's face paled once more as she murmured, "Yu Buqian." "What about the captain?" Xinghuan spoke softly at that moment. "The captain went alone to confront the horde of primates pursuing us to protect our safety, leaving us to fend for ourselves." Tsunade's eyes brimmed with tears once again. Even Orochimaru, who typically prioritized personal gain above all else, was silently contributing to the survival of their team, while she, in contrast, had brought about the first death among them. The two who had remained behind had most likely prepared for their own sacrifice, perhaps never intending to return, only striving to secure a sliver of hope for the rest of them. If Lingchen were awake at this moment, he would undoubtedly scoff, "Girl, you are overthinking this. Old Yu and Uncle Snake would never stay behind without a plan." Therefore, since they had chosen to remain, they were unlikely to perish. They were both wise men, not reckless brutes. Nonetheless, Tsunade felt deeply moved. Yet, more so, she was engulfed by guilt. Xinghuan, too, felt a tinge of sorrow for Yushun's death. After all, no matter the nature of their relationship, they hailed from the same world, and her demise cast a shadow over his spirits. "Sister Tsunade, please do not weep. I believe Yushun would not wish to see you in tears." Upon hearing Yushun's name, Tsunade's sobs intensified, and Xinghuan's heart tightened at the sight. Jiraiya felt a pang of sympathy as he gathered his courage to gently pat Tsunade on the shoulder, softly murmuring, "Indeed, Tsunade, try not to be too sorrowful. After all, isn't there still a possibility of revival?" Tsunade's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she turned to grasp Jiraiya's shoulders tightly, vigorously shaking him and exclaiming, "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Jiraiya, feeling somewhat timid, feared he had inadvertently angered her again, and in a hesitant tone, he reiterated, "There is still a possibility of revival." Tsunade's eyes gleamed even brighter, her fighting spirit reignited, and upon seeing Jiraiya's sheepish demeanor, she delivered a punch in frustration, scolding, "Look at your cowardly face. Are you still rolling with me or not? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Jiraiya was on the verge of tears. As the mention of revival lifted the previously stifling atmosphere, the group of dinosaurs tilted their heads in confusion, curious about the sudden shift in events. Their mood lightened considerably as the oppressive air that had enveloped them dissipated, allowing them to breathe more freely. Tsunade took up the mantle of soothing the dinosaurs once more, although her mind wandered. The power of revival was not in her hands, nor in the grasp of her deputy, Orochimaru, but rather rested with the captain. She was uncertain whether Ubuchian would squander hundreds of thousands of points on the moon goddess, who possessed relatively modest combat abilities, points that she could never hope to acquire herself. Thus, a sense of unease and concern began to brew within her. The night was deep, yet it was destined that no one would find rest. Chapter 82. Returning in succession on the 20th day of the world mission. Dawn broke. Jiraiya lay comfortably across the legs of Dugu Qiu Ba, his sleeping posture rather unappealing. Unbeknownst to him, he might have been dreaming, as drool dripped from his mouth, presenting a rather lewd appearance that caused Dugu Qiu Ba to occasionally raise an eyebrow in dismay. Xinghuan rested on Dugu Qiu Ba's other leg, eyes half closed, yet his sleeping demeanor was far more dignified than Jiraiya's. This morning was destined to be anything but tranquil, for suddenly, a figure materialized, prompting Tsunade to instinctively cover her mouth. Tsunade. The voice was calm yet carried a weight of weariness, lacking the usual sternness and ominous tone. The person was none other than Orochimaru, who had been absent for far too long. One by one, the others awakened. You rascal! Tsunade's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she rushed forward to embrace her childhood companion, striking him lightly on the back shoulder before quickly releasing him. Though you have any idea how worried we were? After we successfully departed, you hastily fled and then rushed back. Just look at how many days have passed. Hearing Tsunade's mild complaints, Orochimaru could only smile wryly. It's not as easy to escape as you think. That golden giant ape was far too terrifying. It even shattered my Susanu's ultimate form. Using my Rinnegan techniques like Shinra Tensei drained too much of my chakra dye in the end to make my escape. I had no choice but to employ Izanagi, which cost me my left eye, but it allowed me to break free. The remaining days were spent recovering my chakra and nurturing my eye, and only yesterday did I finally mend my injuries. Where is you? Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze swept across the surroundings, only to discover that Ubuchian was inexplicably absent. He had hurried back with matters of importance to discuss, and now it appeared that their plans would be significantly delayed. Tsunade recounted the situation regarding Ubuchian once more to Orochimaru, who sighed deeply upon hearing it. There is no need for excessive worry. I am well aware of Brother Yu's capabilities. If he has chosen to remain, it surely indicates he possesses ample confidence. His absence may be due to severe injuries, Orochimaru mused thoughtfully. Moreover, should either of us perish, it is likely that our entire team would meet with complete annihilation. Our continued existence is testament enough that Brother Yu is safe. The others felt a sense of relief wash over them after hearing his words. The progress of their world mission had reached 99 out of 100, primarily due to the enemies defeated during the escape orchestrated by Yu and himself. Only one foe remained, a black chimpanzee that he had kept in the cave he previously inhabited. We shall devise a plan upon Brother Yu's return. As for this group of dinosaurs, we will protect them as best we can. If we cannot, we shall abandon them. We cannot afford any further casualties. Indeed, the group responded in unison. Orochimaru, I never imagined you possessed such leadership qualities, Jiraiya chuckled, playfully wrapping his arms around Orochimaru's neck and teasingly adding, Uncle Snake, you are quite the character. Orochimaru, resigned to the antics of his childhood companion, glanced at Tsunade, who merely nodded. With a swift motion, she landed a punch on Jiraiya, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Rubbing the large bump on his head, Jiraiya managed a pathetic smile, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Orochimaru's return undoubtedly revitalized the team's morale. Jiraiya took it upon himself to gather some wild fruits, which, after being washed with the water release technique, became the first meal the group enjoyed in this realm. Perhaps due to the rich spiritual energy of the environment, the fruits thrived, growing to several times the size of those found in the land of smiling heroes. They were fresh and delectably sweet, truly exquisite. A group of herbivorous dinosaurs gazed longingly at the wild fruits Jiraiya had collected, their expressions vacant and their eyes fixated on the bounty before them. Yet, none dared to snatch any. Despite their low intelligence, they understood that these humans were their friends, and more importantly, not to be trifled with. Regardless, this meal was extraordinarily pleasant, and no disturbances interrupted their feast. Thus, the group leisurely passed 5 days. With only 5 days remaining until the mission's conclusion, a somewhat anxious Ubuchian finally made his entrance, though his disheveled appearance was enough to render others speechless. His clothes were filthy and tattered, with his trousers nearly reduced to a skirt, exposing his robust thighs to the open air. adorned with several patches of an indiscernible sticky substance. Good heavens, Captain! What on earth have you been through these past days? Yu Buqian, noticing his own peculiar attire, sheepishly smiled, clearing his throat as his cheeks flushed slightly. There's nothing to see. What is so interesting? Tsunade suddenly burst into laughter, prompting Yu Buqian's expression to darken. The unscrupulous Jiraiya naturally joined in the laughter, while the childlike spirit of Xinghuan seized the opportunity without hesitation. In contrast, Orochimaru wore a solemn expression, his complexion undeniably paler than usual, clearly stifled. As for Dugu Qiu Ba, he nonchalantly patted Yu Buqian's shoulder, not forgetting to utter a word of condolence. Mourn your losses, my foot. Do you think I have become this way for what reason? It is all for you ungrateful bastards. Yu Buqian internally roared, yet his face remained impassive. He cleared his throat once more and addressed Orochimaru. What is the situation? Upon hearing this, everyone restrained their smiles, for it was time to discuss serious matters. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, the favorability rating of the dinosaur faction has reached 92. In just 2 days, it will undoubtedly reach 100. As for the last remaining chimpanzee, shall we kill it upon departure? Or shall we do so immediately? Yu Buqian responded without hesitation, we shall wait until the dinosaur faction's favorability hits 100, then kill it at once. This time, we must also resurrect Yuehun to maximize our points. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their gazes towards Yu Buqian now tinged with admiration and gratitude. Orochimaru nodded. Given the current shortage of personnel, a risk must indeed be taken. What should we do? Yu Buqian paced thoughtfully for a long time until the sun began to set. In these few days, we shall separate to search for the ape group. Managing our time carefully, on the 30th day, we will lure them here. By then, their favorability should also reach 100. We shall exert all our strength to slay those apes. And if possible, we should eliminate that golden gorilla as well. At his words, Tsunade displayed a flicker of animosity. Orochimaru, at that time, you will activate Susanoo. Her words were cut short by Orochimaru. My left eye is blind. I can no longer use Susanoo. Yu Buqian was suddenly taken aback and turned to see that although his left eye was open, it appeared dull and lifeless, devoid of spirit. He sighed inwardly. Realizing that this battle would be far more challenging than anticipated, Orochimaru's combat prowess primarily relied on his eyes, and now with one diminished, it was likely his strength would even fall short of that of Xinghuan. It seemed the golden gorilla would have to be postponed. Chapter 83. How ruthless! Thus, we shall refrain from killing the golden gorilla, and instead, we must endeavor to slay as many black gorillas as possible. Tsunade struggled momentarily but recognized that in the face of insufficient strength, a forced confrontation was akin to courting death. Therefore, she compelled herself to regain her composure and said nothing further. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya felt a pang of sympathy for Tsunade, sighing inwardly but choosing to remain silent. Thus, the final slaughter before their return slowly unfurled under the gentle call of the horn. Except for the weakest among them, Xinghuan, who was tasked with staying behind. The others set off in different directions on their quest to locate the ape group. 2 days later, the favorability rating unsurprisingly reached 100. However, nothing earth-shattering or soul-stirring occurred, not even a minor incident. This left Yu Buqian feeling somewhat disappointed and despondent. Yet, it was also a blessing in disguise, for it rendered the rising favorability of the gorilla faction less significant. However, to err on the side of caution, Yu Buqian instructed that no reckless slaughter should commence for the time being, and everything should proceed according to plan. Little did he know, this decision would ultimately save the entire team. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the last day of their return. At this moment, a troop of chimpanzees was pursuing various individuals toward a singular destination. Among them, only Tsunade, blessed with extraordinary fortune, did not encounter the ape horde. The others, to varying degrees, became aware of the primates and began leading them in the agreed direction. Unbeknownst to them, each person attracted a few, which aggregated into a larger group. When they all convened, they gazed back at the approaching horde of chimps with expressions tinged with bewilderment. When did the ape troop become so visible? What they did not realize was that the maple forest was inherently a gathering place for the apes, making their discovery hardly surprising. As for Tsunade, one could only attribute her fortune to a mysterious aura that seemed to have awakened, causing all evils to retreat. Fortunately, Tsunade did not succumb to a fear of bloodshed following the death of the moon god. Otherwise, this battle would have incurred significant losses in combat power. Yu Buqian was the first to turn around, calling out, at this point, there is no need to ponder why so many have been attracted. Avoid the golden chimpanzee, and let us strike together, kill, to the utmost. With Yu Buqian's rallying cries, The crowd dispersed in various directions, engaging the surrounding foes. Observing this, Xing Hun also gracefully stepped into the fray. In an instant, the air was filled with the cries of cranes and the rustling of winds, as grass grew and orioles sang, while wood splintered and grass was trampled, with smoke rising ominously in the distance. The formidable Yue, the Grand Master, utilized the divine technique of the Qinglian sword song, taking down one ape after another with unmatched prowess. Blossoms of azure lotuses materialized and shot forth, and without restraint. The lotus seeds bursting forth were exponentially more powerful than in previous displays, resulting in countless chimpanzees meeting their demise beneath the relentless bombardment. Meanwhile, as the slaughter continued, the favorability rating of the ape realm plummeted to a blood-red threshold of -100. No one paid heed to this, for the sheer number of chimpanzees exceeded 500, a dark mass with no discernible origin. Though their movements were elusive, there were still inevitable oversights, leading to several instances where the chimps inflicted grievous wounds, leaving them bloodied and battered. As for the group of dinosaurs, they had already been mercilessly slaughtered by the horde of chimps, their carcasses strewn across the battlefield. Yu Buqian and his companions were too preoccupied to consider their plight. With the favorability rating having reached a triggering condition, they naturally could not afford to divert their efforts to rescue them. Thus, the unfortunate dinosaurs became the first sacrificial victims of this massacre. Over time, Yu and others, such as Uncle Snake, were destined to follow in their footsteps, as the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to slay them all, while their inner strength, true energy, and chakra were rapidly depleting. As they fought desperately, a sense of dread settled in their hearts. At this rate, their demise was inevitable, yet no viable alternatives presented themselves. They had initially believed the troop of apes they attracted was the only one, only to discover that the cumulative effect of each individual's efforts had summoned an overwhelming multitude. Truly, it was a day of misfortune. Would this horde of beasts surround them and engage in such a siege? How could the dinosaurs they had nurtured for so long lack such intelligence? One can only exclaim, are our ancestors truly deserving of such reverence? Yet, I find myself devoid of the strength to criticize. For after all, the end draws neared. The piercing roar reverberated through the air as a golden giant ape surged forth from the distance, causing the hearts of onlookers to chill, extinguishing any sense of relief. This was the end. However, in that very moment, a far more majestic roar erupted, entirely distinct from that of the gorilla, shaking the heavens and deafening to the ears. Turning towards the source, the crowd's spirits lifted, for it was a dinosaur. Resembling a tyrannosaurus, yet lacking its colossal size, it was clad in mechanical armor, its eyes aglow with a crimson light, its claws sharp and menacing. The group of gorillas, taken aback by the sight and sound, momentarily released Yu Buqian and others, frantically charging toward the bizarre dinosaur. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Da and his companions ascended into the trees, observing the peculiarity of the scene unfolding before them. How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Yu Buqian remarked. It appears that the special trigger was activated due to the affinity reaching 100, though it seems they only arrived today due to the journey. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and inquired, then, will the special trigger for this group of gorillas also manifest? A wave of relief washed over the crowd, grateful that they had not engaged in premature slaughter. In the distance below, a horrifying display of brutality was taking place. Indeed, it was sheer slaughter. The black gorillas appeared as mere children in the presence of the monstrous dinosaur. Despite their numbers, they seemed utterly powerless, though liken them to ants would not be an exaggeration. The creature's eyes glinted with crimson light as it unleashed beams of red energy, which, upon striking the gorillas, cleaved them asunder, leaving them to die in gruesome dismemberment. Breathing forth flames of a peculiar purple hue, the fire was exceptionally bizarre and formidable, incinerating everything in its path, leaving the ground barren. One by one, the gorillas met their fiery demise beneath this violet inferno, reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Yu Da and his companions shuddered at the sight. Was this truly a dinosaur? What of the fate of the long-extinct herbivorous dinosaurs? The carnage continued unabated, the number of gorillas dwindling relentlessly, yet a strange force seemed to compel them. Their eyes filled with rage, refusing to consider retreat. Ultimately, the violet flames consumed all, with over 800 dinosaurs slaughtered, the golden gorilla also perishing under a sweeping laser from the monstrous dinosaur. The creature, responsible for such relentless destruction, let out a roar that pierced the sky. Though its size was not particularly grand, even smaller than the adult herbivorous dinosaurs from earlier, none dared to underestimate it now. For its might instilled fear in all, including Yuda and his companions, who remained transfixed in the trees, their minds numb. Yuda chuckled softly, his expression somewhat strained, glancing at the similarly silent Orochimaru, patting his shoulder. Moments later, Orochimaru fervently exclaimed to Ubuchuin, "This is a deity." Before Ubuchuin could respond, a far greater roar echoed from the distance, sending a tremor through the hearts of the crowd. It appeared the main event had arrived. Chapter 84. Return and resurrection. Even after witnessing the fearsome beast Gorzon, capable of shaking the very earth, during the previous world mission, the sight before them now was undeniably staggering. What manner of colossal creature was this? The towering ancient red maple trees do not reach its waist, while its blackish-red fur menacingly protrudes outward, enveloped in a layer of golden armor. If one were to disregard its imposing stature that pierces the clouds and its exceedingly ferocious exterior, it strikingly resembles an ancient warrior clad in armor upon the battlefield. The golden armor reflects a dazzling light, akin to a celestial deity, coldly gazing down upon the mortal realm below, devoid of joy or sorrow, yet seething with wrath and derision. With a thunderous roar, the golden giant ape exerted its powerful legs, collapsing the hard, resilient ground beneath, creating a vast crater, and its body soared towards the heavens. The brilliance reflected from the golden armor was not merely radiant. It could indeed be described as blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. Deity twisted and turned in midair, ultimately transforming into a fist aimed at the monstrous dinosaur. As the onlookers mourned for the creature, the monstrous dinosaur pivoted, stepped forward, and raised its head, unleashing a stream of red, somewhat translucent light from its eyes, hurtling swiftly towards the colossal beast. The creature let out a deafening roar, its fury intensifying, as it thrust its fist down upon the location of the monstrous dinosaur. Instantly, a circular hole several hundred meters in diameter formed beneath its strike, and it excitedly pounded its chest, howling triumphantly at the sky. However, before its exhilaration could fully manifest, purple flames erupted from one direction, continuously searing the creature, transforming its victorious roar into a shriek of pain, sharp and grotesque. It writhed, its cold gaze sweeping over the monstrous dinosaur concealed beneath the ancient red maple. And then it unleashed a punch through the AI. In an instant, a tempest arose, uprooting towering trees in the path of its punch, while the purple flames were dispersed by the gust. The creature, singed and somewhat charred, lunged towards the dinosaur with ferocity. This monster was a master of martial arts, impervious to any impediment. What had just transpired was indeed the force of its strike, though the intensity of the wind was undeniably overwhelming. Those whose features were marred by the destruction exchanged awkward glances, ultimately breaking into sheepish smiles before turning back to watch. Yet, the world task was complete, and they were about to return. The creature, leaning sideways, prepared to unleash its mightiest punch. The monstrous dinosaur, unwilling to be outdone, raised its head, gathering purple flames within its mouth. Yet this time, instead of a fiery breath, it transformed into a column of purple energy. The energy column collided with the grotesque fist of the creature, instantly generating a pressure that snapped nearby trees, and then the return commenced. A flash of white light streaked past, not far from the battlefield of the two unknown species, as a white beam emanated from one of the ancient red maple trees, causing the few spectators who had been present there, along with the instigator of the conflict, to vanish without a trace. However, the two enraged monsters remained oblivious to this occurrence. In the realm of the main god, Xinghuan tugged at her disheveled hair, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! We were so close to witnessing the conclusion." Jiraiya echoed her sentiment, saying, "Indeed. At the very least, let us see the ending before departing." Although others may have felt some regret, none exhibited it as openly as these two jesters, particularly Tsunade, who at this moment fixed her gaze intently upon Ubuchian with an air of palpable tension. Ubuchian nodded reassuringly, allowing her to exhale in relief. The world mission was deemed complete, graded as a C, with no additional points awarded. Xinghuan, somewhat discontented, complained, "Is it really so low?" The assessment had been downgraded by 2 levels due to the death of a team member. Xinghuan was informed. The actual level prior to deductions was A. The reward for this treatment is complimentary. The main quest was accomplished, granting each individual a personal score of 10,000 points, alongside a team score of 10,000 points. Side Quest 1 remained unfulfilled, incurring no penalties. As for Side Quest 2, the rescue of dinosaurs totaled 126, falling short of 1/3 of the original number. Thus no extra rewards were given, resulting in a team score of 140,000 points. The completion status of the world mission was rated as excellent, awarding each participant an additional 10,000 points. Regarding the slaughter of black gorillas in the Dinosaur Revenge faction, at a rate of 1,000 points per creature, Yu Buqian, 180 Orochimaru, 32 Jiraiya, 27 Tsunade, 56 Xinghuan, 41 Dugu Qiu Ba, 77 Tyrannosaurus Rex, 656, converted to team points, for the slaughter of golden gorillas in the Dinosaur Revenge faction, at rates of 10,000 points for small ones and 100,000 for large ones. Orochimaru, 1 Tyrannosaurus Rex, 1, converted to team points, with the world mission concluded. The points awarded were as follows: Yu Buqian, 200,000 points, Orochimaru, 62,000 points, Jiraiya, 47,000 points, Tsunade, 76,000 points, Xinghuan, 61,000 points, Dugu Qiu Ba, 97,000 points. The total team points amounted to 960,000. Each team member's individual total score, the sum of points earned during this world mission and their original score, could be reviewed at their discretion, with the overall team score standing at 1,036,000 points. A brilliant white light ascended, enveloping each individual, and instantly, their injuries began to fade away visibly, healing before their eyes. Uncle Snake's left eye gradually regained its luster, akin to returning to the comforting embrace of a mother, warm and soothing. Indeed, healing was a most cherished experience, as everyone silently reflected. Tsunade cast a glance at Orochimaru, who understood and tugged at Yu Buqian's sleeve. Yu Buqian gently nodded in response. Master God, I wish to resurrect the team member. The captain holds the authority to determine the resurrection of team members who perished during the world mission. Note: members who died in their original world cannot be revived. The deceased member, 1 Moon God, combat power, 150,000 points. The first revival is at half price, requiring 75,000 points. Note: the second revival returns to the original price. Thereafter, each subsequent revival will cost double the points, so please choose wisely. Upon hearing this, the others, still basking in the excitement, felt a chill wash over their hearts. Every individual harbors selfish desires. In the future, resurrection will only become increasingly arduous, until it reaches a point of utter impossibility. In this light, the identity of the first person to be revived becomes particularly significant. For a fleeting moment, even Orochimaru found himself grappling with inner turmoil and uncertainty. Tsunade, displaying a countenance of anxiety, turned to Yu Buqian, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. However, before she could speak, the Master God announced the resurrection of the Moon Goddess using team points. The revival was successful, leaving the team with a remaining total of 286,000 points. As the member had perished during this mission, no points would be awarded to her. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and the Moon Goddess gradually opened her eyes. The onlookers were taken aback to discover that the Master God had even restored her garments, which left Jiraiya feeling a twinge of disappointment. Tsunade rushed over, embracing her and bursting into tears. Chapter 85. The mourning team still in a state of bewilderment, the Moon Goddess was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace by a woman, leaving her momentarily stunned. She found herself at a loss, feeling the dampness of the shoulder she was resting on, and her heart warmed slightly as she awkwardly and somewhat stiffly caressed the woman's flowing hair. Do not cry, do not cry. Tsunade's sobs grew more fervent, while those around them glanced awkwardly, clearly unprepared for this previously unseen side of Tsunade. This scene lingered for quite some time, and eventually, the two women rose to their feet. Tsunade's eyes were still somewhat red, and as she faced the astonished crowd, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stirring a sense of indignation within her. I am a woman too, you know. Am I not allowed to shed tears? Her gaze drifted over to Jiraiya, who suddenly froze and hastily lowered his head. Forget it, Tsunade exclaimed, lifting her arm and shaking her delicate fist, her face a rosy hue, yet she spoke with utmost seriousness. Yes. Upon hearing her words, the crowd, including the esteemed Yu Buqian, nodded in unison. Observing this, the Moon Goddess covered her mouth with a soft laugh, then turned her gaze to Yu Buqian, her eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and something unusual. Having wandered in the Master Goddess realm since her demise, she had witnessed the earlier scene with clarity and truth. After the Master God announced the cost of her revival, she had not harbored any real hope for resurrection. Considering her combat prowess was rather unremarkable, it would be unwise to squander such a significant amount of points. Moreover, wasting the opportunity of the first revival on herself would mean that the price for the next would double, making future resurrections increasingly challenging. Perhaps she would become the sole person in the team to have been revived. Everyone possesses their own selfish motives, and the fact that Captain Yu could resurrect her without a moment's hesitation was genuinely moving. The price of a life is not easily repaid. Yes, the Moon Goddess pondered this, She felt a slight flush creep across her face. Author's note. All right, you've figured it out. The true protagonist of this tale is indeed Captain Yue. Star Soul. Noticing the moon goddess's reddened cheeks, curiously inquired, Moon goddess, why do you seem to have caught a cold right after your resurrection? The moon goddess coughed lightly and, nonchalantly, retrieved a veil from behind her to cover her face. Continuing to blush, the others, though intrigued, refrained from pressing further as the moon goddess chose not to elaborate. Thank you, she said, her lips parting slightly, yet she spoke earnestly as she bowed respectfully to Captain Yue, lowering her head in gratitude. Yu Buqian hastily extended his support, saying, there is no need for formalities. We are comrades who fight side by side. If I were to perish today, you would certainly revive me. Would you not? True to his reputation, old Yu had taken politeness to its utmost limits. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the moon goddess solemnly replied, I will. The crowd was taken aback, particularly the young Star Soul, whose mouth fell agape in astonishment. Observing Yu Buqian's silence, the moon goddess reiterated after a moment, I certainly will. The atmosphere shifted into an inexplicable oddity. Yuda cleared his throat, forcing an awkward smile, and said uncomfortably, well, that's exactly right. Therefore, you need not thank me. As companions, we ought to assist one another. Yet, all eyes remained fixed upon the two, with Orochimaru raising an intrigued eyebrow and licking his lips in a sinister chuckle from the side. Yuda shivered, then tightly embraced Orochimaru's neck, laughing as he maneuvered him away. Tsunade stepped forward, gazing quizzically at her recently revived friend, appearing somewhat dazed, and softly inquired, what is the matter with them? The moon goddess, veiled and thus obscured in expression, prompted Tsunade to imagine her usual calm demeanor. In reality, she was blushing, feeling quite flustered by the earlier exchange, and quickly shook her head in response to Tsunade's question. Star Soul, ever eager to stir mischief, shouted, Moon goddess, are you experiencing a moment of infatuation? Without hesitation, the moon goddess cast a yin-yang spell, only to have it effortlessly dispelled by Star Soul, who bore a triumphant grin, gazing at her with a playful, provocative glint in his eyes. Ultimately, when the moon goddess ceased to engage him, he smugly declared, just a little something. The moon goddess remained silent, casting a pitiful glance at Tsunade. Thus, the god space echoed with reluctant cries that were difficult to bear. After spending some time in the god space, the group prepared to depart. Before they left, the god kindly reminded them, next time, there will be a small-scale team battle in the world mission. Make sure to enhance your abilities in the coming years. Otherwise, you will find yourselves sacrificing for others, unwittingly providing them with points. You might want to reconsider your team name. If you're not embarrassed, that is. The group exchanged glances, a sense of dread filling the air. Finally, Yuta managed to utter, what is the name of the opposing team? Joke S on you. I won't reveal that their team name is Sunset Team, will I? Upon hearing this name, Yu Buqian fell into a long silence, as if deep in thought. Finally, he sighed softly and proposed, let us name ourselves Dawn Team, symbolizing the rising sun, soon to ascend in the sky. Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuda to come up with such a conventional name, thinking he would continue with his typically eccentric ideas. The captain devised a name that, while not particularly eccentric, did not elicit much opposition. The only one to momentarily pause was the somewhat familiar Dugu Qiu Ba, who simply assumed that the esteemed leader Yu was once again thinking of his little disciple. The others, without a second thought, readily acquiesced. Thus, the seemingly mundane formation of the Dawn Team, destined to wreak havoc across myriad realms, came to pass. Hidden in the shadows, the setting sun was taken aback. It seemed that the cunning old fox Yu had discerned something. However, it was of no great concern. If he had seen through it, so be it. After all, it would be the master who would bear the headache in the end. A light chuckle. Following US suggestion, the remaining team points were transferred to the moon goddess, who had gained nothing due to her untimely demise in this world task. After deliberating on the upcoming team battle, the group gradually dispersed. As Tsunade departed, she embraced the moon goddess once more, planting a kiss upon her delicate forehead, saying, I shall come to visit you in a few years. With the continuous flash of white light, figures slowly faded away, marking the conclusion of the second team world task. After a considerable time, the divine space regained its tranquility. A great luminous orb silently rotated within the chaos, moving as if in an eternal cycle. Chapter 86. Replacement during the Qin dynasty, deep within the Kunlun Mountains, in the abyss of annihilation. Somewhere within the second layer of the void, Ling Chun sat in serene contemplation, his eyes closed in deep thought. He resembled a vortex, or perhaps a central point of focus. Surrounding him, boundless annihilation energy entered his being in delicate threads, while the tumultuous demonic flames lay submissively like lambs awaiting slaughter, presenting an exceedingly peculiar sight. A tranquil and peaceful expression adorned Ling Chen's face, akin to a meditative monk poised to transcend into enlightenment, radiating warmth and comfort to those who beheld him. Over the past month, as he resisted the encroachment of his inner demons, his resolve had only grown stronger, his path increasingly refined. Many of the previously obscure concepts suddenly became clear to him. This must be the essence of enlightenment. However, he had not anticipated that the catalyst for this revelation would be his inner demons. Though the inner demons had not yet been entirely vanquished, the incessant influx of annihilation energy nourished his soul while simultaneously eroding it. Yet, due to the presence of the inner demons, this erosion only served to amplify their power. Throughout this month, Ling Chun had traversed countless illusions, experiencing farewells and reunions, love and hatred, and the bitter fruit of love turned to enmity. The inner demons acted like a master illusionist, perpetually casting spells in an attempt to draw him into the depths of despair and assimilate him. But how could he abandon his mother and wife to live alone in this world? Therefore, he must not falter, nor could he ever afford to fall. Today marked the 3681st confrontation with his inner demons. Fortunately, once the illusions were shattered, only a fleeting moment had passed in the outside world. Otherwise, Ling Chen might have withered away in this void of annihilation. This time, a resolution was Duit was a matter of either his demise or theirs. In any case, they must perish. Layer upon layer of intangible ripples unfurled, like the traces of waves expanding outward, assailing Ling Chen's consciousness and soul. Ling Chun silently affirmed within himself, "You shall not succeed," and a voice, identical to his own, echoed back, "Then I shall not fail either." Once Ling Chen was completely ensnared in the illusion, a voice sighed softly in the ocean of his consciousness. "For I am you." When he awakened, he was greeted by the sight of a grayish-white, somewhat antiquated ceiling. Judging by the furnishings and the television not far off, it seemed he was situated in a modern setting. Another illusion, perhaps? How tiresome. You could at least be a worthy manifestation of my inner demons. Must you not conjure some novel tricks? Ling Chen rose from the bed, surveying the modest space of approximately 70 square meters. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Even in crafting an illusion, one could be so miserly. Had he awakened to a luxurious villa, perhaps he would have been drawn in more deeply. The dilapidated and bleak state of existence was glaringly apparent. How could one expect to become entranced by such a scene? Oh, inner demon, have you grown complacent from overindulgence in illusion crafting? You ought to take this seriously. Return to your chambers and refine your work. Ling Chen snapped his fingers, a signature gesture of his to shatter illusions with his mental prowess. After all, having endured so many illusions, his entrance had always been dictated by him, so it was only fitting that his exit should be no different. With a yawn born of boredom, he mused, would reopening his eyes plunge him into a chaotic sea of consciousness? Yet, he soon widened his eyes in astonishment. His once proud mental energy had vanished. What was happening? Ling Chun reigned in his previous arrogance. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, this illusion was a far more sophisticated creation than any he had encountered before. It appeared his inner demon had indeed invested considerable effort into this illusion. Thus he too must accord due respect to its endeavor. He leaped from the bed, fingers poised like a sword, for if all went as expected, a blue lotus should have already materialized, however, to his shock and bewilderment. He soon discovered that his true energy had also dissipated. Squinting, he noted the absence of his familiar reincarnation My dear inner demon, your illusion is indeed formidable, devoid of any power. How am I to escape? Ling Chun felt a wave of despondence wash over him, suddenly engulfed in uncertainty about the future. If things continued on this path, he feared he might wither away in this illusion, driven mad by the relentless passage of time. Oh, time. Suddenly, he recalled his unique abilities, swiftly activating them. Time froze, and the scene before him transformed into an eternal tableau, with suspended droplets of water and a frozen television screen. Fortunately, his abilities remained intact. Trial World, Magic Directory, Series, Restricted Personnel, Lord of the Gods Main Quest, None Subquest, None Quest Restrictions. Due to this being a soul transmigration, prior cultivation is prohibited. Mental energy is sealed by the inner demon, and all exchanges are forbidden. Generated quest items, Demon Contract X3, Reincarnator Seed, Non-Specific, X3, Memories of the Transmigrated Subject, up to the present time, X1. Quest success reward. Right hand of God, fantasy killer. Elevation of the Lord of the Gods' powers by 1 level. Failure penalty, none. Note. The time ratio in this world compared to the Qin era is 1:1. It is strongly recommended that the Lord of the Gods retire here. Item rental. Name. Zanpakuto, Senbon Zakura. Rental conditions. Departure from this world within 1 year. Penalty for overdue. Mandatory detention in this world for 10 years. Will you proceed with the rental? Surely. This must be a jest. Lingchen let out a light chuckle, his expression somewhat stiff and unnatural. Had he truly arrived in the real world? After all, he merely intended to attend a gathering at Kunlun Mountain. Why, oh why, had so many unforeseen events transpired? A trial world, you say? As the supreme deity, I had yet to consent, and yet you have forcibly thrust me into this predicament. System, you have truly gone awry. Let us see what you have gleaned during my seclusion against the inner demons. The current trial task has been authorized by your inner demons and the setting sun. This system will not undertake any autonomous actions apart from updates. So please rest assured. Memory transmission will commence in 10 seconds. Kindly prepare yourself. Lingchen inwardly cursed, you inner demon, how dare you? Your illusions could not drive me mad, yet you dare to use my identity in the real world against me. Well played. And what of the setting sun? Have you also joined in? You little rascal, your audacity grows by the day. Lingchen couldn't help but suspect that she had learned mischief from observing the forbidden behaviors of the phoenix. However, the involvement of the setting sun indicated that this trial task was not a lethal trap specifically aimed at him. Though the motives of the inner demon remained unclear, one thing was certain. The setting sun would not wish him harm. For now, he would simply wander and play. Sensing the chaotic flow within his mind, Lingchen promptly closed his eyes. Having never encountered this novel or anime in his previous life, it was essential to grasp the memories of the person he was replacing. At the very least, he needed to familiarize himself with the nature of this world. Is it high martial arts or low martial arts? Technology or cultivation? Magic or fighting spirit? Yet, judging by the name, it seemed to belong to a magical civilization. Lingchen mused as he began to slowly, yet methodically, absorb the disordered memories. Chapter 87. The just partner. The memories of over a decade were plentiful. Lingchen felt as though he had lived through them personally, gaining a sense of belonging and understanding regarding this identity. The experiences of his predecessor were the epitome of a just partner, and the protagonist-like journey was somewhat surprising to him. However, it appeared he was not the primary protagonist, as his luck could only be described as extraordinary. Even mundane misfortunes, such as having a toothache from drinking cold water, could hardly compare to a collision when stepping outside. His extraordinary misfortunes could indeed be deemed as reaching the pinnacle of absurdity. His right hand, known as the fantasy killer, possessed the unique ability to eradicate any extraordinary powers, whether good or evil, be it superpowers or magic, though the exact reason remained unclear. However, it was evident from his humble living conditions that this ability had not bestowed any tangible benefits upon him. Time and space manipulation might be a byproduct of another world, or perhaps the fantasy killer had intuitively sensed that both served a common master. Thus, his control over time and space had not been nullified. Alternatively, the two abilities might be fundamentally different. After all, Lingchen's temporal powers leaned towards rules and laws, unlike this world, which operated through cerebral calculations. Oh, right. Misfortune must also stem from this extraordinary ability. Thus, it appears that this power is indeed quite marvelous, or rather, neurotic. After reading this, Lingchen felt an overwhelming urge to splurge impulsively. This world, this city, is called Academy City, encompassing approximately 1/3 of Tokyo. It houses dozens of universities, hundreds of novels, junior high schools, and over 1,000 research institutions, with a population nearing 2 million, of which over 1 million individuals are students, truly a sanctum of science. Academy City essentially adopts an exclusionary policy, surrounded not only by walls but also by a specialized guard force to thwart intruders. At all times, there are satellites monitoring the perimeter, rendering it a completely enclosed educational environment. The curriculum employs supernatural abilities. Students within Academy City inevitably encounter the scene where institutions utilize pharmaceuticals, hypnosis, and electrical stimulation to artificially induce them into becoming Esper users. These abilities are classified into 7 levels, ranging from level 0, non-ability users, to level 6, absolute ability users. It is evident that I am merely a pedestrian level 0 non-ability user. While I possess some confidence in one-on-one combat, I stand utterly defenseless against group assaults. Moreover, as a comrade of justice, I have endured grievous injuries in the past while striving for righteousness on more than one occasion. After forcibly separating my inner demons, I do not wholly reject the notion of sacrificing myself for justice. I even somewhat endorse it. Yet, even so, I do not wish to be battered senseless each time. Well, there is still the option of item rental. I shall not dwell on the specifics for now. With the acquisition of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, at least I need not fear for my life in this world. With this thought in mind, Lingchen rented the coveted Zanpakuto. When cherry blossoms bloom, 1,000 nights unfold in the human realm. The black hilt and pristine white blade exude an aura of profound elegance and chilling lethality. A mere glance reveals its inherent nobility and grace. Lingchen found himself enamored with the tactile sensation of the Zanpakuto in his grasp, swinging it back and forth. Although a katana is not his usual weapon of choice, with his mastery of swordsmanship, it would merely be a matter of time before he could wield it flawlessly. He executed several standard cutting motions, then, as if struck by inspiration, pointed the blade downward and, feigning elegance while exuding an air of sophistication, uttered, "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." With that proclamation, the 1,000 cherry blossoms kissed the earth, falling gracefully to the ground with a crisp sound. Lingchen was taken aback. Was the release phrase incorrect? It seemed right. This is precisely how it was portrayed in the anime system. What is happening? Currently, it is only in a shallow activation state. The release requires acknowledgement from the Zanpakuto. How does one gain such acknowledgement? You must ask your Zanpakuto. Once it voluntarily reveals its name to you, you may initiate the release. But I know the name. To enhance your bond with the Zanpakuto, the system stipulates that it must disclose the name of its own accord. Oh, then I wish to return it. Failure results in being stranded in this dimension for 10 years. Do you accept this failure? You can go to hell. Lingchen picked up the Zanpakuto from the ground and requested a sheath from the system, subsequently sheathing the blade. As dusk descended, having gone an entire day without sustenance, the unyielding Lingchen approached the refrigerator, only to discover its contents devoid of vegetables. All that remained were a box of frozen noodles and a solitary frozen loaf of bread, quietly resting in the bottom compartment. Lingchen pondered for a moment, retrieved the box of noodles, poured boiling water over it, and began to savor the long-forgotten taste of pasta. "I'm digging in," Lingchen remarked somewhat neurotically, before grasping a pair of chopsticks to commence a simple dinner. The flavor of the noodles could hardly be described as exquisite. However, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of such fare, Lingchen swiftly polished off the entire serving, gently patting his not overly distended stomach, still lingering in a state of unfulfilled desire. How long has it been since I savored this delicacy? Truly, what a nostalgic flavor. Lingchen discarded the empty noodle box into the trash bag and glanced at the date on his phone. March 18th. If memory serves, it seems that the holiday is still ongoing. Lingchen let out a burp, retrieved a manga from the bookshelf, and began to read it with a sense of ennui. Fortunately, the quality of manga from this other world was rather commendable, and Lingchen soon found himself thoroughly engrossed, passing a tranquil and stable day upon his bee in the absence of any mission. One could hardly discern what goals to strive for, much like a car devoid of motivation. No matter how adeptly one might drive, the vehicle would ultimately remain motionless. Lingchen found himself in a similar predicament. Though he had been unceremoniously thrust into this world, in this foreign land, lacking any impetus to advance, he could only languidly drift through day after day. Surely, he could not aspire to become a paragon of justice like his predecessor. Wait a moment, the notion of being a champion of justice does sound rather appealing. Lingchen cast a glance at the Zanpakuto that lay silently beside him, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. His predecessor lacked power, thus failing to uphold certain tenets of justice. However, now that he had taken that mantle and possessed strength far exceeding that of his predecessor, he would strive to fulfill the former's aspirations, justice, an unwavering duty. After thoroughly stripping away the demonic essence of his soul in the confrontation with his inner demons, Lingchen found himself imbued with an exhilarating sense of ambition. Regardless of the circumstances, today marked the commencement of Ling, the Master Deity's peculiar and rather absurd journey through a world of 13,000 little yellow books. Chapter 88. A chance encounter before the post office March 19th. The morning air has always been refreshing. Lingchen awoke from his slumber, rubbing his still drowsy eyes. As he slightly opened them, he beheld the black-handled, white-bladed Japanese sword, exuding an aura of nobility. "Good morning," he uttered weakly, still lingering in the dreams of the previous night, reluctant to return to reality. "Good morning," replied a voice, melodious and elegant, noble yet cold, reminiscent of an otherworldly being untouched by the mundane, producing a celestial symphony. Lingchen groggily descended from his bed, grasping the toothbrush that his predecessor had carelessly set aside. and leisurely made his way to the bathroom to commence his morning routine. After a brief interval, a sharp scream pierced the air, prompting Lingchen to rush back to the bedside, one hand clutching the toothpaste and the other wildly gesticulating, ultimately pointing in astonishment at the menacingly sharp Japanese sword, rendered speechless in utter disbelief. Somewhat incredible, and yet filled with bewilderment and doubt. "Good morning," Lingchen repeated his previous words, yearning to hear that unreal response once more. However, it was evident that he was met with disappointment. He maintained his posture for an extended period, yet no further sounds graced his ears. What a futile excitement! Never mind. Time to brush my teeth. Lingchen sighed in disappointment, stamping his foot in place before returning to the bathroom with a nonchalant demeanor, as if he had seen through it all, exuding an air of "I knew it all along." Qian Bining remained silently perched on the bed, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed that her master was indeed a bit foolish. The same question, even when posed by the master, I wouldn't wish to answer a second time. Hence, silence ensued. So be it. For breakfast, there was a frozen piece of bread and frozen milk. Fortunately, Japan's climate in March was not as bitterly cold as one might expect. Otherwise, Lingchen would have been left shivering under the covers after the meal. The greatness of the subtropical monsoon climate. Truly magnificent. After finishing the meal, he began to plan the tasks for the day. In Lingchen's lexicon, wasting time was eternally unforgivable. The greatest value of a person lay in accomplishing boundless tasks within a limited time frame. It was time to enact justice. Lingchen picked up Qian Bining from beside him, preparing to step outside. With only a few days left before school commenced, freedom would soon be a luxury. He needed to familiarize himself with this inadequate body as swiftly as possible, at the very least ensuring that he wouldn't lose in a fight. Even in defeat, one should possess the ability to protect their face. Tio emerged from a brawl unscathed was the pinnacle of combat. Upon opening the door, two cleaning robots immediately surrounded him. Lingchen was taken aback. Intrigued by this high technology in his first life, his homeland could not produce such sophisticated gadgets. Alas, the disparity. While others' worlds mastered both extraordinary abilities and magic, their technology had reached such heights. Why, in the same world, was there such a vast gap? After a brief lamentation about the state of the world, he deeply expressed his concerns and frustrations about his original world, then meandered downstairs. This time he did not encounter that adorable little maid. He had originally wished to see what a maid looked like. Never mind, they were neighbors. He would surely see her sooner or later. By the way, were there maids CFS in the Academy City? Wandering lost in thought while walking straight was a specialty of Lingchen, a precious skill he had mastered after much practice in his first life. If all went well, there would be no danger. After all, he had been through countless battles. However, this Lingchen was no longer the same as that one. Not long after, just a few steps taken, he was tripped by a swaying, approaching magical orb. Lingchen fell to the ground, sharing an intimate kiss with the earth, but alas, the ground was devoid of dust, consisting only of the cold stone surface. He struggled to rise and wiped his mouth vigorously, glancing around in frustration for a long while, yet failing to spot the orb's owner. Was it the wind? If so, how unfortunate. Lingchen thought of his right hand, sighed softly, wondering if even with a fate-defying self, he could not escape the clutches of misfortune. I find myself in such unfortunate circumstances that I cannot fathom how my past self managed to endure and arrive at this moment. I cannot constantly oppose the winds of fate. Even if I cannot navigate through it, I am left with no recourse. Alas, I shall persist, for as the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon individuals, they must first toil and struggle, for the sake of justice. I shall endure. Yet, where am I headed? I intend to practice my swordsmanship, which necessitates a visit to the park. However, it would be prudent to seek out a secluded spot, and why graceful movements are rather lofty. Should I be mistaken for a street performer, it would be quite unfortunate. Lingchen resumed his habit of wandering while lost in thought, striding forward, further and further away from the park. This ability is indeed formidable, yet its sole drawback is the absence of navigation and direction. Its randomness may very well lead to my becoming lost. In any case, I shall not arrive at my intended destination, the 7th district. The post office was only when Lingchen collided with a woman that he managed to break free from his reverie. Observing the throngs of people surrounding him, he surmised that an incident had occurred within. "Are you all right?" Lingchen inquired, glancing at the woman he had inadvertently bumped into, expressing a modicum of concern. "I'm fine." Upon hearing her voice, Lingchen took a closer look at the woman before him. She had chestnut hair and matching eyes, her hair falling to her shoulders, though short. It exuded a refreshing aura, imparting a vivacious and cheerful impression. While shoulder-length hair is not my preferred style, it is nonetheless quite nice. Ling Chun found himself murmuring unintentionally. Though his voice was soft, it was unfortunate that the subject of his musings overheard him. The chestnut-haired girl, Misaka Mikoto, felt a surge of frustration at being inexplicably discussed by a stranger. Well then, sir, you must have bumped into me on purpose, right? Otherwise, how could you possibly collide with me while merely walking? You're not blind. Misaka Mikoto forced a smile, but Ling Chun instinctively sensed a hint of danger in her expression. He returned what he believed to be a charming smile and nodded slightly in her direction. Misaka Mikoto's lips twitched in irritation. You did it intentionally, didn't you? You must have done it on purpose. Surely, there was some intention behind your actions, as she glared at him with gritted teeth. Ling Chun replied earnestly, that is absolutely impossible. His tone was resolute and righteous, causing Misaka Mikoto to pause in surprise. Could it be that I misjudged him? This gentleman certainly does not appear to be the type to act without ulterior motives. After all, I am a young woman of some renown. Do you dare claim that you are not here to flirt with me? Ling Chun, undeterred by her brusque tone, remained unfazed. After all, women often possess certain privileges. However, it was essential to clarify the misunderstanding swiftly, though not jest. I have no interest in laundry boards. Indeed, the world fell silent. Chapter 89. Inside the post office. Upon hearing this remark, Misaka Mikoto lowered her head, leaving Ling Chun uncertain of her thoughts. Yet, bowing her head likely indicated an acknowledgement of her mistake, he mused contentedly. Upon this realization, Ling Chun approached her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and softly consoled. Do not be disheartened. Although I do not particularly favor a flat chest, friendship is still a possibility, and my name is Ling Shangtiao Dangma. You may simply call me Dangma. Misaka Mikoto crackled with electricity, producing a cacophony of sounds, her tone exceedingly hostile as she articulated with precision, Sir, I can hardly ignore your words, friendship? With someone like you? How repugnant to demand that I address you by your first name. Furthermore, are you prepared to face the divine retribution? Ling Chun instinctively recoiled at the sight of the surging electricity surrounding her, inwardly lamenting the predicament. This woman was indeed a superpower wielder. He had yet to undergo special training. His Zanpakuto remained in its shallow state, and attacking her in such a manner would surely lead to his downfall. It was said that women are inexplicably perplexing creatures, and today, he finally grasped this truth. Just moments ago, were they not sharing drinks in jovial camaraderie? How utterly vexing, Ling Chun thought uneasily, observing the flickering electric light around her. Shivering involuntarily before making his way into the post office, I shall see what transpires within. Without further ado, he dashed inside. Faintly, he could hear the murmurs of those around him. This young man, even amidst a robbery, is recklessly heading towards the scene. Does he have a death wish? It seemed the youth of today acted without regard for consequences. It was a pity. Judging by his appearance, he was still a student, destined to meet an untimely end. Misaka Mikoto mused, is this fellow so easily frightened? How lacking in fortitude. Yet, it may work to my advantage. He can serve as a target, making it easier for me to rescue the hostages. Inside the post office, a chill pervaded the atmosphere. A woman lay unconscious, accompanied by 2 girls and 2 middle-aged men. So this is the scene of the kidnapping, or rather, the robbery. Fear not, for I shall serve justice. Ling Chun's legs trembled slightly as his gaze inadvertently swept across the area, landing on a firearm. Damn, has the proliferation of firearms become so rampant in this world? Even a formidable practitioner of the innate third realm like myself could be intimidated by mere mortals' machinery. Should my master learn of this, he would surely expel me from the sect. What do you intend to do, boy? A man with disheveled black hair and a sideways glance brandished his gun menacingly at Ling Chun. His voice laced with fury. Oh, not lower your weapon. Let us converse civilly. We are all residents of the same city. What is there that cannot be discussed? The police and security forces are en route. Do not act rashly, Ling Chun stammered, his gaze fixed on the armed man, striving to keep his tone as calm as possible. The man spat contemptuously and kicked the tea-haired girl lying on the ground. She wore her hair in twin ponytails secured with bows, her chestnut locks reminiscent of the electrifying girl outside. Was she her sister? I see you dare to enter. I had thought you to be a formidable power wielder, yet you are merely an impulsive youth. Get lost, kid, or I will put a bullet in you. Having spoken, he once again aimed the gun at Ling Chun. A mere brat dares to look down upon me. Just like this one on the ground, both shall perish. With these words, he forcefully kicked the girl lying on the ground. Wait, do you need hostages? I shall be your hostage. Let the two of them go. Bullying a girl is hardly the act of a true man. Ling Chen gazed at the little girl on the ground, who, despite enduring immense suffering, remained silent, which inexplicably reminded him of the similarly stubborn Xiao Ming. A pang of compassion stirred within him. "Do you wish to die, brat? Yet you dare to play the hero without any strength. However, do you not possess a weapon? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. You may strike me with your knife, while I will shoot you with my gun. If you win, I will allow them to leave." The dark-haired bandit sneered ominously, regarding Ling Chen with scornful derision. "All right." Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen responded, leaving all present in shock, particularly the girl on the ground, who gazed at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he would go to such lengths for someone he had just met. "Step aside. This is the work of the discipline committee. It has nothing to do with you." Perhaps he merely needed a way to back down. Thus, she would provide him with that opportunity. It would not be in vain for all the heartfelt words he had spoken, albeit insincerely. "Impossible. As a man, how could I allow a girl to shield me from danger? I must rescue you. At any cost, even if it costs me my life." The tea-haired girl on the ground appeared shocked and incredulous, a hint of warmth and color gracing her cheeks, unable to refrain from wondering if perhaps someone had feelings for her. Yet, she hardly knew him. He was just a mere brat. The dark-haired man, his face twisted in a snarl, raised his gun and bellowed at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, bewildered, asked, "Did I say something to upset you? I don't believe so. For the sake of my life, I deliberately overlooked you." How could he still be angry? What was there to be angry about? To remind him of their agreement, Ling Chen drew Qianbining from its sheath. What a beautiful blade! Those who beheld the sword were momentarily stunned, including the dark-haired bandit, whose gaze towards Ling Chen, or rather towards Qianbining, brimmed with unrestrained greed. "Alas, it seems I shall benefit from this." Outside, Misaka Mikoto naturally witnessed this scene, clearly surprised that the earlier rogue appeared to possess a sense of justice. However, even so, she could not simply disregard his previous remarks. Yet, in order to facilitate future debt collection, she would reluctantly save him this time. With that thought, she extended a finger, crackling with electricity, ready to unleash her power. Meanwhile, Ling Chen on the front line swallowed hard. In the past, he would not have deigned to draw his sword against such scum, but now, even drawing his sword might not guarantee a kill. The primary reason for this lay in the fact that he had yet to acclimate to this new body. In the depths of one's subconscious, thoughts and sword techniques are still anchored to the original physical form. Yet now, devoid of internal energy and with physical attributes vastly diminished, executing such maneuvers feels akin to courting death. How I wish I had put in some overtime last night. Had I merely acquired the data of this body and recalibrated my mindset, I would certainly not waste even a half sentence on such worthless individuals. What then to do in this predicament? Recklessness may lead to demise, yet caution seems equally perilous. Fleeing is out of the question. As a champion of justice, how could I abandon the lambs in need of salvation to escape alone? Alas, the abilities left to me by my predecessor are utterly inadequate against these powerless foes. His combat experience, whether in offense or defense, proves utterly futile at this moment. Superpowers. Wait, it seems I have subconsciously overlooked something. Superpowers, abilities beyond the ordinary. Chapter 90. Hospitalization. Upon absorbing the memories of Kamijutoma, I found myself somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by the impact of his years of powerless existence, nearly forgetting that I, too, once possessed extraordinary abilities. Although the principles governing my powers differ entirely from those in this realm, such distinctions are trivial in the face of the current situation. As Ling Chen pondered, his gaze met that of the robber, which turned somewhat playful. The black-haired robber, perceiving Ling Chen's enigmatic smile, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Driven by the principle of striking first, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot jolted the stillness of the onlookers. No! The tea-haired girl on the ground struggled to rise and unleash her abilities, only to be pinned back down by another robber, disrupting her calculations. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl, witnessing this, shed tears. Outside, Misaka Mikoto no longer hesitated. A bolt of electricity surged forth, racing toward the robber. As Ling Chen heard the gunshot, a peculiar smile graced his lips. Am I to perish? The answer at that moment would be a resounding no. Almost instinctively, upon hearing the gunshot, he activated a pause in time, freezing the scene. The bullet hovered in midair, the black-haired robber's slightly arrogant grin, the tears of the black-haired girl, and the frantic struggles of the tea-haired girl, all composed a three-dimensional tableau. with Ling Qian as the sole arbiter of movement within this frozen realm. He approached the robber at a leisurely pace, then gently sliced through the arm holding the gun. Miraculously, though severed, the arm did not fall, and blood curiously failed to ooze forth in the stillness of suspended time. All was silent, tranquil. Ling Qian released his hold on the tea-haired girl, extending a hand towards her. "Rise." "It is over," he proclaimed, his voice steady and resonant, imbued with a hint of sunlight and confidence, markedly different from before. He seemed transformed. This was Ling Qian's impression upon the tea-haired girl. "No, Shiroi Kuriko. Thank you." Shiroi Kuriko extended her hand to Ling Qian, who pulled her up from the ground. Gazing at the frozen tableau around her, she appeared momentarily stunned, inquiring, "What has happened to them?" "I have paused the time within the post office." Shiroi Kuriko, still dazed, pondered the reality of possessing a power that could influence time itself. Clearly, such power belongs to the divine realm. "My name is Ling Shangtiao Tongma, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shiroi Kuriko." But before I could finish my sentence, a bolt of lightning surged forth, and before Ling Qian could react, he was rendered unconscious by its shock. He could hardly fathom why. Upon the cessation of the time halt, a chain of lightning would suddenly manifest beside him. Yet, if it is electricity, it undoubtedly must be that woman outside. Good heavens! You nearly took my life, and yet you show no mercy. How profound your resentment towards me is. Enough of this. I am about to faint. My body collapsed weakly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the arm of the black-haired robber, which held the gun, shattered, and before his arrogant grin could vanish, it transformed into a cry of agony. The other robber stared in horror at the bizarre scene unfolding before him, collapsing to the ground, his eyes glazed, as if in a stupor. The world seemed to revert to its normal state. Yet, unbeknownst to all, an invisible magnetic field formed, only to fade away just as imperceptibly. This phenomenon lasted less than 0.1 seconds, yet within that magnetic field, the vitality of those present diminished as if a year had passed. Of course, none were aware of this occurrence. When Ling Qian awoke from his slumber, he found himself in a hospital room, a white flower beside him. Regrettably, he was utterly ignorant of what kind of flower it was. The ward felt like a realm of whiteness, isolated from the world. Ling Qian stepped down from the bed, gazing out of the window, lost in silence. Here, he could not hear the sound of vehicles racing outside, nor the cheerful chirping of two orioles, nor the quarrel of two girls with light-colored hair on the road, nor wait. I feel as though I have seen something extraordinary. Those two girls seemed somewhat familiar. Shiroi Kuriko, damn it. My head aches terribly. Yes, all that electric girl's fault for shocking me without reason. After Ling Qian snapped out of his daze, he noticed that the two girls had vanished into the distance. Well, if they are gone, then so be it. After all, I cannot hear their conversation. What can I hear? A rather melodious voice gently pulled Ling Qian's thoughts back, and he turned to see Shiroi Kuriko in casual attire. Nothing much. Your clothes are quite beautiful and suit you well. Ling Qian found himself at a loss for words. Thus he began to engage in small talk. Is that so? Thank you. As she spoke, she suddenly vanished from her spot, only to reappear beside Ling Qian, forcefully pressing him back onto the bed. You are not permitted to get out of bed until you receive discharge authorization. Just rest comfortably. Ling Qian, astonished by the earlier scene, contemplated teleportation. It seems her abilities pertain to space. However, lying in bed for too long would be exceedingly dull. Ling Qian looked at her with a pleading gaze. It's all right. I came to see you, didn't I? Shiroi Kuriko disregarded his imploring look, retrieving an apple from her bag and quietly peeling it with a fruit knife on the table. She looks quite lovely when she is quiet. Ling Qian stared at Shiroi Kuriko, his mind wandering aimlessly. What are you looking at? Shiroi Kuriko blushed, glancing at Ling Qian with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Having not seen much, however, you previously mentioned the duties of the disciplinary committee. Are you a member of the disciplinary committee, Heizhi? Ling Qian cleverly diverted the topic and expressed his curiosity. Indeed, I am a member of the 177th Division of the Disciplinary Committee. Bai Jing Heizhi's face flushed slightly, and she became somewhat distracted, her mind racing with thoughts of how this person had directly called her by name. Nonetheless, there was a certain warmth in this familiarity. It was acceptable for him to address her in such a manner. After all, he was her savior. Indeed, it was simply because he was her benefactor that she found herself unable to refuse. Ling Qian was taken aback and quickly glanced over, only to discover a gruesome wound on Bai Jing Heizhi's hand, evidently a result of her earlier distraction. He roughly flung aside the quilt, grasped her injured hand, and took her bloodied finger into his mouth. Sucking away the blood, he tore a piece of fine cloth from his clothing and fashioned a makeshift bandage for her wound. Only then did he exhale in relief, gently stroking her chestnut hair, and sighed. "If you were to be injured because of me, I would be quite distressed, so, promise me, do not get hurt again, all right?" With that, he pressed Bai Jing Haizi back onto the bed and covered her with the quilt. "Now you are a patient. Until I grant you permission to leave, you shall remain here quietly." Chapter 91. The maid. After speaking, Lingchen felt a twinge of regret. It was merely a cut. Perhaps he had overreacted. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly, thinking she might just explode in anger, thereby ending this impudent farce. Bai Jing Haizi, wrapped in the quilt, let out a faint sound, causing Lingchen to momentarily be taken aback. However, he quickly recovered, picked up the unfinished apple from the table, and resumed his task. Having received excellent training in his first life, he was quite adept at peeling apples, skillfully carving the skin away as if sculpting a work of art, solemn and beautiful. Bai Jing Haizi, lying on the bed, gazed blankly at Lingchen as he peeled the apple. Suddenly aware of her flushed cheeks, she pulled the quilt over her face, leaving only her glistening black eyes visible. "Here, eat this." Lingchen neatly sliced the peeled apple into 6 wedges, placed them on a fruit plate, and using the fruit knife, offered one slice to her, setting it down before her. Bai Jing Haizi lowered the quilt, revealing her mouth, and slowly opened it. Lingchen carefully fed the apple slice into her mouth. "Watch out for the knife." The feeding and playful banter continued for the better part of the afternoon, until the sky began to darken, signaling the end of their interaction. The familiarity born from half a day's conversation, coupled with their earlier encounter at the post office, had dispelled any initial awkwardness, transforming their dialogue from constrained to utterly candid. A bright and free-spirited girl, at least in Lingchen's eyes, she left a remarkably positive impression. "Let us head back," Lingchen suggested, but Bai Jing Haizi hesitated. "What about your injury? Shouldn't you rest a while longer?" "It matters not." The electric girl did not strike with full force. The current merely served to incapacitate. "The electric girl, well, I am unsure of her name, and it is likely that we shall not meet again." "Perhaps that is for the best." Ling Chun recalled his cherished sword, Qianbin Ing, by the way. "It took you a whole day to remember?" And glanced around, discovering it lying quietly at the foot of the bed. He approached and picked it up. "What a beautiful blade. Do you like it?" "Indeed. Then I shall lend it to you for a few days. Is that appropriate?" "Kuriko, the delight in your eyes has betrayed you. Could you perhaps manage your expressions and gaze before declining next time?" "I apologize, Toma. I shall be more mindful." In an unknown location, amidst a sea of cherry blossoms, a woman sat serenely, her expression reflecting astonishment. Has she truly been sent away by her master? Such sorrow. She had intended to reveal her name to him that very night. "Humph, but should you refrain from releasing me, do not blame me. You possess me yet still seek others. Truly, masters are the most vexatious." Naturally, Ling Chun remained oblivious to her thoughts, and even if he were to hear them, he would likely dismiss them. After all, a gentleman's word is his bond, and he does not renege on his promises. Ling Chun handed the sword to Shirai Kuriko, and together they exited the ward. Then the hospital. "Allow me to escort you home," he suggested gently, glancing at Kuriko, who was joyfully toying with Qianbin Ink and Onid. "Shortly, I shall seek out Hatsuharu, the other girl we encountered at the post office, to discuss a few matters. She had wished to visit you as well, but was summoned by the security team regarding some inquiry. I shall bring her by another day to introduce you." "Very well, then let us part ways here. Until next time." Indeed, farewell. At the crossroads, their paths diverged, each stepping toward opposite ends of the road. The setting sun elongated their silhouettes, yet they never intertwined. Upon returning home, Ling Chun felt a twinge of nostalgia for his familiar abode. Truly, it is even smaller than the hospital room. Habitually, he made his way to the refrigerator, only to discover it utterly devoid of sustenance. What to do? Has it truly been a day without food? Ling Chun picked up his phone, revealing the date. March 20. So I have indeed been confined to the hospital for over a day. No wonder I am so famished. He rummaged through his wallet, finding a mere 3,000 yen, thus abandoning the idea of purchasing a meal. Until the next remittance arrives, I shall survive by begging, he mused, then made his way to his neighbor, Tsuchimikado's room. Knock, knock, knock. Ling Chun tapped gently on the door, though he could not help but disturb the 3 cleaning robots surrounding him. "Yes, yes, yes." A soft, melodious voice emanated from within, causing Ling Chun to momentarily freeze, followed by a surge of nervousness. A true maid. Indeed. Although I have glimpsed one from memory, it bears little resemblance to watching it on television. Truly, witnessing it firsthand is the ultimate experience. The door swung open, revealing a young girl clad in a maid's attire. Her hair bore a slight bluish hue, with bangs elegantly curled beneath a lace-trimmed maid's cap, a hairstyle that rendered her forehead a touch broader, yet exuded an extraordinarily refreshing and delightful aura. How adorable! Lingchen couldn't help but exclaim. Kamiju Toma, are you here to see my brother? Can I say no? In truth, I came to see you. Indeed, is Motoharu at home? Also, you need not address me by both my first and last name. Lingchen replied earnestly, unable to resist the urge to touch the enchanting maid outfit. Kamiju, what are your intentions towards my lovely sister? And since when have you started calling me by my name? Spoke a delinquent youth with yellow hair and dark sunglasses. Lingchen smirked disdainfully. Do you think I want to? It's primarily because I'm worried about being unable to part from your sister. Surely, you wouldn't want me to call her Mikasa, would you? How disgusting. Before Tsuchimikado Motoharu could interject, Tsuchimikado Mikasa darted forward in a flurry, standing before her brother with a wary expression directed at Lingchen. Lingchen sighed. You surely wouldn't wish for that, hence I called you Motoharu. However, upon reflection, that too sounds quite nauseating. That's so. Tsuchimikado, is that sufficient? May I enter? Ah, my companion, what brings you here? I must clarify beforehand. If you seek my assistance with your vacation homework, you may as well turn left and head back home. Do you truly think I am the sort who would do homework, based on the sheen of my sunglasses? Please, refrain from phrasing questions with such an exclamatory tone. Lingchen lamented, too weary to retort, and proceeded inside without further courtesy. However, upon seeing 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles on the table, he inquired, Mikasa, are you not a maid? I am a trainee maid. Tsuchimikado Mikasa corrected him word by word. So, the maid's duty consists solely of preparing instant noodles for her esteemed brother each day. What of the promised ideal dinner? How disheartening. I shall never trust maids again. Chapter 92. Before the start of school. That meal was, of course, comprised of boiled noodles, and for the Tsuchimikado siblings, they would not go to the trouble of cooking a special meal simply because of my presence. As for Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who was utterly devoted to his sister, Lingchen felt at a loss for words. What of our friendship? Merely because I gazed a moment too long at your sister's maid outfit, I ended up being unceremoniously pushed out. Speaking of which, I had only eaten half of my meal at that time. Returning to his room, Lingchen contemplated the events of the past 2 days. Although brief, they had been far more fulfilling and enjoyable than his time in Kunlun. He encountered a charming girl, befriended a tea-haired little loli, and finally met a maid, with Tsuchimikado Motoharu being utterly disregarded. Were it not for the fact that this world was thrust upon him, perhaps he would genuinely come to appreciate it. By the way, has a mere maid truly ensnared you? Nevertheless, Ling Chun could never quite comprehend the purpose behind Shiyang's surrender to her inner demons, leading her into this realm. Was it merely to indulge in the thrill of being a righteous companion? That seems unlikely. The Shiyang in my mind would never be so mundane. Yet, despite Ling Chen's exhaustive contemplation, he found it impossible to discern the significance of her actions. Ultimately, he resigned himself to his perplexities, lying heavily upon his bed and succumbing to a deep slumber. The remaining days passed in a leisurely manner. Each day, he practiced with a sword, actually a wooden stick, threw a few punches, and occasionally completed dozens of push-ups and sit-ups, marking the commencement of Ling Chen's physical training regimen. To be candid, aside from a rather commonplace appearance, his physical constitution was, although barely, superior to that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps this was due to a lifetime of reckless battles. His muscles were surprisingly firm, leaving Ling Chun quite astonished. Regrettably, the prolonged exposure to drugs that stimulated his latent abilities had severely obstructed his meridians, and due to the condition of his right hand, even the fortuitous inner strength he generated would dissipate during moments of absent-mindedness. Truly, it was a hand of the gods, always considering its master, right hand. You wish to cultivate martial arts? Then allow me to shatter this fantasy first. Nonetheless, with considerable effort, he had nearly organized his physical data, recalibrating his thoughts, thus alleviating his fears of encountering the same circumstances as before. Once his swordsmanship was restored, he could barely be considered a master, akin to the likes of Shimin Chue Shui and Yigu Cheng. A swordsman is not defined by profound inner strength but rather by the sword in hand, or perhaps more accurately, the sword in heart. Although he could no longer conjure illusions like the Azure Lotus, the fundamentals of swordplay, sword aura, and even sword intent remained at his disposal, albeit with diminished potency due to the lack of inner strength. Unfortunately, the quality of the wooden stick was woefully inadequate. unable to withstand the attachment of sword aura. Thus, the ground soon became littered with wood shavings. Speaking of which, cleaning robot-sama, I have opened the door for you. Can you not come in and assist me with the tidying? Alas, I am left to clean up after myself. Although my predecessor was a housewife, I am not. Cleaning is truly the most detestable task. Yet, despite my grievances, cleanliness must prevail. Ling Chun, while not obsessive, still held a keen regard for hygiene. Time, as it often does, flowed swiftly, especially after days spent in a repetitive routine, rendering the passage of time almost imperceptible. Reflecting on the daily monotony, there were moments when he scarcely noticed the elapsing hours. In that instant, Ling Chun felt a profound sense of reflection, his understanding of time becoming both vague and yet clearer. Naturally, his meals over the past few days were enjoyed at the Suji family residence. Whether due to financial constraints or the allure of the maid, Ling Chun had developed an affection for the cuisine at Suji's home. That girl, Wuxia, truly possessed the skills of a professional chef, crafting an array of dishes that allowed Ling Chun to indulge in a taste of imperial luxury. In contrast to his predecessor's former life, however, Ling Chun remained perplexed as to why Wuxia and Yuan Chun had gathered at home to indulge in instant noodles that day. Was the allure of instant noodles truly so profound that it could compel a devoted maid, such as Wuxia, to forsake the dignity of her evening meal in order to prepare noodles? Yet, the truth remained elusive. Ling Chun, evidently, would not foolishly inquire about matters that could jeopardize his long-term sustenance. Thus, time gradually slipped away, like a fleeting white horse, and before long, it was March 31 St. Hey, Shang Tiao, how much of your homework have you completed? School starts tomorrow, and don't think for a moment that your little Ming teacher will forego checking your assignments. You're such a bore. How can you, Touchingman, dare to criticize me when you haven't even touched your own homework? Well, I am not as popular with the teachers as some people. Enough already. Can you just step aside and let your sister come over? Oh my, Shang, your words truly wound me. On the evening of the 31st. Without a doubt, Ling Chun once again spent his time at the Touchingman residence. Perhaps it was the fear of solitude in a different world, or the desire to maintain his steady source of sustenance. Either way, Ling Chun typically lingered long after dinner before taking his leave, and fortunately, Touchingman had never shown any signs of impatience. Perhaps the previous incarnation had genuinely shared a close bond with him. Upon returning to his own room, Ling Chun glanced at the date on his phone and then at the neatly arranged holiday assignments on the table, letting out a leisurely sigh. He had not anticipated that even in a new world, he would still belong to the category of those who shirk homework. My apologies to my predecessor, but this particular wish of yours, I am unable to fulfill. Sighing at the sudden recollection of pink hair, Ling Chun felt a twinge of headache. How would he explain this come morning? He certainly did not possess the thick skin that life had bestowed upon his predecessor. Thus, he would have to concoct a reasonable excuse. What sort of excuse could effectively absolve him of all responsibility while ensuring it wouldn't bring tears to the teacher's eyes? If memory served correctly, he could not bear the thought of her weeping. His predecessor, being an ordinary person, could easily disregard such matters, but Ling Chun, in a fit of frustration, tugged at his hair, struggling with indecision for quite some time, his expression shifting between hope and despair, until he finally made a resolve. Casting a glance at the assignments on the table, he reluctantly picked up a pen and began to write. Fortunately, due to the overwhelming presence of superpower courses, the tasks were not particularly arduous. After a night of relentless diligence, he finally completed all his assignments by the following morning. Looking in the mirror, he beheld his inherently ordinary face, now adorned with the unmistakable signs of fatigue, resembling the faint shadows of panda eyes. Ling Chun felt a wave of despair wash over him. I suppose this could be considered a sacrifice for the cause, in short, a martyr for the revolution. Chapter 93, Moon-Chanting Little Meng, April 1 St. Ling Chun, sporting a pair of panda eyes, arrived at school. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted Touchingman Yuan Chun, seated at a desk with an air of delinquency. Hey, Shang, good morning. The speaker is a blue-haired individual adorned with earrings, a faux Kansai native standing beside Tosaka Motoharu. The claim of being a faux Kansai person is evident from the stilted and unrefined accent that fails to capture the true essence of the dialect. Good morning, Ling Chun politely replied. Approaching the tude, Tosaka patted Ling Chun on the shoulder, exaggeratingly exclaiming, Shang, do take care, for we are here to accompany you. Ling Chun, with a dismissive glance, paid little heed to this individual, still lost in the sorrow of the past, and placed his backpack on the table. He addressed the blue-haired one, saying, Class leader, is it truly your intent to deliberately withhold your homework each time you complete it? Moreover, Even if you are a masochist, do you not find it rather wasteful to squander an assignment? Ah Shang, what did you just call me? How utterly cheesy. However, to be scolded by such an adorable teacher for not submitting homework must surely provide you with invaluable experience, right? No, it should be experience, as your phrasing might lead others to misconstrue. Yet, Ling Chun refrained from expressing his disdain. With regard to this childish masochist, any criticism would be utterly futile, merely expending breath and effort. Ah Shang, to speak frankly, you have indeed changed significantly over this vacation, remarked Tosaka, to which Ling Chun wisely chose to ignore. The old Ashang would never have come to my house for meals every day. Such implications regarding his reputation could not simply be brushed aside. As I mentioned, I faced a financial shortfall last month. Once my parents send the money this month, I shall treat you. Rumor has it that Ashang is still infatuated with maids, pestering my cute little sister every night. Tosaka seemed to relish recounting these twisted tales about Shang, gradually transforming the atmosphere into something peculiar. Ling Chun cast a glance around at the surrounding girls, and indeed, they wore expressions of disdain, eyeing him with the wariness reserved for a perpetrator of arson. How infuriating! He was truly repulsive. It was utterly uncharacteristic of him. Ling Chun internally screamed in silence, lamenting his unfortunate choice of companions. He buried his head in his arms on the table, disregarding the surrounding clamor, embodying the essence of someone defeated by circumstance. Hey, Tosaka, don't you think you've gone a bit too far? Came the familiar, stilted Kansai accent. Ling Chun needed no visual confirmation to identify the speaker. How could it be? Such trivial matters are merely a jest to Ashang. Why Ashang, however, is about to endure despair 1,000-fold worse than this. Is that not true, my Ashang? Ling Chen ignored the jester, thinking to himself, laugh all you want. Soon enough, you will weep. The more joyfully you laugh now, the more wretched your tears will be later. My sincerest apologies, comrade. Ding, ding, ding. With each resounding chime, those wandering in various corners returned to their seats, leaving Ling Qian somewhat astonished by the remarkable orderliness of the class. Although there was some prior preparation, the moment the teacher bounced into the room, it still felt a tad surreal. I was in Class 7 of Year 1, under the guidance of our homeroom teacher, Tsukiyomi Komo. She stood at the front of the class, a figure whose height matched the lectern, rendering her barely visible to us, her students, except for the crown of her head. Standing at a mere 135 centimeters, she appeared strikingly akin to a 12-year-old girl. In a different context, one might envision her donning a red scarf and carrying a red backpack, strolling along a straight path, which would seem far more fitting. Yet, the reality was that this youthful visage belonged to my teacher and homeroom instructor. Truly, she was one of the 7 wonders of the Academy City. At that moment, Tsukiyomi Komo stood beside the lectern, avoiding the front so as not to obstruct our view, gesturing towards each student with her finger. However, whether it was merely a figment of my imagination, I noticed a slight pause in her pointing when she directed her attention towards me, her smile broadening ever so slightly. Instinctively, I sensed a twinge of danger, akin to a hunter observing its prey, and it was abundantly clear that I was the quarry this time. Although I yearned to rebel against this predicament, the sight of her diminutive stature beside the lectern prompted me to abandon such thoughts decisively. For someone like me, who harbored a penchant for youthful appearances, though I was reluctant to admit it, defying this teacher would undoubtedly prove challenging. Well, at least I hadn't been absent like last semester. Excellent, excellent. The teacher seemed pleased. Now, let us delve into the familiar routine of assignment checks. Those whose names I call must come forth to submit their homework. Those who have not completed theirs will have the opportunity to partake in a game of Columbus's egg with the teacher. Teacher, could you please refrain from staring at me while speaking? Do I seem like the type to neglect my assignments? I had completely forgotten my initial reluctance towards homework, instead proudly branding myself as a diligent student. Very well. Komo-sensei elongated her words, surveying the room before her gaze landed on me once more. Seeing this, TG-mon cast a knowing smile in my direction, sending a shiver down my spine. Seriously, my friend, aren't you the least bit concerned for yourself? Class monitor, you may go first. Upon the conclusion of Komo-sensei's words, I acutely sensed a palpable relaxation enveloping the classroom. Yet, how curious it was that such an angelic smile could evoke an atmosphere of tension and repression. As the blue-haired student, adorned with earrings, immediately rose from her seat upon hearing Komo-sensei's words, she declared, "Teacher, I haven't done my homework." Her response was remarkably swift. I found myself speechless. This individual seemed to embody both a fascination with youthful innocence and a penchant for self-deprecation to an alarming degree. In my contemplation, I had entirely overlooked my own circumstances. Como-sensei pouted her lips, resembling a child deprived of their beloved sweets, and indeed, upon witnessing this, the blue-haired student's eyes transformed into heart shapes. After a brief moment, "Very well, you may sit down," she finally relented. Though the student appeared decidedly reluctant to comply, I was left in disbelief. How could she simply sit down like that? What happened to the promised egg? Where had Columbus's egg gone? Next up, Digimon Ling Chun cast a disdainful glance at the blonde-haired, sunglasses-wearing delinquent, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. How delightful it was to see you who once mocked me now facing the repercussions. You must be racking your brain, unable to fathom that I actually completed my homework this time. Now, just obediently follow Columbus and venture into another world to lay your eggs. Ling Chen smirked inwardly, gazing at Tsuchimikado with an air of calm, as if he had already envisioned an extraordinary conclusion. Teacher, I haven't written anything. Turn around and make up for it. Take your seat. How swift, this time. Not even a pout, little Ming. Is this what they call thunderous claps with scanty raindrops? Where are the promised eggs? Speaking of which, why are you hopping about so anxiously? Upon witnessing Tsuchimikado's peculiar smile as he sat down, Ling Chen instinctively felt a twinge of foreboding. Chapter 94. Columbus's egg next, Kamaho-san? Ling Chen pressed his forehead, realizing they were indeed following this kind of development. Yet, out of respect for the teacher, he promptly organized his homework and placed it on the desk. Here, this is it. Then, disregarding the astonished expressions of his classmates, he returned to his seat with an air of simplicity and elegance. Hey, Aishong, you wouldn't have really done your homework, would you? Tsuchimikado removed his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and upon confirming that it was indeed his good friend, wore an expression of disbelief, as if his life's beliefs had crumbled. It seemed that Academy City was finally about to witness its eighth wonder. This must be a joke. How could this diligent studying scenario possibly align with Aishong? The blue-haired class representative, adorned with ear studs, wore a similarly incredulous expression, her Kansai accent slipping into an even more distorted tone, leaving Ling Chun somewhat embarrassed. Kamiho-san, deceiving the teacher is utterly wrong. After a prolonged silence, Tsuchimikado voiced these words with a hint of irritation directed at Ling Chun. Teacher, I did not deceive you. If you don't believe me, go check it out. There's definitely evidence, both written and illustrated. Ling Chun quickly replied upon hearing the teacher's skepticism. Little Ming, upon hearing his response, flustered, flipped through the homework on the podium and began to review it with remarkable speed. After turning the last page, little Ming pouted high, gazing at Ling Chun with a pitiful look, as if on the verge of tears. For some reason, Ling Chun was reminded of a little girl who, after having her Christmas gift snatched away, appeared utterly despondent. Simultaneously, all surrounding gazes were fixated upon Ling Chun, imbued with sharp malice and hostility, sending a chill down his spine. Wow, Aishong. Although the process deviated somewhat from the script, at least it didn't affect the outcome. Successfully made a lowly cry. I truly didn't misjudge you. Upon hearing the exaggerated remarks from Tsuchimikado and those around him, Ling Chun suddenly felt a surge of tears welling up. He had poured his heart into his homework last night precisely to avoid witnessing that expression on little Ming's face. And now, the perfect conclusion that had resulted in dark circles under his eyes was this. If I had known it would definitely lead to tears, I would have avoided such a futile and thankless endeavor. Excuse me, teacher, though I am uncertain about what has transpired, have I done anything to cause you sadness? Ling Chun, with a gaze of flame, struggled to rise from his seat, trembling as he addressed Miss Xiaoming. Haven't you grown, my dear? The teacher is quite happy. Her voice was somewhat muffled. You are choking back tears, aren't you? Indeed, you must be. If you are happy, then do not betray such sorrowful weeping. At the very least, cover your mouth and wear an expression of heartfelt emotion. Your demeanor gives rise to misunderstandings. So, teacher, please do not cry. I promise to diligently complete my assignments and strive to be a model student of both character and intellect. Ling Chun patted his chest, making his assurances. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the long-suppressed tears of Ms. Xiaoming finally burst forth, leaving Ling Chun utterly bewildered. Teacher, do not be so moved. If you are this touched, it will surely distress me as well at some point. The classroom had morphed into a peculiar tableau. Two individuals? Miss Xiaoming continued to weep, her eyes reddened, starkly contrasting with Ling Chun's dark circles. Was she not akin to a princess mourning the loss of her cherished toy, utterly pitiful and tearful? He could only surmise that he was that very toy. Ling Chun's head spun as he observed the still weeping Miss Xiaoming, weakly exclaiming, Yes, yes, teacher. I actually copied that assignment. Upon hearing Ling Chen's confession, Miss Xiaoming instantly ceased her tears, a smile breaking through her sorrow. Classmate Shangtiao, this is where you have erred. How could you deceive your teacher? Regrettably, you shall visit my home to play Columbus's egg. As I had suspected, this game was indeed tailored for me. The so-called Columbus's egg involves balancing a raw egg upright without any support, a feat so challenging that even students with telekinetic abilities must strain their brain cells to the brink of exhaustion to achieve it. A slight excess of power would shatter the fragile egg, while those who fail to accomplish it, essentially just one individual, must remain until the following morning. It is due to this task that Ms. Xiaoming is one of the few who knows my actual residence. Alas, one must prepare for a sleepless night. How could I resist when the teacher is so delightful and I, as her student, am so obedient? Thus, the first class of the new semester concluded amidst such absurdity. After class, a Shang, Ms. Xiaoming truly dotes on you. Tiaman pulled a chair closer, settling in at Ling Chen's desk. It seems Xiaoming has a fondness for a Shang. The speaker had a Kansai accent. I wonder how you all reached such a conclusion. Did you not notice the cheerful teacher teaching on tiptoe, her smile concealing a hidden malice towards me? Oh dear, our Shang has turned bashful. Ling Chen chose to disregard the antics of these two jesters, shaking his head as he gazed out the window. Below, the grass was lush and green, and the members of the soccer team chased one another like a flock of merry orioles. How liberating! Regrettably, this body possesses a rather limited social circle. In fact, ever since I became part of the trio with Toamin and the blue-haired earring, it has become impossible to form any connections with other members at school. Such romantic developments will never even have the chance to arise. Alas, one can only blame their imprudent choices in friendships. Ling Chen pondered this once more. The curriculum at this school differs greatly from that of my previous life. Yet the one shared aspect is that they are all utterly devoid of interest. The monotony is so overwhelming that it nearly induces slumber, as I find myself constantly nodding off, having not slept the previous night. Ling Chen naturally succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness. At times, peculiar marks would even appear at the corners of his mouth. When one is bored, time seems to drag on interminably, but once asleep, the experience alters entirely. Ling Chen slumbered peacefully until the night descended, only awakening leisurely when the bright moon hung high in the sky. He dreamt of Columbus's egg, but thankfully it was merely a dream. Had it been real, it would have been truly terrifying. Ling Chen squinted his eyes and beheld the delightful sight of teacher Yue Xiaoming, who was perched beside his desk with a beaming smile. Instantly, all traces of sleepiness vanished. How marvelous, teacher! Upon seeing your face, I suddenly find myself wide awake. It seems that in the future, as long as I glance at your photograph during late nights, it will be far more effective than any black or green tea.